Today, I'm bringing you something that can only be called a straight-up classic. This is the literal definition of 99% of gamblers quitting right before they hit it big. Meet Grid, a guy every single guild on the continent is searching for because rumor has it that anything he forges becomes the absolute best possible legendary item in its class. A simple arrow normally sells for 3 silvers, but the first batch he ever made was snatched up for 72 silver per arrow, 20 times the normal price, and all 99 of them disappeared from the market instantly. People were fighting over the bids. This archer baddie takes one look at the stats and genuinely cannot believe something this game breaking was forged by a player. It had to be some secret monster drop. But where did all his hype begin? His name first came up during a competition today. Grid is stuck in a blacksmith duel with his masters. Forge and home on the line, a shop that's been in the family for 7 generations. If he loses, it goes straight to the slimy merchant company that's been sabotaging the place for days. And his opponent is Euphemina, a prodigy with one of the most broken abilities in the entire game. Perfect copy. With a single glance, Cedric can perfectly copy someone's skills and sometimes use them even better than the owner, since she's at a much higher level. Which is terrible news for our boy, since he's low level and has only just awakened his skills, making her the perfect counter. Before the forging begins, Euphemina turns on the charm, telling Grid that fate brought them together and that she'll be in his care, so he should feel lucky since she's a goddess of beauty. Grid tells her not to come near him, calls her a kid, and says she isn't his type. She gets offended, saying that's a rude way to speak to a beautiful girl. Grid says she's kind of mid and should know her place. No man has ever treated her that way, and it throws her off so badly that she swears to humiliate him in front of everyone. The challenge is to forge the better dagger within 3 hours. Her plan is to copy his skill, so she uses Analyze on Grid, and something she's never seen before happens. The system tells her she can't copy it because her Analyze level is too low. That should be impossible. Her Analyze is already level 7, and back when it was only level 5, she copied an advanced blacksmith skill with no trouble. She starts wondering if he's a master blacksmith, but that makes no sense, since the #1 ranked smith is only intermediate. An epic class? Impossible. She's supposed to be one of only 3. Whatever his class is, it's far too advanced for her to read. With no other options, she copies the skill from Cana instead, who is our boy's master, gaining advanced blacksmith crafting level 2. It was strange that she could copy the master, but not the pupil. The teacher's skill copied perfectly, but the student was somehow on a level the system wouldn't let her touch. Euphemina locks in the copied skill, tells herself they're evenly matched now, and feels confident she'll win. So she gets to work, and after several minutes of forging, she finishes a dagger, an epic class seduction dagger with solid stats. The crowd reacts, and he declares the match in her favor. Even Grid admits it looks impressive and that she wasn't all talk, but he keeps hammering, head down and completely focused on his own work. The merchant running the duel starts to worry, because the closer that blade gets to completion, the more it looks like it'll surpass her dagger. And just as he's about to create something legendary, something that would leave her dagger with absolutely no chance, the guards storm in and arrest him, shouting that he's been working with a wanted terrorist from the region. Before he can even say a word, Grid is dragged away, but Euphemina and the merchant already know the truth. If Grid had finished that item, it would have been over. This guy has the potential to completely destroy the balance of power in any war he joins if he's capable of forging at this level. And spoiler alert, they're not wrong. That's exactly what's coming. Fast forward a few months to a boss room, where a top-tier guild is grinding one of the hardest dungeons in the game. sweating bullets against a boss they've spent 5 straight weeks preparing for. The fight is about to begin when someone suddenly walks into the room, and it's Grid. Everyone wonders who this guy is with those absurdly overpowered items, but instead of fighting, RG walks over to a corner and starts mining right in front of the boss. The boss unleashes a full attack on him, and he completely ignores it. He doesn't even flinch. Then he casually turns to the guy behind him and goes, "Yo, can somebody deal with this thing? It's getting hot back here." The whole guild is like, what the fuck? He's tanking the boss like it's nothing. But wait, how the hell did this happen? Because not long ago, Grid was just a burned out grinder doing an S-rank quest for the Count, who hired him. Months of his life were gone, all spent searching for one item, a legendary reward. But the moment he finishes the job, the man who hired him betrays him, turning on him to rip the reward straight from his hands. Cornered and seconds from death, Grid does the only thing he can. He opens the legendary item he found, betting everything on it, and fully expecting something incredible to happen. And what does he get? A fucking blacksmith class. Bro was stunned. Game starts rambling about Pagma's descendant and all that, but the only 2 words that register are legendary class. Even though it isn't a combat class, he could sell this for a fortune. 100,000 minimum on the market. He could pay off his tuition and never touch slave tier manual labor again. Except instead of selling it, the moment he's attacked, he's forced to activate it. The class change nukes him from the 70s all the way down to level 1, and after one tiny flick to the forehead, he's dead, dropped all the way into negative levels. Then he blinks awake at home, crawling out of his capsule as if none of it happened. Meanwhile, the developers are watching. To the team, he's just another deadbeat gaming addict who's going to waste a legendary class. But the big boss is losing his mind because this complete nobody just beat the company's predictive supercomputer by 2 whole years and obtained that book far ahead of schedule while everyone else doubts him. His family treats him like a parasite dragging them down, but this guy has one redeeming quality, and that's that he never gives up. Full Rock Lee mode, right? Back home, Greed considers logging back into the game because he still wants to see what the class can do, even after losing everything. He says it'll be fine as long as the capsule holds together, so he trusts it one more time and swears he'll earn his money back no matter what. Then he logs back into Satisfy. He appears there half-naked again and wonders where he is because this place looks nothing like the cave. He figures he's still somewhere in Patreon, but he never explored the whole area. He grumbles that getting extracted by Libonier was already bad enough. First, he decides to find a sign and figure out where he is. Then, when he looks ahead, he spots something dangerous. And when he peers inside, he sees something he definitely wasn't meant to find. A sacrifice is underway with a woman lying at the center. Greed can only wonder what kind of twisted place this is. The system announces that he has entered the Temple of Yatan. He immediately remembers that temples are meant for players above level 150, making this place far too dangerous for him. When he checks his status, he sees his class and title, but also notices his carry weight is absurdly high. That confirms it. He really is level -1. It wasn't a system bug. Even so, he says the options still look amazing. He can make money through repairs, and then he tries equipping an item. When it works, he realizes he can wear level 60 gear. Normally, that should require at least 200 strength. He also notices that penalties are attached, but even then, the longsword still has 200 attack power, and the metal armor should provide around 130 defense. Level 1 gear barely helps at all, so even with the penalties, this is much better. That gets him excited. Legendary classes really are amazing, and being able to equip higher level gear is incredible. He says he must be insanely lucky, but then remembers he's still inside the temple. If that nearby monster is level 195, everything around here is probably just as strong. He wonders if the game is trying to stab him with a smile. Then he hears the woman in the middle groaning in pain, and since this is the temple of Yatan, he assumes Yatan followers must be nearby and wonders if they're performing some kind of ritual. He thinks wandering around here will get him killed. Even one scratch from these guys could be enough. Then one of the followers appears behind him. He tells himself he'll be fine as long as he isn't caught, and hiding should be easy enough. But then the follower puts a hand on his shoulder. The boy swings his sword back in panic. The man quickly tells him to calm down and asks if he was really trying to kill him. The man says he's a secret guard serving Stren, and his name is Doran. Since the boy was hiding, he assumes he isn't one of them. So the two move somewhere more secluded. There, Doran explains everything. The boy learns that the woman is Irene, Count Sten's daughter. Doran says she was kidnapped during a trip, and even in a mess like this, it's good to have help. Great has no idea what he means. Then he receives a quest. Save the Count's beloved daughter within 1 hour. The reward is 3,000 gold and a chance to become the Count's son-in-law. Failure means losing 2 levels. Seeing another S-rank quest appear, he can only think this NPC is a total menace. Doran says most people are crushed by the dark energy, but since Grid seems unaffected, he assumes he's strong. Grid asks if he's serious. There's no way someone as weak as him should resist this, so he wonders if it's because of a natural skill. That must be it, his self-control skill. It greatly lowers the chance of status effects and speeds up recovery. He realizes he needs to learn his class's strengths and weaknesses quickly. Doran is amazed that a warrior like him would help, and thanks him for stepping in during such a difficult time. Grid just looks at him and asks, "Who said this was my problem?" Doran urges him to come on, but Grid keeps refusing. Doran tells him to wait and asks if he's really going to make him fight all those dark mages alone. Grid still says it isn't his problem. Losing 3,000 gold would hurt, sure, but he's already stuck with another S-rank quest. Taking this one too would be insane. Doran asks if he can truly withstand the dark energy, because he can't win alone, and begs the boy for help. Grid says he's only fine because he got lucky. Nothing more. He's level -1, so if he fails, he'll fall to -3. Doran begs again, saying the Count's daughter is in mortal danger. Grid asks how many times he has to repeat himself. He can't help. Doran tells him to stop lying because he knows he's strong, and Grid keeps denying it. But while they keep arguing, neither notices a rock falling from above. It crashes down and kills one of the men below. Just like that, the quest to save the Count's daughter activates, and the boy starts getting annoyed. Doran says Grid has now made an enemy of the Temple of Yatan, so he's just as doomed as he is. Grid asks who decided that. Doran explains that Yatan's followers are fanatics who perform human sacrifices. Now that Grid attacked them, they'll never let him leave. He says this is his fate now, so complaining won't help. He should accept it with honor, and Doran will clear the way for him to save the Count's daughter. The Yatan followers call them heretics for daring to wound a child of Yatan and order everyone to kill them. Grid sees there are far too many and tells Doran they need to run. As those crazy fanatics charge in, he grows more and more terrified. Even with all his gear, the penalties reduce his stats to roughly those of a level 34 player. One hit could kill him. He starts thinking he's going to die right after respawning, and the thought makes him miserable. Then one of the Yatan cultists suddenly drops dead beside him. Meanwhile, the rest keep charging Doran. But he cuts them down, one after another with ease. The boy is stunned. Doran moves unbelievably fast, even in such a tight space. Maybe, if he's lucky, he won't die after all. More cultists appear behind Doran, and Grid decides maybe he really is dead. Doran asks if fighting like this will get them anywhere. Grid honestly says he has no idea. Doran says he understands what Grid is doing, waiting to wipe them all out at once. instead of wasting time on weaklings. Then he throws the boy down from the altar and jumps after him. Grid immediately thinks they're finished, but Doran uses levitation, stopping the boy from crashing into the ground. Doran says it's just a spell that prevents fall damage. Grid thinks it's insane that someone this strong calls magic like that simple and starts realizing he may have trouble trusting people. Even so, he admits he's only alive because of Doran and thanks him. Doran says that means it's time for Grid to use the strength he's been hiding. He says the mission to save the Count's daughter starts now. They've reached the bottom, and enemies are waiting ahead. The cultists begin casting, calling on the souls of the underworld to carry out their will. Grid asks if they're chanting some kind of spell. Doran realizes it's black magic and says they can't let them finish. He starts throwing kunai, asking if they really thought he'd let them complete the spell. One cultist notices Doran is targeting the casters and orders the children of Yatan to buy time. They must kill the heretics at any cost, so they rush forward. Grid is amazed that Doran is handling them alone, especially inside a level 150 temple. Doran really is incredible. If this keeps up, Grid might clear an S-rank quest thanks to an NPC, so all he can do is cheer from the back, calling Doran his hero and telling him to crush them. But one dark mage completes the spell and fires it at Doran. The black mask traps him. Grid instantly takes back everything he said and jokes that he always wanted to serve Yatan anyway. The cultist says that's what happens to heretics who stick their noses where they don't belong. He starts thinking he's about to control Doran, but Doran declares that he is Doran, the shadow of Sten, the shadow that protects the family and will fulfill its duty to the very end. With that, he breaks free from the black magic. Grid is shocked and realizes that Doran is a named NPC. The cultists begin another spell, but Doran draws daggers now charged with lightning. He says anyone who threatens the Sten family doesn't deserve a second chance. Then he hurls his kunai at them, but a shield appears. Everyone is caught off guard, and then a woman appears, saying this is their lucky day. She warns that they won't get past her because protecting the ritual is her S-rank mission. She says she never expected her opponent here to be a named NPC like Doran, and admits she hasn't felt this excited in a long time. Then she asks if they'll give her the honor of fighting them. She introduces herself as Yura, the Blood Witch, the #1 black mage, and 5th in the unified rankings, a famous South Korean player known worldwide for both her beauty and skill. Yura says she's incredibly lucky. She never expected this mission to bring her face to face with Doran. Now this sounds fun. She's known as a master among dark mages and has pushed her class beyond its normal limits through incredible combos and control. Grid can only wonder why the hell she's here. She attacks immediately, forcing both of them to dodge. Then she asks if he's the one who accepted the East rank mission. Grid is shocked. Yura says this place is perfect for testing her new skill because there are no cameras around, and tells him it's all thanks to him. She notices he's wearing Mangal armor and using Momon's longsword, then asks if this won't be a difficult fight for a level 80 player. Grid is stunned that she guessed his level wrong, but rankers really are on another level. Still, this won't be easy for her. He tells her not to get cocky because that guy over there is a named NPC. She replies that actually, he and Doran are doing her a favor. She needed an opponent to celebrate reaching level 230. Doran tells Grid not to just stand there. There's no time to hesitate. Even a small speed advantage can decide a fight. While trading blows, Yura thinks that really does sound like something a named NPC would say, but she still can't keep up with his speed, so she uses black magic to bind his leg. Doran says there's no way a pathetic skill like that can hold him. Then he makes the daggers embedded in the ground rise toward her, telling her to return the favor. She dodges them and says it's impressive, especially considering how much stamina he's already used. Doran thinks she's powerful enough to deal with monsters like her. Then he notices a spell forming above him and realizes her real attack is coming from the other side. Yura says he should go ahead and thank her, because she's about to make that powerful body of his lighter by draining all his blood. Then his blood starts pouring out. Grid feels useless just standing there. If Doran dies, he's finished too. Yura says this is an advanced skill that consumes 30% of her mana, and now it's over. But then Doran begins activating something in his hand. He asks if she's being too arrogant, showing off against a power that has protected his family for 100 years. Yura is stunned. How did he force out a level 220 focus skill? Grid asks what just happened, and Doran explains that it's all because of his ring. Its effects are unusual, but even if the protection isn't perfect, it can block her curses and speed up his recovery. Grid immediately fixates on the ring, and Doran asks if he's always this blunt. Even so, he says Yura isn't unbeatable. They need to move now. It's time to strike back. Then he sets his daggers in motion again, launching them at her, but Yura knocks them all away. Even so, she admits he's tougher than expected, and if she has to use her last resort, so be it. She's determined to beat them. What she doesn't understand is Grid. Why bring a low-level warrior into such a dangerous high-level area? Then Grid notices that the mages have respawned and warns Doran that they're back. That makes Yura angry. She didn't want NPC help finishing this mission, but this is her chance, so she calls upon the gods of darkness and tells Doran it's over. This is her ultimate spell, powered by every bit of mana she has left. She unleashes Black Storm on both of them. Doran panics, thinking this is the end, but Grid steps in front and takes the attack himself. Yura thinks using the spell that quickly may have been overkill, but at least they should be dead. Time to leave. But then Grid walks out of the attack completely unharmed. Yura can't believe he's still alive after taking her ultimate spell. How can someone this powerful be completely unknown? Who is this guy? Grid knows he definitely got hit, but somehow he's still at 1 GP. Then he realizes why. He still had tenacity of the legends. When his HP gets low, he becomes invincible for 5 seconds. That's why he's still alive. Yura is completely confused. She thought he was only level 80. On top of that, he's smiling. In his mind, he looks cool and determined. In reality, he just looks greedy. She keeps wondering how someone this strong could be unknown and who he really is. Then Grid gets smacked on the back by Doran, who reminds him that the fastest one wins. Yura asks if he really thinks that was the finishing blow, telling him not to underestimate her as she casts Crystal Shield. Doran admits he didn't expect her to still be capable of casting. She's almost out of mana, so she decides to finish him before it's too late. But when she looks over, Grid is already gone. She can't believe he left without attacking after showing that kind of power. What is going on inside that player's head? Meanwhile, Grid is furious in the real world. He died and lost 2 levels, dropping to -3. Since this is his second death in 24 hours, he can't log in again for the next 12 hours. Then he remembers how Doran used him as a stepping stone, dealt 1 point of damage, and got him killed. He realizes Doran's friendly fire finished him off and starts cursing him out. Back in the game, Yura is left wondering if he abandoned the mission for her sake. She can't believe he'd be that kind and swears she'll find him and never forgive him. The next day, an unknown player shakes the satisfied community after the battle with Yura at Yatan Temple. Meanwhile, Grid keeps trashing Doran for forcing the mission on him and then getting him killed, calling him a useless NPC. He blames everything on Yura. If not for her, he would have gotten his happy ending. After calming down, he admits that this game is all about survival of the strongest. He needs to think clearly. Instead, he goes straight to the player forums and starts attacking Yura in every way possible. He even admits he's being a sore loser while telling her to go die and calling her an evil witch. Then his sister walks in and asks if he's finally lost his mind. That girl is Shin, his 17-year-old little sister. She asks if he could at least clean his room once in a while because it smells terrible. She says his hair is greasy and asks when he last showered. As she starts cleaning, he tells her to stop and asks if she woke up just to annoy him. She ignores him and asks whether there's really money to be made from that game. He says it's huge, with 2 million real players, so anyone who takes it seriously can do very well. Meanwhile, she notices everything he wrote about Yura. He quickly says it isn't his fault and that he has nothing to do with that kind of thing. Shin says she can't believe he'd behave like this and tells him she's disappointed. He tries to explain, but starts thinking that Yura is ruining his real life now too. A little later, he's home alone. His parents are at work and he is still at school, so he can finally watch the Satisfied channel in peace. There, an international news reporter says he's live at the scene of a breaking story. Krieg comments that every channel has a gaming show now. Satisfy really is massive, and if he became famous, he could make a fortune too. The reporter says he's outside Yatan Temple in the northern region of the Eternal Kingdom, and that the temple collapsed last night, as everyone can clearly see. The big question is what caused so much destruction. Grid is shocked because that's where he was. Then the reporter says their investigation has led to one name, the person responsible, Yura, the Dark Mage, ranked 5th in the unified rankings. Judging from the ruined temple, a fierce battle took place there. Next, they play testimony from an eyewitness. The witness says he had to flee the temple while a monster chased him. Then he heard a massive crash and saw Yura use a powerful spell against a Ryung. He nearly gets sidetracked talking about how beautiful Yura is in real life, and the reporter has to pull him back on topic. The witness continues, saying something shocking happened. Even Yura looked stunned after using her ultimate spell, because even after taking the hit, the Ryung didn't have a single scratch on him. The reporter asks if that means the man was a top-ranked player and wonders how the witness failed to recognize someone that famous. The man says a rock hit him in the head, and while he was dazed, Yura died. So the reporter says he understands, but now the whole world wants to know who this mystery player is. Grid starts realizing that he's becoming famous, and the moment he senses even a little fame, the crazy side of Grid starts thinking about all the money he could make. You only live once, he thinks, and there's no way he's letting this chance slip away. So he calls the contact center and says he wants to share information with international news because he's the player from the Yatan Temple story. They ask for his nickname, and he says it's Grid. Then they ask his level, and he says -3. The call is immediately disconnected. Grid thinks none of this would have happened if not for Yura. Later, the news says they'll air one final recording from the temple and hopes viewers can help identify the mystery player. While watching, Grid realizes that Doran managed to save Irene. He says Doran doesn't look very good though. Well, of course not. He fought Yura all by himself. Then Grid realizes that Doran died in the end. That hits him harder than expected. For an NPC, Doran was a genuinely good person. Grid also remembers that Doran had a pretty incredible magic ring. After that, he decides to take a nap. The news moves on to another hot Satisfy topic, an interview with a rising player who introduces himself as Cades, a level 203 warrior. Grid recognizes him immediately as that famous arrogant brat. He heard Cades is heir to a massive company, and pretty reckless. The host says Cades reached rank 53 in the unified rankings in no time, and everyone wants to know his secret. After all, he gained 30 levels in only 3 months. Grid is shocked because it took him years to reach level 70. Before answering, Cades asks if this is a Korean program. When the host says yes and confirms that Yura is Korea's top player, he sends her a message. Her era is over. He says he'll crush her pride and become the next #1. Grid calls him insane. The guy is rank 53 and thinks he can challenge #5. Even Grid knows Yura is a monster. Then Cades says everyone wants to know his leveling secret and claims the answer is his sword. Grid admits it looks impressive, but still wonders how one sword could explain all that success. Cades tells them to watch and decide for themselves whether they believe him or not. Then he surrounds the sword with a wild aura And Grid immediately wonders what kind of sword it is. It looks terrifying. He says it's his passive skill. Any weapon he holds can drain some of his life and convert it into attack power. The more he attacks, the more it drains, allowing him to grind faster. Then he brings the sword close to the host. She says she's never heard of a skill like that, and he proudly says that makes sense because he only got it 3 months ago. His class is called Blood Warrior. Grid realizes it's another secret class. No wonder he leveled up so quickly with just that one skill. That makes him want to test his own class, Pagma's Descendant. So he logs back into the game and arrives at Bara Village. Then he remembers that this is where he completed Asher's quest. Since the Yatan religion hates him and the Dukes, there's no way he could respawn at the temple. A moment later, he hears people looking for a monk above level 130 to go to the Mubayyad ruins. Other groups are recruiting high-level fighters too. Grid quickly understands why everything outside the village is above level 100. At level -3, he can't even leave. He's completely trapped. So he decides he needs to reach a village suited to his level. Then he remembers that he can just take a carriage. He goes to Koshiro and asks for the nearest safe village. Koshiro says Easton would be perfect for a beginner and that the ride costs 10 gold. Grid checks his money and discovers that he only has 3 gold and 11 silver. He apologizes, and Koshiro tells him to get lost. Then a boy speaks up, but Koshiro cuts him off and asks if he's there to gather herbs. His mother is sick, and the boy says yes. Even so, Koshiro still tells him to leave. Grid can only blame cruel capitalism. Now he starts thinking he may die trapped here. Asher ruined him, and he wonders why he had to change classes and fall to level -3. But then the meaning of that class change hits him. He's Pagma's descendant. He can earn money and level up by crafting items, so there's still hope. He decides to check his stats and skills, thinking he may be sitting on something amazing. Then he sees Blacksmith's Craftsmanship, which raises all item stats by 10, and every item he makes increases his reputation and status. He's already mastered basic blacksmith crafting and even has level 1 legendary Blacksmith's Craftsmanship. On top of that, he knows the top blacksmith in the game has only reached intermediate rank. So this is huge. Creation is the best part. He can design his own production method and he gets 3 chances to use it, so he decides to try. If an epic class was that strong, a legendary one should be even crazier. At that point, he starts wondering why he should even keep studying. The system tells him he's using legendary Blacksmith's Craftsmanship and asks what item he wants to make. He chooses a longsword because it would help with combat and grinding. Then the system asks what materials he wants to use, and he chooses blue or calcum because he wants something powerful. That reminds him of the man talking in the square earlier. Next, the system tells him to enter the weapon's traits after creating the design, and a drawing screen appears. Grid is shocked that he has to draw it himself, but then he shrugs and starts dreaming big. He wants it huge and powerful like a shark, heavy but light, dark but shiny, with more than 8,000 attack power, meteors falling with every strike, defense ignore, and instant death. Good thing Grid doesn't take his meds, because only a maniac could dream up something this wild. Completely excited, he keeps drawing a sword that looks like some bizarre mix of Shark Hot Wheels and a car wash sign. Looking at the thing, he thinks it's incredible, like some shark anchovy mutant. Then the system says calibration will begin, with changes based on the materials and design. Grid is shocked that the weapon can automatically fix itself. As it adjusts, he admits he may have gone a little too far and wonders what all the numbers and terms even mean. When the auto-calibration ends, he suddenly understands everything. It's his first time designing an item, so maybe this is a class effect. It almost feels like he's become a real blacksmith. And the sword actually turns out great. 1,090 durability, 1,820 attack power, 800 defense, and 50 agility. Grid says the ridiculous stats were toned down a little, but it still kept all those extra effects. That shocks him because every single one is broken. Now he only needs gold and blue orichalcum from the Forest Guardian quest party. But then he remembers they're only recruiting players around level 200. So he gives up on the material for now and checks the weapon requirements. They're absurd. Level 300 or higher, more than 5,000 strength, advanced sword mastery level 8 or higher, and 550 weight. Even the top player in the unified rankings has only just reached level 250. And there's no way Grid can reach 5,000 strength, even if he puts every stat point into it. The best blacksmith has only reached intermediate skill, yet this sword also requires advanced sword mastery level 8. He realizes he wasted an incredibly valuable skill creating one huge, overpowered mess shaped like a shark. Still, it isn't completely useless. He has no item equip limit. That's why he's been able to use his gear until now. Even with the heavy penalty, the long sword is still broken. He just needs some way to forge. So he decides to move quickly. He has to join the Forest Guardian party, no matter what, and get carried. Because going alone at level -3 would be like digging his own grave. He approaches a man who looks shocked that Grid wants to join and tells him to get lost. Grid asks why, and the man says the party is only for players over level 190. Based on his gear, Grid looks around level 60. Grid lies and says he's level 100, just wearing weaker equipment, then adds that skill matters more anyway. That only makes the man angry. He asks if Grid is saying he depends entirely on equipment, while another demands to know how some nobody dares look down on their group. They point out that he has no accessories, clearly wants to be carried, and is probably lying about being level 100. Then they ask if he isn't ashamed of being so shameless. Right then, Regis steps in and tells them to stop. He says his guild will handle the boss fight, so why not let Grid take on something else? That's when Grid realizes it's Regis from the Tazaka Guild. The others say it's their first time seeing him in person. He's ranked #1 among martial artists and is known as the Holy Fist. His class has harsh equipment requirements, making leveling difficult, but he's still already above level 180. Grid instantly gets jealous that this handsome guy is also a ranker. As always, the world feels unfair. The recruiter still complains, saying Regis is too kind and shouldn't trust suspicious players. But Regis says more people would mean more loot. Grid quickly agrees and tells them to leave it to him. Even if he doesn't like Regis's face, he has to admit the guy seems pretty decent. The recruiter says that's fair, but the other members may not agree. Grid starts wishing he'd just trust a ranker's opinion already and asks Regis to support him, so they suggest a one-on-one test. If Grid can prove himself, there won't be a problem. That's when Grid realizes everything has gone very, very wrong. Now he's panicking, and Regis asks if he's ready. The recruiter says everyone agreed. He asks if the kid's name is Grid and announces that the test is about to begin. Instead, Grid takes off running. He calls them annoying, says he needs leg day, and bolts. Regis is left wondering why he ran away, since it would have been nice to have him with them. Meanwhile, Grid admits he knew it wouldn't work. For now, he'll just try to earn enough money for the carriage. Then the system tells him to name the item, and he gets annoyed at what he created. Still, thanks to it, he now understands how creation works. Since the creation skill has limited uses, he decides to save custom items for when he truly needs them. For now, he'll treat this as practice while earning money for the carriage fee. So he names the sword failure and says this is only the beginning. Then he heads to a forge. The blacksmith there tells him to leave before Grid can even speak and keeps repeating himself. He's offended that Grid wants to learn a production method and asks if the kid is looking down on blacksmithing. Still hammering, he grumbles that some brat who doesn't even know the basics came to steal his secrets. Grid says he already knows it's nothing special and only wants a little help. That only makes the man push back harder. He says Grid isn't the first person to look down on the profession and that he wants to tell him something. People who belittle others and their work are all the same. They've never created anything with their own hands. He tells Grid to stop bothering him and get lost. So Grid leaves, saying this was his only chance to earn money for the carriage. He starts wondering if he's going to die trapped in that village. But then the blacksmith comes outside and says he can't just let him die. He tells Grid to stop banging his head against the wall and chop some firewood instead. That starts a quest. Cut 500 logs for 10 EXP and 20 bronze. Grid is surprised. It's been a while since he received a normal quest like this, and he thinks he can handle it. But he's heard that players can still fail at chopping wood in this game, so he checks the axe first. It's an old axe with 6 durability and 47 attack power. His understanding of it instantly reaches 100, and he learns how it's made. That shocks him, and he wonders if it's because of his passive skill. Still, knowing how something works and actually doing it are two completely different things. Then he looks at the log and sees a marker showing the exact spot to strike. He swings at it and cuts the log in one hit. Grid can't help saying that knowledge is seriously incredible. He thinks that if he can understand legendary items this easily, he might get rich fast and finish this woodcutting quest just as quickly. But 2 hours later, he's lying flat on the ground. He curses his level -3 stamina because he's only cut around 150 pieces. Even so, he forces himself to continue with the little strength he has left. If he wants to leave the village, giving up isn't an option. So he gets serious and tries again. The system rewards his effort by granting him persistence. Grid stares at it in confusion. Persistence makes him tire less easily, increases how much weight he can carry, and lets the feeling of satisfaction last longer. On top of that, every 10 points in persistence raises his indomitable stat by 1. Grid realizes this is a legendary limit break skill. That explains why he suddenly doesn't feel tired anymore. He can feel power flowing through his body. He tells himself to hold on a little longer and pushes through until the quest is complete. In the end, he finishes it, all 500 pieces of wood. The blacksmith is shocked that he completed what he calls 1,000 logs in only 6 hours, and Grid brushes it off as if it were easy. Then he adds that, appearances aside, he's a blacksmith too. The old man treats it like a joke and asks how a kid like him could possibly be a blacksmith. Even so, he gives Grid another job, mine iron. He says he'll believe him if he can do that. Grid sees that he only needs 55 EXP to reach level 0, so he confidently tells him to leave it to him. Then he heads to the mine. Once he arrives, he's stunned. A trip that should have taken 30 minutes took him 3 hours. Even walking drains his stamina. The slow movement makes sense though. He's wearing level 70 equipment while stuck at a negative level. He'd love to take it off, but he can't. At the mine, he tells a worker that Smith sent him to collect iron. The miner repeats that to his friend, then gets distracted by Grid's strange armor. They wonder if the kid is only going to slow them down, since they're already busy trying to meet their own quotas. So they tell him not to bother them and to go over there and pretend to work. One of them adds that he doesn't have time to teach him and says he'll complain to Smith later. Then they suddenly hear a huge crash from Grid. When they turn around, they see that he mined iron with ease. The men are stunned. They ask how he extracted that much iron at once, especially while wearing armor. Grid feels like his body is about to collapse, but his mind is still sharp. At that moment, he admits that the blacksmith was right. With this persistence, he really can do it. The miners are impressed now, saying they can't help but admire him and feel bad for looking down on him. To them, Grid is on another level. They even think he'd make an excellent miner. Before long, Grid has nearly cleared out the entire cave. He collects 170 chunks of iron ore. Then he lets out a huge shout. He says his weapon is persistence, and at last, Grid reaches level 1. The system announces that he is now level 1. The stats that had been reduced to the minimum by his negative level penalty return to normal, and Pagma's descendants' base stats are applied. Grid is shocked to feel normal again. He adds it all up, 22 stat points at level 1 plus 165 base class stats. With the points he put into persistence and indomitable, that gives him 182 total. Then he notices he has 40 stat points. He should only gain 10 per level, so why does he have 40? He remembers the 4-level jump from level -3 to level 1 and stares in surprise. At the same time, Smith says he's ashamed for treating someone so talented like a child and admits he's jealous. His relationship with Smith increases by 60, his reputation in Byron Village rises by 200, and Grid is horrified by all the numbers appearing. Smith grabs him and says they're both blacksmiths now, but Grid tells the old man to back off. He explains that someone told him about an item in high demand and he needs good money to pay for the carriage. Smith says he already has the perfect item for him. It's called the Jaffa arrow, a very special type of arrow. Grid doubts it immediately, saying cheap consumables like arrows usually aren't worth much. But Smith explains that this one is different because it's made by combining Jaffa and steel. Because of that, it ignores part of the enemy's defense, making it valuable to archers during the Force Guardian quest. Grid instantly sees the profit potential and asks if he can analyze it. He checks the arrow. It sells for 6 silver. His understanding reaches 89, allowing him to use it skillfully. He's surprised that it stops at 89 and thinks he might gain the remaining 11 points by using item disassembly. Suddenly acting friendly, Smith asks if he wants to learn the production method, and Grid wonders if he's always this quick to switch sides. Smith begins teaching. First, place the correct ratio of ore into the furnace. Then remove the limestone and impurities from the iron. Once the iron hardens, it becomes pig iron, but that still isn't suitable for weapons. It must be converted into steel with less carbon than the original iron. After demonstrating the process, Smith tells him to try, though getting the ore ratio exactly right is the difficult part. Grid says he's ready to do it. He notes that he carefully watched Smith's method. Even though the game is realistic, learning job-related knowledge is surprisingly easy. On top of that, his class correction effect guides the direction and force of the bellows. Thanks to that, he gets the furnace running in only 5 minutes. The system says Pagma's descendant is sensitive to temperature changes, allowing him to measure the furnace heat precisely. It reaches 700 degrees, then climbs to 730. Grid thinks it's amazing that he can read the exact temperature. At this rate, he knows he can do. He completes the task and earns 80 EXP. He's happy about that until Smith suddenly appears behind him. Grid snaps at him for sneaking up like that, and Smith says it's unbelievable. Even with no smelting experience, he succeeded. Smith says this goes beyond talent. It's almost as if Pagma has returned to life. Grid thinks the old man came close, but not quite. He's not Pagma reborn, he's Pagma's descendant. Then he reaches level 2, and Smith moves on to the next step, making arrowheads by mixing Jaffa and iron at a 1:12 ratio. After that, the arrowhead must harden in the mold for 40 minutes. Then it needs to be polished, hammered into perfect symmetry, and sharpened at the tip. The process ends by attaching the head to the shaft. Smith adds that the shaft and feathers must preserve the arrow's center of gravity to maximize penetration. Then he asks if Grid thinks he can do it. The system immediately says he learned how to make Jaffa arrows, and Grid confidently says he can. His understanding reaches 100. Smith gives him the materials and tells him to begin. Privately, Smith realizes that Grid is no ordinary kid. The way he handles molten metal already shows great skill. He starts saying that he still hasn't taught him how to make the arrow shafts and that he'll prepare some while the arrowheads cool, but Grid cuts him off and says it's fine, he'll make the shafts himself. His understanding is already at 100, so he can see the complete production method. Just by watching, he learned that much. He says the information is still a little incomplete, but one day it'll be complete, and for now, he can handle this alone. So he starts sanding and straightening bent shafts, cutting them to the proper length, and attaching the feathers. With his current dexterity and class correction effect, it's much easier. Watching all this, Smith can only think it's incredible that Grid learned everything through observation alone. Then Smith sees Grady dipping an arrowhead into water and panics, asking what he's doing. Even if it becomes stronger, he warns that it could also break. Grady tells him to relax, because he's going to heat it again afterward. Smith is shocked that he even knows how to temper metal, but says it's excessive for a consumable item. Using that method means he'll produce fewer arrows. Grady thinks better-made arrows will sell for more anyway. He also believes that if someone like him wants to improve, then he has to work harder than everyone else. So he keeps forging the arrow. Once it's almost finished, Smith says the only remaining step is attaching the arrowhead to the shaft, then praises Grady's skill. Grady can only laugh at the irony. In real life, he works constantly. Yet, somehow, working inside a game is actually enjoyable. With the quest nearly complete, he starts to relax. But then the system says legendary blacksmith's breath has activated, and the arrow begins. To change, he stares at it in confusion. The skill description explains that when he's fully focused on crafting, the will of Pagma's descendant completes the item. All item stats increase by 5, and there's a small chance of adding a special effect. A special Jaffa arrow is created and it comes out epic. Grady is stunned. The quest clears immediately. Because he made an epic item, all his stats permanently increase by 4. His reputation across the continent rises by 80. He gains 300 experience and reaches level 3. He can hardly believe it. Not only did he level up, but the arrow is epic. Smith is amazed. Even as a beginner, Grady created a perfect arrow. Smith asks if he's just as amazed by it, but Grid is actually crying and saying he should have made an epic sword instead. He checks the stats and realizes that most arrows don't even reach 40 damage. This one also ignores enemy defense. That makes it incredibly powerful, possibly even stronger than a level 20 sword. Later, Smith sadly asks if he really has to leave so soon, but Grid tells him not to look so upset. They'll meet again. Smith says he earned this fairly and tells him to keep it. Grid receives 100 Jaffa arrows and 3 Jaffa bars. Since his affinity with Smith is so high, he's shocked by the generosity and thanks him for everything. Smith says he'd love for Grid to stay with him, but Grid tells him not to make that face or blush like that. He admits it's a great gift, but all that weight makes him move very slowly. Then he shrugs it off and decides he'll just sell everything. He proudly tells players everywhere to prepare for amazing items made by the great Grid. Elsewhere, at the Forest Guardian raid, one party is being crushed by the monsters there. Then an archer starts rescuing them, calling them idiots and reminding them that she warned them to be careful. That archer is Jashuka, master of the Sudaka Guild. She asks if they still want to live and tells them to wake up and fight. Regus charges in, swinging hard as Tobin advances with his shield, while Vantner joins with his axes. Afterward, Jashuka looks over the fallen players and says most of them were useless. She can't believe they died to weak mobs after the group had already defeated the boss. Even so, she says the losses were too severe. The raid was difficult, but they cleared it. Then they start discussing how to divide the loot. Jashuka lists it: 30 iron ores, 8 orichalcum ores, and 1 blue orichalcum ore. Brigus points out that the amethyst shield still didn't drop. Banter says that at least they obtained the blue orichalcum ore, even if it took a full day of fighting. Jashuka asks Tobin how many people died. He says 75 in total, including his guild members. The golems multiplied and caused major damage while the main team fought the boss. Jashuka says ranked quests are simply too difficult without proper countermeasures. After that, they head to Bering Village. She says the 4th raid didn't produce good results either. The Forest Guardian raid is losing value, and if this continues, future raid groups will fall behind in levels. The story then explains the Zadaka Guild. Even though it only has high-level players, it isn't very famous because it has so few members. The 17 guild members first met in an older game called LTSS, long before Satisfy. Because they're a small group, they often raid with regular players, but that only works up to a point. Tobin says they need the Amethyst Shield for a chain quest, so they'll pause raiding for now and focus on strengthening the guild overall. Rekas says he doesn't care as long as he gets to fight, but Vantner warns them not to rush. Jashuka agrees. From now on, the Zadaka Guild will suspend raid activity and focus on leveling and improving equipment. Her goal is for everyone to gain 15 levels in 3 months. And she adds, almost cheerfully, that anyone who fails will be killed. She singles out Ragus and raises his minimum target to 20 levels. Vantner immediately starts teasing him, saying that's too bad and asking if he even knows what she's like. Later that afternoon, Jashuka visits another shop and asks the owner to show her his Jaffa arrows. She thinks the guild situation really is bad. Early on, they received plenty of attention, but now even beginners don't talk about them, and she needs better arrows. Then she sees someone selling arrows for 18 silver, triple the normal price, and stops. They're purple arrows, epic arrows. She checks the stats and wonders what she's looking at. She had asked nearly every blacksmith for special arrows before, but none of them had even heard of epic arrows. Now she realizes these things are absurdly powerful. They could determine the outcome of high-level battles, so she has to buy them immediately. But first, she wants to know who made them. As far as she knows, only the top blacksmiths, Pamir or Stang, should be capable of this. If it wasn't either of them, then someone has already surpassed them. Meanwhile, Regis wonders how he's supposed to gain 20 levels in 3 months, and Vantner tells him to think carefully because Jashuka was probably serious when she said she'd kill him. Vantner jokes that all he can do now is plan Regis's final meal, which only annoys Regis more. Then they receive a guild message. It says they need to find someone, a blacksmith. Regis says Jaka sent this out of nowhere and asks what their guild master is thinking. Vantra notices that he actually read the message because his mood changed so quickly. The message says the blacksmith might help them clear the Forest Guardian raid. Vantra says that if their guild master wants him this badly, they need to find him quickly. The message also says they're an elite group that has remained in the top 3 of their class rankings since the second half of last year, so there's no way this blacksmith would reject an offer from their guild. Even if they aren't as famous or influential as the biggest guilds, no one can deny Zadaka's strength and authority. That's simply how Zadaka operates. Chuka adds that if this smith truly is better than Panmir or Stang, then the items he creates must be far superior to what's currently on the market. Soon, every guild on the continent will be searching for him, so they have to find him before anyone else, no matter what. Elsewhere in a mining area, people begin discussing the rumor. All the major guilds are searching for a famous blacksmith, apparently because he crafted something incredible. Fans across gaming sites are discussing it too, and Panmin hears the news about the epic Jaffa arrows. He reads the item description, which says the arrow was made by a craftsman with exceptional skill and enormous potential but little experience or reputation. Pan Min thinks that even his own items were never described that way. He says that even though he's only done it twice, he was the first person to create a unique item, and he has always been proud of working harder than everyone else. Now he wants to know who this bastard is. Meanwhile, that very bastard is at his real-life job, eating kimbap and wondering what time work even starts. While waiting in line, he gets elbowed as someone rushes in to apply for a job. He grumbles that the guy could at least show some pity for younger unemployed people. Then a man calls out that they need 3 laborers. The kid keeps getting shoved around while trying to volunteer. He needs money too and begs them to let him work, but someone says there's no time for a petty argument. Then the man offers one opening for wire spinning, saying it pays 11,001,001. Grady thinks that's the worst job available. He tried it last year and spent more on medicine than he earned. So he decides he won't take, but then the man grabs the boy's arm and Grady ends up stuck with the job anyway. The next day, he heads to work looking half dead. His mother says it's barely morning, but he says he's already late. Then his father asks to speak with him, and he gets impatient, wondering what his dad wants now. After paying off his loans, he'll only have 9,221 left. His father tells him to take the day off and says he'll cover his wages. But the boy notices there's only 70,001 when he normally earns 90,000 per day. His sister tells him to be grateful that he got anything at all, then gives him something and says she already prepared his bath, so he should rest for a while. He says that if this isn't important, he should already be at work. Then he asks what's going on. Did they just want to have breakfast with him? Then he realizes how kind his family is and jokes around, asking his dad if he can pay off his loans too. That earns him a bowl of rice to the face. After that, he returns to the game, thinking some rest and gaming should help. But his empty bank account and all those loans ruin the mood. He starts wondering how much money the arrows earned, but first, he needs to hurry. Back to the village. When he opens it, he nearly jumps. People are offering 72 silver for his arrows. At 72 silver each, with 99 sold, he made 71 gold and 28 silver. Since 100 gold equals 12,001, and 8,001 takes him 6 hours to earn, he doesn't need that job anymore. He heads straight to the bank to withdraw his gold, but the banker says he only has 60 gold and 59 silver left because epic items are charged a 15% tax. Grid starts complaining that taxes are basically theft, but if making money is this easy here, maybe he doesn't need to leave after all. Then he remembers Smith and decides staying is far too risky. Yeah, he still needs to leave. On the wagon, he complains that 8 gold and 90 silver is far too expensive. Koshiro tells him to appreciate the discount and asks if he thinks driving a carriage is easy. Grid asks why Winston Village isn't considered a city yet. Koshiro says the population has grown so much that it'll probably become a city soon. He also heard that Count Stance's son is the Lord of the town, and Grid feels like he's heard that name somewhere before. Soon they realize they're almost there, and he says he's finally reached the next village. Once he arrives, he sees that it's 4 times larger than Byron Village, and the center is much busier too. He wants to start off properly. So first he decides to clear out his inventory, because walking through the streets with all that stuff is a pain. He considers putting what he doesn't need into storage, but then pauses. He still hasn't analyzed Maimon's item or Mingle's. Now he wonders if understanding them better will reduce the penalties. Maimon's longsword reaches 33% understanding, while Mingle's metal armor reaches 65%. Unlike the axe, neither one jumps directly to 100%. Then the system says that greater understanding reduces penalties. The longsword's attack penalty falls from 30% to 20%, while the armor's defense penalty drops from 20% to 8%. Now he finally understands the value of this. His gear durability is fairly low, and repairing it could increase his understanding further, but right now he needs to save money. So he decides to store the items since he needs energy to make new equipment. Then he buys a storage slot, and the clerk says each storage container costs 30 silver. Grid asks for a discount, but of course that gets him nowhere. For now, he stores only the sword and armor, and keeps Jaffa's special arrow with him in case of an emergency. Without the armor, he feels incredibly light, and now it's time to find a forge. Looking around, he notices that the area is full of beginners, while the stronger players are somewhere else. The levels here don't seem too uneven, so he heads off to find a forge. When he spots one, it's quite large, and he figures the blacksmith there must be at least intermediate level. That means the man should treat him fairly well. So he barges in, shouting for the blacksmith, but the place seems empty. Then a man asks who's there. He wants to know what this is about. Grid says he wants to learn how to make the most profitable item in the village, and asks for some help. The man says he can't help. Miro Company has been buying up nearby forges and selling items cheaply, so he can't sell anything around here anymore. He adds that this forge has effectively been closed for a long time. Grady clicks his tongue and asks if there's another nearby forge he can recommend. But right then someone arrives, calling out to the old man and asking whether he's made up his mind. They tell him to hand over the place while they're still being polite. Grady feels bad. At first, he thought the man was simply lazy, but the truth is that he literally can't sell anything. One of the men orders him to sign the sale contract already and stop testing his patience. That's when Grady realizes they want both the forge and the land, meaning this Miro group must be a major company. He decides to leave before they turn their attention to him, but one of them stops him and asks where he thinks he's going after seeing the contract. Then he asks Grady if he's a spy from Scania Company. Grady assumes Miro hired hostile NPCs to handle the dirty work, and hostile NPCs can kill players too. Judging by their equipment, those thugs are around level 35. Better a living coward than a dead hero. So Grady quickly says that isn't true. This is his first time in Winston, and he knows nothing about the place. The NPC says his clothes support that story and tells him to get lost. Then the old man starts cursing them, saying they're destroying a family business that survived for 7 generations. One thug asks if he has any idea how much trouble he's caused, then says it would be nice if he handed over half the payment to make up for their inconvenience. Grady realizes that amount is almost enough for him to open his own shop. Then another NPC says the old man's son died of illness, so he has no future anyway, and asks if this forge is going to become his grave too. The old man snaps at him and tells him not to speak about his son that way. Grady gets angry. He tells himself to calm down since he can't beat them and tries to leave, thinking this isn't his problem. But then he starts wondering whether the old man will really be okay. Just then he receives a B-ranked quest, Blacksmith's Fury, and he can't believe the timing. The quest tells him to destroy the contract between Khan and Miro Company. The rewards are a major increase in Khan's affinity, maximum friendship with Khan, and simply accepting it grants the skill Blacksmith's Fury. He notices there's a reward just for accepting, then because it's a class-related skill, he knows he has to accept. Even so, he wonders what his chances are. Then he remembers that he has legendary Blacksmith's Patience, plus another skill that makes him invincible for 5 seconds when his HP falls too low. On top of that, his stats are roughly equal to those of a level 20 player. The biggest problem is that he left his armor and sword in storage, so he has nothing to fight with. Then he remembers that he has an epic weapon and summons Jaffa's arrow. Even if its attack power is low, the armor-piercing effect should be enough. Then he asks the evil NPC if his mother never taught him to respect his elders. Khan asks why he's getting involved. The thug asks why he still hasn't left, and Grady fires back that even idiots have limits. The man asks if he's gone insane after being spared, then mocks the tiny arrow and tells him to shut up and leave. Grady says it may look like just an arrow, but he has another weapon too. Then Blacksmith's Fury activates, and the NPC immediately attacks, but Grady slips out of the way. He's shocked by how fast warriors are, then realizes he needs some kind of advantage. So he moves to the stairs, where the narrow space will help. He taunts them, asking who wants to get cut up. They all start coming up, but the kid quickly uses Blacksmith's Fury again, driving the arrow into one of them and landing a critical hit. They're stunned, because it's only an arrow. Grady asks if it still looks like just an arrow and invites them to try it for themselves. With Blacksmith's Fury, his power and speed surge for 20 seconds, and the countdown starts ticking down. He realizes he's already landed 2 hits thanks to the increased attack speed, and both times the armor ignore effect activated. That kills the Winston Bandit. His reputation in the village increases by 60. His relationship with the Winston Bandits becomes hostile, and he gains 4,300 EXP, leveling up 5 times. He reaches level 8 and is stunned. Because at level 3, killing a level 35 NPC gave him 5 whole levels. Now his stat points have increased to 110. He figures those jerks hit hard but have weak defense. To kill the rest, he needs to put every point into agility and strength right now, so he spends them all. Then, he dodges another attack and slams into a bandit from the side, sending him flying. Then he asks if the man is okay. The thug says he can still fight. Maybe that last hit was only luck. The red-haired one says the brat is fast, and their weapons are useless on such a narrow staircase. Grady realizes he still couldn't kill him even after spending all his stat points. This time, the armor-ignoring critical didn't activate. The red-haired thug asks if he plans to stay there forever and tells the kid to come down. Grady says he has no choice but to face them, and the thug warns that refusing won't change anything. Grady knows he won't survive 3 hits if they surround him, but he still has one final card up his sleeve. Even with low HP and no armor, he can defeat them the moment they all rush in, as long as he has enough HP left to continue fighting. What he needs is legendary blacksmith's patience. It increases vitality, defense, and dexterity by 200% for an hour. That's the skill he's been relying on. The redhead thanks him for finally ending the stalling, then says he'll make him pay for wasting their time or kill one of the others. Ready to fight, the redhead closes in while he tries to activate legendary blacksmith's patience, but the system says the skill uses no mana and can't be activated manually. It only triggers on its own when he continues fighting to survive. The redhead asks if he's ready to die, then he freezes in shock when the skill still doesn't activate. The thugs don't wait for him to recover from his panic. They rush him, and he realizes he's in serious trouble. The one skill he needed most didn't work. All of them attack at once. His maximum HP is only 316, so he has to use a mid-level potion to restore it. Even then, there's a 20-second cooldown. He just has to survive until it ends. He survives another attack by blocking an axe with an arrow. Even so, he takes 200 damage and the blow cuts his leg. The pain nearly brings him down. Still, he dodges the next attack. He realizes he'll need more expensive potions if he wants to stay alive. Each one costs 10 gold, about 24,001. He's spending more on this B-ranked quest than he ever spent on fried chicken. The bandits close in again. He keeps dodging. They mock him for running around like a rat and wonder how much longer he can keep it up. He's shocked that they're still this strong, even with his buffs. More than anything, he needs time for his legs to recover. So he retreats. The men hesitate. Greed realizes they're stronger than expected, so he offers a deal. Hand over the contract, and nobody gets hurt. They tell him to stop talking nonsense. After he killed Neo, there's no chance they'd hand it over now, and either way, they plan to kill him. Greed says he means it, and that he won't kill them. At the same time, he notices the potion cooldown is almost over, so he only needs a little more time. One of the punks keeps arguing with him, but Greed takes advantage of the opening and attacks straight at his head. Then he asks why the man let his guard down. They're not close enough to speak casually like that. With that, he kills Johnson, gains 4,300 experience, and levels up 3 times. The redhead says he thought Greed was strong, but it was only the potion. He calls him a filthy cockroach and goes right back to trying to kill him. Greed warns him that recklessly charging now is a bad idea. He's level 11, and things are different. He lands a hit on the bald man's chest, but it still doesn't kill him. The bald man tells him to keep swinging if he wants. Then he promises Greed a slow death for it, a cross-shaped /tears across his chest, and he knows he has to keep dodging until he can. Drink another potion. But then the bald man grabs him around the waist and asks if he's trying to run away again. Greed knows this is bad. If this continues, he really will die. For a moment, he thinks it's over. Then he looks up and notices a suit of armor nearby. In that moment, he drives the arrow into the bald man's neck. Then he throws the arrow at the redhead and sprints up the stairs toward the armor. The redhead can't believe he threw away his weapon. To him, it proves that Greed is desperate. Greed tells him to keep talking as much as he wants. Then he shouts to Khan, asking if he wants to protect the forge. Khan says of course he does, and if Greed helps him, he swears he'll protect it from now on. Hearing that, Greed says he's going to borrow that armor. Khan warns him that the item can't be worn by just anyone. The only equipment Greed can use is on the first floor. The redhead laughs and asks what the point of that warning is when he's about to die. But Greed is already putting on the armor. The redhead says his luck has run out and tells him to die. Instead, Greed asks if they've ever heard of Overgeared. Yeah, he actually said the title right there. The bandits wonder who this bastard really is, and then he wipes out all of Winston's men, leveling up again and again. Khan asks if he's okay, but when he looks at the boy, he sees Greed wearing the golden armor like a legendary knight. Greed tells the old man that it's amazing and asks why he left something like this collecting dust upstairs. That armor is Valhalla, a unique item. Its requirements are absurd. Level 250, 800 strength, 1000 stamina, and advanced heavy armor mastery. Its creator is Albertino. In Greed's hand is the replica of Dainsleif, also a unique item with equally absurd requirements. And it was made by Albertino too. Greed says this Albertino guy is incredible. Then he wonders how he can even see the details of those items, including the creator's name. He shrugs and says he just kind of looked at them. But when Khan looks over, he suddenly faints. Greed assumes it might be high blood pressure or all the drinking. Either way, old people really need to take care of their health. He tells Khan it's fine and that he can stop pretending now. The mission is over, and Greed needs to move on to the next one. Then he remembers what the next mission is and immediately tells Khan to wake up and not die before giving it to him. Meanwhile, at the Mara company, they learn that the mercenaries they sent have disappeared. The man delivering the report says he recommended them because they were famous in the village, but his boss cuts him off and asks how he plans to take responsibility. He says the man is responsible for paying them in advance and will have to cover the loss caused by their failure. The man says he doesn't have that kind of money and begs for one more chance. His boss tells BL to listen carefully. If he can't get the money, he can always sell his relatives at the slave market. Then he orders the man upstairs. After that, he turns to Rabbit and tells him to explain exactly what happened. Rabbit says it's strange. They definitely went to the forge, but after that, they seem to have simply disappeared. Valmont says there can only be one forge per village, and he needs that one. He can't believe they failed such a simple assignment. Then he asks about Old Khan. Rabbit says Valmont was ruthless. He discarded an employee who worked for him for the last 10 years without mercy. He also says a witness saw a young man carrying Khan to the clinic 2 hours earlier. Valmont realizes that the young man may know something. He says removing that blacksmith took a lot of effort, from selling weapons cheaply to forcing Khan into debt. He can't believe he lost his chance after barely keeping him trapped. So to fix this mess, he orders Rabbit to handle everything. Meanwhile, back at home, Greed is thrilled. He says his luck has been incredible lately. He can't believe killing those bandits raised him all the way to level 21. And he even picked up a chain quest. If that armor and sword are the reward, he's going to be rich. He points out that Dainsleif, Valhalla, and Failure are all unique items. But unlike Failure, those two don't have impossible selling restrictions, so the quest should be easy now that Old Khan is recovering. At the clinic, he thinks Khan should take better care of himself, then pushes that thought aside. It's time to make easy money. He logs back into the game and finds himself in the clinic. Khan asks if he came to visit him. Greed asks the doctor how Khan is doing, and the doctor says his cholesterol has gone down. He can leave now and will be fine as long as he stops drinking. Khan then asks for Greed's name, saying he owes him a lot. Greed says people should help each other during hard times. then tells the old man to pay the medical bill and get discharged quickly. Cana apologizes and says he's broke, so Greed says, "Wait, what?" Before he can say more, the doctor gets right Greed's in face and says he's sure Greed wouldn't want to anger the god of this world, then tells him to pay 1 gold. Greed realizes that God's kindness is nowhere to be found, so he pays, and Khan starts thanking him. Khan says Greed gave him hope. Because of him, he saved the family business that had been passed down for 7 generations and was nearly lost forever. Greed agrees and tells him to go home and rest now that he's been discharged. He says it's a good thing Khan managed to protect the place, because losing it would have driven him even deeper into drinking. He also points out that Khan never would have reached the hospital without him. Khan admits that's true and says he'd like to repay him somehow. Then they end up standing in front of that armor again. Greed's eyes light up immediately. Khan tells him to wait because he can't give it to him. Greed gets angry and says he's the one who saved all of this, but Khan says those are family heirlooms and begs him to understand. He wouldn't give them away even if his life were in danger. He explains that Dainsleaf and Valhalla are cursed items, and their power is beyond imagination. But because of their absurd restrictions, no one has been able to use them for hundreds of years. Still, 130 years ago, one man recognized them. His name was Pagma. Pagma equipped them and displayed swordsmanship so incredible it seemed unreal. He moved as if he and the equipment were one, and his blade appeared to pierce the sky, calling down lightning. Khan's ancestor, a descendant of Albertino, knelt before Pagma and begged him to take Dainsleaf and Valhalla with him. Greed asks if Pagma accepted. The old man says no. Pagma refused, saying the true owner would appear someday, and that he had only been able to equip them. Khan says Greed's answer will decide everything. Then he asks how Shin was able to equip them. The protagonist thinks this must be the beginning of a chain quest, and there's no way he's letting those treasures go, so he tells Khan the truth. He's a lot like Pagma. The blacksmith is stunned. He asks if MC is Pagma's descendant, and MC says yes. That unlocks the class quest for Pagma's descendant. To learn Pagma's swordsmanship, Shin must now uncover his complete legend. He asks if Khan will hand over the items now, but Khan says not yet. First, he needs proof. He wonders whether the protagonist is truly worthy of inheriting that legend, just as Pagma once was. Khan says, proving it shouldn't be too difficult, then suggests celebrating their meeting. MC immediately warns him not to drink a single drop until the quest is complete. While they argue, someone arrives at the shop and calls out. It's Habit, an employee from Mero Company. Shin recognizes the name and wonders if this is the man who hired those thugs. Khan says he'll go listen to what he has to say. Habit tells him that he owes Mero Company 600 gold, and that, from what he heard, Khan has no way to repay it. Khan admits that's true, but says he still won't hand over the forge and tells him to leave. Habit replies that he came to offer a deal. Mero Company will take ownership of the forge, but Khan can continue working there. Khan asks if that means becoming the company's pet blacksmith. Habit says it's better than their previous offer and asks if he really intends to refuse. Khan answers that he isn't trying to protect his job. He's trying to protect the forge itself. Habit says the rumors about Khan's pride were true. If that's how he feels, then there's only one way to settle it. He proposes a duel against Miro's blacksmith, with the debt and forge at stake. The more skilled blacksmith keeps the forge. Shin can tell that it sounds fair, but it's obviously a trap. They'll bring someone stronger than Khan. Even so, Khan accepts, and that catches Habit off guard. Khan explains that he can't show his true skill right now because of his drinking, and because he hasn't worked in a while, so his successor will take his place. Then he asks if that's a problem. Habit says he didn't know Khan even had a successor. Then Khan shocks even him by announcing that he is the one. He has no idea what's going on. He asks who said he'd be anyone's successor, and Habit points out that he looks like some random traveler. That triggers the duel of Blacksmith's quest against Mero Company. The objective is to win. If the protagonist fails, Winston's reputation will hit rock bottom, and Khan's forge will belong to Miro. The system asks whether he wants to accept, but MC tells it to wait a second and starts reading the details, especially the part about the 600 gold. Habit tells him to leave because this has nothing to do with him. But greedy as ever, Shin jumps in and says he'll crush them. Seeing the look in his eyes, Habit gets nervous and says he'll send the location soon. After he leaves, Khan apologizes. He says this was the only way to protect the forge, but Shin says he understands. Inside, though, he's thinking that he'd sell his soul for that reward. Then he notices the quest rank and realizes this should be impossible for a level 21 player. Still, he reminds himself that he's the legendary blacksmith who created an epic item, so somehow it'll work out. Khan says the forge has been inactive for some time, so there are still plenty of unused materials Shin can practice with. The protagonist asks why Khan never told the Lord about any of this. Khan says the Lord is on Miro Company's side because he was bribed. MC points out that Winston belongs to the Kandastem territory, so why didn't Khan try to meet him instead? Khan says he filed an appeal and even tried to meet him personally, but the local lord blocked him every time. Shin tells him not to worry. They'll win this. He knows Khan chose him because he believed in him. Khan thanks him for trying to cheer him up and says that if his son were still alive, he would have grown into a great man like him. The protagonist tells him not to get emotional yet. He'll feel much better once he sees him at work. Then MC stops and wonders why he's being so nice. He usually isn't like this. Maybe it's because Khan feels like a lucky charm. And he reminds him of his grandfather. The way he speaks and the feeling around him are strangely similar. Now Shin is working through the heat and steel beside someone he genuinely likes, and he realizes that moments like this make Satisfy feel real. Later, outside the game, he finally logs off before 4 a.m. He wonders if he should sleep for another 30 minutes. 2 days passed in-game, but the results were really good. He thinks Khan is different from the blacksmith in Byron. Even in poor condition, Khan still displays the skill of a master. Shin even finds himself missing Khan because he wants to learn more from him. Then he catches himself and realizes how crazy that sounds. He goes to talk with his family and they ask if he feels better after resting all day. They're surprised he's awake so early. He says he'll work harder if his mom cuts him some pineapple. His dad immediately mocks him, asking why he needs pineapple when he doesn't even have a girlfriend. The protagonist tells them not to underestimate him. He could get a girlfriend anytime. His mom joins in too, joking that she never knew her baby could be so confident. Then he asks about his grandfather and how he's been doing lately. His family is caught off guard by the question. His dad says it's rare for MC to ask about him, but he's doing well. He asks why they don't visit him together next time, and MC says that sounds good. He promises that he'll definitely visit this time. The next day at Miro Company, the owner asks Habit why he did something so unnecessary. He says Khan would have lost the forge anyway because he can't repay the debt. So why make a pointless wager and give him a chance? He even asks if Habit is siding with Khan. Habit says the company's image has worsened because of its push for a monopoly. And if they care about long-term relationships with the townspeople, acting friendly is the smarter choice. The owner snaps back, asking what Habit is trying to say. He reminds him that he bought this worthless land and the trade rights and says everyone else can go to hell. He's in charge. Habit thinks Valmon has reached his limit and that Miro Company will struggle to grow under him. He explains that the villagers admire Khan for resisting their pressure alone, but the owner asks what that has to do with anything. Habit says giving Khan a fair chance will make people see the company more positively. The Miro owner realizes that this could bring in not only customers but loyal ones. So he says that as long as there's profit, he has no problem with. Then he asks if that boy truly has any chance in the duel. Habit says his investigation found nothing unusual. He's just an unknown young man. On top of that, Habit already selected an opponent he can't defeat. The owner decides this should be easy and tells Habit to use the opportunity to eliminate the problem for good. Habit thinks that even though the protagonist has no fame, they still sent their best blacksmith against him because unknown variables are most dangerous. Meanwhile, an old friend of Khan asks if that boy really defeated the Veil Gang. He says Shin looks too innocent to understand how the world works. Khan replies that even if he looks like a nobody, he's extremely skilled. MC just tells both of them to be quiet. Then more people arrive and ask Khan if the rumor spreading through the village is true, that Miro Company is going to duel him with the forge at stake. Khan says it's true and asks why they're making such a big deal out of it. The villagers say they were starting to think Miro might not be so bad after all. Since the company chose a fair duel, it seemed like they truly respected Khan and might want to live peacefully with everyone. Shine says that could be true. Even though they sent bandits before, this duel almost makes them seem decent. But Khan immediately destroys that idea. He reminds them that Mero tried to monopolize the land and trade rights, driving people into poverty. He asks how they could be fooled by one piece of paper after everything they've suffered. The villagers admit he's right. They say they were foolish to believe it and got tricked again after being betrayed so many times. Shine realizes they're right too and thinks he almost fell for it himself. Then a boy appears and says he heard Mero bought land and trade rights from villagers who didn't know about Winston's development plans. So were they forced to sell their property? He immediately thinks this guy is a jerk because there's a green light above his head, meaning he's a player. The man says the villagers sold their land for money and planned to leave. After learning about the development, they changed their minds, so he blames their greed rather than the company. That angers the NPCs. They ask how an outsider dares interfere in their affairs and whether he's a spy for the company. He quickly says he doesn't want to fight. His point is simple. Companies pursuing profit is normal. If the villagers accept that, he says they can live peacefully with the company, just as they should have from the beginning. And the company needs them too. The villagers begin to waver, thinking he may be right. If the company prospers, maybe their lives will improve too. Greed notices the entire conversation shifting and wonders who this bastard is. Khan asks for his name, and the man apologizes, saying he was so concerned that he forgot to introduce himself. He says his name is Hiroi. Greed is stunned by how easily Hiroi changed the mood and starts wondering who he really is. Even Khan begins to agree that living peacefully with a major company could be better in the long run. But then he adds that Winston Village is under Candace Ten's rule, and there's a local law called the Rights of the People. Hiroi asks what that means. Khan explains that people living in Candace Ten's territory have the right to be informed first and in advance about changes affecting their area. Candace Ten personally established those rights. He says this is especially important to the villages surrounding the northern city because of the Northern Development Zone. Candace Ten wants everyone to be prepared for major changes and wants information shared so that everyone can benefit. Hiroi realizes the real problem. The company completely ignored Candace Ten's will. So if the Lord allowed the company to hide the development plans, then the Lord is guilty too. Khan agrees. That's exactly why the conflict began. Now Hiroi says he understands the situation and that there's something he has to do. He says he knows Khan's appeal was blocked by both the Lord and the company, and everyone confirms it. So they decide the crimes of the Lord and the company must be exposed, and Hiroi says he'll secretly bring the appeal to Candace Ten himself. At last they find a solution. Grid can hardly believe it and keeps wondering how Hiroi managed to do that. He didn't receive the quest. He made them give it to him. After Hiroi leaves, Grid runs after him, but Hiroi mistakes him for an NPC from the forge. That makes Grid angry. He gets straight to the point. Hiroi clearly started with the Miro Company quest, so how did he change sides? Hiroi instantly loses interest because of Grid's tone, but still shares the quest details with him. The The quest is now about protecting Winston's residence, and the new objective is to gain an audience with Candace 10. The rewards are the title Apostle of Justice, maximum affinity and reputation with Winston's villagers, and a gift from Candace 10. The title also unlocks the bravery stat, grants +10 to all stats, and gives the skill Unshakable Justice. Reading that, Grid can think of only one thing. Those were basically his rewards. Trying not to sound jealous, he asks how Hiro did it. Hiro can tell from Grid's expression that he definitely is jealous. Since Grid realized Hiroi had made the villagers give him the quest, Hiroi wonders if he should explain. He says all he did was use the freedom Satisfy gives its players. If you directly interfere in NPC affairs, you can trigger quests tied to their problems. Veteran players know this trick, which is why Grid didn't. Hiroi adds that the method will probably spread online soon, so Grid shouldn't feel too bad. For now, only veteran players use. Then Hiroi asks what's wrong. Still tearing up, Grid says he's a veteran player too. Hiroi bursts out laughing and says this is common knowledge among longtime players. He finds it so funny that he offers to be Grid's friend. Grid gets even angrier, tells him to screw off, and logs out immediately. Hiroi realizes Grid got angry and ran off. He lets it go because he has no time to waste. Even after playing 18 hours a day since launch, he's only level 127. He says that's because his class is Orator. Leveling is difficult because his offense depends on speech. His weapon choices are limited, his HP is low, his combat power is weak, and worst of all, he has no escape skill. That's why he needs the bravery stat. He can't become a ranker just by talking to NPCs and collecting quests forever. He decides he has to get through that gate and meet Candace 10. So Hiroi walks up to the guards and remarks that security looks tight. Then he says he's only a traveler and would like to leave if there's no problem. The guards remain silent, and Hiroi finds it strange that they aren't reacting at all. Then Rabbit appears and says they won't answer because he ordered them not to. Hiroi is shocked to see Rabbit there and asks what he's doing. Rabbit reminds him that he was told to report back after investigating. Hiroi realizes this will be troublesome. He'll have to use persuasion, and if he uses it properly, he can sway an NPC. He activates his passive and starts speaking, but Rabbit cuts him off. Rabbit says he overestimated him. They were confused by the rumors and couldn't investigate properly, but now that Hiroi is trying to flee, Rabbit assumes he's been investigating them. Hiroi starts realizing his persuasion failed. Rabbit says he's learned to stay prepared for betrayal, and Hiroi should know exactly why he's being arrested. Hiroi runs, saying he can't give up on the quest like this. First, he has to escape, but a rope catches him and drags him back. He pulls a dagger from his pocket and says it isn't much, but it'll have to do because he's in a hurry. He tries to cut the rope, but a soldier strikes his hand and knocks the dagger away. Hiroi expected that. Fighting his way out won't work, so he tries to escape by logging out, but the game tells him he can't log out right now. Rabbit says resisting is pointless and asks if Hiroi didn't know they could block his exit spell, since he'll simply revive if they kill him. Rabbit says prison is the better option. They're taking him to the castle's underground prison. Then the quest changes to wait. Start rank. It says Rabbit captured Hiroi and locked him inside Winston Castle's inescapable underground prison. But if he waits patiently, the Apostle of Justice he failed to become will come save him. The goal is to remain logged in for 50 real-world hours, and the quest warns that it's extremely dangerous. Elderly players and anyone in poor health are advised to give up. The system asks if he wants to abandon the quest, and Hiroi thinks 50 hours is almost impossible. He's played for 20 hours straight before, but the capsule forces users out as a penalty and locks them out for 6 hours. Being trapped in prison for 8 days and 8 hours in-game could seriously damage his mind. Still, he's a lonely unemployed man in real life, so no one is likely to interrupt him. Maybe his body can endure it if he activates the capsule's trance mode, and he can't throw away an S-rank hidden quest. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, So he refuses to quit, accepts the quest, and the timer begins. The game also displays the rewards, which can simply stay on screen. There is no penalty for failure, and Hiroi activates the capsule's trance mode too. In trance mode, his brainwaves are monitored, and the system will force him out if he's in danger. If that happens, the SA group will send executives and a medical team to his home. The capsule also can't be shut down from outside. If there's any outside impact or someone tries to cut the power, an SA group employee will be sent to protect the capsule. So Hiroi starts begging for someone to help him clear the quest. No matter who it is, he'll swear loyalty to them. All he can do now is wait for the Apostle of Justice. And the story shifts to Satisfy, a massive game where every player's actions can change the world. With over 20 billion players, unexpected variables are everywhere, so errors and bugs can't be allowed if the game world is to keep functioning. Then someone reports that mission B408 has been activated and asks for permission to send the executives out immediately. The team leader approves and says he'll arrive soon. He's surprised because B408 is a hidden quest with extremely specific conditions, and its reward is a secondary class. If the player succeeds, he'll become the first in Satisfy to have 2 classes, but to clear it, he must stay logged in for 200 in-game hours, and if something goes wrong, his life could be at risk. Then Hiroi's ID file appears. His real name is Dambi Alumbatar. He's 25 years old, and he's the player who triggered mission B408. 408. The team leader says that's incredible, since only 3% of their players are from Mongolia. The assistant adds that even though he's a weak fighter with only a speaker-type class, he still reached level 127 by clearing class-related quests. Hearing that, the team leader asks Director Yan whether the Mongolia branch manager reported anything. They connect with him, and Park Ryu says the other branch executives are there, too. The team leader says the meeting concerns mission B408 and asks whether Alambatar's safety has been confirmed. They say yes. They're monitoring him live, a medical team is ready, and they even have support from the Mongolian government. Then they say they want to make a proposal. The leader is confused, so they explain that they want to reveal that players can obtain a second class. If people learn the first player to get one is Mongolian, interest in the game will rise there, and the market should grow. They admit the Mongolian market has been struggling, and one woman agrees. Since much of the population is nomadic, many people there distrust the capsules. But the bald director asks if they're being too optimistic. What happens if he fails after they build up all that? Hype? His coworker tells him not to worry. As long as Hiroi isn't forcibly logged out, they should be fine. The mission was designed to be easy. Then he turns to team leader Choi Nahe and asks if she checked the mission's success rate. She says she already sent the data so they can see it for themselves. When they pull up the success rate, everyone realizes it's only 9%. He's shocked and asks whether mission B408 wasn't supposed to involve a hidden NPC rescuing the player. The player trapped in the underground prison was supposed to meet a secret swordsman after the Winston Village incident. That rescue would lead to huge rewards, and as long as the player stayed safe, clearing the mission should have been simple. But then the head director starts laughing. The others ask why, and he tells them to read the document again. He says there was one variable. The mission information was shared. Looking closer, they see Hiroi was originally supposed to be rescued by that hidden swordsman after Winston, but he told another player about the quest, making the NPC unnecessary. Then they notice something even more important. The player he told was Grid, Shin Young-yu. Meanwhile, the protagonist is dying of jealousy over Hiroi's quest. His own reward is only 600 gold, so he curses Khan for not giving him that incredible mission sooner. At the same time, the tavern owner is still furious. MC complains that Hiro only had to talk a little, while he had to pay that old man's medical bills. To cheer himself up, he orders chicken soup. After stuffing himself, He gets home at 1 a.m. and says he'll need to sneak in quietly. But his sister catches him and scolds him for not saying he'd be late, asking if he even knows what time it is. Shine asks why she's still awake. He says a student shouldn't be lecturing him about that, but she says she got worried because she couldn't find him anywhere. He's usually inside his capsule. Then she notices he's been drinking. He grins and asks if she was worried about her big brother. She denies it, saying she only stayed up watching shows longer than usual, then tells him to shower while he keeps standing there drunk. Back at the meeting, the director in blue asks if the success rate shouldn't actually be 0. He says 9% makes no sense and even jokes that the Morpheus supercomputer must have made a mistake. His coworker shuts that down. He admits he knows it was only frustration talking. The head director explains that once the quest information was shared, everything changed, so the success rate can no longer be predicted normally. Hiroi's savior in the underground prison is no longer the hidden swordsman. Now it's Grid. Another director gets extremely annoyed because Shin Young-yu keeps causing trouble. He has a legendary class, yet he's still only level 21, making everyone wonder what he's been doing all this time. It already made no sense for a talentless, nobody like him to get that class, and now he's interfering with another major event too. The director starts calling him a cancer, saying Grid is a fatal disease to satisfy. One coworker asks if Hiroi is simply going to fail if they leave things as they are. If so, trying to advertise this now would be a complete waste. The head director thinks about how, ever since obtaining his legendary class, Grid has made epic arrows and triggered a class quest. His results are difficult to predict, but then the director says that honestly, Grid is fascinating to watch. His incompetence goes beyond common sense. He adds that Satisfy currently has 3 epic classes. Aside from the newest one, Blood Warrior, the other 2 haven't been revealed publicly. Nobody knows who obtained the first epic class. The second was Agnes, ranked 7th overall, and ever since then, people have argued over what the other 2 classes are and who got the first one. Meanwhile, inside Acheron Dungeon in Count Stain's territory, a group of men crowd around a girl, asking her to join their party and promising to split the loot evenly. Their female teammates get jealous because those men never welcome them like that. They complain that this self-centered girl always has a swarm of men around her. Yufumina answers calmly. She'll join the strongest party so that they should show her what they can. That gets everyone excited. When monsters appear, they rush in, eager to impress her and win her over to their party. They wipe out the monsters quickly, but Yufumina only watches, unimpressed until Whirlwind of Fury appears and catches her attention. She can tell it's a powerful skill and wonders who used. Then she spots the older man who cast it. She figures he worked hard to level that skill, and it would be perfect against Piaru. So she asks to use it too and instantly copies it. At that moment, the skill leaves the old man and transfers to her as Whirlwind of Fury level 3. The copy succeeds. She's told that the copied skill can be used once and will remain with her until then. Afterward, she casually says goodbye. That was their first meeting with Yufumina, the level 190 imitator. Once the fight ends and they try to speak to her, they realize she's already gone. Yufumina keeps moving, saying that one skill should be enough. She spent 63 days preparing for this, all to clear an S-rank quest. She steels herself and checks the mission details. Before entering, she admits S-rank quests are terrifying, especially since the enemy NPC is absurdly strong. When she steps through the door, she remembers hearing he was stronger than bosses. Then PRU, the immortal hermit, appears before her, and she recognizes him as the strongest knight in the Saren Empire. He asks if Asmaful sent her. She tells herself she can do this. She prepared too much to fail now. But Piaru attacks first, striking straight down at her, and she uses Tartan, summoning a giant guardian behind her. She explains that Tartan is the strongest defensive skill possessed only by Bump, the #1 guardian knight. Yufumina says she only has 9 base, skills and can use her copy skills only 3 times a day. So she spent the last 2 months collecting high-rank skills. Because of that, she managed to gather 50 top-level abilities. Even if each can only be used once, she believes it should be enough. Then Piro suddenly moves to her left. Yufumina, the first player in Satisfy to obtain an epic class, uses Counter Barrier to block his strike and knock him back. Piro wonders how she can use a skill like that. She follows up with Whirlwind of Fury and attacks him at close range, but quickly realizes it still won't kill him, so she prepares to go all out. She unleashes Blazing Heat Wave, Scepter of Light, Tyrant's Right, Spear of Darkness, and Prelude to Destruction all at once on Piro. She wonders if that finished him, but it didn't. The clear screen never appears. He's still alive, and she burned through a huge amount of mana by chaining so many high-level skills. She starts floating backward, saying she needs some distance so she can drink a potion and recover her mana. But Piaru emerges from a dark portal with his sword at her neck, and she wonders if he took no damage at all. Even so, she thinks of the next skill, one that should definitely kill him, and activates Mortal Fate. Piaru tells her he'll give her an unavoidable death instead. Now panicking, she fires the skill, thinking she has to survive. A burst of shadow projection shoots toward him, but Piaru only grows more excited, asking if Asmalfal has finally come to fight him. Ufamina realizes shadow projection traps the target inside a deep illusion. She had been saving it for a moment like this. The effect won't last long, but at least he's busy fighting Asmalfal in his own mind, giving her time to restore mana and use the rest of her skills. Then a warning appears. She pushed herself too hard in too little time. Her body and mind reach their limit, her skills are temporarily sealed, and all her stats drop by 50%. That makes her panic. She was so close. Even so, she knows she has to run before Piaru fully breaks free of it. But Piaru suddenly stops in mid-air. Then he turns toward her with pure killing intent. She realizes he's already recovered and calls him a monster. As an imitator, she was never strong enough to beat him head-on. Now she freezes, unable to think of any way out, so she gives up and fails the mission. She loses 2 levels, as Malphals trusts her less, and all that work from the last 2 months feels wasted. She complains that this was the perfect chance to earn a new title, one that matched her class exactly. Furious, she starts cursing, certain she'll never get another S-rank mission like this again. Then someone approaches and asks if she's Lady Eterina. He says he has a message for her, which catches her off guard. The man adds that if she isn't busy, they'd like her help with something. A new quest appears, and she scoffs. Losing one mission was bad enough, and now these losers want a favor too. But then she suddenly stops. The quest reward includes a title and 1,500 gold. She also notices that he called her Arena. Of all the fake names she used, Arena was the one she used when she created an amazing item. That makes her wonder if he's from Marrow Company. She quickly agrees and accepts the blacksmith duel quest. Meanwhile, Calm tries to settle down. He finally says enough is enough. He can't believe he gave such an important mission to someone he barely knows, and reminds them that the entire village is being watched. If he left Winston, he would die immediately, but an outsider like Heroi wouldn't attract as much attention. He says he can't risk putting his benefactor in that much danger, and Greed begins to understand. Calm adds that if anything happened to him, he could never forgive himself. He sees Greed as his own son. Greed tells him to stop crying. Then Greed says they should return to training, and asks whether they decided when the duel will happen. Calm says it's in 2 days and asks if he's ready. Greed says, of course, they'll show everyone what a real blacksmith looks like. He says the more he uses his skills, the better he becomes. His movements have clearly grown more precise and efficient. He creates another item, gaining +2 to all stats and +30 reputation across the continent. Afterward, he keeps forging non-stop, raising both his persistence and dexterity. Greed says the feeling of getting stronger is amazing. Later, he finally collapses from exhaustion. He wonders how much he improved. but after checking his stats, he feels disappointed. After making so many items, the gains seem small, and he wonders if Java's arrows were simply a rare exception. Still, he decides it isn't a major problem. Miro Company bought up all the good materials, and they could probably even sell some epic items. Even if his stats don't look ridiculous, his blacksmithing is clearly improving quickly. He gained 130 stat points from forging alone. He says dexterity is the best choice if he wants to win this game, but after nearly dying to those bandits, he wonders if it should really be his top priority. In the end, he put 60 points into stamina and 70 into dexterity. As his stamina rises, his HP increases too, and he thinks this definitely doesn't look like a level 21 character. Based on stats alone, he says he looks more like level 75. And the better the items he creates, the more stat points he gains. That should help compensate for how weak he is in combat. He knows he'll have to work like crazy, but that's nothing new to him. So he says that in tomorrow's match, he'll show the true power of a worker. The next day, the competition begins in Winston Central Square, packed with both NPCs and players. The players wonder why so many NPCs showed up. They hear the villagers came to support the forge and stop Miro Company from taking it. Before long, all the NPCs begin cheering for Grid. The players look him over and ask if that's really Grid. Judging by his equipment, think he looks like a beginner and joke that this is just a match between two amateurs. Then the leader of Miro Company asks if everything is ready for Habit. They say yes, and the announcer asks everyone to welcome today's star. Representing Miro Company is Irina. The crowd immediately notices how beautiful she is and starts cheering for her. She thanks her fans and turns on even more charm. Grid admits she's pretty cute but wonders if she can really compare to Irina. He tells himself he doesn't care if all the players support her, since at least the villagers still support him. But then even the villagers start falling for her. Grid immediately gets gloomy after losing his only supporters. Then she sweetly says fate brought them together and that she'll be in Grid's care. But he's already irritated and snaps at her not to come near him. He calls her a brat and says she isn't his type. She looks shocked and says that's an incredibly rude way to treat such a beautiful girl. Grid shrugs and says she's kind of cute, but brats like her should know their place. Now she's completely thrown off. No man has ever treated her that way before, so she swears she'll humiliate him in front of everyone. She argues about being called a brat, saying she's 20 years old, but he mocks her age and says she can't compare to an old man like him. In the middle of that childish argument, the duel begins. The judge explains the challenge. Make a dagger in 3 hours. The winner is whoever creates the better one. She thinks about the reward. If she wins, she'll receive a title and bonus. Luck. Her only concern is the quest difficulty, since it's listed as unknown. She wonders if that's because his skill is unknown too. Still, she decides it doesn't matter. She already has a plan. She's going to copy his skill and enter the crafting phase with the same ability. If they both use the same skill, then the person with higher luck should create the better dagger. It's a gamble, but she still has a 50% chance. So she tells herself this will work, but Grid immediately starts hammering the iron away. That startles her. She realizes she can't relax. Their skill gap may be huge, but if they use the same skill, then better tools could decide the winner. So she pulls out an epic grade sacred blacksmith hammer. Even then, she knows a great item alone won't help much. Not without blacksmithing skills. That's why she plans to borrow his ability, and she uses Analyze on him. But the result leaves her completely stunned. Grid notices her staring and asks if she lost something. Then the system tells her she can't analyze the target skill because her Analyze level is too low, and she can't believe her Analyze is already level 7. Back at level 5, she copied an advanced blacksmith's ability. For a moment, she wonders if this guy is a master blacksmith, but that makes no sense. Rank 1 is only intermediate. Then another thought strikes her. Could he have an epic class? No, Agnes Katz and she are supposed to be the only ones. So she starts wondering if he's a player with a unique class instead. But no matter what he is, if she doesn't act now, she'll lose. She calls Rabbit over. When he asks what's wrong, she asks whether that guy has a mentor and orders him to bring Calm in. Rabbit asks why they would change the rules in the middle of the duel, but she simply tells him to make it happen somehow. After thinking it over, he agrees. Greed notices Rabbit heading toward the announcer and asks what's going on. Then Calm is immediately called onto the stage, because Irina is giving them an advantage. Camus asks what happened, and the man explains that she said he has the right to help his apprentice. Everyone starts thinking she wants a 2-on-1 match, and the crowd praises Irina for it. Greed takes it as her looking down on him, but Cam says that since she requested it, they'll work together and defeat her. He says he's glad to work beside a blacksmith he respects and asks Greed if he can help protect the forge, too. Greed says, of course, they're going to crush that spoiled brat. Seeing that, she realizes she finally has an opportunity. Now Cam is her target, and she asks him to lend her that incredible skill. She analyzes and copies advanced blacksmith crafting level 2. At that point, she starts thinking she got exactly what she needed. If their skills are equal, then luck will decide. Even if he's some kind of master, the duel has only just begun. Sometime later, she continues watching everything the two of them are doing. Then she says she can't believe they're still hammering. Are they idiots? She's already finished melting her blade. She says if luck stays on her side, she'll win this duel. But then Greed's legendary blacksmith's patience activates, raising his vitality, defense, and dexterity by 200 for an hour. And he's thrilled. He says he's never felt better. And Old Khan's focus is incredible. Iron, heat, and the hammer are all he can feel, and it seems like the perfect combination. Then legendary blacksmith's breath increases his crafting speed, and he feels like this is the moment iron and heat truly become one. Meanwhile, Rabbit watches everything carefully. Khan is amazed and says it's an honor to help create a masterpiece like this. But Greed reminds him they aren't finished yet. He says they'll use the Minotaur horn for the handle after all. He spent 10 gold on it. That shocks everyone. Then attention turns to Euphemia's dagger, and the host says she's already finished. He praises the dagger's beauty, saying it matches its maker, and points out that she created such a powerful item in under 3 hours. Even Greed admits it looks incredible and says the brat wasn't all talk. She clearly has real skill. Then the host calls everyone over to inspect the dagger's stats. It's an epic class seduction dagger with 60 durability, 122 to 127 attack power, and 8 attack speed. The host says the result is obvious. Euphemia has won. Greed tells himself not to lose focus. He needs to concentrate on his own work. Watching him, the company leader is surprised. He didn't think the boy could finish a dagger under that much pressure. Rabbit calls it genuinely frightening. Khan admits she's incredibly talented for someone so young and says she could probably teach him a thing or two. Still, he asks Greed whether she truly never came close to his level. Greed says absolutely not, the work is almost finished. He says the crowd will be stunned when they see this dagger. Just then, several guards arrive and head straight toward Greed, pressing swords against his neck. They say they received word that he's working with the criminal Heroe and that Heroe has already been captured. Can is shocked to hear that Heroe was arrested, but the company leader only says that's unfortunate. Can quickly realizes what happened. Falmouth played dirty because he knew he was going to lose. Greed doesn't understand it and asks why he would ever work with Heroe. Meanwhile, Rabbit watches him being arrested and stares at Greed's dagger. He says he's been a merchant for 20 years and has handled all kinds of incredible goods. But Euphemia's dagger doesn't even come close to the greatness of that one. In other words, they lost. Valmuth says they nearly got caught off guard by a great blacksmith and admits the dagger is magnificent. Rabbit realizes Valmuth saw it too and asks whether he personally called the guards. If the results were announced now, They'd lose the crowd's support. Valmuth says the audience will believe in Euphum and his victory just by seeing her dagger, and asks if Rabbit really thinks they'd surrender Khan's forge. Then he orders him to seize Greed's dagger and make sure its stats are never revealed. Looking at Greed, Rabbit thinks he may truly be the best on the continent and makes sure to remember the boy's name. Euphumina asks what kind of item that was. If he had finished it, she would have lost. Still, she says the crowd ended up on her side when the duel ended, so it's time to collect her reward now that she completed her task. Rabbit agrees. A promise is a promise. Her mission is cleared, and she says everything looks great except for that skill, since it's completely random. Even so, it's still better than failing. Another mission. Then she wonders why they had to drag that man away like that. Rabbit says things simply turned out that way. Euphumina thinks he had a terrible personality, but she's still curious about who he really is. Rabbit says he bets she never expected to lose to someone who wasn't even a real blacksmith. That startles her. He explains that her movements were rough but exactly like Khan's, and asks if she has some kind of copying skill. She realizes Rabbit figured it out and curses the damned NPC. Then Rabbit says Miro Company has become too greedy and Count Steam will soon hunt them down. That's why he plans to leave. The company, before long, Khan's forge will be his escape route, and that's why he noticed Greed's value. With his connections and business sense, they could build a small or medium-sized company around items made by Greed. That shocks her. Even Bega, the #1 merchant, only runs a small business, so she never thought this could grow beyond that. Rabbit then makes her an offer, asking if she'll help save him. Immediately, she receives a new mission. Help Rabbit in his new job, rank S. She's stunned to get an S-rank quest right after meeting Greed, so of course she accepts. At Khan's forge, the workers begin arming themselves. Now that Heroi has been captured, they know they have to act. Khan thanks them and says they can't just sit still while Heroi and Greed fight for them. He says they'll protect their own future and win freedom with their own hands. But then one of them is struck by an arrow. Balmut sees that they're starting an uprising and says he expected this. Someone says that if they keep Greed locked up, he'll break quickly. Greed has no idea what's happening, but he panics. Khan will be in danger if he remains trapped, and if he can't escape, he won't even be able to log in and play. So he decides he'll say whatever they want and tells them to remove the gag, even apologizing to Khan. But a soldier says to keep him tied up until he talks, and Greed thinks he would talk if he actually could. Then they throw him into a cell and tell him to shut up. He won't be leaving until he confesses. But then a new S-rank quest appears, Apostle of Justice. He must save Heroi, and the rewards look strangely familiar. They're the same rewards as the quest Heroi showed him. But now he's locked up too. He wonders how he's supposed to rescue Heroi in under 7 hours, especially with a failure penalty. What kind of nonsense is this? He doesn't want it, but then the system says he can't refuse because the mission is already underway. He wonders why this kind of nonsense always happens to him. 3 hours pass, and he says he knew it. There was no way someone as unlucky as him would get a free streak of good luck. He starts thinking he's cursed, and says he should have known something was wrong when he received a legendary class. He even feels like punching the god of luck. Then someone calls for Greed. He hears Euphomina's voice asking where he is. Greed recognizes the brat immediately and wonders what she's doing there, but he doesn't care right now. She's his only hope. As she continues searching, she's still calling him an annoying jerk. With only 2 hours left, he starts smashing his head against the door, saying time is running out and he has to get her attention somehow. Then she realizes he's inside, but when she looks through the door, he's covered in blood. That shocks her, but she brushes it aside and says it's a good thing she found him. She says she'll get him out. But first, she returns his dagger, saying he worked hard to create it. He gets excited that it's the dagger he made, calls it cute, and says it actually looks pretty nice up close. But she says she has one condition. She wants him to make her an orb that can store as much magic as possible. Greed realizes that isn't just an orb, it's a magic item. He says he's never made one before and wonders why he should even do it. Then he decides it doesn't matter and plans to agree for now, but she says there's one more condition. He has to stop calling her brat. Her name is Euphemina, and she tells him to use it. That catches him off guard, and he wonders if she's using a fake name. But in the middle of that silly argument, she frees him and hands over the dagger. He asks why she decided to save him, and then asks how a blacksmith even managed to get down there. She tells him she isn't a blacksmith. Her secret class is copycat, and she copied Khan's skill during the duel. That shocks him. He says he heard only 3 players had that class, then asks why she's telling him after trying so hard to hide it. She says they'll be getting to know each other soon anyway. And she asks if he has a secret class too, saying it must be at least unique. He wonders how she figured that out and jokes that maybe she likes him. She snaps, asking what the hell he's talking about. She says she doesn't know what class he has, but right now he needs to fight properly, or they'll both die because an entire group of soldiers is coming for them. He wonders why there are so many, as if they brought a whole army down there. She says she already defeated 100 of them, but if he wants both of them to escape alive, he has to help. Greed thinks the only weapon he has is that dagger. Then he realizes it's a unique rated weapon and wonders if the dagger he made was really that good. The system tells him that because he created the item himself, he has maximum understanding of it. But because the conditions weren't met, a penalty is applied. Its attack power drops by 20%, and only 50% of its bonus stats can be used. He thinks that's ridiculous. Damn, Jing can't believe the system is punishing him for using a weapon he created himself. Seeing that, Euphemina asks if he's some kind of assassin, since that dagger requires high mastery. But that makes no sense to her because he also displayed master-level blacksmithing skills. The protagonist realizes she checked the dagger's details. Still, since she didn't steal it, maybe she's actually decent. Then the girl warns him that the soldiers are coming. Shin almost gets hit. In his mind, he curses her for not warning him sooner. Then he uses wind explosion and blasts the soldiers upward. Euphemina is impressed, but MC snaps at her, asking if she's just going to stand there. She says saving him was the only task she accepted, and anything beyond that costs extra. While they argue, more soldiers keep rushing in, and Shin realizes there's no time because he can't handle all of them alone. So he says they need to rescue one more person, and she asks who. Euphemina says she already saved old Khan on the way there. Shin is shocked that Khan was captured but relieved that he's safe. Then he says they still need to rescue someone named Heroi. She asks who that is, and he admits he barely knows him. They only spoke once. That annoys Euphemina. She doesn't want to risk more for some stranger and says he's asking too much. The protagonist fires back that he's tired of being dragged into this too and asks if she can listen for once, calling her brat again. That makes things worse quickly. She reminds him that she already told him not to call her that, then starts casting skill after skill. She throws Spear of Destruction at him, but Shin dodges, and the huge attack hits all the nearby NPCs. The soldiers immediately start shouting that she's dangerous. Shin realizes she's absurdly powerful even without chanting, probably on Yura's level. She lets this one go because they still need to save someone. Still, she'd really like him to stop calling her brat, so MC has no choice but to apologize to Milady for his terrible sin. Alright, I don't dislike her as much as I did at first, but I'm still Team Jashuka. Meanwhile, he wonders how far down they need to go. He thought the prison only had 3 basement levels, but Euphemini says they need to reach the 4th. Then the system reminds him that he has only 1 hour and 10 minutes left. The protagonist asks if she's sure, since Heroi might still be upstairs. She says she checked the 1st and 2nd floors while searching for him and never saw any prisoner named Heroi. A reliable source also told her there was a 4th basement floor, so Shin tells her to show him where the hell the stairs to the 4th floor are. Right then, soldiers appear saying the fugitives went deeper underground. MC tells her to go that way, but she gets distracted by a flower on the floor, amazed that something so beautiful bloomed without sunlight. Shin quickly stops her and tells her not to touch it. She then says the entire hallway is filled with traps, though the lines are easy to spot, so it should be safe if they're careful. But while he tries to move carefully, he almost gets his head cut off because she picked the flower anyway, simply because it was pretty. He tells her they need to be careful, mentally calling her a brat again while trying to stay calm. But as they move through the trapped hallway, she starts setting off every single trap, forcing Shin to go through hell. He yells at Euphemina to pay attention and asks how many times he has to say they're all traps. She says it's actually safer to trigger them now and asks why he'd think she's making things harder when she's already helping more than she should. Then the guards start catching up to him and Shin falls into a trap hole. She asks where he's going, and he says it's the fastest route to the next floor. He wishes her luck with the guards up there. Since he has no armor, he can't fight them head on. He tells her to wipe them out with fire magic or something, while he goes after her Roy. At that point, she realizes he really is terrible. She says she'd burn herself alive using fire magic in such a tight space, but the protagonist honestly doesn't. Karen remembers she's basically broken. Her mimic class lets her copy anyone's skills, and even if someone's magic is powerful, most people still need time to cast it. She doesn't. She can use copied magic immediately, which is completely unfair. At least that means he doesn't have to worry about her. So he leaves the soldiers to the brat, and she uses Queen of Ice's breath, freezing the entire area. Still, no matter how many she defeats, more keep coming. She thinks long-range fire spells would be perfect here, but she'd burn herself too. After the PRO mission, she only has 11 spells left. She refuses to lose to a group of guards, but the real problem is that she still can't find Winston's 5 knights among them. Meanwhile, the soldiers realize one of the prisoners escaped, so they split up and send half the group after him. Euphemina responds by activating her sword, Light. A guard asks if she's truly going to fight until the end, and she says she'll keep her promise for now. That leaves her with only 10 spells. She knows she can't hold them back forever, so she tells Shin to find Hiro quickly. Meanwhile, Hiro realizes nearly 50 real-world hours have passed. He's at his limit and begs for someone to save him. Right after that thought, he suddenly starts collapsing and screams. MC hears it and knows that was Hiro. He must be nearby. He can't believe that idiot dragged him into this mess and swears he'll beat him up when he sees him. But then he runs into a very different-looking guard. The man recognizes him and introduces himself as Leo, a knight of Winston. Leo says he heard Shine escaped and assumed he'd come here if he was working with Hiroi. The protagonist figures a knight must be at least level 180 and starts thinking hard about what to do. Then he provokes Leo, saying the little dog finally found the courage to do more than bark. Leo takes the bait and says MC should be grateful because now he'll kill him personally. For a moment, he wonders if he went too far, then activates Blacksmith's Rage and Quick Movements, stacking several buffs. He knows he has no choice but to fight. As the knight charges, Shin is shocked by how quickly the attack comes. Still, he manages to block and realizes Leo is incredibly fast. He barely defended in time and knows he would have lost without quick movements affecting his dagger. Leo's pride is wounded when a mere blacksmith avoids his strike, and he demands to know how the protagonist dares insult a knight's honor. Then he declares that Shin will die to the ultimate strike of his fire sword. Leo attacks again and deals 17,300 damage. MC's HP drops so low that legendary stubbornness activates, making him immune to all attacks for 5 seconds. After taking the hit, he panics at that insane power and thinks he needs a health potion right now, but then he wonders why that jerk suddenly stopped. Inside the flames, Leo is completely wrecked. Shin remembers Irene saying fire magic in an enclosed space would turn someone into barbecue and realizes it was a dust explosion. Leo demands to know what the hell the protagonist did, and MC says that's what a skill gap looks like. He manages to defeat a Winston Knight. That earns him an achievement, the title Night Slayer, the prison key, and several level ups. He reaches level 45. Then he goes to Hiroi and unlocks the cell. Sunlight spills inside, and Shin says he was planning to beat him up, but Hiroi looks half dead. Then Hiroi realizes it's the apprentice, and the mission is cleared. At the same time, Hiroi gains the secondary class partner of the Apostle of Justice and calls him his savior. Shin's mission clears too, and he receives the title Apostle of Justice. Then Hiroi kneels before him and says that if the protagonist helps him finish the mission, he'll offer complete loyalty. He reveals his real name and says he's a descendant of the Blue Wolf, swearing to repay this kindness and follow him to the end as the partner of the Apostle of Justice. Watching this, MC wonders what's wrong with that guy. He must have gone crazy. Seriously, how can Shin call himself unlucky when he keeps receiving absurd luck like this and basically just gained a servant? At the same time, we're told the Mimic class lets a player copy skills and use the strengths of any class, making it one of the most useful classes of all. With the right collection of copied skills, a Mimic can solo a boss or wipe out an army in war. But there are limits. Only 3 skills can be copied each day. Each can only be used once. They have only 9 non-combat skills, and their physical stats are weak. So a Mimic with stored skills can appear overpowered. But once those skills are gone, Euphemina becomes extremely vulnerable. Even so, the soldiers are still shocked that this girl defeated hundreds of guards by herself. She thinks only the elite knights remain. Most of her copied skills are already gone, but at least they won't rush her carelessly. Now, then a huge explosion echoes out. Since Grid still hasn't returned, she wonders if he died. Still, she quickly rejects that thought. Even if he saved Hiroi, would he really come back for her? The guards start talking among themselves, calling this entire situation shameful. Even so, they decide to work together and finish her off. Euphemina gets frustrated and thinks she only needs to stall a little longer. Her final 3 spells are all fire magic, and in a narrow place like this, using them could kill her, too. Then they charge her. She barely dodges and regrets trusting Grid or getting involved at all. While that thought crosses her mind, another attack comes, and this time she knows she can't dodge it. She figures she'll have to use at least a basic skill. But when the attack lands, it sends her flying back into the wall. The knights realize how fragile she really is and say they were afraid for nothing. Now they want revenge for the 500 soldiers she killed. They even tell her not to take it personally. But she refuses to give up. She still has a 50-50 chance. If luck fails her, she's finished. Even so, she prepares to roll the dice. Right then, Grid arrives, calling them out for ganging up on a defenseless girl. She's shocked to see him return with Hiroi. Annoyed, she asks why he took so long. She was about to curse him out. The knights realize that if he returned, then Leo, the North Star, must have been defeated. Grid says he doesn't know any North Star. He only defeated some trash named Leo in a fair one-on-one fight. Everyone is stunned, and Grid asks if they think they can defeat him, too. Euphemina remembers that NPCs instinctively retreat when someone is at least 30 levels above them. Seeing them back away this much, she wonders just how high Grid's level is. One knight remembers he's only a blacksmith, but another warns them not to relax. If Grid defeated Leo and returned without a scratch, he must have some trick, and they can't carelessly challenge someone with that kind of killing aura. Grid tells them to move unless they want to end up like Leo. Roy thought Grid looked weak before, but now even the knights are afraid of him. To Heroi, that makes Grid seem incredible. Heroi gets excited and says this is great. He doubts the knights will dare attack and assumes Euphemina will wipe them all out anyway. but the knights warn Grid not to come any closer or they'll kill him if he takes one more step. Then they realize he's been forcing them backward toward the stairs leading to the second floor. They tell Grid to stop, saying they won't be humiliated by some fugitive. Grid throws the question back at them and tells Euphemina to show them how it's done. She awkwardly says she kind of can't right now and asks why he doesn't handle them himself. Seriously, just look at this lunatic. Grid stares at her in disbelief and admits he has no chance against them. So she asks if he didn't just defeat a knight by himself and tells him to finish them, too. Grid says that was different, but the knights attack before he can explain. Offended that he ignored them, they rush in, ready to crush him. Grid realizes the knight is fast and starts wondering if he pushed them too far. Then Hiroi steps in and takes the attack for him. Even so, he remains standing as if he's completely unharmed, while the knight injures his wrist and drops his sword. Grid can't believe Hiroi is unharmed. And Hiroi activates great determination, saying it's the skill he gained after surviving that. Hell, Euphemera wonders how he blocked a knight's strike with only his body, and Grid admits he doesn't really understand Hiroi either. Grid says they should run, but Hiroi asks about his promise. He says he'll hold them here because he swore to repay Grid for saving his life. She asks if he plans to stop them all by himself, but Grid simply tells her to go. He tells Hiro to hold out as long as he can, and she says they'll meet again if possible. The knights laugh and ask if they truly think they'll escape that easily. Hiroi steps in front of them and says no one is escaping. Then he activates Evil Tongue and starts hurling curse after curse. At them, their stats begin to fall. After that, Hiroi prepares his new skill, Unshakable Justice. It deals 300% physical attack damage across a wide area. The attack looks flashy, with a huge effect, and everything, but it barely does anything to the knights. Hiroi expected that. It's a useless skill for an orator like him. The knights ask if that was all a bluff and order him thrown back into solitary confinement. Hiroi thinks that now the mission is complete, he can finally log out, and Winston's lord is finished anyway. It's been a long 50 hours, and at last he can rest. He did everything he could. All that's left is to wish Grid good luck. After climbing the long staircase, Grid and Euphemina make it outside the castle. They think they've escaped, but she tells him to be quiet. They're still in enemy territory. They need to get farther away from the castle, especially before the knights below regroup with the Lord's bodyguards. Then Grid suddenly starts rolling around on the ground, saying, "The fresh air feels amazing." She snaps that she already told him to shut his mouth, or she'll do it for him. Grid apologizes, but she keeps thinking the most annoying thing about him is how he acts like an idiot even though he seems higher level than her, which isn't even true. It's the Lord and his bodyguards, and the man brands them criminals. This is Baron Louis, and he says they defeated all the knights and guards. Grid tells Euphemina they only found them because she started shouting, but she fires back that he was the one making noise. Louis thinks that if they escape, the citizens will tell the constable everything and he'll be ruined. So he swears he'll never forgive them and orders both of them killed. Grid tells Euphemina to show them who's in charge and asks if she can handle it. She wonders if he plans to keep pretending he's weak until the very end and decides she'll simply have to put up with him. Now that they aren't trapped in an enclosed space, she can attack freely, so she uses Demon King's tail, fire. The spell crashes down on all the knights. They're wiped out in an instant, and the Lord realizes her power is overwhelming. His elite guards were erased by a single attack. She says she had to burn through every skill she'd saved, and she was already in a bad mood because of a certain idiot. Still, thanks to the Lord, she got to release some stress and even thanks Baron Louis for it. Looking him directly in the eyes, she says they're leaving this damn castle now. Grid thinks she's terrifying and decides he should try not to anger her again. So they head out through the front gate, thinking they're finally free until Rabbit appears at the entrance. Grid is shocked, but Louis is delighted and says Rabbit arrived just in time to save him. That makes Grid nervous. He forgot Rabbit worked for Mero Company, so maybe this isn't over. Yet Euphemina asks if these are the men he mentioned, and Grid says yes, exactly them. Then Grid remembers she was hired by Mero Company too. That makes him wonder why she helped him at all, and whether this is some kind of trap. He demands to know what's happening, then decides it doesn't matter. Company or not, he won't go down easily. He reminds himself that his stats are unusually high for his level, and he even has 4 difficult-to-obtain titles. There are around 10 enemies, and he's glad he isn't wearing heavy armor, right? Now, actually, he isn't wearing any armor, so he decides to put all his spare stat points into attack and defense. He puts 150 points into strength, raising it to 316, and 90 into stamina, bringing it to 334. Even if he doubts he can win, he has no choice but to fight. After spending those points, Grid became absurdly strong, but his fear stopped him from realizing it. A normal level 45 player would have just over 500 stat points. Grid has more than 1,300. 300. And with the ideal dagger equipped, he's stronger than a level 100 combat class player. But compared to his enemies, his weakness is experience. That makes him hesitate, and he admits he's almost certain he'll die, but he'll still do everything he can. Then Louis asks what Rabbit is doing and why he's talking to that snake, ordering him to let go. Louis keeps shouting, demanding to know why Rabbit is speaking with that snake, and telling him to release him immediately. Rabbit says he no longer works for Mero Company. He's here to punish Louis and Valmont for their evil deeds and tells Louis to come quietly. Louis calls Rabbit a traitor and says he shouldn't pretend to be an apostle of justice when he's only a merchant. Rabbit answers that he is a merchant, which is exactly why he follows Prophet. He's betting everything on Grid, leaving the boy completely confused. Rabbit says Grid's skills will let him create incredible products, but he'll never earn the greatest profit alone. Rabbit is certain that if they work together, they'll surpass even a mid-sized company, and he's willing to invest all his resources and experience in him. Grid wonders if that's why Rabbit saved him, then asks why he betrayed Mero Company. Rabbit says their new business will begin in Winston at Khan's Forge, and they'll win back the people by bringing down the tyrant ruling the area. Then Euphemera tells him to move. They still have to finish this, and he agrees. Rabbit says they'll explain everything after dealing with the company, but promises one thing: Grid will make more money than he ever imagined. That grabs Grid's attention immediately, but Euphemina cuts in and reminds him of his promise to make her a one-of-a-kind orb. He says he hasn't forgotten, though he'll need the production method and materials. She agrees but says this all feels far too easy. Grid says a promise is a promise, but inside, what truly excites him is getting the production method for free. He silently thanks the brat. Euphemina says she'll contact him once she obtains it, adds that this was fun, and leaves. Grid wonders if it's finally over. He's exhausted and ready to log out, but now he finally sees a real opportunity. A mid-sized company's profits are enormous. He starts thinking he'll be rich soon. While Grid is lost in those dreams, Rabbit says he looks afraid of Euphemina and asks what happened inside. She acts confused and says Grid was only putting on a show. Then she reveals that he defeated a knight in a duel, leaving Rabbit stunned. He asks if Grid is truly stronger than a knight. Rabbit says that can't be true. How could a blacksmith be so powerful? Then he remembers Pagma, the blacksmith said to be incredibly strong. The pieces begin falling into place. Grid's crafting skill and strength suddenly make sense. Rabbit becomes certain that he's Pagma's descendant. Now he's thrilled that he may get to handle items created by Pagma's descendant and thinks that means they truly could build a massive company. But his dream as a merchant never came true. With help from Rabbit and Euphemina, Mero Company fell, and Count Stain uncovered the corruption connected to the local lord. Valmont and Baron Louis were sent to the border, and the Count ordered their execution for their crimes. Rabbit wasn't so fortunate either. He received 10 years in prison. He thought his help would earn forgiveness, but Count Stain turned out to be a very strict ruler. Even so, Rabbit says it's unfortunate things ended this way, though. At least he took part in a page of History for a Nation. And once the tyrant's rule ended, Winston quickly returned to its former state. Soon, a bard begins telling the story of the company leader's right-hand man, the most beautiful woman in the world, and a young blacksmith, the three who restored peace to Winston. Then a white-haired woman approaches, says it's an interesting story, and gives him several silver coins. She thanks him for telling it, and the bard is shocked by how generous she is. He says he's never seen her before and asks if this is her first time there. She says they'll be seeing each other often from now on and that she's looking forward to hearing more stories, and so the story of Yatan Temple continues. Meanwhile, Count Stein appoints his daughter Irene as Winston's new ruler. Then TV News reports a shocking update. Satisfy officially announces that a player has obtained a secondary class. In the United States, powerful figures complain that the SA group refuses to reveal any details about it. In England, people hear the player is Mongolian, and they're shocked because that country has very few players. In China, they say SA clearly wants to rule the world through Satisfy, and one spokeswoman insists the game should be banned before people become addicted. Things get quite heated there. In Japan, they assume they already have a player with an epic class, so they say it shouldn't take long for someone in their country to obtain a secondary class. Then one reporter asks if Korea has a chance, since it's a Korean game with the largest player base. Another says no, the chances are low because they barely have any top-ranked players besides Ibelin. In Korea, analysts explain that a secondary class can increase a player's stats and expand the types of weapons they can use. They also say players may receive 2 extra stat points every time they level up. Watching this, Grid thinks that's completely broken and unfair. He gets jealous of whoever obtained the class. Later that night, he tells his family that he's finished with physical labor from now on. His sister asks how he can be this irresponsible at his age. His mother reminds him that he still has debts to repay and asks if he got caught in another pyramid scheme. He says no. This time is different. He explains that he's a blacksmith in the game and can sell what he creates for real money. A major merchant promised to support him, and Grid says that one day he'll earn as much. In a year as a CEO, before he can continue, his father smacks him in the face with a spoon. His mother starts crying and asks what they're supposed to do with him, while his father demands to know if he plans to lock himself in his room and play games all day. His sister says that if he could really make money in the game, he wouldn't be buried in debt. She tells him to wake up. Grid insists things are different now and says he became a legendary blacksmith, but his father tells him to stop talking nonsense. Then his father warns him not to even think about skipping work the next day. Grid thinks nobody ever listens to him. Still, he's forced to go to work. On the way, he thinks it always comes down to money. If he wants to stop working, he has to make his family trust him, and he decides he'll accept Rabbit's offer as soon as he logs in. With Rabbit's experience and resources, plus Khan's forge as a base, he might produce real results he can show his parents. So he logs back into the game. Khan is surprised to see him so soon. Grid says everything looks peaceful now, as if that entire mess is finally over. Then he asks if Rabbit came by. Khan says it seems he hasn't heard yet and that he has something for him. He gives Grid a letter and says it's from Rabbit. In it, Rabbit says he wasn't fully forgiven for his past ties to Merrow Company, so their business plan is over. Still, he believes Grid's skills alone can make him the richest man around. Rabbit says he'll watch Grid's legend from afar and sincerely cheer for his success with all his heart. Khan explains that Count Stain didn't completely forgive Rabbit for his crimes. Rabbit will spend the next 10 years in prison, and Grid is devastated because his plans just collapsed. but Khan tells him not to be sad. He has an offer for the boy. He says he wants to leave the forge to Grid someday because Grid protected it from Miro Company, and he believes he's worthy of it. That completely shocks Grid. Khan says he plans to retire in a few years, and it would be an honor to pass the forge to Pagma's descendant. Grid is stunned. He's never heard of a player becoming the heir to an NPC's business. He says he'll only believe it after they sign a contract. There's no taking it back after that, so Khan draws up the contract, and Grid gains the title heir to the forge. He can barely believe it. For now, he still has to continue doing manual labor in real life, but one day, he'll own the forge. Khan then asks if he's ready to train like its future owner, and Grid eagerly joins him elsewhere. At the auction, Jashuka notices it's gone. She can't find the special Jaffa arrow she saw before. Blacksmiths usually create items in large batches, but this one sold only 99 and disappeared. She starts wondering if another guild found the smith first. While she worries, some NPCs start talking about how attractive Jashuka is and wonder if they should flirt with her. She's clearly not in the mood and tells them to get lost before she kills them. Then she opens the guild chat and orders everyone to listen. If they don't find that blacksmith before the end of the month, they're all going through hellish training. The only one who likes that idea is Faker, and everyone immediately tells him to shut up because he's the only one who thinks that way. One member says they honestly don't have enough information and asks if she realizes how many blacksmiths there are. Jashuka tells them to figure it out anyway. They need that blacksmith to strengthen the guild. Thinking of Faker and how much he loves training, she asks where he is, and one member realizes she only wants to dump all her stress on the poor guy. Then Kotz logs in, and she immediately starts complaining, asking what he'll do if she takes his rank. She can't believe he slept for 7 hours. Kotz says he's late because he found something interesting online. He asks if she's heard of Winston Village, and she says, "Isn't that near Byron?" Khan says there was apparently a blacksmith duel there, and one of the contestants created an epic dagger in only 3 hours. Jessica realizes immediately. It's him. An epic item in only a few hours? Not even Pamashur or the top-ranked blacksmith could do that. So she orders everyone to meet in Winston immediately, and the guild asks why. Her answer is simple. The last one there dies. Meanwhile, in-game, Khan storms a castle and cuts down wave after wave of scouts. Using his Blood Warrior class, he begins draining blood from the monsters he kills. That class gives him high attack and speed, making it perfect for hunting. It pushed him all the way to 40th in the overall rankings. He's also the second heir of the massive Jin business group. His rank shot up in less than a month thanks to that class, but lately he hasn't climbed at all, no matter how hard he tries. So Ked starts wondering why he still can't reach first place. Are his skills not enough? To him, that's unacceptable. In real life, his brothers beat him at everything, and he refuses to lose. Inside the game too. If he wants to keep rising, he'll have to hunt in even harder areas. Money isn't a problem. He'll just buy the best potions and push through. But then he thinks about the armor of excruciating pain and the dark wind gauntlets, and realizes he still can't find better equipment. So what are these blacksmiths even doing to him? They're all useless, and he yells in frustration. 1 month later, in Frontier, the capital of the Eternal Kingdom, Euphemina runs into trouble again. She thinks she still hasn't found it. The production method for orbs. She never expected high-level item recipes to be this difficult to obtain, and she's already spent a month searching. She earned 6,500 gold from the quest, but what's the point of having money if she can't use it? While walking through the city, she senses something strange, someone's presence. It was annoying before, but now it's getting on her nerves. So she tells whoever is following her to come out. Her class gives her sharp perception, so being watched like this is no joke, even though her identity as a ranker remains secret. This has never happened before, so she demands again to know who's there, but the stalker remains hidden. He's shocked that a mere blacksmith detected him. This is Faker, Sudaka's #1 assassin. Another guild member immediately starts mocking him for getting caught. The others join in, saying the whole guild would laugh until they cried. It looks like becoming the top assassin made him careless. Annoyed, Faker snaps back and explains they all came because of new information about the blacksmith duel. With so many people watching that match, they quickly tracked down the winner, the suspicious blacksmith, Irene. He remembers Jashuka saying she wanted to meet her personally, so they were ordered to find her location as soon as they arrived. Still, Jashuka only ordered them to observe until she got there, and even with level 7 stealth, Faker was exposed. Then the girl attacks. In one move, she reveals the assassin's position and destroys part of the building they were hiding in. Everyone crashes to the ground, and Faker asks if they're okay. But Euphemera keeps attacking, yelling at them to stop spying on her and calling Faker a creep. Then she unleashes Angel's Cry on all of them. The attack tears through their ears, and Faker can't believe a blacksmith is using high-level magic. That's when he realizes she isn't a blacksmith at all. Several guilds were searching for the creator of the special Jaffa arrows, so maybe a rival guild spread false information. Maybe even the blacksmith duel was fake from the beginning. His guild was deceived. So Faker calls it a dirty trick and demands to know what guild she belongs to. She simply asks what he's even talking about and why every man she meets is insane. Spying on her was bad enough, but now they're threatening her too. Fed up, she calls down lightning. Faker immediately notices that she cast it without chanting, and even he's impressed. Still, he says that won't be enough to defeat him. Then he flashes behind her, catching Euphemina off guard. A powerful kick follows, sending her flying. She realizes this is the first time a player has injured her since she became a duplicator. This man is strong. Faker responds by using Shadow Clone. Several copies appear in front of her at once. He says it ends here, but a burst of light she summons destroys multiple clones in a single attack, leaving Faker stunned. Then the girl summons the Old Queen's Knight behind her, a golem nearly 3 times her size. Faker is shocked that she has a familiar. She isn't a summoner, so is she really a duplicator? He can't make sense of it, but the knight gives him no time to think. It charges and attacks immediately, and Faker can feel how destructive it is. An assassin has no chance against a knight in a direct fight, since he can't defeat the knight. Head on, he decides to target the girl instead, take down the master. Euphemina is startled when daggers fly toward her, and Faker wants to see if she has a defensive spell prepared. She starts casting something, but those daggers were designed to react to any magic she uses. Instead, she dodges them using pure agility. That shocks him because it's an assassin skill. She explains that she copied several rankers' abilities while searching for the orb recipe and says she's never been stronger than this. Then the knight attacks Faker again, forcing him to jump back. His subordinates shout that they'll support him because there's no way he can defeat her alone. He tries to stop them, but it's too late. The knight charges them and takes down several with one blow. They complain that fighting is impossible with that familiar around, and before they can recover, Irene hits them all with Dragon's Claw, making things even worse. A rain of fire crashes down on the entire guild, and Faker is blasted away face first into the ground. None of this makes sense to him. How is she defeating 4 elite rankers so easily? It almost feels like they're facing some all-powerful god. Then the girl drops one final fireball on him. Sometime later, the area is completely destroyed when Jashuka and the rest of Sudaka arrive. She sees the destruction and wonders what kind of monster they fought. Someone explains that she defeated 4 guild members alone, including Faker, and seemed to use skills from several different classes. That makes Jashuka think the girl may have a hidden class. Then she wonders how that girl dared attack her guild. With stronger guilds around, they can't afford to appear weak. So she orders everyone to find her immediately. They're going to wipe out her and all her followers. Meanwhile, Khan approaches Shin and asks why he never takes a break. He wants to know if the kid ever gets tired. But Shin says that after hammering for an entire month, he's learned a lot. Creating the same items repeatedly barely gives him any experience, so he keeps pushing himself. There are two major requirements for creating high-level items. Either use excellent materials or spend a long time working with weaker ones. On top of that, dexterity and strength matter greatly, especially when you have to hammer heavy metal for hours. Even so, he finally stops to rest for a while. His stamina isn't really the problem. He gained 30 points in every stat while crafting items. Legendary blacksmith's craftsmanship reaches level 2, and even his item-making skill improves, which almost never happens. Legendary blacksmith's patience also reaches level 2. The real problem is time. It takes him more than 6 hours to create one item, and he's made 73 so far. But only 3 became epic, so he starts thinking there's nothing legendary about that. Still, he did at least obtain a list of item recipes. After becoming Khan's heir, he learned dozens of production methods. Before that, learning even one was incredibly difficult. Then he remembers that brat who wanted him to create an orb for her. He never expected to get both the recipe and materials for a unique orb for free. She's kind of scary, sure, but this is still a huge opportunity. Then a troubling thought hits him. What if he only creates a normal orb? She would definitely kill him. That thought starts freaking him out, and then someone arrives at the forge, asking if Euphemina is there. Instead, they ask if the boy is Blacksmith Khan. Sheen has no idea what's happening, so he calls Khan over. Khan asks what they need, and the man asks if he fought someone named Irene in a blacksmith duel 1 month ago. Khan says yes. Then the man asks if that girl is really a blacksmith and whether Khan personally saw her forging items. Khan says that's a strange question. She's an outstanding blacksmith. Then he asks who they are to come here and start interrogating him. But the man keeps pressing, asking if Miro Company was the only group involved in that duel, or whether anyone else was part of it. Their attitude feels suspicious, and they pressure the old man to answer because they don't have all day. Grid starts wondering what these jerks want. Even if Khan is an NPC, he still has memories and emotions. He's also much older than they are, so Grid asks what their problem is. Rouge snaps back, asking who Grid thinks he is. Grid says he works there, and they're interfering with business. The man mocks him, asking if they were supposed to bring a gift just to ask a simple question. His friend realizes he's going too far and tells him to calm down. He says the man has been tense ever since Faker and the others lost. Then he tells Khan they only want information about Arena. They also heard Khan's successor took part in the duel and ask if he knows her. Khan says they barely met her during the match, so how would they know much? Grid notices they still haven't realized he's Khan's successor. Then again, looking at him, that makes sense. The men decide to leave, saying they can simply ask other people if no one there knows anything. That angers Grid. He warns them not to return and calls them a group of Zeruella punks. Khan only says that girl must have become very important, and that Grid should try to look on the bright side. While that's happening, another customer arrives to inspect Khan's goods. It's clear that rumors about Grid's high-quality items are attracting more and more people. Grid thinks that's excellent. They can sell the items right there. Selling items yourself and haggling with customers is a huge hassle. Auctions and direct money transfers also charge heavy fees. But at Khan's forge, Khan sells Grid's items for free. If this continues, Grid could make serious money. Still, he doubts it. Recently, he's only been creating worthless normal items, and he starts cursing the game system. Meanwhile, at the SA Group headquarters, someone from the operations team shows their boss an email from Grid filled with insults and accusations that they're manipulating the odds. The man keeps reading that flood of profanity until his boss tells him to stop. He asks whether the chances of creating better items shouldn't increase as the skill level rises. She says the answer is simple. Grid is an idiot. He has a legendary class, yet he still doesn't understand something so basic. Still, the employee points out that only 3 of 73 items became epic, so it makes sense that Grid thinks something is wrong. His superior says that's exactly what's strange. If anything, it would make more sense if there were a bug, or if the rates were truly being altered. But even with a legendary class, Grid is somehow the unluckiest person around. Then Grid does the math. After selling 73 level 60 items and subtracting production costs, he made 1,079 gold, just over 1 million yen, and that's from working only 5 or 6 hours a day. So if he worked all day, he would earn even more. He can't understand why his parents still don't believe him. No matter how many times he explains, he thinks he could probably convince them by showing how much he'd earn from selling the ideal dagger. But no one can use it yet because it requires advanced dagger mastery. So there's no reason to sell it now. Since nobody can use it, he returns to his part-time job again. But then a flyer hits him in the face. It advertises a top-tier capsule room with a lifetime 30% discount on usage fees. He immediately thinks this could be a huge opportunity. Using a capsule room costs 100,001, and with a 30% discount, he could use one in the morning and afternoon, then use the capsule at home at night. From that day forward, this would become his new workplace, and he would never do manual labor again. From then on, Shin Young-woo in the game, began working as a full-time blacksmith. Sometime later, people start complaining because the anonymous blacksmith's items are already sold out. A girl asks if he's really that popular, and a man says she must not have heard. Mid-level players can't even buy his equipment because it's always out of stock. It's slightly expensive, but it's around 20% better than other items of the same level. So people start asking Khan where they can find the anonymous blacksmith. They want to place custom orders, but Khan knows he can't answer that. Even working non-stop, Grid can't make equipment for everyone. On top of that, he still doesn't want his name to spread. Yet, from that day on, more and more players crowded around the forge trying to place orders. Meanwhile, Grid kept working without rest, and none of them guessed that the rookie hammering away in the back was the blacksmith dome they were searching for. Grid looks so ordinary that nobody even considers it. His luck stat feels so cursed that it's almost funny, and now he's begging for one item to finally come out properly. He's been spending 15 hours a day in the capsule room, and because of that, the number of items he creates has doubled. This day feels like the final test. He made that metal armor by following Khan's method exactly. It cost 483 gold, around 1/5 of everything he had, and it's officially the most expensive item he's ever created. He spent 20 hours on it because he feared it would turn out normal, so he starts praying for it to be legendary, or at least unique. The moment he assembles everything, the armor is complete, but it only comes out epic. Grid immediately starts cursing the developers. Thinking it's all over, he shows Khan, who asks if he truly used the method he taught him. The result looks completely different despite using the same process. Then Khan says his successor is incredible. Grid asks how much he thinks it's worth. Khan says it's difficult to name an exact price, but it would be better to auction it to the knights than sell it at the forge. He's seen their armor, and this one is far better. Grid is shocked, then realizes that actually makes sense. Because he used legendary blacksmith's craftsmanship and legendary blacksmith's breath, the stats are 20% above normal. Most knights are around level 180, but even this level 120 armor would catch their attention. Khan says this is a great opportunity. Grid would have to go to the castle to sell it, but there would be no fee this time. He asks what Grid thinks. Grid asks if he's going to get robbed, then agrees immediately. They'll auction it there. Besides, he's been trapped in the forge long enough. It's time to get out. Khan says the auction is still 2 days away and tells him to use that time to create more items. Fired up again, Grid decides he'll try for a legendary one. 2 days later, on the day of the auction, Khan wishes him a safe journey, but Grid looks deeply disappointed. Khan tells him not to be so upset because even the normal items he made are impressive. Before he leaves, Khan gives him a medallion. Only people carrying one can enter the auction, and with it, he won't have to meet all the usual requirements. He receives Khan's successor medallion, and Khan says it'll be a valuable experience as long as he doesn't expect too much. Grid thinks that with his luck, everything will probably fall apart anyway. Then he says goodbye to Khan. The Winston Castle auction is where knights can obtain top-quality equipment and where many skilled blacksmiths gather, hoping to earn the right to sell their work to the Lord. Grid looks around and sees players and NPCs everywhere. Some say it's the perfect place to find workers once they inherit a shop. Then an announcement says the auction will begin soon and reminds everyone to submit their items with a starting price. Grid heads over to register the metal armor and the epic gauntlets he managed to finish at the last moment. His problem is that he has no idea what starting price to choose. If he sets it too high, they won't sell. Then someone approaches and asks if something is wrong. Noticing he's a blacksmith, the person says it must be his first time there and offers to help. Grid sees that he's a player and his name looks familiar. Grid admits he doesn't know what price to set. The other man is shocked and says his mentor should have explained that in the quest, since people usually decide beforehand. So he shares the quest details with Grid. Grid asks why he's selling his mentor's items instead of his own. The boy says his own equipment can't compare to what's being sold at the auction. His mentor's skills are on another level, and he proudly shows a rare level 190 longsword made by him. Grid realizes most players usually learn crafting through NPC quests. He almost feels bad seeing this boy so excited over a rare item. Then the boy asks if he can see Grid's mentor's items. But Grid finds him annoying and refuses. Instead, he asks what a level 120 piece of armor should start at. The boy looks disappointed because he was truly curious, but says normal ones usually start at around 300 gold. When Grid asks about epic items, the boy is stunned that his mentor created one and says that's incredible. Even with poor effects, gauntlets would sell for around 600 gold, while armor would sell for roughly 1,800 gold. Grady quickly calculates and realizes that's nearly 3 million won. After expenses, that's around 2 million in profit from only 1 week in the capsule. At this rate, he thinks he may be able to repay his 10 million won debt by himself. He starts laughing like a maniac, frightening the boy. The kid tells him to stop spacing out and choose the starting price already. Once the items are registered, all he can do is wait and hope the knights buy them. Then the auction begins and continues item by item until the very end. People start complaining that most of it was junk, and only 3 items looked worth buying. Some NPCs even say it would be embarrassing to give those items to Lady Irene and wonder whether the remote territory has any skilled smiths at all. Then they hear the final item is high quality, a magic affinity longsword submitted by Lord Rosvin's apprentice. That catches everyone's attention, and they admit the wait was finally worth. Since it's the final item, the bids keep climbing higher and higher, but then a maid rushes over and whispers something to the auctioneer. She asks everyone to remain calm and announces that a late delivery just came in. After the auction resumes, someone calls for Grid. They say the results are about to be announced, and he asks if it always takes this long. The boy says yes. The knights are known for being extremely selective. Then the auctioneer begins announcing the results. Out of 110 items submitted, only 6 were sold. That disappoints the blacksmiths. One of them even submitted 7 items and still sold nothing. The auctioneer lists the sales. Clarissa's necklace sold for 453 gold. Mr. 39's armor sold, and Piglet's potions went for 15 gold each. Stank's longsword sold for 1,900 gold. The boy is thrilled that his mentor's item sold and asks Grid if he thinks his master will be happy. Grid coldly tells him to ask his master directly instead of asking him. That hurts. The boy may be nice, but Grid still finds him annoying. Then the auctioneer calls out, asking if Grid is present. He answers, and she says the manager wants to meet him personally. Grid asks why. She simply tells him to come along and says she thinks it's good news. He's still suspicious. Even so, he follows her to the manager's office. Inside, the man is already examining the gauntlet. He tells Grid to sit and says Khan's skill is obvious in the piece, praising him for learning so much at such a young age. He also mentions the blacksmith known as the Smith of Justice, saying he's heard rumors about him in Winston. Even with his humble appearance, the man says his talent is obvious, and Khan must have taught him. Well, Grid cuts in and says Khan had nothing to do with it. He made everything himself. The man gets straight to the point. He'll buy the items for 5,500 gold, and he also wants Grid to create equipment for his soldiers. Grid freezes. He can barely believe what he's hearing and nearly spills his drink. On top of that, he receives a new quest: fulfill the deal with manager Vlad by crafting more equipment for the knights. He walks out in a daze. He still can't believe it happened, but he already accepted the quest, and he desperately needs the money. Still, he thinks it might be possible. 2 of his last 3 items were epic, and each took around 20 hours, so perhaps he can finish the job in less than a week. Then he remembers that friendly boy, the one who said it would probably be good news. Even though the kid was so happy for him, Grid left without even saying goodbye. Still, the auction was a success. From this moment onward, he thinks he's officially rich. Meanwhile, it's explained that Count Sten spent months hunting the Yachten Church, a fanatical group that sacrifices young virgin women. Irene, the Count's daughter, was kidnapped by them, and during the rescue, Doran, the strongest shadow of the Sten family, was killed. But now the situation north of Winston has changed. As the knights continue pursuing the Yachten Church, they encounter Yura. With the Blood Witch on the battlefield, things quickly turn ugly. Yura sees there are too many soldiers and realizes this will take longer than usual. That means her SS rank quest is now active, and she knows a mission this valuable can't be wasted. She remembers meeting Agnos, the 7th ranked player, and how helpless she felt against someone with an epic class. So she charges the soldiers and fires black lightning while they prepare for battle. If she wants to become number 1, she knows she has to grow stronger. While she's tearing through NPC soldiers, back at Winston Castle, Irene is told they suffered 412 casualties and 5 knights were seriously injured. She asks how that happened. There were only 150 enemies, so how did they lose 1,000 soldiers and 8 knights? The report says there was one incredibly powerful enemy, and rumors claim she's one of the 8 servants. Irene realizes things are becoming worse. Her thoughts turn to Doran. She swears to avenge him and orders them to prepare an expedition with their strongest soldiers. At the same time, Grid continues fighting his own terrible luck and manages to create yet another normal item. He's frustrated, while Khan says it's still an excellent sword even if it's only normal rank. Grid snaps and asks if he's joking. It's normal. Khan asks why he's so angry. Grid says he only had enough money for materials for 7 swords and already ruined the first one. If he wants to complete the 3 epic swords he promised, then 1 out of every 2 remaining items must be epic. Khan points out that the sword is still worth 800 gold, but Grid says it costs 900 to create. The old man reminds him that he's pushing himself to the limit, spending 20 hours on each item. Sooner or later, that effort will pay off. He only needs to believe in himself. Grid thinks maybe he's right. But even after all that effort, the next item is normal. 2. Khan tries to encourage him, but Grid tells him to be quiet because this feels like a scam. Then he returns to cursing the game developers, saying he'll sue them if they secretly lowered the rates. To him, this legendary blacksmith class feels worthless, and now he only has enough materials for 5 more items. As for creating another legendary item, he can only dream. Then he finally creates a rare item, though even that feels difficult to obtain. Still, he tells himself that if he remains focused, something good might happen. He creates another rare item, but still feels like everything is going wrong. At that point, he decides to simply finish the rest. 1 week later, Khan counts the results. 2 epic items, 1 rare, and 3 normal. He says 1 more epic is still missing, but this is already impressive. Grid remains completely focused on his work. Khan says that with the time remaining, this will be the last one, and asks if he's okay. Grid says sure, but he's already given up. He knows he's completely doomed. Khan says a descendant of Pagma shouldn't act like that, but Grid is so defeated that he says he's more like a descendant of normal items. He thinks this is the final sword, and there's no chance it'll be epic, so he only wants to finish it, get this over with, and finally rest. But when he fits the blade into the handle, he notices something strange happening. A huge light bursts out, and he grumbles at the normal item to stop messing with him. Then the weather suddenly changes. A bolt of lightning crashes into the forge and strikes the sword he just created. Grig can only stare and ask what the hell is going on. He had already given up, so he tells himself not to care anymore. But then the self-transcended sword is created, a legendary item. The system announces that because he created a legendary item, all his stats permanently increase by 25. His reputation across the continent rises by 1,000, and he earns the unique title Creator of Legendary Items. Grid is stunned. He looks over at Khan, who can't believe it either. The old man is so shocked that he starts foaming at the mouth and passes out. Grid panics and begs the old man not to die because he still needs to finish the quest. Meanwhile, back at the castle, Irene is told that the second expedition ended in a crushing defeat. She asks if the 8th servant stopped them again, and they say yes. Irene realizes that if they want this mission to succeed, they have to get rid of her first. Her attendant agrees, but says it's impossible with their current strength. Irene knows they can't do anything right now, but no matter how long it takes, she swears to avenge Doran. As she stares out the window, she spots a complete weirdo by the fountain. It's Grid, who finds a coin. He gets excited over the free gold and thinks he never imagined he'd make money for doing nothing one day. Then someone calls for Irene, asking if she's there. She says the director arrived at the perfect time because there's a strange man in the garden. He's glad she already noticed him and says the man is Grid, someone she needs to meet right away. That surprises her. When Grid is brought before her, they explain that he's the smith ordered to make swords for the knights after the last auction. And he's also the one who dealt with Miro Company. Irene realizes he's the blacksmith from the rumors. She had planned to reward him, but never got the chance because of the crisis. Grid immediately thinks she should have rewarded him sooner, then wonders where he's seen this girl before. The director tells Irene to inspect the weapons made by this man, saying they're clearly excellent. But when he opens the box, a brilliant light fills the room. One of the servants says the sword holds incredible power, and Irene wonders how he created something this good. Grid, being Grid, gets straight to the point and asks how much they'll pay. He remembers they promised more money for better items. Irene realizes the sword is incredible. With it, they might actually win. So she turns to Faker and asks if this blade would let him fight the 8th servant. He says that with this sword, he could match her or perhaps even defeat her. Hearing that, Irene stops hesitating. She orders the manager to buy the sword and lets him decide the price. Then she asks if his name is Grid and says she hopes they meet again. As he looks at her, Grid notices the ring hanging from her neck. He tries to remember where he saw it before, then gives up and thanks her kindness by kissing her hand. After that, the manager walks over to Grid. Grid says he wants to finish this quickly because he's sick of making swords. The manager says that makes sense after creating a masterpiece. but Grid warns him not to cheat him. The production cost was around 1,000 gold. Then the manager offers 220, and Grid immediately thinks that's far too low. Only 220 gold? The man corrects him. Not 220, but 220,000 gold. He even says he wants this sword to become a treasure of the Sten family. Hearing that, Grid freezes on the spot. He quietly turns toward the shelf, and the manager mistakes that for disappointment. So he explains that all of Whimsun only earns 170,000 gold a year, and this is the best offer he can make right now. Grid does the math in his head and realizes that's around 264 million won. Even after paying off his debts, he'd still have 254 million left. He thinks the sword might sell for even more on the auction site, but nobody can use it yet because of the required stats, so it's better to sell now. He feels like his 26 years of hard work have finally paid off. Now he can show up at his school reunion in expensive clothes and a nice car, maybe even confess to Aoyong, his first love. At last, his spring has come, so he agrees to sell it. The manager says that's a wise choice and adds that there's also a reward for him. Grid asks what it is, and the manager explains that it's blue or chalcum, a rare ore. Grid instantly remembers that this is the material needed for failure. He needed 15 pieces, so this is an incredible stroke of luck. With that, the deal is complete. He clears the quest, earns 234,000 gold from selling 3 swords, receives blue or chalcum, and also gains prestigious status in Winston. That title is given to people recognized by Winston's government. Items made by someone prestigious in Winston sell for more there, and they're exempt from all local taxes. Grid immediately sees how valuable that bonus. No taxes once he owns a forge. Everything really worked out. Now, all he has to do is head home with his happy ending. He can't wait to tell his family. In Sheen's mind, he had finally hit the jackpot, but in reality, he had taken a huge loss. Even if nobody could use the sword yet, some players would unlock advanced sword mastery within the next few months. And once that happened, with the market in its current state, his sword would have been worth billions of won. Still, there's no doubt this was a fresh start for the boy. He gets home and starts talking to his mom and dad, saying he finally made it, but everyone is sitting at the table looking down. He asks what happened and whether something went wrong. His sister explains that their father made a mistake with a loan guarantee, and now they're stuck with an 800 million problem. His father tells him not to worry. If they sell the house and use their savings, they can cover 400 million. Grid doesn't even know what to say. He can't believe his father is losing everything. Then his father apologizes to Siri because that money was supposed to pay for college and her wedding. That's when Grid notices something feels off. He asks, "What about me? I'm your son too." His father's answer is basically, "So what?" Grid can tell the balance here is way off, and Siri says she doesn't need college. She'll help by getting a part-time job. Their father immediately rejects that and says he'll make sure she graduates no matter what. Their mother says they're making Siri suffer, but Siri insists she's fine. Grid knows they're right to worry. Siri always had the best grades in school, so if she quits now to work, all her effort will be wasted. So he says he'll make the money. Everyone stares at him in shock. He tells Siri not to worry and to keep studying. His father says he'll look for another job tomorrow. His mother says she'll find work at a restaurant, and Siri says she'll get a weekend part-time job. Seeing that nobody takes him seriously, Grid tells them to stop ignoring him. He made a lot of money in the game, more than 200 million. That leaves everyone stunned. Grid says he'll save the family. For the first time, he feels like he has a real responsibility to carry. Meanwhile, back in the game, Irene gives Faker the honor of wielding the self-transcended sword to punish their enemies from the Jotun Church. He vows to win this battle for honor, for glory, and for the North. Irene orders everyone to march and return with the head of one of the 7 servants. She knows the enemy only has 150 soldiers, but with one of the 7 servants there, they still can't be careless. Even so, with 12 knights and 1,500 soldiers, their overwhelming strength should guarantee victory. Faker tells them not to fear anything. He's the strongest knight in the north, and he's leading the charge. Meanwhile, at the cult, a man tells Yura that the pagans have come back. He says there will be plenty to sacrifice in Yatan's name, and that he'll support her with magic while they fight. Yura thinks to herself that she knows very well how evil this cult is, especially the 7 servants. She regrets accepting their quests, but without a hidden class like Agnes and Cats, she doesn't have much choice. So she comes down, ready to face the army. The enemy notices that one of the 7 servants has appeared and declares that evil will fall before them. Yura hates being grouped with those monsters, but Ben admits their actions really are disgraceful. Still, she calls upon the great god of darkness and orders him to reveal his power and strength with a powerful spell. She darkens the sky and says she has to protect her followers. Then she casts Black Tempest, thinking it should wipe out a quarter of the soldiers. But Faker bursts through the dark fog on horseback, leaping straight at her. Yura can't believe it. Their leader blocked Black Tempest. As he attacks, she quickly raises Diamond Shield. Faker tells her not to even think about hurting his soldiers. He says her opponent is him, then activates Perfect Self-Transcendence and shatters the Diamond Shield. Yura is shocked. That barrier could block even powerful attacks, yet one knight's skill broke it in a single hit. To her, it makes no sense. So she casts Hell, a dark spell that inflicts fear on one target. Even the horse reacts, but Faker remains calm. He's impressed that she could even frighten his mount, and Yura can't believe the spell still failed. Perfect Self-Transcendence protects him and boosts all his stats by 200%. And Yura feels that same helplessness she's felt before. It reminds her of Grid. Then Faker lands a heavy slash directly into her stomach. Yura realizes she has no choice left and no way to turn back. 17 days earlier, she had reached 100,000 faith and heard Yatan's voice telling her to become his follower and receive a new power. She wanted that power because of Grid, a weapon against enemies her dark magic couldn't affect. So she unleashes the darkness and enters a berserk state, one eye glowing deep red. In the real world, Grid shows his parents the money in his account. They ask if he committed a crime or if the account is fake. Then his sister asks if he sold an organ and wants to check his stomach. Grid understands why they don't believe him. A jobless 26-year-old suddenly showing up with that much money sounds insane. So he swears he earned it in the online game and begs them to trust him. He thinks about everything he sold, including Maimun's longsword and Mengel's metal armor. He made 240,000 gold, and after converting it into real money, he lost 13.2 million to taxes. But he still has a huge amount left. His mother says a friend once asked her son whether someone could really make that kind of money from a game, and the boy said only people who were extremely famous could do it. Then she corrects herself and says that from what she heard, there are fewer than 20 people like her son. Grid asks if that means he can finally relax, but his father says they've only caused him trouble this whole time. But now all that money proves his hard work paid off. So his father says he approves of the game he's been playing. Grid feels like they finally see him for who he is. His father says that because of him, the family can survive this crisis, and he should do whatever he wants. He and his wife can repay the 240 million won within the next 3 years. Then he thanks young Wu, saying he owes him a lot. His mother says they'll get through this together, but young Wu knows the other 600 million is still a huge burden for his parents. He tells his father that family doesn't keep score over debts, so he shouldn't worry. Now it's his turn to help. He may remain in debt for a while, but at least he can support his family. Then he reminds his father that it's not just 240 million, but 240,800,000. Yes, he even counted the extra 800,000 his father ignored after checking his wallet. He's really that stingy. Back in the game, he logs in, ready to do his best that day. He also knows he has to use his remaining 20,000 gold wisely. Even with bonus effects, a normal item with high usage restrictions won't earn him much money. A high-quality item would be ideal, but the odds are too low, so he needs to make level 140 gear, normal or better, so the price still covers the cost. Then he hears some players talking about the expedition against the Yaden church being crushed. Again, they say Sir Phoenix, the strongest knight in the north, was badly injured, and one of the 7 servants is insanely powerful. Grid thinks about it. Customers at the smithy are always talking about things like this, so he starts wondering if they're really that strong. He opens his status window and sees that his stats have increased greatly while crafting. He's already far beyond a normal level 80 warrior, and with the right equipment, he could even hunt level 100 monsters. For a moment, he wants to go monster hunting like in the old days, but gives up on the idea. He still has to work hard to repay his debts, so he heads back to the smithy and gets to work. Khan notices that he arrived early, and Grid says he needs to push himself harder. Khan calls that a wise decision and asks what he's making next. Grid says he's forging a hammer because the one he's been using is almost broken. Khan says that makes sense. He's always wondered why Grid kept using such a worn-out hammer. He thought it had sentimental value, but Grid shrugs and asks who cares about some old hammer. Khan can't believe what he's hearing. Annoyed, Khan asks if he's lost his mind. A hammer is a blacksmith's most important tool, and Grid is caught off guard. Disappointed, Khan says he expected more from Pagma's descendant and tells him to inspect his hammer. He explains that materials, patience, devotion, and skill aren't the only things that matter when forging. Grid uses appraisal and discovers it's a rare hammer that increases the chance of creating better items. He understands the maker's intent and the method behind it, then learns how to craft the excellent blacksmith's hammer. Khan says Grid wouldn't have suffered so much if he'd used a better hammer from the beginning. That makes Grid angry, and he asks why Khan is only telling him now. Khan tells him to calm down and simply do his best from here on. So Grid creates the unknown master blacksmith's hammer, an epic item with many extra effects and a restriction for Pagma's descendant. He realizes Khan was right. The hammer even has special effects, and it's a personal weapon only he can use. Khan says Grid is difficult to predict, but having him around has made him smile much more lately. Then he says he has a favor to ask, and Grid asks what it is. Khan explains that it's the anniversary of his son's death and asks if Grid can visit the grave with him. That catches Grid by surprise, but he really does go with the old man. Khan leads him to his son's grave, and Grid thinks it feels strange. Still, both in real life and in the game, Khan is the only person who accepted him as he is, his only friend, so he agrees. Khan says this is the family graveyard where all his ancestors are buried and points out the grave of his son Oliver. Oliver was also a great blacksmith, and Khan always believed he'd someday become as skilled as Lord Albertino, but he died young from illness. Even after 10 years, Khan still misses him every day and wishes he could have taken his place. Then Khan softly asks his son if he can recognize him. He says this is Pagma's descendant, the blacksmith Oliver always asked about in his stories, and wonders if his son is surprised. Khan adds that he's working with someone incredible now, the very person who saved their forge. He says Grid even helped him stop drinking, and on top of that, he'll become the heir to the forge. Khan acts as if his son is answering him, then calls Grid over and says Oliver is jealous of him, but happy that Khan brought him there. That starts to affect Grid. He even curses Satisfy for making its NPCs feel so real, as if they truly have hearts and emotions. Then Grid walks up to Oliver's grave and says Khan is his dearest friend. He promises to make the forge they love the greatest, forge of all time, so Oliver should keep watching over him and his father. Khan is deeply moved by that. Then a powerful wind strikes the grave and startles Grid. His bond with Khan grows deeper, and the graves around them begin to glow as Khan's ancestors rise, moved by Grid's sincerity. Grid tells Khan to look at what's happening, but realizes the old man is asleep. He can't believe Khan fell asleep at a time like this. Then the spirits speak, saying it's a pleasure to meet Pagma's descendant, the friend of their descendant. They tell him not to panic. They're Khan's ancestors, and they came to reward his sincerity. Grid isn't sure what to make of that. One of them says that 130 years ago, they witnessed a sword technique that pierced the sky. Grid has no idea what they mean, so the oldest spirit explains. He was so moved by it that he carved the memory into a cliff on the north side of Kazan Canyon so it wouldn't be forgotten. There, in Kazan Canyon, Grid will find Pagma's swordsmanship. Once again, he sees how everything is connected. Then Pagma's descendant quest finally updates. He receives his first class quest. Go to Kizan Canyon, south of Winston, and find a clue to Pagma's swordsmanship. The goal is to learn Pagma's swordsmanship. The reward is the Dane's Leaf replica, and there's no time limit. Now he remembers. It's the class quest moving forward. The ancestors tell him their memories will help him learn Pagma's swordsmanship, and they hope it will one day surpass even Pagma himself, all while calling him the friend of their descendant, Oliver. Then Oliver appears and asks Grid to take care of his father. That truly moves him, and he promises Oliver can leave to him. He almost cries, but only almost. After the cutscene ends, Khan wakes up. He asks when he fell asleep, and Grid tells him old men shouldn't doze off just anywhere. From now on, he needs to take better care of himself. But Khan notices Grid standing stiffly in a strange pose and asks what's wrong. Grid tells him not to worry about it while thinking that ghosts are terrifying. A while later, outside the forge, Hiroi wonders what to do. Will Grid be happy to see him or ask why he took so long? It's been 40 days since Hiroi completed the wait quest. He spent a week in the hospital, just as the SA group advised, and used that time to think about whether he should reveal himself as the first player with a secondary class. After that, he took a short break, returned to the game 3 days ago, learned more about his new class, and finally headed to Khan's forge. He came to find Grid, the man he had sworn to serve. Right then, Grid himself opens the door, and Hiroi is happy to see him. He drops to one knee and introduces himself as Hiroi. Grid barely remembers him, but says it's good to see him. Then, in an extremely polite voice, he asks if Hiroi even knows who he is and why he told the knights about him when they barely knew each other. Because of that, Grid says he was disqualified from the competition, thrown into prison, beaten by knights, and dragged around by that crazy woman. He asks if Hero has any idea how much he suffered. Hero immediately starts apologizing, saying he's truly sorry and that it was all his fault. Hearing him call him master, Grid wonders what's wrong with this guy. He even asks if prison damaged his mind. Then Grid tells him to forget it and leave, but Hiroi asks where he's supposed to go. Grid tells him to crawl back into whatever hole he came from, but Hiroi refuses, saying a descendant of the Blue Wolf never breaks a promise. He adds that it's better for the Apostle of Justice and his partner to remain together, and says his place is by Grid's side, his master. Grid thinks this guy is a huge nuisance, but Hiroi still asks to join his guild if he has one and says he'll follow him anywhere. He wants to serve him. But Grid says he isn't in a guild and tells him to get lost. Hiroi replies that he should create one because people will gather around someone with such a righteous heart. Grid knows that isn't true. He says he's busy forging equipment for his class quest, then thinks this guy seriously needs to stop bothering him. After that, he tells Hiroi again to stop the nonsense and leave. That clearly hits Hiroi hard. Even so, Grid heads into the forest. Hiroi follows in stealth and thinks that even if he shouldn't disobey his master, a descendant of the Blue Wolf never breaks a promise. Meanwhile, Grid keeps traveling through the rain, sleeping outside and enduring one miserable thing after another. Seeing that, Hiroi decides he has to protect him and wonders how one person can have such terrible luck. While Grid kept searching for materials and failing to find ore, the world of Satisfy was thrown into chaos. Right after the brutal battle against the Church of Yatan in northern Winston, the power of the god Yatan appeared, marking the birth of the eighth servant. Yura had surpassed the limits of a black mage and was fully reborn. Then a system notice says the influence of the Church of Yatan is spreading across the continent. The minimum level of Yatan followers rises from 160 to 170. And if the church keeps growing at this rate, it may become powerful enough to establish its own nation. To stop that evil cult of sacrifice from growing any further, many nations join forces and issue subjugation quests to their players. The believers decide to demonstrate the power of their god Yatan, and the church's bishop, the first servant and black mage Talos, orders everyone to attack. But Condistian orders his forces to defend the Church of Yatan's northern base, and that's how the battle between the Alliance and the Church of Yatan begins. It's the start of a massive event that will heavily shape the continent's future. Then a newspaper asks what will happen if the Church of Yatan succeeds in founding a nation, saying nothing this massive has happened since Satisfy launched. One reporter asks for an analysis of the Church of Yatan, and the other says the cause of all this is the eighth servant. They also recently discovered that she isn't an NPC but a player, and if the eighth servant really is a player, then it can only be one person. Yura, fifth in the unified rankings, the Blood Witch. Everyone needs to keep watching her, and the entire world is in chaos because of this unprecedented war. Around that time, Grid receives a quest to defeat 25 members of the Church of Yatan. He's surprised it's Yatan again, since quests like this have been appearing frequently lately. Still, he shrugs it off. Like most players, he doesn't really care about the larger situation. Right now, completing even one class quest would solve many of his problems. He thinks about how he finally created rare and epic equipment using all the ore he gathered over the last 10 days. But there's still one problem. Even with equipment like that, Kizan Gorge is still far too difficult. It's known as one of the worst areas in the north, and traveling through it is difficult because of the terrain. Worse, hidden caves are scattered throughout the gorge, and they're filled with monsters at least level 160. There's a reason it's one of Winston's 5 forbidden zones. Because of Asher's quest, Grid has already died there more than 10 times. Hiroi notices that his master has been acting like this for days. He wonders what he should do, whether to stay quiet or even ask permission to speak first. In the end, he can't decide. Grid, however, tells himself it isn't completely impossible. He's much stronger than before, but still thinks he has no real chance. Should he wait until level 150? That would take too long, and right now, all he wants is to become overgeared with Dainsleaf. So what should he do? Yes, he really says overgeared. The idea of becoming incredibly strong through equipment. Then he suddenly writes something down, thinks about being overgeared, and decides that's the answer. But Roy has no idea what's happening. Grid becomes lost in thought and realizes he's being stupid. Then he says failure has an incredible design, and after dying more than 10 times in the gorge, he knows that place like the back of his hand. That means he might be able to create an item to counter it. While the world was in chaos from war in one corner of the continent, a completely new item was about to be born. Kay's Gorge, one of the 5 forbidden zones in the Eternal Kingdom, is filled with hidden caves where level 160 Moros live. Grid thinks he has to use every opportunity to make money and help repay his family's debts. So he has no time to waste. His only choice is item creation. He needs to create something that helps him overcome Kay's Gorge's terrain. More stamina would help him endure the harsh ground, but the real problem is the level 160 monsters. They hide inside the gorge's caves and ambush travelers. To deal with that, he'll need an item at least on the level of the high transcendent, sword, but how the hell is he supposed to create another masterpiece? Like that, it seems impossible. But then he notices some ants coming out of a tree trunk, and an idea hits him. Maybe he doesn't need to fight them at all. Instead of battling those monsters, he could avoid them with something like an invisibility cloak. So he goes to Khan and asks about materials for stealth items, and Khan suggests silver dragon scales. Grid is shocked, and Khan explains that unlike other dragons, silver dragons are cautious and stealthy. Their scales have natural camouflage that makes them invisible to human eyes, making them perfect for stealth equipment. But Grid points out the obvious. If they're invisible and belong to one of the strongest monster races, how is he supposed to obtain those scales? Khan admits that's true. He's almost certain humans can't even melt dragon scales, so Grid asks why he didn't say that sooner. Khan then says, the strongest stealth item ever created was Kruger's invisibility cloak, made by a legendary tailor from 200 years ago. That surprises Grid, but Khan says there's another material for stealth item: sulfid scales. Sulfids are tiny wind fairies, and their scales also have camouflage colors. Dragon scales are so hard that they're treated as ore. But sulfid scales are thin enough to be treated like cloth, so items made from sulfid scales are usually crafted by tailors, not blacksmiths. That gets Grid thinking. He opens the system, selects item creation, and says he wants to make a cloak. The system asks what materials he'll use, and he answers sulfid scales. He figures blacksmiths sometimes work with leather, so if cloth truly won't work for him, the system should stop him. But instead, it simply tells him to draw the item, and Grid is shocked that it works. He says it's time to show off his skills because a plain cloak would be boring. So he adds a hood, but then thinks it looks too much like priest robes. Something comfortable like a kryptonon would be better. When he finishes the design, he thinks it turned out better than expected and would make him very popular, though if it's an invisibility cloak, nobody would even see it. The system then asks him to describe the item's abilities. He decides not to overdo it like he did with failure, so he simply says it should completely conceal the wearer's appearance. The system asks if the item is ready, warning that one item creation use will be consumed, and he confirms it. Then the correction process begins, and he prays that the cloak turns out amazing. A moment later, the automatic correction is complete, and what he gets is basically an incredibly cool unique rank hoodie. Grid is thrilled that it isn't just a stealth item. It also increases movement speed and wind resistance. On top of that, all he needs are 20 sulfid scales, and he thinks that's great. As for the name, he keeps it simple: Zipper Hoodie. But when he asks Khan about hunting sulfids, Khan says that unless he's an elementalist, he won't even be able to see them. So how is he supposed to hunt them? Grid snaps back, asking what's so funny and why Khan never tells him these things sooner. Now he feels completely screwed because he designed an item without any way to obtain the materials. But Khan tells him to listen to the full explanation. Even without being able to see sulfids, he can still obtain their scales. All he has to do is hunt ice orcs in the northern snowfields. They have a sixth sense that lets them detect and hunt sulfids, and they like hoarding the scales as treasure. Even with a major weakness to fire, they're still larger, smarter, and stronger than normal orcs. Grid realizes there is a way. Orcs are usually very weak monsters, and if he can withstand the cold, he should be able to defeat them. Now, he only needs to prepare for the hunt, and that means obtaining a recipe for armor that resists cold. Khan says if that's what he wants, he should use giant brown bear hide. Grid thinks that since he created an epic hammer last time, he should definitely be able to make rare equipment now, so this is it, now or never, time to get started. But the very next day, he ends up creating only a normal piece of armor. He furiously curses the developers while Khan tries not to react. Then he snaps again. After spending more than 20 hours using top-tier materials, all he produced were ordinary normal items. He even used his epic hammer, so now he wonders if he's cursed to create nothing but normal equipment. Still, he tells himself this won't happen again, so he keeps crafting. After some time, Khan says the day of the hunt has finally arrived and reminds him that ice orcs are no joke, so he needs to be careful. Grid is glad he finished preparing in time and asks what Khan thinks of the new equipment. In the end, he made a normal hat, a normal cape, rare gloves, and epic boots. He thinks that's not too bad, but then the system warns him that penalties will be applied because he doesn't meet the usage restrictions, and he's annoyed that penalties are still a problem. Even so, the giant brown bear set gives him 60 defense and 60 cold resistance. Grid asks if Khan really taught him how to create a full set, and Khan has no idea what he means. Khan explains that the method should only produce common items, and this result only happened because Grid chose the exact right ratios. Grid realizes he only followed the recipe, so he wonders if this happened because he's Pagma's descendant. Since sets sell for a lot, this could mean huge profits, so from now on, he'll use the ideal dagger. It's time to hunt some orcs. He tells the old man to watch the forge because he's heading out. This is the first hunt Grid has properly prepared for. What he doesn't know is that sylphid scales have a drop rate below 1%. Honestly, this guy is hopeless. Even with a legendary class, he keeps creating normal items, and now he's chasing something with less than a 1% drop rate. At this pace, he'll be out there forever. Meanwhile, in the northern snowfields, Grid thinks the cold actually feels pleasant and says the giant brown bear set is the best. Now he understands why players get hypothermia after only a few minutes here. 60% cold resistance is incredible. Then he decides it's time to hunt. He spots the ice orc village and is surprised they really have sylphid scales. He thinks this will be fun because those weak monsters probably can't even use bows. But when he arrives, the orcs immediately notice him and start wondering who this man in fur is. One of them even thinks he must be insane because he's walking directly toward them. Grid notices them talking among themselves and assumes these stupid monsters have no idea who they're dealing with. He boasts that he came fully equipped with the right armor and weapon. Then he orders them to hand over all their sylphid scales or he'll turn the place into a bloodbath. But he's talking far bigger than his actual strength. An arrow flies past his side, terrifying him badly. He's stunned. An orc fired that shot, and it was incredibly accurate. Only then does he remember Khan's warning. Even with their huge weakness to fire, ice orcs are smarter and stronger than normal ones. Now this idiot finally wonders if he made another mistake. So he starts running, using quick footwork to avoid the attacks coming at him. He estimates they're around 10 meters away, but he never expected an arrow to cut through a snowstorm so easily. Just how strong are these monsters? Then the arrows stop and he wonders if they ran out. But one of the orcs has already gotten close enough to swing an axe at him. The orc tells him to shut up and get lost. Up close, Grid realizes they're enormous, around 2 meters tall. He fires Wind Blast using 60% of his current power and hits the orc in the chest, making it bleed. Grid thinks even an armored NPC would be badly injured by that, so this should finish it. Instead, the same axe swings up from below and catches Grid off guard, sending him flying. The orc curses at him and says that actually hurt. Grid stares in shock. The wound looks shallow, but the creature isn't even wearing armor. How thick is its skin? How can an orc be this strong? He realizes that even if he can fight them head-on, he won't kill them all before sunset. He needs to fight back with combos, so he starts kicking while blocking the orc's axe. After a perfect guard, he spins and uses blacksmith's rage together with Wind Blast. After buffing himself, his attacks finally begin working, and he spots an opening in the orc, then lands a critical hit. He deals 923 damage, and the precise strike adds a bleeding effect. Grid wonders if he finally killed it, but the orc comes back even angrier and smashes him again. Grid can't believe it's still alive, but he has no time to think. He takes 1005 damage. His attack worked. The problem is that the orc simply has far too much HP. As the beating gets worse, he forces himself to hold on by using potions. He drinks one health potion after another just to stay alive. Then he turns it into a pure endurance battle to see who falls first, trading damage the entire time while burning through more potions. The orc keeps attacking harder and harder until Grid is knocked backward and slammed into a tree, taking 9.29 damage. His HP falls below 10%, and to make matters worse, his potion is on a 7-second cooldown. The orc prepares to hit him again, and Grid thinks he's finished. But then the passive effect of Apostle of Justice activates. The system says the Apostle of Justice will not easily fall before his enemies, and all his stats surge with unmatched courage. Grid realizes this is the title he received. After saving Heroi, he had no idea the title had an effect like this, so now he can't blame Heroi anymore. With every stat increased by 30, he decides all that suffering was worth it. The other orcs start cheering for their ally, then become confused about why it's taking so long and discuss joining in. A second later, the orc fighting Grid comes flying straight toward them, and they panic, wondering what happened. Then they realize their brother is dead and can't believe it. Grid gains 266,000 EXP and levels up. His HP is fully restored, and he's shocked that killing one orc gave him that much. The orcs stare in disbelief, asking how he's completely unharmed. Then they charge him together, seeking revenge. Grid decides to use them for leveling and tells those walking EXP points to come at him. He activates Unshakable Justice and unleashes a long-range physical skill boosted by 300% attack. 3 days later, Heroi arrives in the north and immediately says it's freezing. He wonders if he should have prepared better. Then he remembers Khan saying his lord came to the northern snowfields to hunt ice orcs for materials. Heroi blames himself for letting him go alone. He made a vow and he isn't keeping. So he checks his equipment and confirms that he brought 50 fire bombs, since ice orcs are weak to fire. After obtaining the title partner of the Apostle of Justice, he also gained the ability to use a sword and shield, something an orator normally couldn't do. Even so, he isn't sure that will be enough against such powerful orcs, but as he gets closer, he senses an enormous burst of power. Something is happening, and he hopes he isn't too late. Ice orcs usually fight in groups, so Grid could be in danger. He runs faster, thinking he has to save him. But when he arrives, he only stares, wondering what kind of massacre this is. Ice orcs are powerful level 120 monsters, so he was certain his lord couldn't emerge unharmed from a battle like this. Then he hears Grid complaining that his back hurts, and that's when he spots Heroi behind him again. Heroi is simply happy that his lord is safe, especially after seeing him wipe everything out with such a small dagger. To him, this is his lord's true power. Meanwhile, Grid wonders what the hell he's doing as Heroi lowers his head and apologizes for leaving him. Grid opens his status window and sees that he reached level 83. He gained 38 levels in 3 days. He can't believe he returned to the level he had as a warrior so quickly, though he figures it still isn't as crazy as pay-to-win players reaching level 100 in 1 month. Then he changes the subject and wonders why Heroi keeps following him. He asks why he looks so happy and why he's always smiling whenever he comes along. Heroi says of course he's happy. He arrived worried, but found Grid safe and even got to watch him defeat monsters. Grid replies that being strong means nothing if he still didn't obtain what he wanted. After hunting for 3 full days and killing 80 orcs, he only obtained 3 sylphid scales. Heroi asks why he's still so grumpy, and Grid tells him not to annoy him. He's angry because he still failed to get what he needed, and now this pest keeps calling him Lord and following him around. He says Grid saved him from that hellish prison, and because of that, He was able to complete a quest that forced him to spend 50 real-life hours locked inside a dungeon. That shocks Grid. What kind of quest makes someone sit in a cell for 50 hours? The boy insists that he's telling the truth. Then he explains that the quest was so difficult because the reward was a secondary class. That's when Grid realizes Heroi is the Mongolian player who first obtained a secondary class, and the boy confirms it. Grid becomes even angrier. Heroi hit the jackpot even though Grid was the one who faced all the danger. To save him, Heroi tells him to calm down. The reward may seem great, but it's an honorable class focused on serving and sacrificing for his master. Grid admits the Apostle of Justice title he received isn't bad, but Heroi still benefited from all his pain, sweat, and hard work. So Grid becomes greedier and asks if Heroi will serve him until death. Heroi says that's what he's been trying to say this entire time. Then Heroi asks where Grid is going next, since all the orcs near the entrance to the lair are dead. Grid says he still needs 20 sylphid scales. Since he doesn't have enough yet, he plans to enter the cave and hunt deeper inside the nest. Still, after 3 straight in-game days of hunting, he's growing tired. If the next kill gives him nothing, he's stopping after one more orc. But the next one isn't normal. It's 3 times larger than Heroi, the level 140 field boss of the ice orcs. Immediately, it hurls its axe at them, forcing both of them to run for their lives. Grid panics, wondering why a monster this powerful appeared out of nowhere. Heroi says it probably emerged after discovering that its entire village had been destroyed. That makes things worse. This is a level 140 field boss, but Grid still sees one way out. He tells Heroi to buy him some time so he can escape safely. Grid thinks it isn't a huge request since Heroi was supposed to sacrifice himself for his master anyway. So he thinks he's safe, but Heroi keeps running right beside him. Grid snaps and asks what the hell he's doing. Didn't he just call him his master? Heroi tells him to wait. They don't need to run. As the partner of the Apostle of Justice, fighting together increases their stats by 30%, and Heroi is level 138. So they have a better chance if they fight side by side. Remembering how powerful Grid looked in the underground prison, Heroi believes they can defeat the boss. Grid agrees but makes one thing clear first. Every drop belongs to him. There's no defending Grid here. He's rotten to the core. Even so, Heroi accepts and says Grid is his master anyway. So Grid creates a party with item distribution set to leader's choice and tells Heroi to come on. But when Heroi sees that party leader Grid is only level 83, he wonders how Grid killed so many orcs at that level. Grid immediately becomes defensive and asks if there's a problem with that. Heroi starts wondering if Grid has one of the 3 known epic classes. Grid basically says yes, something like that. Heroi is thrilled. His master truly is incredible. Now that he understands, Heroi says it's time to fight. Grid says that now Heroi understands the boss is all his. He leaves Heroi to deal with the monster alone while he handles the mobs. Heroi is stunned. He truly didn't see that coming. Even so, he decides he has to live up to Grid's expectations. To prove his loyalty, he uses taunt to draw the boss's attention. The boss immediately locks onto Heroi and charges. Grid watches and thinks this is the first time he's met someone even better than him at insulting people. Seriously, Heroi's trash talk is on another level. Meanwhile, Grid activates Blacksmith's Rage and Unbreakable Justice, then uses Wind Blast on the orcs coming toward him. He thinks this combo is the one he created after hunting non-stop for 3 days, and it works incredibly well. He obtains 2 sylphid scales and defeats 11 orcs. Thinking he got lucky, now it's time to finish the boss with Heroi's help, but the boss is already rushing directly at him to attack. Heroi shouts that taunt just wore off. The boss nearly hits Grid, and Grid yells back, asking why he didn't say that sooner. Then Grid takes 104 damage. He realizes he's taking damage just from the wind pressure, and the damage keeps coming even without a direct hit. He says he can dodge the attacks but can't fight back. because the pressure is too intense. This is the first real boss he's ever faced, and he starts wondering if victory is even possible. Then legendary stubbornness activates. Grid decides he'll do everything he can to win and calls Hiroi in to attack. Now Hiroi moves around to flank while Grid uses unbreakable justice. Together, they strike the boss from behind. That finally makes it feel pain. Seeing Hiroi use the same move, Grid realizes Hiroi can copy those same skills. Grid drives a strike into the boss's knee, making it collapse, then rises above it and uses unbreakable justice, again, combining it with wind blast directly in the boss's face. Grid thinks they've exposed its face and left its legs completely open. He calls Hiroi in to attack, and after their combo, the boss's mask cracks and falls away. Hiroi starts thinking they may truly be able to defeat it. As clingy as Hiroi is, at least he can synchronize his attacks with Grid's. Grid admits that was impressive. But then the boss gets back up and starts threatening both of them. Grid wonders if their damage was too weak. Its hide is tougher than they expected. Then it charges in with another attack. The boss swings its axe in front of them. It doesn't even hit directly, but they're still blown backward. Grid can't believe something that large is so fast. He doesn't even have time to understand what's happening. Both of them are struck again directly in the chest. They crash to the ground, and the system says they took 5,300 damage. Grid says he has less than 20% HP remaining. Hiroi passes out from blood loss because his HP fell below 10%. Unlike Grid, who is Pagma's descendant and has debuff resistance, most players are paralyzed for 3 seconds if they lose 40% of their health in one hit. That leaves Hiroi completely helpless. The boss takes advantage and charges at him. Just before the attack lands, Grid stops it. As Hiroi wakes up after the 3 seconds end, he hears Grid telling him this is no time to sleep. Grid snaps at him, asking if he really expects him to fight this monster alone. Then he tells Hiroi not to dare die in a raid. He's leading. Hiroi is stunned that Grid stepped in front of the attack to save him. He asks why Grid would sacrifice himself like that. Grid tells him to shut up and just buy him some time. Hiroi asks if he'll be okay. Grid says he needs time to drink a potion because legendary stubbornness is about to end. Hiroi thinks he failed to protect Grid and even caused him to get hurt. Grid asks what the hell he's talking about. Then the orc throws the axe at Hiroi. Grid yells for him to watch out, but Hiroi only tells Grid to drink the potion. Grid shouts back that he needs Hiroi to pull aggro first. Hiroi tells him not to worry. He says he'll always protect him. Then the boss strikes him, and Grid thinks Hiroi didn't protect anything. Trying to block an attack like that should have torn him apart. But Hiroi says he won't give up on his master against such a weak enemy. Then he uses great determination, making himself invulnerable for 10 seconds, too. Grid remembers that skill. It's the same one Hiroi used before when he blocked a sword with his own body. What kind of defensive skill is that? Hiroi says there's no way he can miss a target that huge. Then he throws a fire potion at the orc. Grid thinks that was smart. Ice orcs are weak to fire, and Hiroi truly came prepared. Then the boy starts raining firebombs down on the orc. The boss finally begins feeling pain, and Hiroi knows this is their opportunity. He calls Grid in to attack with him. Both rush forward and chain one combo after another. Grid sees that they've cornered the orc. Maybe they can actually kill it. Hiroi is certain they're dealing damage, but the boss is so tough that its weakness to fire barely seems to matter. If they can't land a critical blow, they're the ones who will die. Grid says the boss hasn't moved since they set it on fire. It's almost like a shield made of flesh now. Then Hiroi tells him not to worry. He'll finish it in one hit. But Hiroi also warns him to be careful because the boss still has enough life left to attack. And sure enough, the orc comes alive again and slams Grid with a headbutt, sending him flying into the wall. Hiroi calls out to him. The orc starts cursing them while pulling out an orb. Hiroi wonders what that orb is as the orc begins drawing strange power from it. Hiroi knows this is bad and that he has to do something, but the orc says it's going to crush Grid into pieces. Its entire body turns red as it raises the axe for the killing blow on Grid. Then Hiroi suddenly transforms. Hiroi suddenly turns blonde and taunts the orc, saying that if it noticed the difference, maybe it's smarter than the average monster. Then he tells it to focus on him because this next skill will crush it. He raises his sword and gathers power, and even the orc looks shaken. Grid has no idea what Hiroi is doing. Hiroi says he's never had a chance to use this before, but now is the time. Immediately afterward, his HP falls all the way to 0. Grid is stunned to see his health bar completely empty. Hiroi activates Sacrifice of Justice, a move that consumes all his life and puts everything into one strike against the boss. The attack lands hard and works far better than expected. Seeing that, Grid realizes it was an incredible strike, a clear critical hit that leaves the boss in serious pain. Hiroyo crashes to the ground, barely holding on, and even though the boss staggers backward as if it's about to fall, it plants its back foot, refusing to go down. Hiroyo expected this much. It still wasn't enough. So he tells Grid to finish it, saying this time will be different, and Grid wonders what he means. Hiroyo only says he'll see the opening soon. But before anything else, the boss kills him. As Hiroi fades away, he leaves the rest to Grid. And just like that, party member Hiroi dies. Then the orc senses Grid getting back up behind it. Grid still doesn't know what opening Hiroi meant, but he understands what he has to do and activates Blacksmith's Rage and Quick Movements. The boss charges him, and Grid knows he has to strike a vital point. He drives Wind Explosion directly into the boss's chest, blasting a hole through the middle of the orc. Grid notices the monster is taking more damage now than he remembers Sacrifice of Justice. It burns the user's life and reduces the enemy's defense to minimum. But while Grid hesitates for a second, during the battle, the monster tries to strike him again. Grid keeps dodging and realizes the orc is dying too. Still, he refuses to believe he'll lose after coming this far. For a moment, though, it seems like the monster has won. But the courage of the Apostle of Justice is on another level. One of Grid's eyes turns gold. The system says all stats rise by 30%, and Unbending Justice comes off cooldown. Grid isn't about to give up, so he strikes the boss again with Unbending Justice. In the final clash, the boss even raises its axe, but Grid cuts it in half. At last, the boss falls dead, and Grid can hardly believe it. He actually defeated the chief of the Ice Orcs and lets out a massive scream of joy. After all, this is the first boss Grid has ever defeated in his life. Later, when Grid gets home, he thinks about how difficult that hunt was, and he still didn't obtain the 20 sylphid scales he needed. Everything on the table is all earned. Then he notices the Ice Orc Chief's helm, a unique item from a set, along with the red lightning summoning orb. In the end, he only obtained 7 sylphid scales. He doesn't care at all about the useless orc leather, but the orb and helm should sell well at auction. He also notices something new to him: holy enhancement stones. A normal enhancement stone can make an item lose 3 levels when it fails, but a holy one only lowers it by 1. The problem is that they cost around 1,200 gold each, 12 times more than normal stones. Grid figures top players must use only those expensive stones. Greedy as ever, he immediately converts that into money in his head, around 720,000 won, and decides he'll sell them if he has to. He admits he wouldn't have obtained all this without Hiroi and feels slightly bad about keeping everything for himself. But not that bad. He shrugs it off, saying it's unfortunate, but nothing can be done now. Then Khan walks in and asks if he's satisfied with what he obtained from hunting. Grid quickly gathers his loot and says Hiroi only received that second class because of him, so all of this belongs to him. He even tells the old man to back off, leaving Khan confused. Khan steps closer and asks if those are really the items Grid brought back, since he's never seen some of them before. Grid keeps warning him not to touch anything. Then Khan asks if Grid is throwing that item away, and Grid says it's only ice. Orc leather, completely useless. But Khan disagrees, saying it's high-quality material and could absorb impacts well if used as inner armor. Grid immediately wants it back, but Khan reminds him that he just threw it away. So Grid says Khan can use it as long as he makes armor from it for him because he's heading to the auction. Khan wonders why this somehow feels like a bad deal for him, but accepts anyway, since he rarely gets to work with such valuable material. At the auction, Grid buys 10 normal weapon enhancement stones for 1,000 gold and nearly cries over the cost. Still, he says he has no choice. If he wants to enter the canyon, he has to be prepared. The sylphid scales aren't the only problem. It'll also take time to find Pagma's wall of grimoires in Casan Canyon. Grid remembers how terrible the orc battle was, and even at level 85, he still doesn't have good odds against the monsters in the canyon. So his only real option is to enhance his equipment. He decides to begin as soon as he finds a quiet place. He slips into an alley where nobody will disturb him and tries to enhance the ideal dagger, but then he starts thinking about how badly his family is struggling. He promised to save them. So he wonders whether he should really waste money on upgrades when he should be counting every coin. Then he convinces himself to do it. Enhancing to +5 is supposed to be easy, so it shouldn't be a problem. This is an investment, not a waste. With that, he begins the enhancement process, uses 1 stone, and continues until +5 without failing even once. Now the ideal dagger is +5, and its attack power rises like crazy. Grid is shocked by how much the stats increased. Since the dagger already had high base stats, the enhancement bonus was enormous. He knows the success rate drops sharply at +6, so stopping here would be wise. He gets excited and says he can finally return to hunting properly this time. But then he stops and lives up to his own nickname, wondering why he shouldn't continue enhancing. His greed takes over. A +6 item is rare among players, and he tells himself he only has to succeed one more time. A +5 item doesn't change appearance, but +6 makes the weapon glow, and he wants that badly. He tries to come to his senses, asking how he can think like this while his family is struggling, but Grid pushes those thoughts aside. No risk, no reward. Besides, he's Pagma's descendant, so maybe he's especially lucky. A little later, he's back at the auction asking for 10 more enhancement stones. He can't believe the dagger fell all the way back to +2 after using every one of them. To him, that makes no sense. He calls it unacceptable and swears he'll reach +6 no matter what, so he keeps trying again and again. That's when he discovers a harsh truth he didn't know before. He assumed Pagma's descendant had a higher enhancement rate, but he's struggling terribly. Even so, he refuses to stop until he reaches +6. Sometime later, everyone in the square is amazed by him. They say they've never seen that before, and one person doesn't even know what it is. Others explain that the blue glow means the weapon is +6 or higher. Grid proudly soaks up the attention, even though he's dressed like a peasant. One player admits he always fails at +3 and becomes incredibly jealous. Grid feels on top of the world. Seeing all that envy makes him even happier, and he decides he doesn't regret spending 2,000 gold to reach +6. Then people start asking what all the noise is about and whether it's because of the weapon in Grid's hand. That's when the Blood Warrior appears and calls him a loser. Grid is surprised to see Cat's there. People quickly recognize him as one of the 3 hidden class players and also the number 40 player in the overall rankings. Katz asks if Grid is really that happy over a worthless dagger at +6. Grid asks what his problem is since they don't even know each other. Katz says he only thought it was amusing to see someone in such cheap clothes showing off, so he came over to look. Then he says this is what a truly enhanced weapon looks like and draws a sword glowing gold. He says he'd be embarrassed if his weapon wasn't at least this level. And luckily for him, it is. Everyone starts saying that weapon is +8, and even Grid thinks it looks incredible. Still, he wonders what that has to do with him and asks why Katz's weapon level even matters here. As far as Grid is concerned, his dagger looks much cooler. He asks if Katz has ever experienced the joy of finally reaching a goal after investing so much time and effort into it, but Katz, acting arrogant, simply turns to leave and says whatever. Good for Grid. Grid thinks Katz is every bit as terrible as the rumors say. He needs to grow up, stop acting like a child, and quit showing off just because of his weapon enhancement. Some people approach him and say that was a great comeback. Back at the forge, he returns to work, still thinking about what Katz said, then dismisses him as an attention-seeking jerk. He still has holy enhancement stones and can't waste them if he wants to save his family. This isn't the time to be jealous. Khan walks over and says the protagonist is always working hard. The protagonist explains that he's creating equipment for the gorge tomorrow. Then Khan tells him to accept his gift and take a look. MC lights up. He's happy Khan really made it. He jokes, asking what the point of all that effort is if you use some worthless item. But when he checks it, he sees Khan's masterpiece, an epic class item. Khan proudly says it's the best thing he's ever made and hopes it helps Sean greatly. That alone makes him smile. He thanks the old man repeatedly. He had been feeling down, and this immediately cheers him up. Forget extra enhancement levels. This is far better. He decides he's finished wasting energy being jealous of Katz. Then he heads toward the gorge and says he's ready. It's time to fight. He equips the orc chief's helm, Khan's masterpiece, and the adventurer's boots. No regrets now. He only has to keep moving forward. Then he grabs his sword. He can't help himself and blurts out that he really did it. +8 is incredible, and he actually used the holy enhancement stones. Seriously, this guy is completely insane. As he travels through the gorge, he thinks he'll never get used to this place. One fall means death. Sylphid scales matter, but he reminds himself not to forget his true objective, so he checks the quest. He has to continue through the gorge until he finds a clue about Pagma's grimoire and earns the Dainsleif replica. Even though the ideal dagger reached +8, it's still a level 180 weapon. It can't compare to Dainsleif, a level 250 longsword. Still, the greatest reward is Pagma's grimoire. He truly needs it. Right now, he only has 4 attack skills, but he also has to watch the caves in the walls. He died so many times to the level 160 monsters here that he learned their patterns. As long as he remains quiet, he should be fine. Except this is Shine, so of course not. A gorge lizard suddenly appears beside him, and he thinks his bad luck has once again refused to leave him alone. The monster charges, and the protagonist estimates it's around level 160. The lizard lashes its tongue at him, but he puts on his mask and dodges quickly. That sharp tongue killed him many times before and is still just as dangerous. Then, it swings its tail. He barely dodges and notices that his body is trembling on its own. Still, he says he's no longer the same as before and strikes back with his dagger. He uses Blacksmith's Rage, and the lizard falls. In one hit, he dealt 1,230 damage, and even Shin thinks that was more than expected. The gorge lizard should have more defense than the ice orcs, so the dagger's enhancement must be increasing his skill damage greatly. Now he realizes he can defeat them easily, then unyielding justice catches the monster off guard and finishes it for good. He earns 329,000 experience. Even Shin starts feeling that something is strange. He's only level 85, yet he just defeated a level 162 monster that easily. He really has become powerful. But then more lizards appear above him. These are different. They walk on 2 legs, carry weapons, and are level 185. MC immediately thinks they really didn't need to throw him a welcome party. All of them charge at him, and he charges back, saying he's not the old Shin anymore, but when he attacks them, they block his strike and start beating him down. The damage quickly piles up, and he realizes their defense is even higher than that of normal lizards. Both their skin and armor are tough. He would already be dead without Khan's epic armor, and the lizards keep attacking him non-stop. Shin realizes his armor won't matter if he can't endure these endless attacks. For now, he needs to stop their movement, so he uses unyielding justice and sends one crashing into the other two. Then he follows up with wind explosion to attack them from range. They dodge it, but he says he still stopped their advance, and now it's his opportunity. Using agile movements, he closes in on one of them, and once he gets close enough, he uses Blacksmith's Rage. He plans to use both buffs while they last, and he does, defeating the lizards one by one. The experience he earns is ridiculous, almost 1 million. He reminds the lizards that he warned them. He's no longer the same as before. He killed them, but now his mana is running low. He only has 4 attack skills, and they consume mana like crazy. Still, he isn't worried about potions, so smaller monsters aren't a problem. And if he kills 2 more monsters, he should level up again. Anyway, he only has to avoid the gorge spider, the strongest creature around here, and of course, it's already directly above him. Shin's bad luck never takes. A day off, the spider locks onto him and screeches. It's level 188. At this point, he isn't even surprised. Monsters always seem to appear the moment he mentions them. The spider fires a stream of web at his face, and he scrambles to dodge, yelling at it to get lost like it's a stray dog. This creature is on an entirely different level. It can kill lizardmen as if they're nothing. It already ate him once before, but then he uses Courage of Legends and reminds himself that it's a spider. Still just a normal monster. He fires Wind Explosion to attack, but it only deals 300 damage. He's shocked. Its defense is even higher than the Ice Orc Chief's defense. Then the spider sprays more web at him. Using agile movements, he barely dodges it all and knows that if he gets caught here, he's dead. So he launches another Blacksmith's Rage and Wind Explosion at the spider and lands the attack, but the damage is pathetic, only 344. He starts wondering how high this monster's defense really is. His strongest combo barely scratched it, and at this rate, he's going to die. He can barely keep dodging, even with the buff. Even Wind Explosion feels useless. It should increase his attack power by 60, but he only receives half because he doesn't meet the requirements. Unyielding Justice could work if he gets an opening. It increases attack power by 300, but it requires physical contact, so it means nothing unless he can get close. And he pauses and remembers something. Looking at his fist, he wonders if this strategy could work. This is an obstacle he has to overcome, and he has no other choice. He says he's betting everything on Satisfy's Freedom system. Then he uses Wind Explosion, and in the middle of it, just before releasing the skill, he adds Unyielding Justice. The attack flies directly toward the spider and deals much greater damage. And this wasn't merely a lucky hit. The skill fusion actually worked. A new fusion skill is created, Justice Explosion. His intelligence increases by 10, and Shin is thrilled that he created a completely new skill by combining 2 others. On top of that, he defeats the gorge spider by tearing open its abdomen and bringing it down for good. But then the spider somehow starts moving again. He realizes it fell onto its back, and now that it can't move, he has to get close and finish it. He uses the gauntlet's special effect, causing his attack to hit twice, and talks down to the spider, reminding it that he's no longer the same as before. This time, he finally kills it. After the kill, he earns 387,500 experience. He reaches level 86 and becomes excited. From high above the gorge, someone watches Shen shouting below and notes that he defeated a gorge spider alone. It's been a long time since he's seen that. He says the protagonist may still be weak, but his abilities grow whenever he defeats an enemy. His potential is beyond measure. Then he speaks of Asmofel. Even after being labeled a traitor and losing everything, he survived all these years. He endured only to deliver a cruel death, telling Asmofel to wait for him. This man is Piero, the strongest knight of the Saharan Empire. Piero stares at Shin and says he's finally found the key to his revenge. Meanwhile, at the spider's nest, several people hear the noise and wonder what it was. One guesses it was probably the gorge spider heading out to hunt. Choi Chan thinks it must be chasing more prey, like them. Gil asks why his friend even came to Winston if they're only going to end up as spider food. Junho tells him not to put all the blame on him. He wasn't the only one who wanted to come. He says he spent forever searching for them, and now they want to blame everything on him. Gil Hun starts apologizing, saying it was a Shin-chan asks Junho if he's being too harsh. Junho shrugs and says he doesn't need to lower his head to anyone. He continues, saying those idiots should be more like the protagonist. Jiawan has no idea who he means. Then he explains that MC was a complete idiot. He would hand over his own money without even complaining. Gai Hone laughs, saying that really was funny back in high school. They add that the only one who never joined in was Good Boy, Shin-chan. Then Gai Hone remembers that the protagonist plays Satisfy too. The punk says he heard that at the last school reunion and that the man was only level 70, useless even in a game. He-chan interrupts and tells them to do something before the spider returns. He can't cut the web with his knife, and even fire won't burn it. The bully snaps that of course he already tried, but even his strength can't break it. Ji-won starts wondering if this is really how they die. Then he notices someone approaching, and it's the protagonist. He assumes that cursed spider must have lived for nearly 10 years, so its nest might be filled with treasure. Instead, he becomes annoyed. Killing it was difficult, and it only dropped a few items. He calls the spider useless. From inside the web, the three trapped idiots hear that the protagonist killed the spider. They assume he must be a high-level player and believe he'll help if they beg enough, so they start shouting for help. The protagonist narrows his eyes, trying to see clearly and wondering whether those are captured people. But when he gets close to the bully, greed suddenly stops. Then he turns around and begins walking away. Junho wonders what that was about and calls the protagonist a weirdo. Greed finally recognizes Junho and wonders what that bastard is doing there. He remembers Junho calling him a jobless, broke nerd and gamer. The last class reunion flashes through his mind, along with the truth. Those three were the same bullies who stole his money and beat him in high school. He fears it will all happen again if they recognize him. In the game, he tells himself he doesn't want to be weak anymore, especially now that he's finally becoming stronger. Then another thought hits him. He truly is becoming much stronger. In fact, he isn't the same person anymore. Meanwhile, Jiwon asks if they should log out, but Junho says they'll die if they do. He bets greed will return. He doesn't know it's actually greed, but high-level players love tormenting people trapped like this. When greed does return, Junho smugly says he knew it. Greed walks back and coldly asks if they want his help. Junho is confused. It's good that he returned, but even under that helmet, the man feels frightening. Greed grows angrier by the second. They're trapped. His face is hidden, and this is the perfect opportunity for revenge. He approaches the web and asks if they're having trouble with it. Then he draws his dagger and slices it apart with ease. The moment they see the blade, they realize it must be at least a +8 enhancement. Junho thinks they hit the jackpot. If they handle this correctly, they can escape. So he starts flattering Greed and asks if he would kindly help them. That only angers Greed more. Junho has no shame about begging when he needs something. Greed says sure, he'll help, but only if they hand over all their items. Junho and Gaiwan hate that deal. Junho mutters that he thought this guy would be useful, but maybe he's simply insane. Greed doesn't let that pass. He lands a hard punch on Junho's chin. The bully can't even understand what happened and wonders how that hurts so much when Greed only used his fist. Still burning with rage, Greed activates Blacksmith's rage and asks if they truly thought saving their lives would be cheap. At the same time, he's thrilled because this is the first time he's ever punched Lin Junho back, and Satisfy feels incredible. The bully gets back up. He asks if Greed thinks he can do whatever he wants in the game just because they can't find him in real life. Then he demands his address, promising to track him down and beat him. Watching him rage like that, Greed actually becomes slightly nervous. Even so, he says he lives in Brazil and punches him again. Then Guy Huan shouts for Greed to wait, saying he'll get him for this. Greed immediately remembers that bastard too, Junho's partner who bullied him. He's almost glad Guy Huan is there. Now it's truly time for revenge. He throws another punch at the fat man and asks if he remembers him. Greed can't believe this is happening. Satisfy truly is incredible. The others quickly offer him money, but he says he doesn't want it. He only wants to keep punching them. Then Choi-chan tells him to calm down. If he isn't going to help, he should simply leave. Choi-chan asks what kind of sick hobby involves beating tied up people. That's when Greed recognizes him and remembers that sometimes Choi-chan at least apologized for what happened. Even so, Greed says he still wants him to beg like a dog before he helps, because he was just like the others. Then he says forget the money. He's a nice person. Choi-chan simply stares at him. There's no way he'll humiliate himself that much. He would rather Greed kill him. That answer catches Greed off guard. The other two say the same thing. They would rather die than beg a lunatic like him. Greed complains that this ending is terrible. If he kills them himself, he could end up in prison and destroy his reputation. So he settles on what he thinks is the best plan, leave them there to die on their own and walk away. They ask if he's seriously just leaving. As he continues walking, Greed says they have no idea how long he suffered. Did they really think he'd let them live that easily? He says he'll lure a canyon spider to them so they can die slowly. They say they expected him to take revenge if he ever lived long enough, but not to abandon them like this. Junho is furious. They waited for nothing, got beaten, and their luck only brought them a lunatic, without explaining why he hates them so much. Jun-chan interrupts and asks what good crying will do. What are they supposed to do now? The fat man says there's no way to escape, and if they wait too long, Greed might return. Junho says he refuses to become that lunatic's punching bag again, so they decide they have no choice. As night falls, that idiot Greed comes running back. He calls out to those bastards, asking if they didn't say they'd rather die. Then he says scum like them don't deserve a peaceful death. They need to die in pain, but when he looks ahead, all the capsules are empty. His excitement disappears at once. Did they log out? And now what is he supposed to do with the giant spider on his back? So he ends up fighting it again. Later, he reaches a legendary waterfall surrounded by snow and towering 1,300 meters high. 5 colored rainbows always shine around it. Loren, founder of the Eternal Kingdom, first discovered it before conquering the north. It conceals the harsh lands of Kizan Canyon, and the route is only passed down by word of mouth. Loren's waterfall. He thinks the place is incredible, but then asks where Pagma's swordsmanship mural is. He remembers reading that Pagma carved it into a northern cliff and starts feeling foolish for trusting a ghost. He's been searching all day and found nothing. For a moment, he even wonders if he's supposed to drink the water. Then he notices a narrow opening beside the waterfall. He realizes he never checked that area. Annoyed, he complains that nobody would guess a tiny cave was hidden behind the waterfall. Khan's ancestors could have warned him. Still, he's thrilled. He finally found Pagma's swordsmanship, carved all across the wall. It's covered in moss, but he can still see it. He notices the carving of Pagma and thinks the man looks quite handsome. He also sees Dane's leaf in his hand, and it looks much larger than Khan's replica, perhaps even 3 meters long. Then he wonders why no window appeared, saying the quest was complete. Does he really have to learn all of this himself to finish it? What a pain! But since he came all this way, He starts trying to learn it. After a while, he becomes frustrated, asking why it still isn't working. He's already spent 3 hours copying. The movements, they're so difficult that his stamina can't keep up. While complaining, he notices a mark on the floor that he missed before. That's when the system announces that he learned Pagma's swordsmanship and cleared the quest. Only then does this idiot realize he never had to copy the movements. He only had to look at every one of them. And just like that, he obtains Pagma's swordsmanship level 1. The skills are incredibly powerful too, both the passive and active ones. He also gains Wave, which deals 155% of his attack power to every enemy around him, along with Restaurant, Link, Kill, and Transcendence. Then he realizes he received a passive and an entire set of skills, and they're just as powerful as those from combat classes. But the mana cost is enormous. With his current mana, he can't even use 2 skills. What he doesn't notice is a dark figure creeping up beside him. Still irritated, he decides to head back. If he wants to use Kill, his intelligence has to reach 400. To him, that makes no sense. A blacksmith should need strength, not intelligence. He also knows he doesn't have time to raise his stats slowly. He has to create items and repay his family's debt. Then several monsters suddenly drop down next to him. They demand to know where Grid thinks he's going and tell him to hand over his heart. That's when he sees their mermen from Kazan Gorge, monsters known for being dangerous in water. There are 4 of them, even. So the boy starts smiling. He says it's fine. They can help him test his new skills before he leaves, and he calls upon Pagma's swordsmanship. Immediately, he feels his body move on its own. Even with those difficult sword movements, he's able to perform them smoothly. Then he uses Restraint and strikes all of them. Because of that, the monsters can't approach Grid. Still, one skill consumes half his mana. He quickly drinks a potion and tells himself he has to manage it until the fight ends. He tells the Byaku heads to stay calm, then uses the enhanced swordsmanship to disable them. After that, he follows with Wind of Justice. The moment it lands, one of the monsters dies instantly, and the others panic over their fallen ally. Grid tells them they should worry about themselves instead. Then he cuts down the others with quick, precise movements, but one of them strikes him from behind and removes 1/3 of his HP. Even so, it still can't kill him. He admits these monsters are no joke, but restoring mana comes first. So he grabs his dagger again and prepares to use Pagma's swordsmanship one more time. This time, he uses Wave and the final 2 die. Quickly, he levels up and gains 10 stat points. He puts all of them into intelligence, increasing his mana by 30. That's perfect for him right now, and he decides he doesn't need to worry too much. He can always earn more points later by creating items. Then Pyro suddenly appears and says the view is beautiful. Grid immediately wonders why there's a person out here. He checks the name above his head, sees that he's an NPC, and recognizes him as Pyro. Pyro tells him not to be afraid. He only has a quest, but Grid, as clueless as ever, asks if Pyro is a beggar. Pyro laughs and asks what made him think that. Grid says everything about him does, and warns him to stop shouting before more monsters appear. And of course, more monsters appear, asking who killed their brothers. Grid thought they were rare at first, but now there are far too many, 11 of them. He panics and thinks this time he's truly dead, so he sees only one way out and points at Pyro, saying he was the one who killed them. That makes Pyro furious. He can't believe the boy would throw someone else to the wolves just to save himself. Then he draws his sword and wipes them all out with one slash. Afterward, he starts talking about how much he despises people like Grid. Meanwhile, Grid is too stunned by the sword itself. He wonders if it's some famous weapon because Pyro just killed 11 mermen in one hit. He starts apologizing, but Pyro cuts him off. There's no point dragging this out. He simply says he wants Grid's help. Then Grid receives an S-rank quest, the true traitor of the Red Knights. Pyro asks him to act in his place and complete his revenge. The target is Asmophil. The reward is the title Agent of Revenge, which grants the cruelty stat. He also learns that the Red Knights were once the strongest knight order on the continent. Piero discovered that Asmawful, the vice captain, had held a secret meeting with the Empress. Piero was imprisoned for learning the truth, and because he's been on the run ever since, he now needs someone else to carry out his revenge. Grid admits the reward is tempting, but there's no way he can fight a vice captain. It's also incredibly far away. So he refuses, saying he doesn't have the time or the strength to do it. Piero calls that an obvious lie and asks if the reward still isn't enough. Grid insists he's serious. He truly lacks the strength for this, and he tells Piero to leave him alone since he already said no. Then Piero reminds him that he was interested in his sword and says he'll add it to the reward. It's a unique rank weapon with incredible stats. Piero says that if Grid can kill the spiders and mermen in the gorge, then claiming he lacks skill is only an excuse. Since the reward became larger, his answer should change, too. Then he touches Grid's leg with his sword and warns that if he keeps refusing, he can die. That single touch deals 7,500 damage. Grid is left reeling, and the Apostle of Justice's courage activates to keep him from collapsing. Grid can't believe it. Piero only struck his thigh once, and it destroyed his HP. He realizes Piero somehow knows everything he did here and won't even listen to him. Grid can't believe an NPC would actually kill a player for refusing a quest, so the boy tells Piero to go ahead and kill him. He says dying here and losing some experience is much better than failing the quest and losing 4 levels. On top of that, respawning in Winston wouldn't even be so bad. Piero looks at him with disgust and says people like him have no idea how precious life is. Then he tells Grid to leave. Grid asks why, since Piero just said he'd kill him for refusing. Piero answers that he doesn't kill innocent people. Still, if Grid changes his mind, he should come find him. Pyro won't force him, but Grid is his only hope. Back outside, Grid finally receives Dainsleaf, even if it's only a replica. He's thrilled. Even top-ranked players don't own weapons like this, and because it's a great sword, enhancing it later could make its stats ridiculous. Khan starts crying because he's seeing Pagma's swordsmanship with his own eyes. He says he can't thank Grid enough. Grid brushes it off and asks what he should do next, but Khan tells him to rest first. Grid notices that his second-class quest still hasn't opened. Even so, he reached level 98 on the way back, and although he thinks some of it was wasted, he still put more points into intelligence. At least both of his skills leveled up, so he's in a pretty good mood. Then someone asks if Grid is there and says the Lord is urgently looking for him. They need him to come to Winston Castle immediately. When he arrives, he's taken to the Castle Forge, and Grid says he didn't even know they had one. They tell him they want his next job completed here because they're in a hurry. The man explains that the Yatten Church has been growing rapidly since the appearance of the 8th servant. Now they're heading toward Winston and destroying villages along the way. Grid says he heard that Yura, that witch from Yatten, is the 8th servant. That makes things even more dangerous because players receive 20% bonus XP for joining the Yatten Church during this event. So the man says they need defenses at Kimbon Fortress to stop them and hands Grid the item they want him to create. It's the production method for the Divine Shield, a rare legendary rank item. He receives an AA rank quest to forge it, and the goal is to create a shield of at least epic rank within 2 days. Grid thinks the item is incredible. There's no way he can refuse a free production method for a level 190 item. Then the man says he brought a priest to add divine power to the shield. He introduces him as Cassius, a priest who serves Rebecca, the goddess of light. Grid takes one look at the priest and is unsettled by how suspicious he seems. He wonders when the man even arrived. Then he gets to work and quickly realizes Mithril is extremely difficult to handle. At this rate, he'll have to stay awake for 2 straight nights. He also accepted the quest because he earned no money at the gorge. The problem is that the materials are incredibly expensive. especially with mithril in the mold and gold being the symbol of Rebecca's church. In the end, he spends 17,000 gold on materials alone and uses all his savings to create 2 shields. And even if they come out rare, he still can't sell them because only Rebecca church members can use them. Back in the real world, they talk about the real Grid, a man who's difficult to summarize. He keeps avoiding the fastest path to success and chooses the slower route instead, so Sang-min's frustration makes complete sense. Then he notices someone else there and wonders if it's an NPC. He asks the supercomputer if it might be a character named Isabel. The computer says no. That only makes Grid even more interesting to him. An unexpected variable has appeared. 2 days later, the deadline arrives. Grid barely finishes in time and tells the priest he can begin his part now. Then he asks why he stayed there for 2 entire days when Grid could have called him after the shield was completed. The priest says he stayed to pray for Grid's good luck. Rebecca is the goddess of light, and that light includes all positive energy, even luck. So his prayer should help. Grid thinks that's amusing because the man looks so gloomy that it's difficult to believe he brings anyone luck. Still, Grid hopes the blessing works because all his money went into this. A moment later, the priest calls out, "It's ready." The prayer was answered. Grid checks the divine shield, sees only a rare rank, and turns pale. He stares at the priest with lifeless eyes, saying this was supposed to be a blessing, not a curse, and calls him a demon. But the priest says that wasn't the true result. The prayer answered this one, the perfect legendary divine shield. Grid freezes. Then he lights up, thrilled that he actually created a legendary item. The priest tells him to deliver it. Grid starts thinking the prayer really worked. No matter what, this shield is incredible, and the administrator had better be ready to pay well. Instead, the administrator says good work, claims the payment will come later, and tells him to go home for now. Grid is stunned, but the administrator blames the recent war and says they're facing an economic crisis. Grid demands the shield back because he paid for it himself. It belongs to him. And this is nothing like what happened with the self-transcendent sword. The administrator responds by ordering the guards to throw Grid into the dungeon. Everyone is confused, but the administrator says the shield must be delivered to that person. Grid was reckless to push this, even after being treated. Well, the owner of that shield is someone they can't oppose. Grid keeps cursing and asks what the hell he's talking about. How can they do this to a tax-paying citizen? Then that stone-faced priest steps in. He uses purifying light, and the attack strikes the administrator. A black mist bursts from his body, and he falls backward. The priest says he knew something felt wrong. Only members of Rebecca's church can use the divine shield, yet they asked a priest to make it instead of a paladin. If they wanted something they couldn't use, then their plan was to steal it. He figures a Yatan priest must have brainwashed the administrator. Right then, the culprit appears beside them holding the shield. He's surprised the priest figured it out but laughs it off. A mere priest can't stop him. The priest realizes this can't be an ordinary Yatan priest. A normal one would struggle just to look at the holy shield, so this man must be a high priest. In the background, Grid is still yelling for his shield. Then someone crashes through the wall, saying she knew this would happen. Isabel asks what he would have done if she hadn't come. This isn't like their usual bet. Grid notices she's another NPC and has no idea what's happening, while the priest asks if she really had to enter through the wall instead of the door. She says this way is much cooler. Then she turns to Yatan. She tells him to explain why he wants the divine shield. Then he notices the spear she's carrying. It's Leafold's spear, and he asks why Rebecca's daughter is here. She tells him he'd better start praying. He realizes this wasn't part of the plan and decides to escape quickly. The priest calls to Isabel. They need to catch him now. Grid is left behind while they chase after him, still confused about this so-called daughter of Rebecca and wondering if he'll at least get a quest after having his shield stolen, but that variable from earlier wasn't the kind that came with a normal quest notification. Grid only understands what happened 30 minutes after everyone leaves. Furious, he runs outside screaming, calling them scammers and demanding his shield back. Meanwhile, in Pedro, a city south of Giant Guild's territory, Kronos, the third-ranked player overall, is examining armor made by an unknown blacksmith. He says its performance is solid. They may have failed to recruit the number 1 and 2 blacksmiths, Panmere and Stang, but they still need to find the smith in Winston. Every guild is desperately searching for this rumored blacksmith. Back at Winston Castle, Regis says his informants learned that Erica was actually Euphemina. Finding this blacksmith should calm Jashuka down, and they hear that Tezuka Guild is searching. Winston too. On the way, Ragus spots a depressed-looking Grid and recognizes him as the man they recruited for the forest Guardian raid. He calls him the armorless gladiator, and Grid realizes it's Ragus. Grid gets annoyed because this is that muscular pretty boy from Barren Village, the same idiot who let him join the raid. Then he realizes he might get something out of this and decides the nice guy will probably do him a favor. So Grid starts whining that his item was stolen and says he wants to die. Regis immediately feels bad, says that's awful, tells him not to talk like that, and promises to help. But Jashuka shows up and smacks Regis immediately. She asks what he's doing, why he isn't handling what she told him to do, and who exactly he thinks he's helping. Meanwhile, Grid notices up close that she's gorgeous. She catches him staring and asks what he's looking at, then says Regis has orders, so Grid should mind his own business. Regis explains that she's his guildmaster, Jashuka, but Grid doesn't care and asks why she's stopping someone from helping him. They start arguing. Grid says being guildmaster doesn't mean she gets to boss everyone around, and Jashuka fires back that of course her guild member has to follow her orders. Who would ever follow Grid's? But Grid knows that SHILD is worth millions of gold, so he desperately needs Regis' help and begs him to come along. Jashuka realizes this could hurt her image and says she can't believe Regis got dragged into something so strange, but leaves the decision to him. Raga says people should help the weak. That's the spirit of Taekwondo. That makes Jashuka even angrier as the two idiots bounce around like fools, and she swears she'll kill that Taekwondo nerd. After they leave, she hears people saying Grid was the one who competed in the blacksmith duel alongside Khan against Irene. Only then does Jashuka realize he's the boy she was searching for, and he might know where Euphemina is. She thinks about messaging Raga, but he's blocked all her messages, so she says Grid won't get away after dragging Raga off to help someone else, and she'll have the whole guild hunt him down. Meanwhile, at the Yatan church, they pray before a strange cross, and the man leading them is Malakas, Yatan's 6th servant and the church's high priest. He says he didn't expect Winston Castle's defenses to be so weak. Because of that, he even managed to obtain the best virgin sacrifice of all. Irene, locked up. Irene keeps staring at the ring she still has. She remembers Doran saying that man was the reason they managed to save her, and that she should keep him close and trust him. He's the man who will recognize that ring. The next day, Grid complains that they searched all night. What if this isn't even the right mountain? Ragas says they can just search another one. Ragas also comments on how amazing Grid's equipment is. He says he knew Grid was strong, and Grid explains he finally put on armor since they don't know when they'll find the thief. Ragas remembers Grid saying the thief had dark energy and guesses he's a servant of the Yatan church. If he's a priest, then stealing the item makes sense, especially if it could harm their church. Grid agrees, then points ahead and asks if those are the men. Ragas says it looks like it. Since they're in the middle of a subjugation mission, some of them must be around Winston. Grid tells Ragas to lure them over and take them out quietly, but Ragas charges straight at them. He shouts for them to come on and hits them with Storm Strike. After wiping them out, Ragas says he's been training hard thanks to Grid. Grid is shocked that he beat all of them and admits the man isn't all talk. He's actually strong. Grid says the old man must be inside since he wasn't outside, and Ragus says that means more, training. But the moment they enter the cave, Malachus says he hates unwanted guests. His dark power inflicts fear, weakness, and paralysis. Then he goes after Grid, but the system says a legend doesn't give in to fear so easily, and Grid dodges after, resisting all the debuffs. Ragus isn't as lucky. He gets hit and pierced through the stomach. Grid turns back in shock, wondering if Ragus failed to dodge because of the paralysis. Ragus says this is probably as far as his training could take him. Malachus says it's impressive that someone endured his magic and asks if Grid is like Yura, though he clearly doesn't care much about answer. He simply says he'll show the boy no mercy. Grid thinks this idiot has it backward. He attacks first and asks questions later. Then Malachus sends a ribbon flying upward and creates a burst of wind above Grid, leaving Malachus surprised by what happens next. Seeing Malachus, Ragus says they need help from the guild. He tells everyone he's on a hill in the middle of the cursed mountains and that Malachus appeared there. Jashuka snaps at him, asking if he has a death wish and how he could be this reckless. But Raga tells her to calm down. He doesn't know what's happening, but Malachus should be at Yatan's main temple. Since he's level 310, everyone needs to prepare and come quickly. Jashuka says she doesn't care about Malachus right now. He needs to stay with Grid because he's Khan's disciple, and they still need answers from him about Euphemina. That only confuses Ragus more. So the kid is a blacksmith? Meanwhile, Grid keeps moving quickly, using blacksmith's footwork and chaining attacks with his new sword. He says he always intended to use this someday, just not this soon. Still, he prepared for this while searching for what was stolen. Grid says he has to hold it with both hands because he lacks strength, but the sword's weight makes up for it. Then he brings out the +5 ideal sword. Using Pagma's swordsmanship link, he cuts through all of Malachus's attacks. That burst of power from Grid leaves Raga stunned. He can't believe someone this strong is really a blacksmith and says, everyone must have it wrong. Malachus starts laughing. The sword is amazing, he admits, but it's useless if it can't touch his body. Grid wonders what kind of cloak that is and how much damage it can absorb. Malachus says Grid's own weakness ruined his fun, then orders him to die under divine punishment. His attack hits the boy and knocks off his mask, but Grid uses Paxma's swordsmanship restraint to stop Malachus, who looks shocked that he can't get any closer. Grid is relieved. His mana recovered just in time. He tells Ragus that if he's healed, they need to escape. Ragus says he wanted to fight someone strong, and luckily, backup arrived quickly. Right then, the guildmaster arrives and fires an arrow directly at Malachus, catching him off guard. She tells them to stay to the side, unless they want to end up full of holes and die against. The monster, Regis, is happy to see her there, and she says they'll talk later. Then she warns Grid not to even think about leaving and tells him to stay right there. Looking at her, he realizes that's a special Jaffa arrow. He says he made those himself and asks if she bought them. She's stunned and asks if he really forged them. So the person they were searching for was right in front of her the entire time. Malachus calls them idiots and asks what mere humans can do against a servant of Yatan who has transcended. Jashuka tells Grid not to move and to stay exactly where he is. Then she tells Malachus to stop the nonsense. He's just prey standing in front of the Sadaka guild. Malachus, Yatan's 6th servant, was one of the church's strongest high priests. He oversaw brutal rituals, including sacrificing 87 virgins to turn the king of the Burgerstein Principality into a fool, and 607 more to spread an epidemic through Count Raven's territory. Malachus asks if he's the prey and mocks them again. What can mere humans do against someone who transcended as Yatan's servant? Jashuka puts that confidence to the test as he faces her guild, the strongest one around. He says he'll offer her to his god and attacks Jashuka, but then Tobin steps in front of her and blocks it with the shield of patience. Using that opening, she keeps firing at him. Tobin realizes even that simple hit took 20 durability from his shield. He knows she's acting tough in front of the others, but this level 310 mage is no ordinary enemy. She keeps attacking from every angle while Malicus calls her arrows useless. Then Ragus appears behind him and tries to strike. He says this is exactly why he came. His body can't stop moving when a powerful enemy stands before him. Malicus is surprised to see him there, but Ragus uses piercing mirror, sending Malicus flying. He even crashes to the ground with his eyes rolled back. Jashuka tells Ragus not to make her waste arrows, and he says he knew she'd fire at the perfect moment. She says Malicus's combat skills are weaker than those of the other servants, and her guild's average level is over 200 so they can win. Then she asks why everyone is standing around. They need to kill him now. Vant charges first, saying he wants all of them to survive, but Ragus notices something strange on his back and gets hit by several dark beams from Malicus, leaving him pinned like a bug on. To display, Malicus reveals his true colors and says they are worthless beings, daring to defy a god. Then he pours magical power into Regus. His massive dark power spreads fear, paralysis, and weakness over everyone there, and they can't move their bodies. Right after that, Malicus unleashes a surprise spell. The damage is enormous, blasting everyone away and leaving them badly injured. Jashuka notices that everyone lost over 30% of their HP from a single attack. It was a black magic debuff skill with no cast time, and it also gave the caster a large mana recovery. In other words, Malicus really was terrifyingly strong. So he asks again, who's the prey now, while slamming Regus to the ground. Tobin tells them to protect the guildmaster. She says she can handle herself with a health potion and orders everyone to listen. As guildmaster, her priority is protecting the blacksmith. Grid, even if they all die here, he has to survive. But then she notices that he's completely unharmed and wonders how that's even possible. Not only that, he's wearing armor and holding a sword. Isn't he supposed to be a blacksmith? She wonders if their information was wrong, but then remembers he said he made the arrows. Malicus also notices the boy wasn't affected again and demands to know what that brat did. Jashuka says she doesn't understand either and orders the vanguard to advance. Vantner really does charge in and swings his axe at Malicus, but realizes he can't get through the cloak. If that's the case, he'll increase his speed. Malicus calls it annoying and says speed won't help anyway. Then a lancer appears and attacks together with Vantner. Malicus notices the strike is lightning fast and barely blocks it in time. On top of that, the force behind it is tremendous. Pong says it was a perfect surprise attack, but unfortunately, Malicus still blocked it. As the two keep attacking, they start arguing over who is trying to steal the spotlight. Malicus gets furious at their bickering and tells them to shut up, then blasts both of them away. Pong still mocks him, saying getting angry like that won't help. So Malicus throws another ribbon-like attack at Pong, and Pong realizes it tracks him. He fires Kill Spear at it, cuts the ribbon apart, and lands a direct hit on Malicus. Malicus thinks the blow broke through 3 layers of his shield, and he's shocked to be humiliated like this by a mere adventurer. Vantner keeps up the pressure with weapon throw, and Malicus gets hit again, but it barely does anything. Vantner wonders why. Pong says he's being too greedy for a guardian knight. He explains that guardian knights with high strength grow quickly and perform well in PvP, but that build also makes powerful enemies harder to handle. Vantner gets frustrated. It's not like he can simply reset his stats. He doesn't have valuable equipment to make that kind of money. Pong says even so, he can't believe Kill Spear was this useless. He guesses there really is a first time for everything. Then he realizes it isn't because of Malicus's defense, it's because his weapon isn't level 190. As a low-level rare unique item, this is its limit. He says he's probably not the only one who understands the true value of the blacksmith who shook the world with the arrows he forged. Then Malicus turns to Jashuka and says he'll show her true despair. He grabs Regis by the hair and tells her to watch carefully because that will be her in a few seconds. Vantner asks if Regis has any potions left and wonders if he really came without preparing to help anyone. Regis says he wanted to see things up close and thought it would be good training. But then Malicus asks if he's finished with his final words. Everyone starts feeling hopeless because the experience a ranker loses upon death is far too great. On top of that, there's nothing they can do. His magical attack and defense are both top tier. Jashuka starts to despair. While people call Regis stupid for rushing in without thinking and say he brought this on himself, Jashuka forces herself to think. Should she risk everyone and push forward, or preserve their strength by sacrificing him? But then Grid cuts in, asking what these rankers are even doing. Do any of them know how much money is on the line for him right now? That catches Malicus off guard. Grid charges directly at him with Pagma's swordsman shouting for him to release Regis. Malicus is stunned to see the boy already right in front of him. Then Grid uses Pagma's swordsmanship again and binds Malicus once more. People call it a style of swordplay that makes your heart race with every movement. It carries crushing pressure, but there's also something beautiful about it. To everyone watching, it almost feels like time stopped. The only word for that swordsmanship is overwhelming, and Malicus can't understand why he feels this way when he only fears God and Yatan. He knows he could kill Grid in a second. So why does this weakling keep standing before him and pressuring him like this? In the end, he lets go of Regis. Regis says Grid becomes more amazing the more he watches him. It's rare to see someone who isn't even a ranker fight this hard, and it reminds him of something Grid said before, that good control doesn't come only from equipment. Grid is shocked that a ranker is thanking him like this, even though he only used a simple sword skill. He thinks Regis really is the perfect sucker, probably the kind of man who'd do anything if asked. Grid basically gives up on him, then remembers the bind only lasts 3 seconds, and Malicus is already in front of him. Malicus demands to know who the hell Grid is, because that pressure from before vanished as though it never existed. Grid can tell Malicus is furious, and there's no way he can escape alone. She suddenly creates a wall of fire in front of them, telling them to get out now. Even then, Grid still has time to obsess over the world-famous singer, and the idiot runs toward her saying he loves her songs. She warns him that something is behind him. He almost gets hit. Jashuka yells at him, asking what he's doing and telling him to move. Malicus grows even angrier, asking if they really think he'll let them escape, and this time he actually lands a hit on Grid's back. But things aren't what they seem. Malicus realizes there's a rat among these worms. Faker saved the two of them with stealth. Grid tries to say something to him, but Faker is already gone. A second later, he's attacking Malicus again. Malicus mocks them, asking if they really think numbers alone can defeat him. Vantner starts complaining, and so does Pong. But then someone asks if Vantner remembers Jashuka's arrows hitting Malicus earlier. He has blind spots when he can't prepare for an attack, and they ask Regis if Piercing Mirror was meant to confirm that, but even he didn't know about that plan. Faker says it doesn't matter because Malicus can still block every high-level skill the rankers use, and if Pong is right about his mana problem, then Malicus should be taking hits by now. Right then, Malicus starts casting something nasty. He unleashes magic over everyone while summoning a massive Cerberus behind him. He orders the demonic hound to kill them all. For a moment, they laugh, saying he made all that fuss just to summon a dog, but Jashuka warns them not to lower their guard. The beast immediately attacks with ice, fire, and poison. Tobin is shocked that it all came out so quickly, and Jashuka orders the front line to attack, while the people in back protect Grid. Meanwhile, Grid himself barely seems to understand what's happening. Watching his swordplay, she thinks he isn't a blacksmith at all, but a blade dancer. Still, He recognized her arrows, so for now they need to protect him. She keeps attacking while Vantner says, smashing Cerberus's head is a frontline job. He might not be able to finish Malachus, but these bastards are his. He even manages to injure the dog slightly, but it definitely doesn't go down. Vantner is sure he landed the hit, so he wonders if the beast is simply ignoring the damage. Then it attacks him at point-blank range. He thinks these punks shouldn't underestimate a guardian. Knight's defense, but then he notices his axes are corroding. Just then, Misha fires magic missile barrage and slams the dog from the side, knocking it away, then tells Vantner to keep going because the path is open. Vantner complains that he can't believe he needed that bastard's help, then uses Guardian's effort to attack the monster again. But the dog rushes him even after losing one of its mouths. Pong thinks Vantner may have invested everything into strength, but he's still a Guardian Knight, and no one can deny he has the best armor and magic resistance in the guild. Even so, Pong is surprised that the dog endured even the magic spear. He says, the beast must be at least level 300, and then it attacks everyone again. Tobin says many unexpected things are happening, but they're becoming too impatient. Malachus may be a high-level mage, but the damage is accumulating. If they can just hold the line, the people in back can unleash their strongest attacks. Jashuka agrees and tells Tobin to hold on, but Tobin thinks even his best shield is being eaten away. That dog is a monster. Still, if they endure a little longer, they can win. Malachus starts thinking these travelers are terrifying. Not only did they stop the demonic hound, it even looks like they might defeat it. But that only matters for one of them. So he summons an entire pack of those dogs. That shocks everyone, and their fighting spirit drops sharply. Jashuka lowers her bow and says it looks like this is over. There's nowhere left to escape. They've been completely defeated. She tells everyone the raid has failed and apologizes to the guild members. Malachus laughs and calls them weaklings, asking if they finally understand the power of God Yatan. As high priest, nothing makes him happier, and now it's time for them all to die. But then Grid starts walking toward them. The dogs begin backing away, and Malachus wonders why. They're retreating. They keep stepping backward, growling the entire time. Grid says he can't believe he almost forgot about this amid all the chaos, and he pulls out the divine shield, or at least the rare version. He complains that some jerk stole the real one too. Malachus realizes that once again, this brat is ruining his plans. Grid complains that he can't believe he had to use this lousy shield at all, and keeps walking with his head lowered, while Jashuka asks if he made that shield too, just like her arrows. That's when everyone learns he forged the arrows, and Vantner asks if the shield is good or something. Tobin says it's far beyond good. As a shield user, he knows this shield is unlike any other, one of the 3 best he's ever seen. The boy asks what they're talking about because this shield is just a failed piece. The real shield was stolen by a thief from the Yatan church. Tobin is stunned, asking if that thing is really a failure. Malachus then recognizes it as the divine shield and realizes Grid is the rumored blacksmith who worked for Lord Winston. If Grid has the shield, then Mesta failed. Grid gets angry when he hears Malachus knows the man who stole his shield and asks if he was the one who sent him to steal it. Still furious, Grid keeps pressing him, while Pong says that from the way Malachus talks, Grid truly is a blacksmith. But he's wearing heavy armor only knights use, has enough dexterity to equip a dagger, and on top of that, he demonstrated serious sword skills, so they can't treat him like an ordinary blacksmith. Pong figures risking the guild over an unknown player only makes sense if Grid has a secret class, though for now, that's only a guess. They'll learn everything after the raid ends, and Jashuka asks Ragus if he's ready to move again because she knows he won't just stand there. He says, of course. After that last attack, he says he already understands how to strike Malachus and plans to finish. This now, Jashuka thinks Ragus has pure combat talent. Even Pong can't match him there. He may be a little foolish, but he's strong. Then Ragus speaks to Grid, saying those dogs seem afraid of his shield, so he wants Grid's help. Grid figures the man must finally understand his value, if he's asking now. He decides Ragus must be thinking clearly at last, and there's no way he can pass up this opportunity. After all, he can smell it, the scent of money. So he agrees, but on one condition. He wants 50% of whatever items Malachus drops. Vantner says that's insane. There are 17 people here, so how is Grid supposed to take half? They've been helping him for free. And now he wants payment? But Grid points out that they're all in the same group, and besides, the one actually asking for help is Regus. So why is Vantner the one complaining? Pong tells him to let it go. If Grid's shield lets them clear the raid, splitting it 50-50 is still worth it. Still, Grid shouldn't forget they were strong enough to make this possible for him too. Once Jashuka agrees, greedy Grid immediately thinks he should have asked for 70 minus 30. Then she sends him a party invitation, and Grid sees that all 17 guild members are over level 200. Jashuka, Pong, and Regis could easily rank in the top 20 overall, and the rest could make the top 100. He had no idea they were this strong. At the same time, they see that Grid is only level 95. Even with a secret class, they wonder if maybe he's actually terrible at the game. But Regis walks over to comfort him, saying it's fine. All he has to do is hold the shield, and Grid admits Regis really is a nice man. Regis grabs the boy and throws him directly at Malachus, telling him not to come back. He lands right at Malachus's feet. Malachus reaches for the shield, but Regis rushes in. Malachus catches the attack and says their attacks are useless as long as his cloak is active. Even so, Regis still lands the hit. Using Grid's shield to help, Malachus is stunned. How did that attack get through his cloak? Just a moment ago, that brat looked weak. So where did that power come from? Then Regis unleashes a chain of strikes on Malachus. Malachus starts realizing it isn't a trick. Regis is bypassing the cloak by changing his attack path at the last second. He pushed his muscles so hard they look ready to burst. And Malachus can think only one thing. This man is a monster. Ragus keeps going all out, getting faster and faster, until Malachus takes a final hit to the back and is blasted across the room, crashing into the wall, in ruins. Jashuka orders everyone outside. It isn't over yet, so nobody should lower their guard. Ragus tells Grid to handle the dogs, and Grid fires back, asking if he looks like some kind of veterinarian. Malachus starts waking up furious, demanding to know how mortals dared do this to a priest of Yatun. Then he moves into his next phase. For a moment, they wonder if it's over. But Pong says no. Malachus still has plenty of mana. He already knew they couldn't hurt him unless they broke his shield. Even after spending a huge amount of magical power, Malachus is still healing. Malachus mocks them, saying weaklings like them can come this far, but they'll never break his shield. Then Jashuka fires an arrow directly into his eye, making him scream, and she says it went through. Ragus explains that when Malachus attacked, he was hit by piercing mirror. On top of that, he had to use 3 layers of his shield to block Pong's spear. That means he has to concentrate to keep the shield active. If too many attacks come at once, he can't defend against everything without exposing a gap. Jashuka says that makes it obvious. Her strongest arrow can pierce him. She even gives him credit for healing after half his head was blown apart. Grid asks Regis how things are going because standing back here is getting boring. Regis tells him they can finish this. Because of him, Malachus rises again, saying mortals are impressive but still destined to die. Then, with a grim expression, he asks if they forgot about his magical power. A cloud forms on the ceiling as he casts divine punishment, and black lightning begins crashing down. Everyone gets hit, taking massive damage, and some of them even die. Malachus laughs and tells them to perish before the power of his god. Jashuka realizes they'll be wiped out, but she can't let her guild die here. They have to defeat him now, so she fires her final arrow and says she'll use her strongest move. pouring in 100% of her mana to launch Phoenix Arrow. Even Grid, all the way in the back, can feel how powerful it is. The shot tears Malachus in half, and he tells Jashuka it was truly powerful, but says he'll simply heal again and that victory is still his, calling them worms. Jashuka falls to her knees. Tobin and Vantner charge in because they're the only ones still able to move. They have to kill him before he heals again, so they throw everything they have at him. From the back, Grid asks what happened and why everyone is down, yelling at them to do something. She asks if he's okay, and whether it's because of the shield. Ragus says they were hit by a massive attack, but the two of them alone won't be enough. Grid starts wondering how this is supposed to be the top guild if they're still struggling, even with his support. Then he notices something new, a group buff he didn't even know he had. So he pulls out Dainsleif and Malachus tells them to enjoy their final moments. The others think his healing is too powerful. They can't win. The raid has failed. Malachus says he had a lot of fun, but Grid suddenly appears above him, sword in hand, and cuts Malachus in an X with a perfect critical hit. Everyone stares, asking what just happened. He's a messenger of Yatan, so how is this possible? Then Grid uses Pagma's sword, dance, kill. Malachus can't believe a weakling like Grid would dare do this, and the boy finally ends the raid against Malachus. Since Grid landed the killing blow, fear spreads across the world. His fame across the continent rises by 3,000. The Yatan church becomes permanently hostile toward him, and the other churches become friendlier. With this high priest dead, the Yatan church loses a tremendous amount of power until a new one is chosen. Grid also gains 5 million experience and levels up. As party leader, Jashuka receives all the loot. While Grid is thrilled, she can't understand what just happened. A level 95 player defeated. That monster. Who even is Grid? Grid points out that the party was active, so the leader gets the drops and asks if she's trying to cheat him out of his share. Jashuka can barely believe this man, but says she'll keep her promise and tells him not to worry. The others all say he's amazing, and when Layala tries to thank him, he starts getting flustered. Then he snaps back to Joshka and asks if they're trying to distract him and run away with the loot. Pong starts realizing Grid is incredible in more ways than one. Jashuka says once everyone is healed, they'll divide the rewards. She thinks that even if his personality is a mess, a blacksmith with combat abilities like this is someone they need. Then she brings out Malachus's unique rank cloak, Malachus's mask, and his dark magic orb. Pong says the cloak isn't very good. It raises intelligence, but the smell of blood is terrible. Vantner asks if that insane defensive skill was unique to Malachus. Zednus says the mask is good because it boosts all resistances and reduces cast time. Tobin points out that Zednus and Luella are the only mages in the guild, and Jashuka says she wants to give the mask, an orb to them. Since everyone agrees, Grid thinks it over, examines the items, and says he wants the cloak. Jashuka is shocked that he chose the worst item. Grid asks why they're staring at him. They cleared the raid because of him, so are they backing out now? Pong starts thinking this idiot may be giving up the best items on purpose and says he didn't expect him to be that kind of person. Ragus can't believe Grid chose incorrectly, but for the guild's sake, nobody says anything, even though he feels he should be honest. Then Jashuka steps in and tells Grid that the cloak is the least valuable of the three, asking him to reconsider. Grid thinks there was nothing to worry about. She really is honorable. Still, he has his reasons. The cloak gives intelligence, which matters for his sword dance, and its blood scent attracts monsters, making it perfect for hunting. For a blacksmith like him who needs to level quickly instead of increasing pure combat power, it's an excellent item. So Grid tells them he still wants the cloak. For a blacksmith, that was an unusual choice, but it showed he had matured and was focused on leveling as quickly as possible. Jashuka thinks even his item choice is surprising. She says they want the mask and orb and asks if it's okay for them to buy one from him. Since Malachus is a unique boss that doesn't respawn, There's no market price, so they'll need time to list it at auction and see what players offer before canceling the sale. Grid agrees but says they'll be the ones paying the fee. Then they move on to the enhancement magic stones. Altogether, they're worth around 33,600 gold, but Jashuka says they'll give every one of them to Grid. Without him, they would have died in that raid, so all the stones belong to him. Grid thinks she isn't just beautiful but generous too. Ragas says he did a good job and that they'll continue searching for his stolen item the next day. Grid is happy that Raga still plans to help, and Raga says of course he will. He made a promise. Jashuka says they'll meet again in 3 days to finish the trade. She'll send him a private message, and he'd better respond. Grid says he'll think about it, then decides it's finally over, and leaves too. But then he starts wondering why that bastard was here in the first place. Just seeing this cave makes him want to explore it. Meanwhile, Irene dreams of Doran telling her to prepare to return to the palace. Since he arrived at the perfect time, she must not let him slip away, and she should remember the young man she was told about. She recalls the man who helped save her from the Yatan temple and wonders if he's really coming. When she opens her eyes, she sees Grid's hand holding her ring. He says he knew that ring looked familiar. It's Doran's ring, which means she must be Count Steim's daughter, whom Doran saved. Her eyes widen in shock. She tells him they've met again, then asks if he's the one who made the self-transcended sword. He wonders why she was missing while the castle was in chaos, then realizes Malakas kidnapped her. That triggers a new quest: escort Irene back to Winston Castle. He notices it's another automatic quest. Still, the reward makes it worthwhile. He can finally obtain Doran's ring. To him, that ring is special because of Doran, and he's already thinking about how much it could sell for at auction. There's an even greater reward at stake, but when he turns around, Yatan's followers begin chasing him. He lifts Irene into his arms and says she won't be able to move quickly on her own, so she should hold on. She apologizes for slowing him down. He brushes it off and tells her he'll do everything he can for her. Meanwhile, the Yatan followers rush in, determined to kill Malakas's enemy. With Irene on his back, Grid uses his quick movement skills to get past them. As they continue moving, she starts seeing him differently. Irene understands true strength. She grew up surrounded by powerful people like her father and the Northern Knights. Then she remembers Doran telling her to trust the man who recognized the ring, so she starts placing her faith in Grid. Grid, on the other hand, is thinking about something else. If the ring raises his affinity with Irene enough, maybe he could even marry her. That would make him the husband of Winston's lady and essentially its lord, making him even happier because he's already dreaming about paying no taxes. Right then, the enemy tries to curse him. He blocks it with the shield, then mocks them, saying weaklings like them can't even scratch him. After all, he defeated Malakas. That same day, the Yatan church quickly weakened after the death of its sixth servant, Malakas. Until a new high priest was chosen, players couldn't become black magicians. At the same time, Sedeka Guild's fame soared after the Malakas raid. Players flooded in asking to join, and the impact spread throughout both Satisfy and the real world. As they travel, Irene asks how he can be so strong when he's supposed to be a blacksmith. He says he's a little different, though he struggles to explain it. In the end, he simply says he's overgeared. And that day became the beginning of a completely new path in Grid's life. Once they reach Winston Castle, everyone is overjoyed to see Irene return. Faker asks to be punished for failing to protect her. She tells him to focus on recovering from the mission, but he still blames himself and begs for punishment. Irene insists that he recover quickly because Yatan's attacks will only worsen. During her rescue, Malakas, the sixth servant who kidnapped her, was killed. She explains that she nearly died as a sacrifice but survived because Grid defeated Malakas and saved her. Faker then recognizes him as the blacksmith who made the self-transcended sword. Still, He wonders what kind of blacksmith Grid truly is. He doesn't look impressive, and Irene's expression makes it seem like she's fallen for him. After hearing what happened, Faker admits Grid seems very different now. If he truly defeated Malachus, his reputation must be enormous. Then Faker calls him Winston's savior and says he'll never forget this kindness. With that, the quest is cleared. Irene gives him the ring as a token of gratitude, saying it was left behind by the man who once saved her, so he must treasure it. The boy says he also has a connection to Doran, so of course he'll take care of it. But the moment he takes Doran's ring, it binds to him. He's stunned. He was planning to sell it at auction. He says the effect alone should be worth millions, but now he can't even sell it, making it useless to him aside from the stat boost. Irene then says she'll hold a banquet for him and asks him to attend. Tearing up, he happily agrees. Later that afternoon, he thinks about everything he gained. He reached level 97 after killing Malachus, and the drops brought in 33,600 gold, nearly 35,000. He realizes the guild helped him greatly and decides it's time to log out. Back in the real world, he goes out to eat with his sister. She asks to go somewhere cheaper because the place costs 200 per person, but he says it's fine. He made 35,000 the day before and even promises to take their parents somewhere better later. She points out that he can't make that kind of money every day, and they still owe $500,000. He tells her she worries too much for someone who just started high school. While he says that, Yura happens to walk by and recognizes him as the man from the Yatan church. She never expected to see him in real life, so she quietly watches him while another woman speaks to her. Yura thinks that even after all her investigation, she still never learned his true identity and wonders if he lives nearby. He's the only person who ever made her feel defeated, and now the rank 5 player has finally found him. So she calls someone and tells them to investigate the man eating there. She's going to find out who he is. Around then, he receives a call from a woman and immediately becomes excited. It's Young, his first love. He recognizes her voice instantly and asks, "What happened?" She says he still remembers her voice and teases that he truly is as caring as ever. Then she says it's nothing serious. She was looking through their graduation album, saw his picture, and wondered if he wanted to have a drink later, if he had time. He quickly tells his sister to finish eating, wondering what's happening because she actually called him. Back then, he was too afraid to confess because he had nothing. But now, things are different. Now he has money. So he goes to dinner with her. She says he seems much nicer now, and it's been 2 years since they last met. Meanwhile, he can only think about how beautiful she is and feels like his heart might burst just from being near her. He's waited so long for this moment and decides he has to finally tell her how he feels. When she says he's changed a lot, he answers that he found a good job and even paid off all his debts. He remembers spending $1,000 on those clothes, then starts worrying that a sudden confession might catch her off guard. She tells him he always worked hard and that she knew things would turn out well for him. That side of him is what she likes. That leaves him blushing. But he tells himself he only needs courage once. All he has to do is be honest, so he admits that he likes her and always has. She listens, then starts laughing and asks why he's being so serious. She says that side of him makes her happy, asks if he really means it, and says she needs some time to think. He says of course and thinks that's just like Young. She knows how to make things feel easy. Then she says she needs a moment to clear her head and touch up her makeup. So he's left there completely dazed. He heads toward the bathroom, wondering if he should act more seriously or keep things light. Then he hears her voice saying that his confession was painfully embarrassing. On the phone, she says everyone from the reunion was right. He's out of school and still can't even dress properly. She doesn't know where he borrowed all that money, but he put on a decent act. She laughs even harder, saying that isn't even the worst part. He actually confessed to her. Then she tells them to prepare the money because she's bringing him to the next reunion. She says she's never seen such a stupid virgin in her life. To her, he's simply ridiculous and she can't wait for the reunion. Outside the bathroom, the boy is devastated. He just stands there in shock, then goes home without saying another word. He changes out of those clothes and returns to his usual style, thinking he had truly changed from the broke, empty person he used to be. But now he feels like money and expensive clothes change nothing. In his eyes, he's still worthless. So he returns to the game. Khan immediately notices that he seems down, but Grid tells himself he needs to work. He still has a debt to repay. All he has to do is make money non-stop without thinking about anything else. Then he receives a message from Jashuka. After reading it, he starts feeling slightly better. He asks the old man what needs to be done, and the message says Jashuka needs him. That alone lifts his mood a little more. Jashuka tells Grid that the guild needs his skills and promises to give him the best possible support so he can create items. He never expected every guild member to come find him at Khan's smithy. He wonders if they realized he has a hidden class after seeing the equipment he made and the way he fought. Even so, he says he can earn money on his own. Jashuka answers that he'll earn even more with them, not only more gold but more fame too. He points out that his base is Khan's forge, so he can't move to their location, and asks if she's still okay with that. She says she was already prepared to move the guild's base there, so it's no problem. In the end, he's what matters. That settles it. He agrees, thinking this is how he'll show his old classmates just how successful he's become through the guild. Then he joins them, but once he looks things over, he's confused. He doesn't care much about alliances, but why don't they own any territory? And why do they have so many enemies? They're even hostile toward the fire dragon, Traka. He asks why, if they're a guild, they never received land from a king or noble so they could collect taxes. Jashuka says they received great offers but turned them all down. He can't believe it and asks if they know how many guilds would do anything for territory. So how exactly is this guild supposed to make him profit? She says nobles offered them territories while they were searching for him, but they couldn't manage land and search at the same time. They search for him across the entire continent. Hearing that they gave up so much for him leaves him shocked. He starts thinking his secret class must be incredible if an entire guild came after him. But Tobin cuts in. It wasn't only that. High-level blacksmiths are extremely rare, and among players there aren't any advanced ones. Jashuka explains they weren't chasing a secret class player. They were searching for the smith who made those epic rank arrows. They're curious about his class, but if he wants to hide it, they'll respect that. When Khan joins the conversation, he says they may seem rough, but they're good people. He adds that they're nothing like the people Shin knew before. That makes him realize they were truly looking for him, not only his value. So he says they came to the right place. Everyone gets excited that they finally found a blacksmith, and the boy feels cornered. With 17 people staring at him, he becomes embarrassed and asks if they really plan to bring him the materials and production methods. He reminds them that he won't craft for free. But Boris says supporting their blacksmith is the guild's responsibility because it helps the entire guild grow. He starts wondering if he's really that valuable. The feeling is strange, so he asks what they want first. The guild members immediately start arguing about it. One of them insists that the guildmaster should go first. Then the argument starts all over again. Grid notices the entire place has turned into chaos, so he steps in and speaks to the three causing trouble. He tells them they'll go last. After all, Shin still remembers everything they did to him. They're told not to expect any items from him until they apologize to Khan first. The three of them immediately bow their heads. Jashuka then asks if he's okay with making Khan's spear first. Khan is their only damage dealer of that type, and he's essential in high-level raids. The spear he uses now is low-level, so he can't bring out his full strength. Khan says he already has the production method and asks if Shin can learn it. The protagonist learns it almost instantly. That shocks them because it requires advanced blacksmithing mastery level 4. Even the top-ranked blacksmith is only intermediate, and MC also demonstrated real combat ability during the raid. Jashuka starts thinking that even among secret classes, his may be the best of all. He says it isn't on the level of the Transcendent Sword, but it's still solid. Pong says he'll buy the materials while Ragus searches for the stolen shield, so the protagonist should just focus on crafting. The protagonist likes that kind of support and says he'll do his best. Like when he created the Transcendent Sword, he feels that his breathing is important. If he activates that skill correctly, the finished item should turn out even better than normal. Vantner walks over and asks for a repair. His weapon was wrecked while fighting those dogs. Khan brings over the anvil and repair hammer, and MC asks if there are special tools for repairs. Khan explains that consumable repair tools let them charge customers more. Their ancestors came up with that to maintain a steady income, and he thinks that's brilliant, so he starts repairing the weapon. While working, he points out that the axe is strange. Its attack power is lower than other bloody axes of the same rank. Vantner says he noticed too, but the effect was useful enough that he kept using it. As Shin studies the axe, he senses there's something more to it. Then he realizes what it is. He grabs the hammer and makes an adjustment. After that, he returns the axe to Vantner. The moment Vantner takes it, he can tell the axe is much better now. It has transformed into the true bloody twin axes, and it even gained a new skill, true conversion. Jashuka notices that the weapon changed and that Vantner gained a new skill. Tobin stares at Shin and asks if that was magic or something. The protagonist says it wasn't magic, it was a skill. With Analyze, he can identify hidden effects in items. He explains that the axe had a hidden feature that altered its attack power by adjusting the grip with a secret button, and it had been stuck in the weaker mode all this time. Both of them are stunned, while MC proudly says that's what a legendary class can do. Jashuka asks if that means every item has a hidden effect. The question catches everyone's attention. Shin gets distracted by how beautiful she is, but forces himself to focus and says not every item has one. He has to inspect them first, so everyone asks him to examine theirs too. He thinks this skill is even better than Hawkeye, which costs 15 gold, so maybe he should charge 20. Still, he feels strange taking money from his own guildmates for something he can use forever, but then he changes his mind. To celebrate joining the guild, he says he'll give them a discount. Only 30 gold per item, and if it has a hidden effect, he'll charge 300 more. What a scammer. Even so, everyone thanks him and starts taking items from their inventories. Shin is thrilled. He only has to look at equipment and he'll make millions off it. He still makes it clear that those three will go last. Sometime later, Pong and Regas head out to buy materials. They need griffin tendons, but normal sellers don't carry them, and the auction house price is far too high. Pong says they'll need many of them because even an advanced blacksmith has less than a 10% chance of making an epic item. With costs this high, he can only afford enough for 3 spears. Regas says he'd lend money if he had any, then apologizes. Pong tells him to stop giving money to other people so easily. Then they notice something. Those men are from Giant Guild. Regis asks why they're in Winston, and Pongs says he heard their leader, Chris, recently became Lord of the Patreon territory. That means they're probably planning something. Pong says they should return, buy the materials later, and avoid trouble for now. Giant may rank below them, but here they're the largest guild around. Then Regis points out that the people selling the tendons are also from Giant Guild, which shocks Pong. So they return to the workshop, and when they arrive, they find Vantner making a huge scene. Pong asks why he's shouting and what's happening. Vantner tells him to look. He might become jealous because one of his twin axes is now a mythic item. Pong is stunned and asks what happened. Vantner says Shin found a hidden ability in the weapon using analyze. Tobin says that's why everyone in the guild is bringing over their weapons. But out of 300 items, only 3 had hidden features. Even so, Pong gets excited and asks him to inspect his spear too. They realize the protagonist strengthened the guild in less than half a day. But when Pong hands over his spear, the protagonist says there's nothing special about it. Meanwhile, MC is thinking about the 10,000 gold he made in only a few hours. That's 10 million won. And on top of that, he learned a lot from examining hundreds of different items. Then he says he's finally going to start making the spear and asks if the rest of them are heading out to hunt. But Tobin notices it's already night. He says they need to leave. Regus asks Shin to show him the item when it's finished, and Vantner jokes that he doesn't need to try too hard on Pong's spear, which annoys Pong. As they leave, he thinks those people are really noisy, but having friends like that might actually be nice. While he works, he remembers that he can equip any item even without meeting the requirements. He also has abilities like immortality and even Pagma's sword dance. Maybe Pagma's descendant isn't such a bad comic class. After all, still it shines even more in blacksmithing. So he activates the class bonus and starts working. He says the furnace has to remain between 1,820 and 1,840 degrees to melt mithril. Being able to raise and control the temperature that precisely is something only an advanced level 3 blacksmith or higher could do. As he works, he thinks the color looks perfect. Then he even mutters that the spear looks better than Ayung before catching himself and realizing he's still losing it over that girl. Next, he picks up his epic hammer and starts forging. Ever since he began using it, the rank of his items has increased. But if he wants to make something better than a unique item, he'll probably need to improve the hammer too. For now, though, it will do. This is his first job for the guild. And just like that, 3 days pass. Pong walks in and asks why everyone has gathered there for his spear. Vantner says they came after seeing Grid's guild message. Then he laughs, saying he heard Pong's spear turned out terribly. Jashuka tells Pong not to feel bad. Even a normal rank spear could still help. Hearing all the noise, Grid asks why they arrived so early. He says he never told anyone the spear was worthless and tells Pong to come pick it up already. Pong notices Grid stayed awake all night and thanks him for his hard work. Grid brushes it off and apologizes that the result wasn't better. Pong says it's fine and thanks him anyway. He didn't expect much with only 3 attempts. But when he unwraps the spear, he stares at Grid in shock. Grid says he hopes Pong will use them, even if he's disappointed. He wanted to make 1 legendary spear, but instead he made 2 epic ones and 1 unique. Pong is stunned. Vantner, burning with jealousy, calls it a lie and says Pong should throw that trash away. Tobin can't believe Grid really made a unique item. Grid explains that the 2 epic spears are decent, but the unique one has 19 more durability and attack power. In his head, he notes that 12 came from his legendary blacksmith skill and 7 from the blacksmith's breath. It also has additional effects, even with a penalty, allowing the main damage dealer to stack several buffs at once could become a hidden trump card. Pong spins the spear in his hands, amazed. To him, it looks as beautiful as a national treasure of the Saharan Empire, and its size feels perfect, as if it were made just for him. He says he's only felt this thrill twice before in Satisfy. The first was when he learned about the game. The second was when he met Kraugel, the world's top-ranked player, a genius who crushed him completely. Since then, he traveled everywhere searching for a blacksmith who could make unique equipment. He never imagined someone could do it in only 3 attempts, and now it feels like the wall before him has finally broken. This is the 3rd time he's felt that way. He lowers his head and thanks Grid for opening that path, saying he's truly honored to have such a great blacksmith as his teammate. Then Jashuka jumps on Grid, hugging him tightly and shouting that he's the best, that he's amazing. Pong tells Vantner that since there are 2 extra epic spears, Maybe he should try using them as dual weapons. Vantner tells him to shut up, but Faker appears behind him and says it isn't a bad idea if Pong can really use them. Realizing Faker is offering to spar, Pong thanks him. He wanted to test them anyway. Pong rushes in, and Faker thinks he's doing quite well already for someone using dual spears. He wonders if Pong practiced this before. Pong says it's simply his basic ability. He adapts quickly, just like assassins do. Faker replies that Pong may rank higher, but his own agility is much better, and he's definitely faster than those spears. Pong agrees but wonders how long Faker can keep up. He keeps attacking, thrust after thrust, until one finally lands and sends Faker flying backward. Faker asks why Pong's attack speed keeps increasing. He wonders if it's a special effect. Reaching an assassin's speed with spears almost feels like cheating. Pong realizes it's working and thinks he might even surpass Kraugle someday. Then Vantner appears behind him and tells him to pick on someone his own size. From a distance, some other customers look over and ask if this place is really a forge. Khan notices their confusion, and one man says the place looks like complete chaos. Grid is happily buried in Jashuka's arms while everyone else keeps fighting. Khan yells at them, asking what the hell they're doing in front of his forge, and calls for Grid too. That snaps Grid back to reality. He wonders what he was even doing, then suspects Jashuka was trying to charm him into giving away the spear for free. So he tells them to stop fooling around and pay up. Pong says they got carried away. This is the first time he's bought something this good, so he truly doesn't know the price. He offers 800,000 gold and asks if that sounds fair. Grid is shocked. That's nearly 960 million won. He remembers the self-transcended legendary sword sold for only 220,000 gold, yet Pong wants to pay 4 times that amount for a unique weapon. Grid thinks Pong must be some clueless country bumpkin who knows nothing and can't even gather materials alone. Another idiot after Regus. Of course, the biggest fool here is Grid himself, since he sold a legendary item to an NPC for 220,000 gold when he could have auctioned it for millions. Still, Grid says it's fine. He's in a good mood, so he'll include the 2 epic spears as a bonus. Pong is stunned, thinking each one should be worth 150,000 gold by itself. Jashuka starts reconsidering him. She thought he was merely cheap and greedy. But maybe she was wrong. Maybe he truly is special. Pong thanks him and says he really is the best blacksmith. Hearing that, Grid starts feeling quite pleased with himself. Not far away, members of Giant Guild watch the scene. They heard Sedaka Guild kept visiting this forge, and now they finally know why. One says that if this man is the unknown blacksmith, they can't let Sedaka keep him. They need to recruit him into Giant Guild. Sometime later, Ragus is fighting. As he battles, he thinks he needs to hurry and find Grid's shield, but there are far more monsters in the way than he expected. Then Pong calls and asks if he found anything. Ragus says he's heading to the location a witness mentioned, then asks where Pong is. Pong says he's also checking a place outside Winston that a witness told him about, but there's still no sign of the shield. Ragus asks about the wind spear because the entire guild is talking about it. Pong says it's amazing, almost too good to waste on monsters. Then Jashuka cuts in and tells them to forget the monsters and find the thief. Ragus notices she's nearby. She says they have to recover the shield. They need to repay Grid. The rest of the guild will focus on the raids they missed while searching for Grid. Since they have fewer people this time, they need to work efficiently. Vantner thinks Jashuka has taken out the whip again, and Tobin guesses it's because Pong mentioned seeing those Giant Guild jerks in Winston. They may have been stronger back in LTS, but things are different in Satisfy. Jashuka just wants to catch up to them quickly. On the call, she tells Pong that if he doesn't find the shield today, she'll kill him. Neither of them answers, so she asks if they're ignoring her and hangs up. Vantner then asks why they don't have Grid make him a weapon first to strengthen the guild. Jashuka says it isn't Vantner's turn yet. Wasn't that the whole reason they left that busy kid alone? The second item Grid makes will be Vantner's. Meanwhile, Ibelin stands outside the forge and sees Grid completely absorbed in his work. He thinks about the weapon Grid is making for him and becomes curious. Figuring Grid would be annoyed if interrupted, he decides to take only a quick look. But he quickly closes the door again after noticing Grid is already in a bad mood. Inside, Grid truly is irritated. He wonders why this has to be so difficult. Then he realizes it's because of that damned flamberge. Looking over the method, he complains about all those useless spikes. He explains that the more metal is tempered, the stronger it becomes, but that also makes it harder to shape. Since the flamberge's form matters so much, creating an epic one will be difficult because he'd have to sacrifice half the normal tempering time. He knows the shape matters because it helps the blade cut through anything it touches, but he refuses to settle for a normal or rare item. Then he reminds himself that including his title effects, his dexterity is 1,500. Khan, an advanced level 2 blacksmith, has only around 600. That means Grid's dexterity is higher than that of the best blacksmith in the north, so he decides he can do it. He'll create a flamberge so powerful that no one else could ever copy it. Elsewhere, in the basement dungeon of the Southern Castle, Chris defeats a vampire while saying he'll rise again and repay his suffering. After the kill, he obtains the vampire necklace, the grace elixir, and the agility elixir. Chris tells it to keep reviving so he can farm those rewards again. Then he defeats the monster again and drinks all the elixirs. He says they finally completed the vampire accessory set. His guildmates cheer, saying Chris has become stronger again. Chris says his strength will become the guild strength, and since the vice leaders also completed the set, they'll continue pushing hard. Another member tells the guildmaster he heard Sadaka recruited some unknown blacksmith and asks why they still haven't taken him. He points out that they have 530 members, so why are they holding back against a guild with only 17? Then he catches himself on the word only and remembers that he became a vice leader after they all entered. Satisfy. People keep saying Giant fled to Satisfy after losing to Sadaka in LTS, and he calls that rumor humiliating. Still, he says they'll understand once they witness their power. Those bastards are hidden dragons. The red-haired man asks if they really need to be this cautious, and Chris asks if he noticed that 3 of their 5 captains aren't on this raid. Those 3 have been with them since LTS, always wary of Sadaka. Intimidated? No one wants to defeat them more than those 3 do, and soon those 3 clash head-on with Sadaka's group. Mahara goes directly at Regis. Zircon joins the battle too. He takes on Pong. They say the same applies to all of them. Aselas is also near Jashika. He watches her from the top of a mountain. At the same time, Mahara speaks up. He calls Regis the strongest taekwondo master in LTS and says just thinking about fighting him again makes his head spin. It's been a long time, he says, so they should both go all out and accept this little gift for their reunion. He sends a wave of fire at Regis. Regis gets hit. Mahara asks what happened. Did he become weak? He says this Regis feels completely different, as if he became too strong for them to even be rivals anymore. Regis says it's been a while since he fought someone who talks this much, then asks who he is. That angers Mahara, and he asks if Regis is serious. Does he truly not remember him? Meanwhile, Zircon rushes Pong, who remembers him and asks if he's still wasting his time serving that useless master. Zircon says it truly has been a while and that Pong still hasn't heard. His master went far beyond expectations. Zircon says he's already better than Pong, and serving him is worthwhile. Pong realizes that unlike in LTS, Zircon now ranks above even Jashuka. He can't afford to be careless, so he asks if Zircon is actually happy. Zircon swings his sword and asks if Pong thinks a man nearing 70 would be happy. Still, being able to live this actively at his age is a small joy, and he slashes across Pong's chest repeatedly. Jashuka wonders what the hell is happening. The equipment they brought to protect against the lizards is useless here, which means someone powerful is nearby. Then Asura says she can stop searching. He introduces himself. Jashuka tells him to show himself. He remains hidden, speaking through magic so she can't track him, and asks if she thought he'd beg for death in front of a sanctuary. He's surprised that he only managed to petrify their senses, even with his specialty in petrification magic, but says it doesn't matter. They've all been waiting for this day, and monsters begin appearing all around them. Vantner counts at least 200, and Tobin says Giant, being the largest guild, clearly isn't. Just talk. Jashuka says numbers alone don't make a guild famous as the strongest. It seems Giant never changes. Asura thinks Jashuka hasn't changed either. She still doesn't look nervous, even while facing those numbers. But hearing that they never changed annoys him, and he says Chris calls them hidden dragons. Jashuka realizes he's speaking politely while attacking them without their strongest members present. She sees that this was all planned by Chris and starts thinking quickly. Asura says Chris already recognized their strength, so does she really think he came here just for some small victory? Then he says her constant habit of looking down on others is annoying and tells them to hear Chris's order. Their mission is to hunt dragons and punish those who always underestimate others. Elsewhere, Ibelin is shaken when he surrounded more and more members of Giant close in on him. Ibelin uses his old sword and cuts down everyone who approaches. He counts this as the fourth one and swears he'll protect Shin no matter what. Another man charges in and attacks Ibelin, shouting that Sadaka is nothing. He mocks them for letting a brat like this into the guild, then lands a hit that knocks the boy down. The man says it's impressive that Ibelin lasted this long, stomps on his hands, and says that once he dies, being specially chosen won't mean anything. He asks how long people will keep talking about LTS rivals. Giant is the strongest now. Ibelin thinks he already defeated 4, but the other 12 are all above level 150. After fighting non-stop for 3 hours, his stats are already low. Worse, more than half of them are wearing knight chest armor, and his damaged flamberge can't pierce it. People watching ask what's happening. Giant and Sadaka are fighting. Some even say Tzedaka deserves it for acting like the best while not even noticing their own members are under attack. Ibelin thinks his seniors are being mocked because he's too weak. The attackers taunt him, asking if he's crying and saying they'll finish this quickly. Even on the ground, Ibelin tries to strike back, but the man dodges and tells him to accept death. Ibelin shouts that he won't give up, but he's thrown away even so. He still believes Tzedaka is the strongest. Grid's door is smashed open. Meanwhile, Regis keeps taking hits. Mihara is amazed that even wounded, Regis can still break through the flames. Then Regis lands a blow and sends him flying. Mihara realizes Regis isn't weak at all, as he first thought, but traps him inside flames, then throws his sword at him. Regis immediately sees that Mihara is using grimoire magic, and both of them are at a frightening level. Still, he thinks attacking with the same pattern after losing the sword makes this simple. Mihara calls that pure arrogance and asks if Regis truly thinks every battle is built on the same moves. Then the sword flying near him starts crackling with electricity. Regis realizes the air dried out after all that fire, and an explosion erupts directly in his face. Mihara says that was a good one, and now he'll finish him with the skill that killed 180 Yatan followers. He tells Regis to feel the lost glory of his past. Then Regis loses vision in his left eye. All his stats fall by 30 until the wounds heal. Regis is disappointed that a basic elemental attack managed to injure him and thinks his training still isn't enough. Mihara pulls out the 5 infinity jewels and starts casting another spell at Regis. He says he'll kill him while he's still stunned, using Ultra Fire and Ice Storm. After the spell strikes where Regis was, Mihara starts feeling dizzy. Using all that mana makes it difficult to even stand. Even so, he says there shouldn't be anything left of Regis. But Regis is still standing. His foot begins glowing, and he says stun usually lasts 5 seconds, while that skill took 3 to cast. For a martial artist who trains both body and mind, recovery is much faster than for an ordinary person. Mahara then realizes Regis destroyed his magic with a kick. He can only stare in shock. This man is insane. Regis leaps at him, using Golden Dragon's fangs to strike with his foot, killing Mahara in 1 hit. Mara thought he was already strong enough that he had completely surpassed him, but Regis says Mihara was an amazing opponent and gave him a good fight that forced out his full strength. That's what gave everyone a chance to become stronger. Pong, on the other hand, is being pushed back by Zircon. He was sure he was the #1 swordsman, so he can't understand why the gap between them feels so small. Maybe the time has finally come. He wonders if this is the moment. Pong thrusts his spear and unleashes a storm of attacks at Zircon. The old man is surprised by the speed and realizes his defense won't last. If this continues, then Pong uses True Illusion with his spear, creating multiple spears and striking Zircon all at once. The old man starts feeling the damage accumulate. He admits Pong became strong. Pong says it's all thanks to that spear. At the beginning of the fight, he was completely outmatched. But Zircon says the strength still belongs to Pong, so he doesn't need to be humble. Then he says it's unfortunate that this old man's time is over. Pong tells him to pass a message to Chris. The next time he threatens Setika, he'd better be even more prepared. Later that night in the desert, Acellus thinks it makes no sense. They started Satisfy 3 months after him, yet around 10 of them still crushed 200 players from Giant. Their strength exceeds common sense. He realizes that the one creating that overwhelming advantage is Jashuka, the perfect archer. And even if they wanted to eliminate her first, Tobin's defense is too strong. He says the plan was to control them, but they can't retreat yet. Another team still has to capture the blacksmith, so for now, they'll keep these people trapped here. Tobin tells Jashuka that this trap feels strange. If they're surrounding them like this, then maybe they were never the true target. She agrees that they need to end this quickly. Jashuka tells him to stop wasting time and get out already. She knows the forge is there, and the real target is probably blacksmith. He says they finally boxed them in, but it might already be too late because none of their strongest fighters are there. Even so, everything is proceeding as planned. She doubts that, saying a plan like this only works if people act the way you expect. Still, they're about to find out. Then the forge door is blasted away, and a broken hinge flies directly into the sword Grid was making, dropping into the fire before his hammer and ruining strike. The attackers complain that Kido made them waste too much time, then realize the blacksmith is inside. Grid sees that they ruined his work, and now a piece of the door is stuck in the sword. Jashuka starts wondering whether their plan ever accounted for someone unpredictable like Grid. Furious, Grid demands to know how many hours he spent on that project. Then he puts on his assassin mask and charges everyone. Ibelin looks over at Grid, who's completely lost control. The Giant members realize they barged in while he was forging. He's clearly furious, but one of them wonders if that alone explains this reaction. He says he only came because his master ordered it. Then he introduces himself as a member of Giant Guild, asks if Grid has heard of them, and says they came to recruit him, telling him to calm down and lower his weapon. He adds that Giant already has 10 blacksmiths, so they know a little about this. Creating items isn't easy, sure, but he says Grid can simply make another one. He keeps trying to calm him down, saying this is becoming awkward when they came with a good offer. Grid snaps back, make another one? Just because they're a famous guild, do they think they can look down on other people's work? Ibelin realizes he has to stop this. There are 12 level 150 players here. This isn't like a raid. He tries messaging Grid to wait for healing because he can't take them on alone, but Grid isn't listening. He starts cursing all of them, saying their attitude and pathetic excuses enraged him, and now he's going to kill every last one of them. Ibelin notices Grid can't hear him. Meanwhile, the buzz-cut man thinks their captain may have logged out after dying to Ibelin, but if he provoked this monster, then he was far too careless. Then one of them asks if that really is a blacksmith. That armor is strange enough, but he's even using a dagger. The buzz-cut man agrees. Why would a blacksmith be carrying all that? The man who tried speaking to Grid figures he only wants to continue forging, so he says they can wait until he's finished, even if it takes several hours. Hearing that only makes Grid angrier. One of his teammates warns Kido to be careful. Something is wrong. Grid doesn't care. He activates his gauntlets and lands a double hit on Kido, killing him instantly. For a moment, he can't believe it. One attack was all it took. How did a blacksmith do that? The buzz-cut man asks what just happened. Did Kido die because assassins have low HP? No, that attack power is far too high for a blacksmith. But Grid is equally shocked. Now he's certain Dainsleif truly is an amazing weapon. He says he only swung without thinking because he was angry, but it's far stronger than he expected. Since it's designed to fight groups, the extra 165 damage must have activated. With 11 enemies, he figures that means 15 extra per person. So against 100 enemies, it could add 1,500 attack power. There is probably a limit. But even without that, the weapon is completely broken. Grid admits the equipment made by the first blacksmith, Albertino, is on a completely different level from his. Even as Pagma's legendary descendant, he knows his skills are still below that man's. That's someone he has to surpass. But first, he has to deal with the people who ruined his item. He activates Blacksmith's Rage and rushes them. Even the buzz-cut man is stunned. He blocked the attack, but the damage was still enormous. Now he's convinced this bastard isn't a blacksmith at all, and that Sadaka Guild set a trap. He orders everyone to retreat and run. Grid refuses to let them destroy his work, then escape. With quick movements, he cuts them down one by one. They can't believe it. Magsevum is a tank who fights ogres, one of their highest HP, highest defense members, and he was still killed in one hit. They thought they'd only need to deal with Ibelin, one of the top 10 rookies, but now they've encountered a hidden monster. Their leader tells everyone to run and survive, no matter what. But Grid uses Storm Strike. Who said you could run? He swears he'll wipe them all out. Then he uses Pagma's Sword Dance, Wave, and charges directly into the group. At the same time, Jashuka fires an arrow and kills Acellus. As he dies, he curses them. That finally breaks the attack, and he thinks waiting for this opening was worthwhile. Tobin realizes petrification has worn off, so they need to hurry back to the forge. Jashuka is annoyed. They already wasted far too much time here. Then Ibelin calls her. She asks if they're okay and whether they were attacked. He says there were 3 enemies total, and he's still dealing with it, but then he asks her about Grid. Was he always this strong? Grid keeps using Wave, killing everyone who tries to escape. The buzz-cut man thinks Grid is wiping them out within seconds. Even if it's an attack skill, he never expected damage this high. Now he wonders if it's some rare skill. Watching this, Ibelin is stunned. What class does Grid really have? Most people guessed he was one of the 3 players with a hidden, epic class, but this level of power means he must have at least a unique, hidden class. All the attackers are shocked. Who would have thought Sadaka had a monster like this? They start wondering if defeating him is even possible, and the buzz-cut man knows it isn't. Still, he says they can't leave empty-handed. Even if they die here, they need to learn as much about Grid as possible. He orders them to use debuff skills like Charge of Wrath and Spiritual Control. But Grid shrugs off every debuff through pure rage. Everyone is stunned. Nothing works on him. Grid says if that's all they have, then they should finish this already. He looks almost like the devil himself, and the people watching from afar can only think how insane Sadaka is for standing against Giant. Some ask if anyone is recording this. One player says yes. He thought he could make money selling the footage because this doesn't even feel like battle anymore. It's a massacre. With that mask on, Grid looks like a raid boss, tearing through players alone, laughing like a maniac. He says he'll kill them all. That was the blacksmith's unexpected counterattack, and the giant guild members failed their mission. By the next day, Chris is furious, calling them idiots. An army of 300 couldn't defeat only 18 enemies. He keeps thinking about the skill that blacksmith used. Chris is certain Grid has at least an epic class, and he can't understand how Jashuka got him on her side. After that, giant members were banned from outside activities and ordered to focus only on leveling. It was Chris's command, with no exceptions. On the other side, the winds shifted for Tsedaka Guild, and their strength began growing quickly. Top rankers finally saw what Tzedakah could truly do and took interest in them. Including Grid, 7 new members joined the guild. Jashuka says the guild may have become stronger, but those new people aren't like her core members. She's sure they only joined after witnessing the madness of that day. That was the day a blacksmith went berserk over a door hinge, and the story spread everywhere by the very next day. It even made the news. On Satisfy's nightly debate show, the host says they're opening with a video sent in by a viewer. They warn people that the footage is violent and may not be suitable for the elderly or pregnant women. That was the day the blacksmith who caused a storm became the talk of the game. People started asking if it was really okay to ignore a psychopath like this in-game, and Grid, who honestly earned the title, became known as a psychopath. Sometime later, Grid thinks about the money he made. 40 million from the day they finished the Malachus raid, and 960 million won from Gale Spear. He also made around 10 million from analyzing and repairing guild equipment, for a total of about 1 billion. That came to around 1 billion won. And on top of that, he received another 360 million from the Black Magic Orb. He starts laughing. The orb sold for 600,000 gold, and the Wind Spear for 800,000. He still can't believe people paid that much for a single item. Then he starts thinking Jishika and the others are a bunch of fools. To him, they were all idiots. His self-transcended sword only sold for 220,000 gold. He keeps calling them idiots, then suddenly realizes the biggest idiot was him. After all, he was the one who sold that sword to the administrator for almost nothing. He calls it cursed luck and says that even after earning 1.4 billion, it somehow still feels like a loss. Still, he tries to look on the bright side. That sword got him recognized in Winston, earned him a tax exemption, and even gave him the recipe for the divine shield. Then he remembers that he was scammed, but because of that, he helped defeat Malachus, grew closer to Irene, and joined Tzedakah. In the end, things worked out, and he doesn't have time to remain trapped. In the past, he still has to finish Ibelin's weapon. The spikes alone make this the hardest thing he's ever forged, and even the materials are difficult to obtain. Those men ruined everything. He starts worrying that if Ibelin can't bring more materials, the job is over. But right then, the boy appears. Ibelin says he finally obtained Nabi's diaphragm. Shin thought he had failed because it had already been 2 days. Ibelin says it was extremely difficult, but he gathered enough to make 1 sword. He says he'll try again tomorrow morning, and the protagonist realizes this is the perfect opportunity to surpass Albertino. Ibelin brings up the battle from 2 days ago, saying it's the biggest topic in town. He says MC looked amazing and that he truly respects him. Grid brushes it off, but inside he's touched. This boy may look soft, but he knows who boss is. Just as Ibelin said, that recorded battle made him somewhat famous, even if people now see him as a psychopath and a killer. He complains that no matter what he does, that helmet always gives him a terrible image. The next time he loses his temper, he needs a better introduction. His image matters after all. Maybe all he has to do is change his outfit and smile. Looks are everything, but the smile is awful. Even Ibelin stares at him strangely and asks if he's okay because a minute ago, He looked cool, and now every time he smiles, he looks like he's in pain. Shin gets angry and kicks Ibelin out, yelling at him to leave. He can't understand why everyone reacts that way when he smiles, and Ibelin simply says he'll return tomorrow. Now he knows he only has one chance to forge this sword. He wants to make an epic item and earn 100,000 gold. After paying off his father's 700 million won debt, he'd still have 800 million left for a luxury car. To him, life is all about what you own, whether you're on TV or trying to impress Ah Young. So he'll change his image no matter what. And he's betting everything on this item. But what he creates is only a rare rank item. He jokes that maybe he should begin his luxury car purchase by buying only the wheels. Then he gives up on that idea. This isn't even enough for a brand new sedan. He wonders if he should borrow money from Regis, but no, Regis is already working hard to find his shield. Then Shin looks over at the failed sword. It isn't like he's completely out of materials. The metal may have blood on it, but if he reforges everything, he should get one more attempt. Since he's already come this far, he might as well forge something from the ruined parts and squeeze out as much money as possible. 2 days later, Jashuka tells Ibelin not to be too disappointed. He doesn't understand why she's saying that, since even a rare item from the protagonist would still be on another level. He's simply grateful. Shin, who had fallen asleep on the floor, notices they arrived. He can already tell they saw how badly things turned out. Ibelin says yes and thanks him for all the hard work. MC tells him that life doesn't always go the way you want. He made another sword, but it's somewhat rough and is sitting on the bench. Then Ibelin notices there's another one. Since it's a two-handed sword, even one should be enough, and he thanks him anyway. Grid explains that he made it from the sword those men ruined, so Ibelin shouldn't expect too much. He repeats that life doesn't always go your way, but then Ibelin ends up receiving the legendary greatsword of Deep Grudge. He's completely stunned, and the protagonist asks if he's surprised because he was too when he read the item's description. The item was born from intense emotion. During the forging process, the flamberge was abandoned after blood was spilled on it, leaving it unfinished. Because of that, the blade is filled with terrible hatred and resentment. Shin thinks it's rather ironic that the creator truly was full of hatred and resentment. Then the system announces that a legendary item has been created, permanently increasing all his stats by 25 points and raising his reputation across the continent by 1,000. Jashuka remembers hearing that even the few blacksmiths recorded in history had an extremely difficult time creating unique items. A player creating a legendary item was supposed to be impossible. Those were only meant to come from raid drops because of the system. But the man in front of her just created another one. She says that based on how Satisfy was designed, there's only one reason he could do something that's normally impossible. Then she asks if Shin has a legendary class. MC can tell she figured it out, and he knew he couldn't hide that secret forever. But then another thought hits him. Why does she look this good? It's driving him insane, and if she keeps staring at him like that for one more second, he might lose control. Still, he stops himself. Ah Young made a fool of him not long ago, so he can't let himself be deceived again. Then he admits it. Yes. And she jumps on him. She hugs him tightly and presses him into her chest again, calling him the best. Shin tries to stay focused and tells himself not to give in. But this feels far too good. Then Ibelin tells him he doesn't even know how to thank him and immediately offers 1 million gold. The protagonist snaps back to business within seconds and asks if he's insane. For a legendary sword, it should be at least 3 million gold. Ibelin says that's far too expensive. He explains that yes, the sword's power is incredible, but only he can use it because of the blood owner condition. Since nobody else can equip it, it can't truly be sold, and he only offered 1 million because he didn't want to disappoint. MC. Shin says he already knew Ibelin would say that, so he tells him to hand over the sword. Ibelin asks what he means, warning him that it has a curse effect. He starts slashing his own armor, with the sword. The system says the Great Sword of Deep Grudge hates him and curses him, but he resists every effect. The protagonist says if Ibelin won't buy it, he'll use it himself. Ibelin is stunned. He can't believe it and asks MC what class he has. Grid cuts him off and says that since he's a guild member, he'll give him a discount. 2.5 million gold, no more and no less. Getting cheated on the self-transcended sword was enough for one lifetime. Sometime later in the real world, he tells his parents they'll pay off the debt first and use the rest to stabilize the shop. His parents had both been working part-time while running the store. His mother asks how he got so much money, and his father says it was their duty as parents to take care of him. Then his father apologizes to his son. Shin thinks to himself that all this time, he never truly understood how hard his parents were working. It really wasn't easy, and he says they need to take care of each other because they're family. His sister says he's amazing and tells him not to waste the money that's left. The protagonist simply says that's how life works, but then he goes out and buys a car. To him, it's every man's dream, a B13 that costs 80 million won. His mother asks how he could buy something so expensive and says he'll never grow up. He apologizes, but even so, he feels good because the smacks she's giving him are filled with happiness. The next day at his sister's school, everyone is fawning over her and her friend, saying they're unbelievably pretty, like celebrities. People also say they aren't just beautiful, they're among the top 5 students in the entire country. Her friend loves the attention. His sister wonders why this happens every time. Her friend tells her to wave at them, but she says that's exactly why it keeps getting worse, because she keeps encouraging them. Then her friend jokes about introducing her to the brother she always hides. His sister quickly says no and tells her to stay away from him. Right then, Shin appears in front of them. She freezes when she sees her brother there, and her friend is shocked that he's really her brother. They look nothing alike, so she even asks if his sister was adopted. Offended, she fires back that yes, he really is her brother. He greets Sihee's friend and says it's nice to meet her, but she calls him ugly and tells him to get lost before it rubs off on her. Sihee is clearly annoyed. Yeren keeps going, so he tells them they can talk on the way and has his sister get in the car. She's shocked he actually brought one, and Yeren quickly recognizes it as an automatic B13. Right away, her attitude changes. She calls him handsome and asks what they're waiting for. They should get going. I'll hold back on the joke, but yes, that was very obvious interest. Seriously, that was wild. Sihee snaps back that if she's in such a hurry, she can go by herself. Then she turns to him and asks, what's going on? He says he needs her help improving his appearance because the reunion is tomorrow, and then the day of the reunion arrives. He drives out there, annoyed that they chose a place so far from the city just to make things harder for him. Still, this time, he got help with his clothes. He fixed his hair too, and with the car, he feels like a completely new person. On the way, he notices someone stopped and wonders if her car broke down. He tells himself he's really not in a position to help anyone, but then he changes his mind and asks the girl if she needs help. Once he steps out, he notices her car is a Model S, 4 times more expensive than his B13. He says only rich people can buy one and wonders how someone so young got it. She asks if he can give her a ride. But when he finally sees her face, he realizes it's Yura, the only woman in Satisfy's overall top 10, third on the list of the world's most influential people, the queen of advertisements, and the most beautiful woman alive. She's standing right in front of him, and he can't believe it. This can't be a coincidence. He starts wondering if she came because of the comments he made after she ruined his quest, like maybe she's here for revenge. Then she simply gets into his car and says she'll take that as a yes. He wonders if she didn't recognize him because he looks a little different now, but then she gives him a sharp look and says it's an honor to meet him in person, calling him Grid. He quickly says she has the wrong person while thinking he's completely screwed. Now he's wondering if today is the day he dies. but she simply tells him to keep driving to wherever he was going. Meanwhile, back at the reunion, they start insulting him for being late and ask Ah-young if he's even coming. She says she's not sure, then points out that it's partly this man's fault for choosing such a faraway place. She asks if he's that nervous without someone to mock and tells him to calm down. Then she says not to worry. His first love did a good job convincing him to come, so why doubt it? The others say there's no reason to worry anyway, since plenty of men there are waiting for him just like he is. Ah-young adds that no one is better at getting under his skin than the man beside her. Then she tears into him too, saying he's still unemployed even in a city full of jobs and just got fired from a convenience store because of his attitude. Basically, he puts others down to feel better about himself, and honestly, she destroys him with that one. Even he has to admit it's annoying because it's true. The only life he sees as more pathetic than his own is the protagonist's. Then someone notices a B-13 pulling up and says it's a limited edition, worth over 800 million won. The jealous man scoffs and asks what's so special, figuring it must be some rich kid living comfortably off his parents. Ah-young says she can tell he's jealous, and whoever it is might be worth charming. Then they see the door open and realize more than one person is getting out. The protagonist steps out with Yura, and everyone is stunned that he's the owner of the car. Then they realize that woman is Yura, the goddess of satisfy, and they can't believe the same man they knew as a jobless loser is standing there with her. They all wonder how he rose so high so quickly, and the jealous one can't believe that's really him. Ah-young sees Yura too and becomes even more bitter. Now she has to wonder if he really succeeded, and she envies Yura even more. Then the protagonist notices a limousine stop nearby, and Yura says it's her secretary. She thanks him for the ride and tells him to think carefully about what they discussed in the car. He's left feeling uncertain. Then she suddenly kisses on the lips. Everyone inside is completely shocked. They really kissed. Yura says people are watching, so he can consider this part of repaying her debt, but it seems like she only got close to whisper that she's leaving. Inside, both jealous people are boiling. One can't accept that the protagonist moved up in life, and the other hates seeing him in a world she can no longer reach after losing her golden opportunity. Now everyone starts crowding around him, asking if he's rich now, how he made so much money, and whether he's dating the goddess. They say they were friends before, and even talk about organizing a barbecue. Meanwhile, the redhead thinks this isn't why he wanted him there. The protagonist calls out to Junho. He asks how things are going and whether Junho still has that habit of picking fights. Then he says Junho is an adult now and should grow up. That sets him off. Junho grabs him by the collar and says he doesn't know what game he's playing, but he'd better not get cocky or he'll get beaten down. The protagonist simply smiles and asks if he got angry over something that small. Then he asks how it feels to be crushed by the same person he always looked down on. Junho freezes for a moment, staring into his eyes as if he's seen that look before. Then he remembers that psycho who killed him. He becomes certain it's the same person. The protagonist says he likes that expression and would love to see it again, but he's too disgusted by everyone there to stay any longer. They spent all this time mocking and humiliating him, and now they're desperate to act friendly because he's successful. He calls them shameless parasites and says they should learn their place instead of dragging him into their fake sense of superiority. Then he says he's going home and tells them all to screw off. Honestly, the harsh language was deserved. Then he heads toward his car. Ah-young runs after him and asks if he's leaving already, saying they still haven't finished their last conversation. She tells him she likes him too and says she can heal the wounds she and the others caused him. That makes him think back to what Yura told him in the car. He remembers Yura wanting to repay him for saving her from the Yatan church. She said he made her give up on winning and helped her finish the quest. But he says there must be some mistake. He never helped with her quest so she owes him nothing. At this point, he feels trapped in a nightmare because things are already messy enough. She says she became the 8th servant because of him, so there's no way she can let this go. He can only think that she's doing whatever she wants. Then she says she knows he joined Sadaka Guild, the group that wiped out the thugs, and now that they're sworn enemies of the Yatan Church, battles are unavoidable. Still, she says she'll never kill him in battle, maybe just beat him until he can't fight anymore. He realizes she really investigated him, but he also figures they can fight all they want since he's only interested in money. She says she'll repay her debt in the game. She also heard he gets humiliated all the time at reunions like the one he just attended. Then she says she'll be his girlfriend and make everyone jealous, telling him to consider it her guarantee that she'll repay what she owes. He thinks about how much changed after he started playing Satisfy, especially after hearing both Yura's promise and Ayoung's. His conclusion? Both women are terrifying. Even so, he thanks Ayoung for what she said. But then he remembers hearing her call him the dumbest virgin she'd ever seen, and he can only laugh at that now, so he flatly tells her he doesn't believe her anymore and says goodbye. That felt amazing. He finally cut toxic people out of his life and walked away from everyone who kept humiliating him. The only reason he even attended those reunions was because he was hung up on that girl and wanted to see her no matter what. So yes, this was deeply satisfying. Sometime later, we're told that even though Satisfy had over 10,000 classes, reaching the top 10 of any class was so difficult that the rankings almost never changed. What changed that were the members of Tzedakah Guild, who slowly climbed into the top 10 just 4 months after they started playing. Players called it the cataclysm change period. After remaining frozen for so long, the rankings finally started shifting again. Then some monsters start taking heavy damage. Ibelin's weapon goes to work as he cuts through that massive stream. The boy keeps leveling up. He can hardly believe it. These monsters are 30 levels above him, but he's cutting them down with ease. At this rate, he'll catch up to the others in no time. He says it's all thanks to the Great Sword of Deep Grudge, and paying 2.5 million gold for it was worthwhile. If this continues, he'll reach them very soon. He says he may have been ahead when he first entered the rookie top 10, but Lim passed him and became the #1 kendo master. He doesn't know much else about him, but being surpassed by someone his own age hurt badly, so he tells Lim to wait. He'll catch up with the Great Sword of Deep Grudge. Meanwhile, Vantner gets jealous again, wondering why Ibelin is doing so well now that he has a better weapon. Vantner can't believe the next crafted item still won't be his weapon, but armor instead. Jashuka shuts him down, saying his weapon is already good enough thanks to Grid, and what he truly needs is better equipment so he can actually tank in raids. She adds that he's clearly excited about getting a weapon like everyone else, but even Grid can't make unique or legendary equipment every time. Vantner should be grateful he's next in line at all. Vantner agrees but says he only meant a weapon would help him level faster than armor. That only makes Jashuka angrier, and she snaps that he talks too much for a bald man. Then she asks if he already gave Grid the production method and half the materials, and he says yes, so Jashuka tells him to stop wasting time and gather the rest. Grid isn't even at the forge today. He's out grinding levels too. Meanwhile, inside Medenza, the players there are shocked that Grid defeated those iron golems, monsters with enormous resistance to physical damage. They say the golem labyrinth is usually a popular hunting area for mages. They thought Grid was just some beginner because he carried a great sword, but then they realize who he is. It's that psycho butcher from TV, and he really lives up to the name. They can't believe it. Those golems usually hold off entire parties, and now they're being chopped into pieces. Grid keeps breaking them apart with a pickaxe. He obtains iron ore, refined iron ore, and damaged orichalcum. Just as he expected, the pickaxe was the right choice because of its 100% understanding. He had been worried because using kill with a greatsword only took half of a golem's HP. Aside from the magic stones powering their mechanisms, the golems are basically made of ore, so with the pickaxe, he can deal with them easily. People say a great mage hid treasure somewhere in this labyrinth, and Grid thinks this place is perfect. He can level up and gather ore at the same time. One player sees Grid fighting with only a pickaxe and assumes that must be the golem's weakness. He tries it too and gets killed in one hit. Grid simply ignores it and keeps going. Everyone else is stunned that he didn't even react when the man beside him died, which only makes them call him a psycho. Even more, Grid says he gained a few levels and collected a huge amount of ore too. Then Jashuka sends him a message and he realizes it's probably time to return, but now he has no idea where he is. He became so focused on killing golems that he got lost, and he can't even find the other players anymore. Instead of worrying alone, he decides to ask the guild for help and asks if anyone can guide him out of the golem labyrinth. But right then, he falls into a trap. It drops him deep underground, and a system message says the traps created by the great mage Bram have been activated. Grid is shocked when he takes 205,100 damage, but Doran's ring activates and restores 102,550 HP. He keeps taking more damage, 410, 399, 174, and 340. But immortality activates, allowing him to survive for 5 seconds at 1 HP until he crashes. At the bottom, he wonders where he ended up. The ring saved him, but now things are dangerous because immortality is on a 24-hour cooldown. Then the labyrinth guardian wakes from its long slumber and stares at him. Grid thinks it's a giant about 5 times larger than the golems from before. He says he'll escape alive even if he has to kill it first. Then he activates Pagma's sword, dance and attacks with kill. The gauntlet effect activates too, dealing 68,700 damage. But the golem punches back immediately. It sends him flying, yet Grid survives. Even with kill boosted by 1,500% attack power, it only removed about 1/15 of the boss's HP. If his best skill barely works, he knows he's in trouble. Landing 15 hits while avoiding every attack would still take hours, even if he played perfectly. Meanwhile, Jashuka runs to the labyrinth after seeing Grid's message. She figures out that he fell into the trap and says they came as soon as they saw it. Grid can't help wondering how this turned into him fighting the boss alone. Vantner says they need to help him and asks why they don't simply go down. Jashuka says Grid still hasn't given up, and knowing him, he might think they're trying to steal his boss. So she shouts down to Grid that if he can't win, he should run through the cave behind the guardian. She thinks that's the best help they can give him. Grid recognizes Jashuka's voice and wonders when she arrived. Then he looks toward the cave he mentioned. That split second of turning almost gets him crushed by the golem. Still, he taunts the monster, asking if it really thought he'd stand still and die, and activates another skill. Up above, everyone sees a red bolt shoot out from below, and they're all stunned. The golem takes massive damage. Grid starts laughing. If he can't avoid the boss, then he'll just fight it head on. He asks the monster if that hurt, then calls it Geodude. The red lightning appears again, and he channels it into his sword before using kill, dealing 141,000 damage. Now the golem finally starts to feel it. Grid notices the damage was more than doubled and wonders if the sword is creating magical damage because of its magical properties. Vantner is amazed and asks if Grid can use magic too. Jashuka says she has no idea, but the skill is somewhat like a shaman's ability. Now Grid starts cutting into the golem, and he notices that the parts struck by his attacks are changing, as if they've turned into ingots. Seeing that, he realizes he can do what he does best. He pulls out his hammer and starts reshaping the golem's arm. He laughs, calling it nothing more than walking ore, then says he's going to finish it. Grid starts altering the golem's entire body. saying he wants to melt all its joints until it can't fight back anymore. Then he activates Blacksmith's Rage. He says he's never used this skill before, but thanks to Malicus's cloak, he finally has enough mana to test it. Next, he uses Pagma's Sword Dance, Transcend. The moment the attack comes out, Grid looks like a monster himself, with no limits at all as he drives the attack directly into the golem. The boss takes heavy damage, and Grid sees the strike hit twice. Red Lightning activates again, and now it truly looks like that rocky face. About to melt, he thinks the timing is perfect. Now he can try a few more moves, so he activates Link and unleashes a chain of attacks. Each hit is weaker, but the non-stop damage keeps accumulating. Grid is amazed. At first he could only use Link 6 times, but now he can use it 10. He's become much stronger. He tells the golem it's pointless to block with that arm. The monster still tries, but Grid mocks its giant robot arm and says defending with that thing won't help. From above, the others watch Grid beat down the boss and say his attack power and durability are insane. Jashuka says he may have gotten a little lucky because the Labyrinth Guardian is a boss with no special skills, but she always knew he could break through that defense. He didn't even use all his skills during the Malicus raid or against Giant Guild. Grid realizes the battle is finally almost over. He uses Pagma's Sword Dance, kill one more time, and Jashuka thinks that maybe Grid could even compete with Faker if he went all out. Then he finishes the boss without difficulty. He defeats the Guardian of the Great Mage Braham's Labyrinth and gains 180 gold and 43 million experience, reaching level 114. He can't believe he soloed the entire raid. Since he gained all the experience too, he's even more excited. On top of that, he receives 90 refined iron ore. He also obtains 3 refined magic stones, 45 orichalcum, and 33 black iron. Then he receives the key to Braham's treasure chest and wonders what happened. Was that really all the loot? He knows the boss had no special skills, but it was still a boss. Receiving only 1 gold coin and some stones feels extremely disappointing. He assumes the traps will disappear once he leaves, but the reward still feels terrible. Then the dungeon starts collapsing around him, and he asks what's happening. He realizes the entire place is caving in. Jashuka yells that the labyrinth is collapsing and tells him to run toward the tunnel she mentioned. He looks over and spots the tunnel, then runs toward it, thinking he almost died and asking what the hell that was. He complains that the place is still trying to kill him even after he defeated the boss and received garbage rewards, but then he looks ahead. He spots several chests and realizes Braham's treasure key is finally useful. Immediately, he takes back every bad thing he said about the game. He loves Satisfy now. There's no way the real treasure isn't here. Now he simply has to choose a chest. Most people overthink it and assume the fanciest chest is a trap. Grid says that Shiny One is obviously suspicious, but he still chooses the flashiest chest. He just can't resist money. Then, he uses the key, opens the chest, and freezes in shock. Inside, there's only an egg. He immediately complains that this is a complete scam. After all that work and even bleeding to defeat the boss, his reward is a stupid egg. Why is there an egg inside? A treasure chest? He swears he'll get revenge on the developers, then decides the real treasure must be in one of the other chests. The problem is, he has no key, but then he remembers something. If he doesn't have a key, he can simply make one with item creation. So he opens the menu and chooses a key blueprint. With this many locked chests in the world, spending 1 creation slot on a key definitely won't be a waste. If he wants to open everything, he'll need a master key. He decides to use the black iron reserved for making Bane's Leaf. And since it's meant to open any chest, he figures it should resemble one of those lock-picking tools from movies, basically like a paper clip. So he simply sketches it. However, the system says auto-adjustment is complete and asks him to name the item. He decides this key will open every kind of lock, so he names it Master Key. He figures creating it Shouldn't be too difficult now that he has black iron. But he still needs forge fire, and that's a problem. Just then, Jashuka arrives and asks if he's okay. Grid is glad they showed up. He remembers her phoenix arrow and quickly asks for a little help. He needs fire to melt something down, just for a small item. Jashuka asks if he really wants her to use all her mana, just to give him a little fire. Grid says it's no big deal and threatens to leave the guild if she refuses. That leaves her no choice. She asks where to shoot, thinking he's annoying, but helping a legendary blacksmith might be worthwhile. She tells everyone to watch out for the shaking, then draws her arrow and fires. Flames over there. Grid grins. This is perfect. Vantner watches and thinks any man who can push Jashuka around like that must be quite impressive. Not long afterward, he finishes the item. Jashuka asks what it is, and Grid proudly calls it the best item in the world. He tells her to watch. He tests it on the old wooden chest, and it opens. Inside, he finds Bram's boots, a unique rated item. The biggest surprise is the fly effect, and he wonders if that's a mage only skill. To him, this is incredible. They belong to a great magician, reduce cooldowns, and grant fly. Best of all, he can use that cooldown reduction on Pagma's sword dance. Jashuka can't believe it. Fly normally requires a second-class advancement at level 200, so only a handful of mages can use it right now. Vantner says the effects are great and the defense is high too. He immediately tries to buy the boots from Grid. Grid refuses. He doesn't need money right now, and he can use the item himself. Now he moves toward the final chest, thinking he paid off all his debt and finally needs to start saving money. No matter what, he refuses to return to living in poverty. But when he opens the chest full of hope, something suddenly strikes his chest. He has no idea what just hit him, and then a smoky figure with two glowing eyes appears. Grid falls flat on the ground. Jashuka angrily demands to know how it dared attack Grid and orders the shadow to reveal itself. Vantner steps forward too, saying he'll make it pay for killing Grid. But then the boy stands up and says he's not dead. Jashuka swears she saw something pierce his chest. Grid says he saw it too. Then he realizes the egg blocked the attack. He stares at it in disbelief. It moves on its own, it's fast, and it was durable enough to stop that blow. No matter how he looks at it, this isn't a normal egg. He even wonders if it's a dragon egg, then notices that it's hatching. A second later, it bursts open in front of him, and golden liquid spills out. It looks like some kind of metal, almost like mercury. The shadow finally speaks, annoyed that someone still dares challenge him after 300 years, and calls that aura a disgrace. Grid barely hears him. He's too busy noticing that the man has no feet. It's a ghost. Jashuka immediately feels the pressure and says it's incredibly strong, perhaps even on Malachus's level. The figure then says that since Pavranium protected him, he must be Pagma's descendant. Grid is stunned to hear the words Pagma's descendant and wonders if his class quest is finally advancing again. Vantner and the others ask what Pagma's descendant even means. While Jashuka realizes this may be their best chance to learn Grid's class. Grid admits that he is Pagma's descendant, then asks who this ghost is. The answer is Bram, the great magician. Long ago, he created this mineral-filled labyrinth and waited for him. Braham says he built 27 more places like this throughout the continent. He didn't expect Pagma's successor to take so long or appear so uninterested in minerals. Grid asks why Bram created all this and spent so long waiting for him. Braham explains that the material is called Pavranium, an ore that can move by itself and possesses a will of its own. It's the greatest mineral ever created. Through Pagma's skill and his magic, it's tougher than adamantium, lighter than mithril, and as flexible as Jaffa. Grid is amazed that Pagma could even create minerals like this, but Bram suddenly calls it cursed. He tries to attack the Pavranium, but it immediately protects Grid. Both of them are shocked. Bram can't believe it would melt itself down just to protect a blacksmith, especially while it's still such a crude lump of metal. Grid yells back that Bram doesn't seem so strong if he has to ambush him like that and demands to know why he attacked in the first place. Bram says he's the great magician who survived a battle with Trauka, the fire dragon. After surpassing the limits of the human body, he wanted immortality. To achieve that, he created a vessel capable of holding his soul forever, the soul receptacle. He believed the pavranium Pagma created was the perfect material to complete it, so he spent nearly 10 years pouring his magic into helping create the pavranium. In the end, it was completed. But too much time passed before the receptacle could be finished, and Pagma died of old age. Even the dwarves were useless. None of them could even melt pavranium. Bram was left desperate and furious, but now he has finally found Grid, the man who can grant his wish, Pagma's descendant. At that moment, Grid receives a class quest. Bram orders him to create the soul receptacle, and if he succeeds, he'll hand over all the remaining pavranium. The quest, Resurrection of the Great Magician, appears. One fragment of Braham's soul was sealed inside one of his 28 labyrinths, and he wants Grid to create the soul receptacle so he can be revived and become immortal. The reward is a huge amount of pavranium. Grid thinks about it. This is a mineral even better than adamantium, the metal of the gods. And considering how rare it is, there's no reason to refuse. He agrees and says he'll create the soul receptacle for him. Then this idiot draws something that looks like a dog bowl and asks if that shape is acceptable. Bram immediately wants to kill him for turning the soul receptacle into that. Bram explains that the god of health and wisdom is Judar, war is Dominion, the goddess of light is Rebecca, and darkness and disease is Yatan. Pavranium needs the blessing of all 4 gods. After that, he can shape the divine pavranium into any form he wants, as long as it can hold something. Grid asks how he's supposed to obtain those blessings, especially since he's an enemy of the Yatan Church. Bram says there is no time. Grid must do whatever it takes, whether that means surpassing them in power or begging them. He says he'll trust him and wait for the return of Pagma's descendant. Grid starts thinking that after defeating Malachus, his standing with the other 3 religions isn't bad. The real problem is getting a blessing from the Yatan Church when they hate him. Jashuka quickly contacts Layla and asks if she knows who Bram and Pagma are. Layla says of course she knows Bram. He's essentially a master to all mages, the strongest magician who created most of the spells used in Satisfy. But she's never heard of anyone named Pagma, so Jashuka tells Vantner to investigate. Since this is a historical figure, asking NPCs will probably work better than asking players. While Vantner and Jashuka look around, they spot Grid already flying toward the exit. He realizes Bram passed him knowledge of the labyrinth's layout. He says he's heading to the smithy first and leaves them behind, saying he'll see them later. Vantner is stunned, and Jashuka says she's sure the boots were level 240. The cloak looked level 202. Just like the legendary weapon he created for Ibelin, he can probably use all that equipment. She didn't intend to learn this much about his class, but now she's truly curious. Grid flies over everyone below, and people quickly notice someone soaring through the sky. Then he realizes the boots are draining all his mana, so he decides to find a good place to land and continue on foot. He asks Pavranium if it's excited that, after 300 years, it finally got out. Its form is a mess right now, so he says they'll change it. Normally, it would be mixed with other metals, but since it exists to protect its master, Grid gets an idea and says they're going to the forge to melt it down. Meanwhile, the players below start talking. Grid looked like a second advancement mage because he was flying, but he also had a great sword on his back. Even the top-ranked magic swordsman can't fly, so what's happening? A few players posted about what they saw, and people argued about it on forums for days, but nobody believed them. Grid is thrilled to learn that Pagma created this material, and just like that, the story of the flying swordsman began and ended the same way. Then, at the forge, Vantner finally arrives and says that no matter how many times he comes here, He still can't get used to the labyrinth. Grid asks why they took so long and calls them slow. Then he brushes it off and asks Jashuka to shoot an arrow at him. She gets annoyed, saying they came into the labyrinth because he called them, and now he's asking for another favor. Angry with him, she fires anyway, thinking she'll change the arrow's path, just to frighten him. But then the boy blocks it, and Jashuka is shocked. She wasn't trying to kill him, but she was half serious, and he stopped her arrow with ease. Grid asks if that isn't amazing, saying he melted the ore and discovered that Pavranium gets stunned for 2 seconds after taking heavy damage. So complete protection would be difficult, and since there isn't much of it, it works better as a small item that can split apart. He says he could create a blade attached to armor that moves to block attacks. While he's thinking about it, someone arrives and asks if he is Grid. The man says Count Steim requests his presence and tells him to come immediately. Jashuka is stunned. The ruler of the North, one of the strongest powers in the Eternal Kingdom, is looking for Grid. Grid clearly dislikes being summoned by the Count, and Jashuka starts wondering who this boy really is. Soon afterward, at Winston Castle, Irene is very tense, and Count Steim thinks she dislikes him. His precious daughter is making that expression, and worse, she fell for a commoner instead of a prince. He heard Grid was the blacksmith who rescued Irene from Malachus, but he finds it difficult to believe. Bland agrees Steim is right to suspect Grid is a fraud, someone that Young shouldn't be capable of doing all that. He says they can't give Irene to a man like that. In fact, Grid should be punished for trying to deceive her. Right then, the protagonist walks in calmly and greets the Great Lord. Bland immediately snaps at him, calling him rude. Even if he's low-born, what kind of clothes are those for meeting a lord? And why didn't he reveal who he was sooner? Grid says he thought he came to receive his reward, then wonders what this is about and who this man thinks he is. Steim says that despite his age, Grid created the famous self-transcended sword and is strong enough to defeat Malachus and his followers. Grid answers that he fought Malachus with his companions, and the Yatan followers were so weak that he defeated them with his poor swordsmanship. Steim says the Yatan followers have troubled him for decades, so if they were weak enough to lose to a blacksmith's sword, perhaps Grid and his party were the ones who kidnapped his daughter. Grid is stunned and asks if the Count is saying he planned everything after selling that sword for next to nothing and saving his daughter too. Irene speaks up and asks if he's truly suspecting Grid. Bland tells her they can't take this lightly. He says they need proof either way, but really, he's simply jealous that Grid is getting close to Irene. He decides to tear off Grid's mask immediately and demands that he prove his words on the spot. Grid says he never expected such terrible treatment toward a guest. He draws his sword and says, if this is the only way to make them understand, then fine. He attacks and easily sends Bland flying. Bland is shocked that Grid swung that enormous sword with one hand and wonders if his confidence comes from the strength he developed through work. He decides he'll win by using magic and attacks low, but Grid blocks it once, then kicks him away. Bland curses him, thinking Grid is far better than he looks. He's actually very skilled with a sword. Grid figures Bland must be around level 200, but in stats, equipment, and experience, he is far ahead. Then he wonders if kicking that young noble was too much. Bland activates Sword of Grace and Armament Will, and Grid realizes he's a magic swordsman. Bland tells him to laugh while he can because he'll crush him with the magic his father taught him. After all, he's the eldest son of Count Ashur, the great and honorable mage. That name makes Grid remember Count Ashur, the man who started all his suffering. Then Bland unleashes Stormlord at him. He asks if Grid is afraid now that he knows who he is, but says it's already too late. Grid endures the attack and says he should have mentioned that sooner. If he had known from the beginning that Bland was that bastard's son, he never would have wasted time talking to him. Then Grid uses Pagmasur dance, Link cutting Bland repeatedly. Steim is left speechless at the name Pagma. and Irene notices her father's strange reaction and falls to the floor in terrible pain, shocked that he, the eldest son of Count Asura, lost. The debuff didn't even work. He wonders what that skill was and who this boy really is. Grid then asks if that's enough to clear Count Stime's doubts. Stime thinks it's impossible, but he should have noticed sooner. The greatest blacksmith and a great swordsman can only mean one thing. Excited, Stime rushes to Grid and asks for the honor of having him take Irene as his wife, recognizing him as Pagma's successor. Grid realizes he figured it out and notes that Stime knows who Pagma is. Then his thoughts drift toward marriage. Irene is kind, beautiful, and easy to like. It's difficult to believe she's only an NPC. But that's the thing about this game. The NPCs have feelings, thoughts, bodies, and desires just like real people. He starts thinking this might finally end his 27-year dry spell and that he could finally become a real adult. But then Bland speaks up, warning the Count that Grid is immortal and won't die because of the divine curse. Is he really going to let Irene grow old and die alone? He says there's no way he can hand Irene over to him and challenges Grid to a duel. He doesn't know how strong Pagma's descendant is, but he won't give Irene away so easily. Irene tells him she cares deeply about Grid and that this is her fault, begging him to stop. But Bland says everyone has lost their minds and charges again with Storm Sword. Grid says he still doesn't understand and that he'll show him the difference in their strength. He uses Pagma's sword, dance, kill, hitting Bland with full force. Stime is shocked that Bland became this furious. He says Irene is precious to Bland too, then apologizes to Grid as Bland's sword master. Grid says it's fine, though Bland probably won't wake up for a few days. Still, Grid says the wedding will have to wait because he has personal matters to handle. Stime asks if that means he accepts the proposal, saying that's fine. Grid says Irene must be very precious to him, so he feels honored. There's no need to rush. First, he'll finish his class quest. Stime realizes he caused trouble even while hosting a guest and apologizes again. Whatever Grid needs to do, he says he'll pray for Rebecca to help him finish it quickly. That makes Grid remember what Bram said. The Pavranium needs 4 blessings, and the Stime family has a good relationship with Rebecca's church. So Grid asks for a letter of recommendation because he wants to speak with the Pope of Rebecca's church. Stime is surprised but agrees to write it and send it immediately. Then Irene asks if he's returning to the forge and tells him to be careful until they meet again. And Grid leaves. Grid, Pagma's successor, became the first player among 2 billion in Satisfy to earn the title of future Earl of Raydan. He thinks about that title and remembers how Yura almost ruined his opportunity before. Now, with things turning out like this, he starts feeling as though he's truly destined to succeed. Then a man steps in front of him, saying he's been waiting a long time. He asks if this is Grid and says he heard the boy is a great blacksmith. Grid guesses this man is Toon, one of the guild's 6 new members. He asks what Toon wants, and Toon asks if Grid knows the crazy masked man who crushed those giant bastards. Toon says he wants to fight that man, then tells Grid to make him a weapon while spitting on a piece of wood nearby. Grid instantly hates that. He asks if Toon even knows where he just spat. Toon notices how angry Grid became, even though he's only level 100, and says the other guild members may owe him favors, but he doesn't owe Grid anything. He says he'll leave the guild after defeating that masked man, and if Grid pushes him, he'll beat him too. Toon asks if Grid knows the masked man's nickname, since the other guild idiots won't tell him. Grid was already angry after dealing with that noble jerk, and now he says this ends here. He's about to log out anyway, but first he'll beat Toon for dirtying his workspace. Toon pulls out a dagger and says Grid looks more like a fighter than a blacksmith. Grid reminds him not to behave like that in front of him. Toon says he never backs down from a fight and charges, claiming he's different from the others. Grid immediately decides to crush him. He's become strong enough to stand his ground now, even so he barely blocks Toon's claw attack. That makes Grid realize just how strong Toon is. Toon says this is nothing because he's been fighting monsters until now, and Grid should bow his head before a ranker. Apparently, Toon is ranked 40th overall. Then he throws Grid away. Grid notices his strength increased by 100 after the giant raid. But even with all that confidence, Toon is still stronger. In raw power, Toon rushes him again and asks if he's truly a blacksmith. Grid is only level 114, yet he still blocked those attacks with a dagger. Grid realizes defeating Giant made him too arrogant. He's never fought a high ranker before. Toon starts thinking Grid isn't an ordinary blacksmith and asks if he has a hidden class. He says he didn't expect to find a gem like this while searching for the masked man. Then Toon says he'll stop holding back because he also has a hidden class. He's a beast tamer and ranked 40th overall. Seeing Toon become serious, Grid decides it's time to equip all his armor. But just as the fight becomes serious, Regis appears. He knocks Toon away. Grid is shocked to see Regis, who tells Toon he's being rude to Grid. Regis warns that next time he'll blow Toon's head off and tells him to behave. Grid notices that even calm, easygoing Regis is angry, showing that the rookies still haven't been fully accepted by the guild. Toon mocks him, saying the great taekwondo master needed a cheap shot. Grid notices he can still stand and figures his recovery is impressive. Toon says he planned to fight Regis someday, but a 2-on-1 battle would be difficult, so he'll back off for now. Before leaving, he tells Grid he's not bad and says they'll fight another time. Grid only curses him and tells him to fix his life first. Toon leaves without another word. Regis tells Grid to let it go because Toon becomes much harder to defeat after transforming. Then Regis says they found the divine shield. One of Rebecca's daughters has it, and Grid is stunned. Regis explains that the title belongs to the 3 strongest paladins in Rebecca's church. He asked for a meeting, but they refused, so they probably don't intend to return the shield. Grid remembers that title. One of the thieves who stole the shield called Isabel by it. Regis says the goddess Rebecca gave them holy weapons, and their power is said to rival the 2nd and 3rd servants of the Yatan church. That's why the weaker Rebecca church can still stand against Yatan. Grid realizes this is bad. He needs to meet the Pope of Rebecca's church in person, and this could ruin everything. But Regis says he also has a message from the Guildmaster. She says equipment production can wait, so Grid should leave without worrying. If he needs help, he only has to send a message. Grid thinks she's always so serious and says Regis can tell, or he'll return soon. The next day, Vantner comes by, and Khan tells him Grid isn't there. Vantner is surprised he's gone again. Meanwhile, at the North Gate near Vatican City in the Rebecca Kingdom, one of the guards looks up at the sky in shock. It isn't a bird, it's an entire swarm of gargoyles, and he wonders why so many are here. Then he sees Grid flying beneath them. Grid says that thanks to Pavranium and his cloak, he managed to wipe out the swarm. Luckily, there's a forge right here, so it's time to repair his equipment. He notices it's a portable forge and thinks the setup looks quite solid. He says he'll pay to borrow it, but the boy there asks how he can simply use someone else's forge when he doesn't even look like a blacksmith. Grid figures it's because of his class effect. Any blacksmith above intermediate rank tends to favor him, so this boy must be low rank. That means Grid will have to silence him with skill. Grid sees that the boy is only around level 20 and tells him to watch and learn if he wants to improve. A small-town smith wouldn't normally get to see this level of skill. The boy is shocked by how freely Grid controls the fire. He talks about the speed of the hammer and how perfectly it matches the flames, saying he's never seen anything like it. To him, Grid is on a completely different level from his father, who was an intermediate rank blacksmith. Grid says most of his armor is already repaired. Only the helmet remains, and when he strikes it, it breaks apart. The boy asks why he destroyed a perfectly usable helmet when it only needed repairs. Grid says he didn't destroy it. He disassembled it. After repairing it so many times, his understanding of the helmet rose to 85. If he remakes it with a few improvements, he can raise that to 100 and mass produce it later. That works, and his understanding reaches 100. Raising the helmet to unique rank, Grid says he's finished and hands the boy 10 silver. The boy asks if he's leaving already and wonders if Grid is really heading to the Vatican on such a dangerous journey without a healer. Grid asks why he'd waste money on one. He tells the boy to keep practicing. Maybe in 10 years he'll become an intermediate rank blacksmith. The boy introduces himself as Hector. He admits he was rude at first, but says he'll do his best to imitate the skills Grid showed him. Grid tells him to work hard and thanks him for the forge. As he leaves, Grid says he still has a long way to travel before reaching the Vatican. There probably won't be another forge along the road, so he'll have to rely on potions. He doesn't want to spend money hiring an NPC healer, so he decides to manage alone. In Satisfy, only priests of Rebecca's church can be true healers, but becoming a priest means living quietly and staying away from the world, so very few players choose that class. Because of that, players who needed healers began paying enormous amounts to hire NPC priests instead. Once all that money started pouring into the church's offerings, the priests gave in to greed, and the person who caused things to turn out this way was the current pope. Inside Rebecca's church, the pope is involved in something shady. Isabel says the pope is really energetic in bed while talking with Cassis. He tells her that's not something the holy Virgin of Light should say. But Isabel fires back that the man who should be the holiest was corrupted by greed, so why shouldn't she complain? Cassis tells her to be quiet because the pope is coming out. He warns her that His Holiness has eyes and ears everywhere, so she should be careful. Then the pope comments that it sounds noisy outside and asks if they were talking behind his back. Drevigo walks out completely naked. They both bow, and he says Isabel is as beautiful as ever. He says that if he weren't on his way out, he'd invite her to his bed. Isabel asks if he'll at least hear why she came, but Cassis cuts in and tells her to respect the pope. The pope says it's fine. Isabel knows he would never do anything to Rebecca's daughters, the symbols of the church. She explains that if the divine shield is filled with dark magic, its holy power will turn into darkness. The Yatan church knew that, which is why they went after the shield. He says they need to recover every divine shield held by nations and families because light and darkness work too, well together. Isabel says she'll order the paladins to recover them all, but he tells her no. She has other tasks. He says he received a divine message last night. The goddess Rebecca told him one of her daughters will betray him. He says it must be Rin and orders them to bring her in so he can punish her himself. This is already the third time she ignored his summons and stayed hidden in that remote temple. Isabel asks if he truly doesn't know why Rin never answered his letters, then asks the real question. Can he truly hear messages from the goddess Rebecca? He grabs her by the throat and asks if she's doubting him. Then he gives her 2 days to bring Rin back, saying his will is Rebecca's will. Cassis thinks Rin left because she couldn't tolerate the church's corruption. But Isabel swore loyalty, so she can't fight back. To him, Rebecca's church is a prison for Isabel. She was raised by it since childhood, so she can't betray even a corrupt pope. All he can do is pray to the goddess Rebecca because the church can't cleanse itself alone. Meanwhile, in the city of Roland, at Rebecca's church, Grid walks through the building, while Cassis hopes that if the Path of Light still exists, Rebecca will send her champion to punish the corrupt pope. Grid stares at the decorations, shocked that they're made of real gold, and even wonders if he can steal some. Someone calls him out, saying people are watching. Grid shamelessly lies and says he was only looking at a flower. One priest then explains that Roland is a rest stop for players heading to the Vatican. He asks if Grid is going there too. Grid says yes, and the priest offers to travel with him, introducing himself as Dafu, a player priest of Rebecca's church. Grid says this is the first player priest he's ever seen, and at level 162, He points out how harsh the class requirements are and asks if Dafu is religious in real life. Dafu says he's only a normal man. He explains that his class quests helped him keep vows of silence and chastity, so it wasn't too difficult. Little by little, prayer also helped him complete the quests and increase his divine power. Then he asks Grid to create a party and send him an invitation. But when he checks, he sees the main character is only level 147, low for someone who made it this far. Grid asks if the journey is really that difficult because it sounds like he'll need the priest's help. Dafu says holy paladins often travel that road, so there shouldn't be many monsters. He says he's glad for the company, but in truth, Dafu is a crook. He plans to escort Grid to a hunting area so he can charge him more money. A while later, a swarm of monsters appears. Dafufu starts pretending to be surprised, saying there shouldn't be this many nearby, and asking what's happening. Grid tells him to stop complaining and keep healing. Grid realizes this is what level 190 lizardmen are like. They tear through HP quickly. Even so, the priest's healing is excellent, and if they keep traveling to the Vatican like this, he could gain many levels. He also thinks Dafu's passive skill is amazing and decides to use this priest for free as long as he can. Dafu starts noticing that Grid is strong. At first, he thought the man simply got lucky crossing the mountain at such a low level, but that strength and dagger change things. Perhaps his equipment is top tier. If they can keep hunting like this, the rewards will be enormous, so Dafu decides to make it work. Exhausted, he points out that the drops are all going to the party leader and asks why they aren't splitting them now. Grid says changing it would only allow one person to grab the best items. They'll divide everything once they reach the Vatican. Dafu tries to complain, but Grid cuts him off. If he doesn't trust him, then they might both die here, so he'd better heal quickly after taking a potion. That's when Dafu starts realizing what kind of mess he got into. Later, he asks Grid to rest in a cave, saying it's strange to see so many monsters gathered like this. He tells Grid things are different for him. Since he's a priest, his mana recovers slowly, so he asks the main character to slow down. Still, he says it would be great if they could maintain this pace all the way to the Vatican, though that probably won't happen. Then Grid thinks he'll have remove the cloak. The moment he does, a message appears. Vampire Duchess Marie Rose is sealed in this place. Her evil presence has weakened the magic here, making all skills and spells unusable. Grid notices something is wrong and asks Dafu if this is truly safe. Dafu tells him not to worry. Marie Rose has been asleep for hundreds of years since two daughters of Rebecca sealed her. He says she never wakes, so Marie Rose shouldn't be a problem right now. Then a man appears, asking why they took so long since they'd been waiting all day. Grid asks if they were waiting for him and whether they know him, but he quickly realizes they look like assassins. Then he hears Dafu behind him saying they were delayed because too many monsters appeared. The assassin laughs and says Grid may look poor, but his dagger smells like money. Frightening him into handing it over might be difficult. Sure, but his level is low, and low level or not, he probably doesn't want to die, so why not hand over all his money and items? Grid realizes this is a robbery and asks if Dafu won't face severe punishment for breaking his own doctrine. Can a Rebecca priest truly do this? Dafu says there are so few priests that most people don't understand how their class works. All he has to do is follow doctrine during class quests, then increase his divine status through prayer, so Grid has it wrong. His faith in the goddess Rebecca is absolute, but a person's actions don't always match their beliefs. As one assassin prepares to strike, he says that if the Pope of Rebecca's church is corrupt, then its priests being rotten too makes perfect sense. Grid fires back that all this talking is annoying and that they should worry about themselves. Grid figures they're around level 200, and judging by their equipment, the others are probably stronger than Dafu too. He realizes they brought him to a place where skills are sealed because they specialize in murder and physical combat. He knows fighting a ranker isn't easy after what happened with Toon, but he's seen plenty of assassins by now. Compared to Faker, these men are nothing. So Grid equips all his gear. Then he lands a single blow and sends one assassin flying. They immediately realize his strength is insane. One of them looks closer, recognizes the helmet and sword, and shouts that this is the Psycho Butcher. Grid wonders why they're panicking. Did they just realize they chose the wrong target? Then something bursts around him, and he sees it's a smoke bomb. The assassins don't care. They tell the others to grab him and complain that they have to do all the hard work because idiot Dafu couldn't even bring them proper victim. Dafu apologizes, saying he had no way to know he'd end up bringing someone this dangerous. Now he figures he has no choice but to remain on their side. The assassin leader tells Sniffer to throw the shurikens while they handle close combat. He boasts that the shurikens explode, carry poison, and come with smoke bombs. There's no way Grid can handle that. So they throw everything at Grid while charging in. One of them feels something strange hit his dagger, then remembers Grid's name and tells him not to blame them. This is simply how assassins fight. But Grid laughs. Rankers really are different, and their equipment is nasty. If he had slipped up for even a second, he'd be dead. Then he says the amusing part is that he has some pretty incredible items too, and Pavranium blocks the attack with ease. Grid tells them again that they chose the wrong man, and they're going to regret it. Then he activates Pagma's sword dance, wave, and charges directly at them. Dafu can't believe it. How is Grid using skills here at all? And how can someone at such a low-level fight 3 assassin rankers? He realizes Grid must have a secret class. At this rate, they're getting no experience and no loot today, so something has to change. Dafu makes the only move he can think of. He drops to his knees before Grid and begs for mercy. Grid asks how many people must have begged the same way in this place. He says he doesn't care about the others, but Dafu betrayed him, so he'd better not complain when Grid takes every item earned on the way here. Dafu quickly agrees that they all belong to Grid anyway. Then he asks if Grid truly won't kill him, saying he's kinder than expected. But suddenly, he becomes badly frightened. Grid asks what his problem is. He already said he won't kill him, so why make that expression? Then a voice speaks. Surprised that she woke in such a way, she says she had been wondering why she smelled blood, and to think someone would offer her food the moment she awakened. How wonderful! She greets Grid. The system announces that he has encountered Vampire Duchess Marie Rose. All skills and magic are disabled, and the vampire's gaze paralyzes lower beings, stealing their will and control over their bodies. Her charm is absolute. Even so, he resists. Grid is stunned. This is Marie Rose, and her aura is enormous. Compared to her, Malachus is nothing. Then he remembers that she was sealed away and wonders how she woke up. Marie Rose says the blood on that cloak carried the scent of countless people, and that was enough to awaken her. MC starts piecing it together. Malachus really did kill 1,000 virgins as sacrifices, but Marie Rose says Grid is unusual. He doesn't have divine power like Rebecca's daughters or magic like Bram, yet her gaze and presence don't affect him. That shocks him even more. She knows Bram and speaks of him as an equal. He starts wondering if she's stronger than Bram. Her beauty is unreal, and he can feel how far above him she is. Fighting her alone is impossible, so he knows he has to be careful. So the protagonist acts intelligently. If unusual means interesting, perhaps she'll spare him. Since she just woke up, he asks her for that favor. Marie Rose thinks for a moment, then laughs, saying he's awfully bold to make that kind of request. She calls him cute, and Grid turns red. In the end, she agrees to spare his life. It's been a long time, and she wants to enjoy the fresh air. She says they'll meet again someday, then leaves with a teasing expression. Grid feels uneasy around her, but he's still relieved things ended peacefully. Asking her for a free cure would have been far too risky, so he decides he'd better be careful about whatever those men left behind. When he looks down, he spots the assassin's shuriken belt. The man must have died and dropped, it as a penalty. Grid becomes excited immediately. It's a great item, and now it's his for free. Meanwhile, at Rebecca's cathedral, the Pope says he heard Rin used her prayers as an excuse to pursue a different truth. He reminds her that she was always his sword, cutting down the church's enemies for him. Even so, she dared doubt him, the oracle of the goddess Rebecca. He says she should remain what she always was, loyal and an example to the faithful, that is, if Rin truly is one of Rebecca's daughters. He brings up the high priests who led a rebellion and claimed he'd been blinded by false gods, and asks if Rin eliminated them. He questions whether her loyalty was false, but Rin answers that her loyalty to the goddess Rebecca and the Holy Will is eternal. Still, she was confused by the Pope's heretical actions, so she prayed for an answer about where her true loyalty should lie. The Pope slams his hand down and cuts her off. How dare she speak of eternal loyalty while doubting him? He declares her a traitor, not a daughter of Rebecca, and orders her killed immediately. Along with the recovery of the sacred weapon, the Sword of Judgment, an SS rank mission appears for every guard there. Kill Rin. They're asked whether they'll refuse, and the system warns that refusal means being branded a traitor by the Pope. One knight is stunned by the reward, an ability awakening. If he accepts, he could become a true paladin of Rebecca. Compared to the Judar and Dominion churches, which are famous for buffs and combat abilities, Rebecca's paladins are mostly healers. The class is difficult to obtain, so it isn't very popular. But he chose this path for one reason. Rebecca's daughters are the strongest paladins among NPCs. He's already passed level 200 and undergone his second stat awakening, but nothing changed. He's still pursuing the title of True Paladin of Rebecca's church and thinks all he has to do now is kill Rin. At last he can awaken, but instead, he throws his helmet to the ground and asks how he could ever point his sword at Rin when she's so beautiful. He refuses outright. He tells her it's fine and that he'll protect her. This is Damien, ranked second among paladins. Rin is touched to see Damien take her side, and he promises he'll always stand with her. The others immediately call him a traitor and demand that he be punished. Then Damien receives a class change quest. The goddess wants him to use his power to punish the Pope. The outcome could change the world, so he's told to be careful. And he receives Blessing of Light. He can hardly believe it. He also receives Heart's Desire, which can instantly revive the dead, though not NPCs. Damien figures these are some of the best skills in the game. He was chosen. At last he thinks he's going to become the protagonist. Not quite, but he still uses Blessing of Light to crush the knights. Everyone panics at the power of that light and shouts, "To protect the Pope." Then Damien charges directly at Drevigo. He declares that Drevigo's cruelty ends here, but the Pope drops him instantly with a single beam of light through the left side of his chest. Elsewhere, Isabel keeps blaming herself. She says she pushed Rin to the edge. She should have refused the Pope's orders, but she was too afraid. So she brought Rin back even though she knew how much she hated the Vatican as it is now. The priest beside her says it wouldn't have mattered if she refused. Someone else would have dragged Rin there by force. At least Rin came with a friend, so Isabel shouldn't blame herself. Still, she asks what will happen to Rin. The Pope won't let her remain by her side, and the priest fears Rin could be excommunicated, or worse, killed. He tells her not to forget that as long as the 3 divine weapons remain intact, Rebecca's daughters can be replaced at any time. They were forced to fight to prove their loyalty simply because they were born with rare, divine power. Once they lose their value as tools, they're discarded. He thinks it's a terribly sad life. Isabel asks Cassus why he's crying and says the goddess will surely protect Rin, but Cassus only apologizes. With their strength, he says they can't save Rin or even save Isabel. Then Grid appears and asks why a grown man is crying on the floor like that. He says Cassus looks far too miserable for his face. Cassus recognizes him immediately. It's been a while. He asks what he's doing there while Isabel stares at the cloak and realizes it's Malachus's cloak. She heard a group of warriors defeated Malachus not long ago, so the protagonist asks if she recognized it. Then, while he's feeling proud of himself, he notices she's the woman from before, the one with his shield. He's still angry and tells her to return it. Cassis introduces Grid as the blacksmith from Winston who made the divine shield she has now. That leaves Isabel shocked that he was the one who defeated Malachus. She politely thanks him for defeating the demon who escaped them so many times and says it's an honor to meet such a great warrior. MC doesn't care about any of that. He simply wants his shield back, especially since he still hasn't been paid for it. But Isabel says that's unfortunate. The church decided to take the shield because it has the potential to become a dangerous weapon. She even says they'd like him to hand over the other shields he made. That enrages him. They're trying to take his belongings for nothing, and he warns that heads will roll if they don't return it. Cassis quickly tells him to calm down and asks what else brought him there. Grid says he came for the shield, but he also needs the goddess's blessing, so he came to meet the Pope. That surprises Cassis. Perhaps this really is the goddess's will after all. Then they hear a loud noise, and Isabel recognizes it as divine power. She says the Pope is doing something to Rin, but Cassis tells her to wait. The Pope ordered that no one enter, and disobeying could end badly. Isabel refuses and says she has to stop him, no matter what. Grid is surprised when she pulls out that weapon. He didn't notice during all the chaos, but that spear is incredible, made with even more care than Dainsleif. He figures it must be from Pagma. While everyone argues over whether to go inside, Luna appears and says the Pope's orders are absolute. Isabel is not allowed inside. Isabel fires back that Rin will die if she waits and tells Luna to move. Cassis thinks about how Luna is only 14, but the church's teachings run deep within her. She did the most to crush the rebellion and became the Pope's favorite agent, so there's no way she'd step aside. Just as he expected, Luna apologizes but says what cannot be done will not be done. Grid keeps staring at the spear, wondering why everyone is so tense about it. Then a quest appears, help Rebecca's church. It's connected to his class change mission, and the goal is to kill Drevago. The reward is the goddess's blessing. It's also linked to his second-class quest. If he fails here, he won't meet the requirements to complete that one. The protagonist is baffled. Does he really have to kill the Pope to receive the blessing? That makes no sense. Then he looks back at the spear and notices a mark on it. He starts wondering if it's connected to the quest. His instincts tell him it is. The harsher the penalty, the more the system tries to make the reward overpowered. While Grid is busy thinking about all that, Isabel keeps begging Luna to move. Rin will die. Is the goddess really going to allow that? She says there's nothing she can do against the Pope and begs anyone, to help. So Grid takes the spear from her hand and asks if all he has to do is kill the Pope. Right then, Isabel receives an oracle from the goddess telling her to trust him. She stares at him and asks if he's serious, if he truly intends to punish the Pope for disgracing the goddess. He says yes. Someone sent him, so she begs him to do it. Grid accepts the quest to save Rin, but says she has to give him her shield in return. Then he says that counts as a gift, and starts examining the spear. The system says the legendary blacksmith can inspect anything, and if an item has a hidden effect, he'll uncover it. It's the sealed Lefayel's spear, a legendary item and one of the 3 holy relics of Rebecca's church. Its divine power is so immense that ordinary humans can't handle it, placing a heavy burden on both body and mind. Since Rebecca's daughters live short lives because of that burden, the 5th Pope, Franz, asked Pagma to seal the weapon's power. The moment he does, its power rises dramatically. Grid has triggered the item's hidden effect. Now it's the myth-grade Lefayel's spear, and it keeps becoming stronger. The text says Pagma's descendant broke the seal during the reign of the 13th Pope and witnessed a divine weapon. His insight rises by 200, surpassing 500 total. He'll now see the world differently. His blacksmith skills also rise by 1 level, and now he can craft myth-grade items. Grid is stunned by the myth rank. It even surpasses failure. Then he realizes this weapon is so powerful that it could disrupt the balance of the entire world. With myth rank unlocked, he wonders if he can now create weapons like Dainsleif or Valhalla. Then he turns and looks at Isabel. Her hair starts shining, and she asks what's happening. Her white transformation is activating on its own, and an enormous amount of divine power is pouring out of Lafael. But Grid is still wondering whether his analysis only increased its attack power. He notices numbers above Isabel's head and thinks they might represent her combat power. That makes this even more incredible. Then Luna starts glowing too. She says she has to fight, but her attack power is only 50,000, and that's with Viora's shield. Grid sees Isabel's combat power jump from 55 to 120, and Luna's from 26 to 50. It looks like Isabel can handle this. He quickly realizes she'll ask him to save Rin while she holds the line. Honestly, that's perfect. So he wishes Isabel good luck and says he's going to save Rin. She agrees and gives him a small smile. Meanwhile, inside the church, the Pope is still killing that man, but he doesn't look too shocked. He already knew this could happen. He apologizes to Rin and says it seems he can't be the protagonist. Rin starts screaming for Damien. He has lost 41% of his health, and now he can't focus. Then a bunch of shurikens fly in, creating a thick cloud of smoke. Grid appears annoyed because when that assassin used shurikens before, it looked like some incredible skill, but it's really just a smoke bomb. The Pope says church discipline must have declined badly if someone like this can walk in here. He demands to know who the hell this man is, while Damien asks the same question. Grid says he has no idea. Maybe this man is the protagonist. After all, he checks them both. That's Rin. And her combat power is only 27,000. Then he wonders if that paladin is a player because his is 12,500. If that's his level, he must be a top ranker, and as a paladin, he'd make a great tank. So Grid invites the boy to join him but makes one thing clear. If they team up, he gets every item the Pope drops. Saving his life should be payment enough. Damien says he doesn't care. Grid can have everything while he catches his breath for a moment, and then he joins Grid's party. The Pope keeps calling Grid insolent, asking how he dares remain in this holy place. Drevigo says he'll deliver divine punishment himself, but then Grid feels Damien's power flow into him and realizes it's a paladin buff. That will help greatly. He fires back that divine punishment is nonsense. Because of Drevigo, his class quest is a mess, and the recommendation letter he received from his future father-in-law is useless now. The Pope should have simply kept his mouth shut. Then Drevigo uses that same light attack to blast Grid away. But Grid notices he blocked his sword. He's shocked that Drevigo pulled that off even with the red lightning and Damien's buff on him. With his current power, Grid thought he could even break through Malicus's triple shield. So how did a Pope with only 24,000 combat power stop him? If Damien's 12,000 puts him around top ranker level, then Malicus must have been around 200,000 since it took the whole guild to defeat him. But right now the Pope feels even stronger than Malicus. That means even a small gap in combat power is actually enormous. So Grid charges in, determined to defeat him through pure control. He unleashes a storm of attacks, saying this is what came from all his rage in the Guardian's Labyrinth. He tells Drevigo to try blocking his sword energy now, but the Pope asks if wildly swinging his blade is really Grid's answer. He doesn't think that can pierce the light. Then he throws his power directly at the boy. Grid admits the man is truly strong, but that's fine. He wants to see how much Drevigo can endure and how far he himself can go. He uses Transcend together with Blacksmith's Rage, almost as if he's transforming into some shonen anime monster. Then he starts unleashing attack after attack at the Pope. Drevigo tries to block all of them, but several break through. The Pope is shocked. His light magic was pierced. He can't believe the goddess's power is losing to someone he sees as beneath him. Grid deals 13,000 damage, plus more hits accumulating across Drevigo's body. Once he sees that bastard's health fall below half, he starts laughing. He can't defeat him alone yet, but now he's already wondering what loot the Pope will drop. Drevigo keeps feeling those attacks more intensely. Then he yells, asking what the others are waiting for, and orders them to kill those heretics immediately. The knights hesitate, but in the end, they remember they must obey the Pope and charge Grid. He barks at them, asking if everyone is just going to stand there while the Pope's health keeps falling. Damien steps forward to protect him. He apologizes and tells Grid to leave the others to him. Grid sees that there are around 20 paladins, so he tells Damien to block properly. Then he tells Drevigo that this fight will probably end soon. The effects of Red Lightning, Transcend, and Blacksmith's Rage are almost over, so he has to go all out with the time he has left. He tries to use Pagma's Sword Dance, kill, but he senses something as he gets close to Drevigo. The Pope starts glowing and fully heals. Grid can't believe it. Even in Satisfy, a full heal like that should be nearly impossible, and he's sure Drevigo had around 300,000 HP. On top of that, his shield appears and even blocks kill. Then Drevigo uses Goddess's Breath, saying the Goddess's blessing will protect his body and soul. Grid realizes this is the peak of a priest's power, and Drevigo says she will save people from darkness through light. Then he says he'll guide them with his power and fires a massive beam of light at Grid, claiming all of this is in the name of the goddess Rebecca. As he launches it, Drevigo says this is fitting, divine punishment for a believer like him, and tells Grid to use this opportunity to reflect on what he's done. Grid fires back, asking who he thinks he is to tell anyone to reflect. He's the filthiest bastard here. The one who should receive divine punishment is Drevigo. While Grid raises his rare divine shield, Drevigo sees it and is stunned, asking how a believer like him dares use one of the church's battle shields. He calls it a disgrace and attacks Grid again. Grid can tell every strike is incredibly powerful. The shield has high durability for a rare item, but it's dropping quickly. He's not about to let something he worked so hard to create be destroyed like this, so he decides to block without the shield and uses Wind Blast, but he still gets hit and part of his mask breaks. That angers him, and Drevigo starts saying he intended to cut off his head, but it seems Grid got lucky. Except right then, Pavranium slips behind him and strikes his back. Drevigo jerks in shock, asking what the hell that was, and Grid fires back, asking how he dares destroy his precious equipment. Then Grid attacks from the front, using Link to land 22 consecutive hits. Drevigo feels every one of them and curses him. Damien says Grid seems to be controlling the battle, but from experience, he knows the Pope is even more dangerous now. He yells for Grid to get away from him, but it's too late. A beam strikes Grid directly in the chest. He takes 14,000 damage and loses 56% of his health. Drevigo declares that it's over and calls him a heretic. Damien says Grid just lost more than half his life and will now be attacked while stunned. But Grid pushes forward anyway. He drives his dagger into Drevigo's chest. Even while stunned, the Pope can't believe it and asks how he moved. Grid only sneers. Didn't he already say? He says he won't stand there and watch a dog like Drevigo destroy his equipment, then shows Doran's ring and activates its healing effect. Drevigo stares at him and asks who the hell he is. Instead of answering, Grid slams him with a brutal headbutt. The impact sends Drevigo flying backward. Then Grid says he'll find out how long that insane healing can keep him alive. He starts stabbing Drevigo while he's down. Critical hit after critical hit lands, and Drevigo screams as his HP falls. Grid keeps going like a mad killer, unleashing an entire chain of attacks. Damien looks at Grid and realizes that fierce expression seems familiar. Then it hits him. This is the butcher who wiped out Giant Guild. To Damien, it feels as though an even worse monster appeared to punish the corrupt Pope. The sight is horrifying. With Grid carving him apart on the floor, And Damien can't help wondering if this is really what a savior looks like in the Vatican. Drevigo still can't believe a mere heretic is doing this to him and keeps thinking, this can't be real. He yells that he's the goddess's oracle, the man who rules over 70 million people, someone even kings kneel before. Then he shines again and heals, forcing Grid to jump back. Grid curses, wondering if this endless healing will ever stop. Still, he notices this recovery feels different, and starts wondering why. Drevigo says he may have suffered beneath a beast's claws, but this turned out to be a good opportunity for him too. He says he's been blessed once again and that heretics are nothing but beasts. Beyond salvation, a bright aura surrounds him, and he declares that Goddess Rebecca always blesses those who endure her trials with light. Grid can tell this is different. Something is coming. Meanwhile, outside, Isabel keeps fighting. She attacks her sister while Luna tries to stop her, but Isabel says she's following Goddess Rebecca's will. She tries to use God's punishment on Luna, who blocks with Goddess's embrace, but the shield breaks apart completely, and Luna lands a hit on her. Cassis worries about both of them as the blast erupts. Then Isabel tells Cassis she's fine and says she doesn't think Luna will wake up anytime soon. She used white flame, and Luna only lost consciousness. She leaves Luna with him and says she's going to save Rin. Then she runs inside, it's saying she'll stop the Pope. She can't lose her sisters too. For everyone's sake, she says she has to do something. But when she enters, she sees the Pope glowing wildly. A huge symbol rises behind him as power floods his body. He rants that he must save his sisters, grant them power, and punish and kill the demon standing against them. Acting in the goddess's name, Isabel realizes it's the strongest divine magic and warns Grid not to face. Just run. But Drevigo fully transforms and unleashes Goddess's wrath. Grid instantly realizes this won't be easy. When the attack hits, the shockwave is so enormous that Isabel has to raise a shield to protect the other two beside her. After using that move, the Pope looks completely exhausted. But when he looks at Grid, he wonders who this man is. He's still alive, with Pavranium protecting him. Drevigo is stunned that anyone blocked Goddess's wrath. Isabel thinks it's impossible, and Rin starts speaking too, apologizing to Damien and Isabel. She says she thought obeying orders was for the church, but she only hurt everyone. If divine punishment means the goddess's wrath, then she'll fight too. But Grid cuts them off and tells them to stay back. As long as he's fine, nobody should interfere. If they're trying to steal his target, he'll kill them. He throws off his cloak, pulls out a massive greatsword, and says that Pope is his prey. He's the one who's going to chop that trash into pieces. At this point, around chapter 67, Grid might be getting a little angry. Damien is even more shocked, wondering who this man is if he can block Pope, Drevigo's goddess's wrath. He says the paladins were defeated thanks to awakened skills, and now he needs to support Grid, so he buffs the party, raising their hit rate by 80% for 3 minutes. Drevigo still can't understand what happened. He never believed someone could block the goddess's power. Grid draws his sword, and it starts shining. Drevigo becomes even more afraid. Even after being blasted to dust, this man won't die, and now he wants to tear him apart. Then Grid launches another attack at Drevigo. Drevigo calls him a savage and mocks that stupid sword again, saying his shield will make the attack useless. But then he senses something is wrong, and the strike cuts straight through the shield and throws him backward. As blood pours out, he panics, wondering how it passed through a shield that blocks physical attacks. Grid asks if that shield can stop magic too, calls him an idiot, and charges. He uses Golden Flash and says Drevigo will return his items and die. Then he brings the full weight of sword down on him. Drevigo can't believe he attacked with magic and realizes the wounds are deeper than he thought. He needs to heal quickly, but Grid uses Link level 2. With the skill leveled up, the damage rises and the number of hits increases by 5. Grid says Drevigo can keep trying to heal. He'll keep cutting until nothing remains. Then he unleashes Link with 17 consecutive hits on Drevigo, and the Pope starts panicking, wondering how long this savage will continue attacking. So he uses Goddess's protection to throw Grid away, calling the boy annoying and telling him to die already. Then he uses Goddess's wrath again, and the entire attack comes crashing down on Grid like a rain of spears from the sky. Grid takes massive damage, and the Pope thinks that even with that golden disc, he can't block everything. To him, Grid is finished. He thinks it's finally over and tells him to disappear, but Grid's hand grabs Drevigo's arm. He appears in front of him, badly injured but still standing. Drevigo can't understand how this happened because he's certain Grid should have died many times already. How does he keep surviving? He asks how Grid lived again, and Grid says he already told him. Then immortality activates, and he says Drevigo is completely finished. Drevigo panics, asking who he is and why he can't defeat him. Grid uses Kill Level 2. The skill is stronger now, and he drives his sword into the Pope's chest, then activates Kill again with the blade. Still inside, the Pope starts fading and asks how he dares do this, but Grid tells him to shut up and simply die. The Pope starts glowing, with the sword still embedded inside him, and everyone watches. Then Grid is informed that he defeated Drevigo, the 13th Pope. As party leader, Grid receives the Goddess's essence, Holy Light Armor, Holy Light Gauntlets, and Holy Light Crown, plus 95,350, 000 experience, and 500 gold. Everyone rushes over to him as he falls to the floor, saying he's exhausted and can't move a finger. His mission is completed too, and his affinity with Rebecca's church reaches the maximum level. He's told to receive Pavranium's blessing after speaking with Isabel, so he forces himself up, thinking he still has to finish the quest, and she walks up behind him. She thanks him, saying he restored the goddess's honor and protected Rin and Rebecca's church. Damien still can't believe it. Grid practically defeated the Pope alone. Because of that, they protected Rebecca's daughter, and he also completed his class quest, gaining the unique hidden class goddess's agent. He now qualifies to become Pope, and if he's crowned, he can lead Rebecca's church. He also learns Goddess's breath, protection, and divine message, unlocks all dignity stats, and his divine power growth rate triples. The boy can't believe it. Among hidden classes, only 3 players even have epic ones, and he received a unique class. He never imagined he'd become this lucky after quietly watching over Rebecca's daughters for 35 years. Looking at Grid, he thinks that man is his lifelong benefactor, and someday he has to repay him. But then Grid turns to Isabel and says gratitude isn't enough. Didn't she say the church was rich? Then pay him. The other 3 are stunned as soon as he opens his mouth. Grid complains that his helmet was destroyed, so they'd better cover the repair costs for his armor too. And on top of that, he wants compensation for the emotional damage from losing his shield. Damien thinks this side of Grid makes perfect sense, but also makes him difficult to understand. Then Grid says there's something even more important. He wants her to bless those beauties over there and asks if she can. She says yes, surprised that he wants those items blessed. Still, she takes them and does what he asked. Then she starts blessing them with divine power. Rebecca's blessing falls upon the Pavranium, making its golden disc effect even stronger. Grid is shocked. Now it has a healing skill too. It already possessed a will of its own, and now it can gain abilities, so more blessings might grant it even more. Isabel also returns the divine shield, just as she promised, and Grid is surprised to actually see it again. He starts wondering whether he can obtain Yatan's blessing with his equipment as it is now. If not, he'll simply force him to give it. Isabel says she wants to repay him, but rebuilding the Vatican will cost a lot. She admits it's embarrassing and hopes returning the shield will be enough. Grid says that's unfortunate but lets it go because he's partly responsible. Then Damien asks where he's going next. Damien says many people can live peacefully because of Grid. Even if Grid thinks he didn't do much, Damien promises to repay him someday. Before that, Grid brings up something else. Was it really okay to rub those discs against Isabel's chest? Isabel responds with a flying kick, directly to his face. Then Grid says he just remembered a favor he needs. It concerns where he's going next. So Isabel asks what it is, adding that she can't travel with him because she can't leave her position for long. Grid gives her a smug look and says he'd never want a crazy brat like her tagging along anyway. Isabel fires back, asking who he's calling a brat. It's easy to forget that Grid is older, but right now in the game, he's 26. What he actually wants is simple: a letter of recommendation. Sometime later, Tobin is alone in a forest, cursing the guild members who kept making excuses when he asked for help with this quest. The one man who always volunteers isn't responding either, probably off training somewhere. Still, this is an SS-ranked quest with a legendary sword as the reward. For a paladin of Judar, it's an incredible opportunity. The quest is dangerous, so he was certain those men would never come. That someone finally arrives. It's the new members. Tobin figures they may not be close yet, but they're rankers, and at least they're willing to help. When they ask where they're going and what they need to do, he decides he'll clear the quest with them. He tells them they need to recover a few items. Their destination is Rebecca's Vatican. Then the story explains that Judar, the god of health and wisdom, and Dominion, the god of war, were both children of Rebecca, the goddess of light. Because of that, the churches of Judar and Dominion serve Rebecca's church as the highest authority. The three churches were close, but each one had great ambitions. That's why Pascal reacts quickly after hearing that Drevigo disgraced the Vatican. He says Rebecca's followers will soon want a new pope, and if Rebecca's church has no proper candidate, then he himself should become the next pope. One knight points out that the most respected pope was the fifth pope, Franz, and he came from their church. Since it happened before, it can happen again. Tobin asks what he needs to do. Pascal orders him to recover the battle armor, Franz's War and Life, which is being kept by Rebecca's church. With that, Pascal could be accepted without opposition and become pope. Tobin receives the SS-ranked quest, Descendant of Franz. He knows even a tiny experience gap can change the top rankings, and if he gains 5 levels, he could reach level 232 and rise from 68th place. On top of that, he'd obtain the Sword of Wisdom, a legendary ranked weapon. Its attack power isn't incredible for a legendary item, but the cooldown reduction effect is enormous. With that, he could level as quickly as Pong and Ibelin. Tobin knows this won't be easy, but since Grid doesn't think much of him, this feels like the opportunity he needed. Pascal says a spy inside the Vatican will reveal where the items are. Since Tobin is his best paladin, he's eager to see how he performs. Tobin tells him to simply name the artifacts, and he'll leave immediately. So, on the day he received the quest, Tobin led the other 3 out. He's still annoyed because the others agreed to help at first, then backed out as soon as they heard it involved the church. He thought they were friends, but now he's so angry that he thinks these new members are better than them. He thanks the group for helping, but warns that they might have to face Rebecca's daughters. Then he remembers that Pascal only asked them to recover treasures, so Tobin figures this can still work. The only thing they ask in return is a chance to meet the man with the bone helmet. One of them is Box, the top-ranked spiritualist. Tobin wonders if this is that rumored playboy. He's made so many girls cry that it sounds like there should be a Killbox club. Spiritualists control objects by linking magic to them or connect items to create magical tools with buffs and debuffs. Box may be the lowest ranked player in his guild overall, but he's number 1 in his class, so Tobin is excited to see what he can do. The other 2 are high-level rankers too, so they're strong. One is Sokka, a berserker, and the other is Black Teddy, a summoner. What's strange is that all the new members are obsessed with Grid. Tobin says he's told them many times already. He can't reveal Grid's identity until he fully trusts them. Box can tell they really care about meeting him and asks if that's the entire reason they agreed to help. They say helping Tobin will build trust, and perhaps then they'll get to meet that man. Since Tobin is the guild's advisor, they're certain he's close to Grid. Tobin almost chokes while trying to respond, but then proudly says, of course they're close. He might even be Grid's best friend in the guild. After that, he ends the topic. They've been walking for 2 full days, so the Vatican should be nearby. Then he notices a glow on a tree. That's the signal the spy mentioned. It should mean the artifacts are here. He tells the others to wait a moment while he receives a message from the church. Sokka groans that this is boring and asks why the guild is so obsessed with that man. Black Ted tells them to wait a little longer. They're almost at the Vatican. Sokka turns to Box and asks if helping with this quest will really let them meet the man with the helmet. Box says there are no guarantees, but staying close to the advisor is their best chance. She gets annoyed and asks if he's sure they aren't wasting time and about to hear another excuse. Then she says she and Black Ted are going ahead, and he can keep babysitting the advisor. Box asks if they shouldn't stay together, but she says waiting is too annoying and leaves. Meanwhile, Tobin is stunned as the other man says it's true. He even checked for himself because he couldn't believe it. Pope Drevigo was just killed, and by someone like that, a person blessed by the gods. Tobin asks for the killer's name, but the spy says he couldn't confirm it. All he knows is that the person was powerful and used sword skills to defeat the Pope. Tobin can't believe it. Someone blessed by the gods means a player, and the Pope was known as one of the strongest NPCs around. A player defeated him alone. He wonders if it was Kraugel, the #1 ranker Pong talked about, the one rumored to be strong enough to wipe out an entire guild by himself. But maybe not. It could be some hidden expert. Even Euphemina, who defeated Faker, was someone he had never heard of before. Then he asks if Rebecca's daughters were guarding the Pope. Were they defeated too? The spy says no, they're fine. Recently, the Pope had been controlling Rebecca's daughters too harshly, so they abandoned their roles as guardians out of hatred for him. Tobin realizes their internal situation was a disaster. Either way, the Pope's death throws Rebecca's church into chaos. That should make stealing Franz's artifacts easier, so he asks for their location. A little later, he returns to Box, who asks if he's finished. Tobin then asks where the others went. Box says Sokka got tired of waiting and ran ahead with Black Ted. As far as he knows, Black Ted is her bodyguard in real life too. He asks why Tobin looks irritated and whether something went wrong. Tobin says it's nothing serious, but the mission changed a little. First, he says they may not need to go to the Vatican after all. Box asks what the problem is. Tobin explains that the artifact's location has changed, and he's about to post the information in the group chat when a huge noise cuts him off, followed by smoke. Box says Sokka must have gotten bored and started hunting. The two immediately run toward them. Tobin thinks this should be much easier if they really don't need to go to the Vatican and face Rebecca's daughters, but one thing still bothers him. This is an SS-ranked quest, so the difficulty shouldn't have dropped so easily. Then Box tells Tobin it looks like their target is right in front of them. He doesn't think it's a dungeon, more like a marker. They realize the quest target is right there and call Sokka over. Black Ted asks if she's okay, and she snaps at him to help first and ask questions later. He starts summoning his black bear. The huge beast appears behind him, and Box says it's Black Ted's summon. Box says they should join them, and Tobin agrees, but when he looks ahead, something feels wrong. As Box moves to help, Sokka asks if this is really a mission to recover artifacts. He tells her to check the information in the guild chat. The quest is correct. Tobin freezes, remembering Pascal. Pascal had said Franz's items could only be used by his descendants in the Vatican, and Tobin had to recover them. Then he remembers what the informant said. The man who killed the Pope took all the artifacts. Tobin is shocked that it was a player, and even more shocked that the daughters and priests let him take Franz's relics. The informant added that they even felt guilty for not doing more to stop him, and Tobin could barely believe it. Meanwhile, Black Ted's bear charges in but gets killed, almost instantly. Tobin again recalls Pascal listing the crown, the holy light armor, and the gauntlets. The informant had also said the man even wore the holy light armor for a while. Tobin realizes he has to stop him. The man ahead looks confused and asks what's happening. Why attack him out of nowhere? Tobin finally understands that Grid is the one who killed the Pope and took the artifacts. Grid notices Tobin there while Tobin remembers the Pope's order to defeat him, kill him, and bring the artifacts back. Now certain this is Grid, Tobin wonders if he's the one who sent them. Grid asks Tobin directly if he told those people to attack. He tells Tobin to come over and explain. But then Black Ted summons another bear, and it slams into Grid's stomach. The hit lands like a punch and sends him flying, dealing real damage. Tobin realizes that summon hits hard. Even so, Tobin tells Ted to stop. Grid is in the same guild as them, but Sokka jumps in and slashes at Grid, dealing heavy damage. Tobin notices her swords hit hard. Then he checks their attack power and realizes both of them are high-level rankers. Still, he figures the damage is only that high because Grid has no armor equipped. So Grid equips himself and returns wearing full, holy light armor. Then he asks if he looks stylish. Tobin recognizes it immediately, the holy light set. He hadn't believed the mission report before. Now it's obvious. Grid really did kill the Pope and take his armor. Tobin can hardly believe it. Just a few weeks ago, Grid was only level 100. So how did he defeat the Pope? Still, Tobin thinks this could work out if he can persuade Grid to help with the mission, and he starts moving closer. But Sokka attacks Grid again. Tobin silently begs them not to make him angry and thinks they're all insane. Sokka recognizes the huge sword and asks if he's the man with the skull helmet, the butcher, the one who defeated the giant members, by himself. Grid fires back, asking why a crazy butcher like him would wear such amazing armor. He thought improving his appearance would earn him some good fame. Then he demands to know why they're picking a fight for no reason, and blasts Sokka away. Black Ted orders the white bear to protect her, but Grid drives failure into the bear's belly and tears a huge hole through it. The bear still doesn't die, and Grid is surprised because it felt like he pierced straight through. Then he realizes it's Black Ted's skill. Mana pours into the bear as Berserker activates. Berserker gives summons 10 seconds of immunity and doubles all their stats. So the bear attacks again, but Grid restrains it and stops its movement. Black Ted is stunned. Grid didn't just damage a level 280 Berserker mode warrior summon, he also stopped it. Grid says they started this fight, so they might as well finish it and rushes at Sokka. She notices he's swinging that enormous sword insanely fast and thinks the skill is incredible. Still, she doesn't mind him going all out. The longer the fight continues, the stronger Berserker becomes, so she uses Sword Frenzy and knocks Grid away. But he calls out to her, saying she should have listened when he said his armor was good. Then says he'll show her what a real combo looks like. He uses Pagma's sword dance with Link, and she falls to the ground, completely defeated. Grid places his sword against her neck and demands an answer. Why did they attack him? He reminds her that she called him a butcher and warns that she'll learn what that means if she lies. Before he can do more, Tobin rushes in and knocks Grid's sword away from her neck. With a savage expression, Grid asks Tobin if he's really going to interfere. Tobin turns to him, almost in tears, begging Grid to believe him. It wasn't his idea. Sokka doesn't believe it and asks if he's trying to fool them, but Tobin keeps insisting he's telling the truth. He says that man is a new member of their guild named Box, and he's a spiritualist who can control people. According to Tobin, Box controlled him into doing this, and Box quietly appreciates the rescue. Meanwhile, Box thinks about his trump card, a puppet-style skill that controls a target with magic power. It was his best move, but it only lasted 3 seconds. On a monster, it should last at least 5 minutes, and on a player, at least 30 seconds. That means Grid's magic resistance is absurd. Tzedakah Guild really is impressive. Box thinks it's a shame his best skill ended like that, then introduces himself to Grid. He says they recently joined the guild and were helping Tobin with his mission. Grid just stares, thinking the man looks far too beautiful, almost like a demon. Then Box bluntly says Tobin's mission was to kill him, and Grid asks what. He turns to Tobin and asks if he was really planning to kill a guildmate. Tobin insists it's a misunderstanding. The mission was to execute the person who killed the Pope, but he didn't know it was Grid. Then he says killing Grid isn't even necessary. The quest should clear if he simply gets the holy light set, so he begs Grid to sell it. Grid asks if he should trust him and die while a white bear chews on him. Tobin tells Black Ted to stop because Grid is in their guild. The bear lets go, and Grid says if that's true, he'll think about it. When he asks the price, Tobin offers 2,000 gold per item, 6,000 in total. Grid asks if he's insane and says that has to be a joke. It should be at least 2 million per item. Tobin calls that ridiculous and says Grid can't even use the equipment properly. Grid says it looked great on him anyway. Tobin begs him to be serious and not be cruel. This is his first SS-ranked mission, and he desperately needs help. Grid thinks it's nice that an idiot wants to buy exclusive armor, but the man has no idea what a legendary item like that is truly worth. Tobin keeps begging and raises the offer to 2,200 gold each, saying he desperately needs them. Grid tells him to get lost, and Tobin realizes that aside from the price, Grid never backs down, so he won't hand them over easily. Then Box sends Tobin a message, asking if they can defeat Grid. Tobin is startled. He looks at Box and realizes he's serious. Box asks if Tobin understands. They want to fight with everything they have, defeat Grid, and take the armor. Tobin only needs to stay out of the way. Tobin immediately thinks this will end badly. Killing a guildmate is a terrible idea, but then he wonders how much stronger Grid will become with this new armor. If Tobin remains weak, he'll only hold the guild back. Still, is that truly a reason to betray a teammate? Trust within the guild should mean everything. Even so, he can't stop thinking about that legendary sword. So he asks Box if he can pretend to cast magic on him. The other two receive buffs, and the main character is surprised by that, looking at Tobin because he's probably the one responsible. Then Tobin starts pretending Box is controlling him again in the most obviously fake way possible and apologizes to Grid, saying he's wasting God's buff for nothing. After that, he says Grid brought this on himself and should think of himself as a sacrifice for the guild. Grid thinks Tobin is acting strangely, but understands the point. They're going to fight. Box tells him that since they've met, he'd love to see the power of the secret class that crushed Giant Guild. And Sokka charges straight at him and tells him to come on and show what he can do. She uses Spear Frenzy to attack, then asks what Grid thinks. She boasts that this is the power of her favorite weapon, the Infernal Halberd, and says the skill has crowd control, as long as the target is airborne. But Grid swings his sword at her, forcing her to block with the spear, and she's shocked he wasn't launched. Grid remembers berserkers can use all kinds of weapons. He realizes she has a demon spear, and while the bear tries to attack him from behind, he notices her defense has increased too. To make matters worse, Tobin is buffing her while still pretending that Box is controlling him. Grid unleashes wave and strikes everyone around him. She takes 4,500 damage and her speed drops for 10 seconds. Even worse, he pierced her unique rated armor and removed 25% of her health while applying a debuff. She realizes this man is no joke. Then Box uses magic power resonance, increasing all buffs on his party members by 5 times. On top of that, he fires his magic gun at Grid, but the damage is tiny, not even reaching 4 digits. Grid simply stares, realizing that even with penalties, this armor is incredible. It reduces physical damage by 40% and magic damage by 50%. Box can't believe he's only dealing 300 damage. Even if spiritual attacks are weaker, all his stats were increased by the buff. Then Pavranium attacks Box and hits him much harder, and Box hit Grid. Immediately afterward, Grid uses Transcend to strike, all of them at once. Tobin jumps in front and blocks with his shield. Even then, Grid starts cracking his replica-rated shield. Tobin can't believe how strong Grid has become. Grid curses at Tobin and demands to know why he's doing this. Tries to explain, but Sokka cuts in and says they'll talk first. She asks if he ever wondered why they wanted to meet him, then brings up how many people sell class change information and secret item details. She explains that choosing the best class requires enormous amounts of information, and people with secret classes like his are the best source she could find. Then she asks how to obtain his class. She says she'll pay so much that he could never spend it all. 10 billion, 20 billion, whatever he wants. Tobin finally understands why she was so desperate to meet the man with the bone helmet. He figures Black Ted, her bodyguard, is helping her with this. He thinks it's a tempting offer for someone like Grid, who loves money, and wonders what he'll say. Grid says he wants one. Quadrillion one. The girl can barely believe it. Ted asks if he's joking. Even the daughter of a rich family can't spend that much, and she asks if he's crazy. Grid tells her to use her brain. If anyone could obtain it, it wouldn't be a secret class, and class change methods aren't all the same. He calls her a stupid rich girl, says money can't buy everything, and points out she's even more foolish for attacking him before making that offer. Then he says he has a mission to finish quickly and somewhere else to be. Tobin thinks the price is ridiculous, but Sokka brought this on herself. Still, if Grid wants to fight, he'll regret refusing her. A battle against a berserker is on a completely different level. Sokka rushes him, and Grid asks if she's attacking just because he said no. He says that's exactly why he called her a stupid rich girl. Her combos aren't enough. So he activates Link against her. She tells him not to get arrogant. If she can't obtain the information, she'll at least see his full strength for herself. After taking damage, her berserker effect reaches its peak. She lands a critical hit. Her attack power rises by 80%, her attack speed by 50%, and Grid takes 5,000 damage. Box asks Tobin why he still hasn't chosen a side, saying it would help the guild to know their members' full strength. Tobin says he made this choice for his mission, but he also wants to see Grid's true power, so he'll help them. He activates Critical Moment with Box's magic resonance. Critical Moment raises the party's attack power by 30%, and the resonance increases party buffs by another one. 5 times. Grid sees her use the Demon Spear again. Her strength is even higher now, and the impact launches him into the air. He dodges, but then she uses Chains of Hell. Grid notices there are even more chains now and starts wondering how many weapons she has. Then the bear charges at him and starts trying to attack, but Pavranium quickly blocks for Grid and throws the bear away. She notices he doesn't have that golden disc nearby, so she wants to see how well he'll endure with only his normal body. Using Greatsword Massacre, she attacks, and Grid realizes this berserker is completely insane as she drives the sword into his chest. He takes a fatal hit for 29,900 damage and nearly dies. Tobin apologizes, saying this is his fault, but then Grid starts glowing like a lighthouse, nearly blinding everyone. He says he truly thought he was dead, but Doran's ring instantly heals 50% of the damage he takes. On top of that, the Holy Light armor increases healing magic by 300%, so the ring restores 38,000 health. She can't believe it, and asks if he's even human. Black Ted grabs her and tells her to run, ordering the bear to hold Grid back. But before the bear can do anything, Grid snaps. He asks if they really think they'll leave alive after putting a hole in his chest, then uses Kill and one-shots the bear. Box can't believe what he's seeing. Grid wipes out Sokka, Black Ted, and the bear with a single attack. The power he's showing against rankers is far beyond expectations. Box says all the trouble they went through to find him was worthwhile. Then he asks Grid to leave Sedaka Guild and join his guild instead, but Grid doesn't care. He uses Blacksmith's Rage and kills him on the spot. Tobin realizes Grid just killed 3 rankers in a row. Grid asks if Tobin ever considered joining a theater troupe, saying he nearly died because of him. Tobin says he never imagined Grid would be this powerful, and before anything else, he falls to his knees. He apologizes, saying no excuse matters. He turned his back on a guildmate for his own desires, and all he can say is that he's sorry. He wanted power so badly that he had to clear that mission, but that still doesn't change what he did. Grid says if Jashuka hears about this, Tobin will be expelled. He asks if Tobin understands that. Tobin says he'll accept whatever punishment comes. But then Grid changes his mind. He says he'll consider Tobin's desperation, and since making Tobin's item is one of his last jobs, while Grid has received plenty of benefits from the guild, he'll let it go. But from now on, Tobin has to do whatever Grid says until he finishes his item. Tobin becomes emotional and thanks him, though he still asks if that's truly enough. Grid tells him to stand up. They still have a mission to finish. Then he adds that payment for acting like a jerk is separate. He tells Tobin to hand over all the money he has right now, or he'll tell everyone. Tobin quickly realizes the boy isn't that kind after all. Meanwhile, SA Group calls an emergency meeting because, as everyone knows, Satisfy is a massive success. SA Group isn't just the largest company in Korea, but in the entire world. They have around 20 million clients, hundreds of affiliates, and unmatched influence and wealth. Korea depends heavily on them because their jobs and social impact can't easily be replaced. Because of that, the Korean government sent them an interesting request yesterday. They say today's meeting is about that request. They're here to discuss an international competition. Now the story reaches a major moment, and we're about to learn something very interesting about a certain character. For now, everyone is confused about this international competition, and it's explained that the government proposed the idea. The top 100 ranked players would be divided by country and invited to South Korea, where the event would take place. The Korean government would host it, and they want SA Group to planning, publicity, and sponsors. One of them complains that the government is always asking for favors. They say SA Group isn't a charity, and a Satisfy tournament could be run by companies and broadcast in many countries, so why should they spend their own money and manpower on this? Just bringing famous rankers in would cost hundreds of billions, but another person says a tournament for a game played by 1/3 of the world would be enormous. They agree that rankers are like celebrities and would attract huge crowds, so ticket sales wouldn't be a problem. That must be what the government wants. Someone else adds that starting this year, they could turn it into an annual Satisfy-backed festival. They say Satisfy could redefine what a nation means. The idea sounds interesting, so they decide to tell the government they'll accept the proposal. But then a woman asks them to wait, saying some changes are needed. Since they've approved the government's request, the chairman tells manager Yoon to prepare them. She says making teams by country alone would be unfair. There are 23 Americans in the top 100, but only 2 Koreans, so it wouldn't feel like a real competition. Everyone is shocked by the gap and starts suggesting ideas. Adjust the scale, reduce it to the top 30, or choose 1-star player from each class. But she says that would make the event too small to qualify as an international tournament. Choosing class celebrities would also require too much work. Then she raises another issue. Yura reached level 280 yesterday at 1,153. They say that's excellent news for Korea, especially after recent struggles in gaming. Still, they're surprised that the top 5 players have already passed level 280. That leads to another concern. Are the rankers leveling too quickly? Morpheus's forecast was wrong again, so they even wonder if something is malfunctioning. She says Morpheus is fine. The real reason is simple. The top rankers are performing far beyond expectations. As an example, she brings up Regis. Even though he fights barehanded, he's still the #1 martial artist. showing how far ahead his battle sense and combat judgment are. They also mention Rod Hoffman from England, a taekwondo fanatic. Even without focusing on weapons, martial artists can become much stronger with equipment like knuckles. Then they return to the main point. If they approve South Korea as the host, they'll need at least 3 months to prepare and promote the event. At this pace, the top 5 could reach level 300. Within a few months, that means players with a 3rd advancement will start appearing soon. And that isn't unrealistic. Around 1,000 players reached level 200 in the last 5 months. Everyone already knows the gap between the 1st and 2nd advancements is 50 levels, so reaching the 3rd should create an even larger gap. The chairman agrees. Since the 3rd advancement was designed almost like a secret class, those players would be far stronger than 2nd advancement users, and the tournament result would be too predictable. Still, he says they can't change the system now, so he asks manager Kim if he has any ideas, since limiting the event to rankers alone is difficult. Kim suggests opening it to all 2 billion players. They could present the competition as a global quest, let the mission itself handle promotion, track everyone's progress, and use that to select the right representatives. Their leader likes the idea. If everyone can participate at once, the event becomes easier to promote and player selection becomes simpler too. Meanwhile, at the Dominion Church Sanctuary, Grid arrives to ask for the blessing of the god Dominion. She explains that it's a sacred rite given only once a year to chosen people. Rondi doesn't seem eager to agree. Even with the church's greatest paladin beside him and a recommendation letter from Isabel, Rebecca's daughter, she says it's still a difficult request. Then she notices how stubborn he seems, but also that he gives off the impression of being a good person, which she finds strange. At that moment, Tobin speaks up. He says this man is Grid, one of the heroes who defeated Malachus, the 6th servant of Yatan, and the goddess's champion who brought divine punishment to Pope Drevigo. She's stunned. If that's true, then Grid has already received the blessing of the goddess Rebecca. Tobin thinks he introduced Grid exactly as instructed and waits to see her reaction. She lowers her head and says it's an honor to meet Grid. If that's the case, she'll grant him the blessing immediately. Grid thinks that was easy and asks her to bless those items too. Tobin is left amazed because even popes and church leaders have hundreds of thousands of followers and are respected, even by kings, yet she's bowing to a mere player. Tobin can't help wondering if Grid has truly become that important. Sometime later, he notices the discs now have an attack effect. The blessing of the god Dominion increases the user's attack by 15. Then Tobin starts begging Grid to be quiet and listen. They're in level 260 Griffin territory, and if they're spotted, they'll die. He asks if they truly have to come here because the leader of the Juder Church will be furious if he returns without the armor. Grid brushes it off and tells him to stop complaining. Going to help the church. Tobin realizes this man is far harsher than he thought and says he should have known the moment they took this route. He even asks if Grid can at least crouch because this area is too dangerous. Grid fires back, asking what kind of nonsense that is. Isn't Tobin Korean? Was crouching the only thing he learned in the army? Tobin says that's not the point. He's trying to protect Grid, but Grid says he plans to kill the griffins along the way. Griffin bones, leather, and tendons sell for a lot, so why would Tobin think he can't do it? Tobin admits he already knows Grid's attack power is on the level of the overall top 10, especially after seeing him defeat 3 rankers alone. Even so, this canyon is filled with level 260 griffins. If they swarm together, not even the number 1 player, Kraugel, could survive. Then Grid suddenly steps back and simply stares at Tobin from a distance. Tobin doesn't understand and tells him this isn't the time to hide. That's when he realizes he's wearing Malachus's cloak. Right after that, the Griffin captain, a level 290 field boss, drops directly above Tobin, and he panics, asking why Grid put this on him. Grid, fully in his worst mode, tells Tobin to run so he can kill them all. He even warns that if Tobin removes the cloak, he'll tell Jashika everything. Tobin feels like his mission is over and wonders why God abandoned him. He starts running for his life as bait and can't believe the boss actually appeared. To him, it feels like a curse. Grid calls it good work and tells him to keep running. He'll handle the weak ones and hunt as much as he wants. Now Tobin is certain Grid is basically a demon. Since there's no way around it, he decides he has to protect himself somehow. He nearly dies several times against the boss and explains that Satisfy's bosses are divided into 3 types: hidden bosses like Malachus and Drevigo, dungeon bosses deep inside dungeons, and field bosses like this one. Field bosses are weaker than the other 2, but their stats are still 4 times higher than normal monsters. He can barely handle a regular griffin, so a boss should be impossible. He's certain he can't last much longer with his own strength. But then the main character suddenly uses kill and lands a critical hit on the monster, bringing it down in a single blow. A huge burst of light erupts between them. The system announces that he defeated the Griffin Captain, gained 4,500,900 experience, leveled up and received 3 Griffin tendons, 4 Griffin leathers, 7 Griffin bones, plus the magic book Tornado. Tobin is stunned that Grid killed a field boss in 1 hit. He can't understand how that's possible because Grid wasn't this strong against the Pope. The main character thinks it frightened even him. The Pope had around 300,000 HP, and with kill at level 2 providing 800% power, plus Blacksmith's Rage and the strength boost he gained after killing Drevigo, then Pavranium's attack buff, the gauntlet striking 5 times, and even a critical hit, the damage became absurd. Tobin asks how he suddenly gained so much attack power, and Grid simply says it was luck. Then he asks why the field boss drops are so poor, since all he received was a rather useless magic book. Tobin quickly says it's actually valuable. The Griffin Captain drops it at only a 0.1% rate. Even so, Tobin still can't believe they killed a field boss. He truly thought he was dead, but at least they gained items and experience from it. Then he realizes something. They never formed a party. So he asks Grid if he can invite him to one, but the look Grid gives him is anything but friendly. Grid asks why a porter should receive any rewards, calls him crazy, and tells Tobin to keep running. There wasn't so much Tobin could do. Back then, he had no idea that this slave-like life would end up being the best thing he'd experienced for a long time. At the same time, in Winston Castle, Irene tells Jashuka that she stopped the threat from the Yatan Church and defeated Malachus, so as ruler of the territory, she is proud to recognize her achievements. She then grants Jashuka the title of Baroness and gives her barren village to govern. Just like that, Siddhaka Guild comes under Irene's banner. Later that night, it's said that once every 4 months, 2 full moons overlap and become one. When that happens, Brennet Bay reveals a hidden path. Euphemina says she finally found it, the road leading to the bottom of the sea. She explains that Milipeu, the dwarf master who stayed there after marrying a mermaid 500 years ago, is the final stop in her search for Milipeu's descendant. Then she plays Laurel's flute, allowing her to breathe underwater for 25 minutes. She finds a place mentioned only in legends. If she creates and sells a map of it, she can earn a great deal of gold and fame. Selling that map to the Saharan Empire's 3rd prince will even begin a chain quest, since she's also the first to discover the Siren Kingdom. She starts explaining what it is and says this is worth celebrating. Out of 2 million players, she found it first. Even so, her main goal is still finding Milipeu's descendant. Everything she's done so far was to learn how to make the orb created by Mumud, the first disciple of the great mage Braham. Then she thinks about Grid and how much he must have grown, wondering if he still remembers his promise to make an orb for her. She says she'll bring him the production method, so he just needs to hold on a little longer. She's almost there. Meanwhile, in Barren Village, Toon thinks this job is terrible. He only joined the guild to find that helmeted man, so he can't believe he ended up guarding some old village. He says Sokka blacked Ted, and Box wanted to find that man too, but they all left the guild. Thinking about that, he contacts Box and asks what the hell happened. Wasn't he supposed to stay until they learned who that man was? Box tells him he already met the person, but things didn't go the way he wanted, so he quit. Toon asks who it was. Box teases him instead, saying the answer would ruin the fun and it's someone so unexpected that he'd better keep an open mind. Then Box reminds him about his old offer. Once he's finished dealing with the helmeted man, he should come join his guild. Someone with Toon's strength would be welcome anytime. After that, Box hangs up. Toon thinks he's seriously annoying. Still, he can't stop wondering who the helmeted man is. He goes through the guild members one by one, then thinks of Grid but dismisses it because he's only a blacksmith in Winston. Then he notices Grid is already level 172. Just a few months ago, he was level 110. Now that starts to look suspicious. At the same time, Jashuka says Pong and Ibelin are clearing nearby monsters with the soldiers, while Faker is managing the village finances. Vantner says Byron is growing quickly, and more players keep coming. Jashuka agrees that the village always had potential, with high-level dungeons nearby and only half a day of travel to Winston. Vantner asks where the team leader is, since it's been a week since he last heard from him, especially after he refused to help with a quest. Jashuka says they don't need Tobin there right now, so it's fine. Then she becomes distracted, admiring a picture of a goddess. News spreads that a baroness of the Eternal Kingdom has officially received the territory. Vantner also complains about Grid, saying that idiot refuses to make his equipment and only wants to hunt. His level is already above 170 in less than a month. He says Grid claimed he was leaving to complete a quest, but he's probably just grinding in some dungeon all day. Jashuka, however, thinks that leveling speed is close to what Regis was, like when he became serious. After meeting Bram in the labyrinth, she researched Pagma. It turns out Pagma wasn't only the greatest blacksmith in history, he was also a great swordsman, so it wouldn't be strange if the protagonist gained some legendary power. And considering how difficult his class change quest must be, it makes sense that he's taking so long to return. Even so, she wants Grid back soon. She truly wants to see how much stronger he's become. Meanwhile, MC is grilling meat with Tobin nearby. Tobin groans that it's already been 4 days and begs him to please take a break, but Grid says he wants to reach level 200 and complete his second advancement. Tobin begs him to at least let him rest because he's only being used as bait and isn't even gaining experience. Tobin thinks about how the second advancement boosts every stat at level 200. For normal players, that's enormous, but for someone with a secret class like the protagonist, levels don't seem to matter as much. After all, MC defeated 4 rankers above level 200 and wiped out hundreds of level 260 griffins alone. He's far beyond people with epic classes, so Tobin finally asks how he managed to obtain a legendary class. Grid remains silent, thinking back on everything. It all began in the northern cave. Back then, his life was miserable. He kept dying in the game and was buried in debt. In the end, he simply asks Tobin not to ask about it. Tobin realizes he must have suffered a great deal. You don't obtain a legendary class through luck alone, so he shouldn't act as though he didn't earn it. Then Tobin asks the protagonist to stop hunting and go to the Judar Church sanctuary. He says he has no right to tell him what to do, but he still wants to help with the quest. He admits he looked down on Grid's time and effort and apologizes. MC tells him it's fine, thinking he may have been too harsh on him. Still, he warns Tobin that he'll hit him if he stops listening. He says he's only helping because Tobin is a decent man, and Tobin nearly cries with relief as he thanks him. The next day, at the Judar Church, he receives that blessing too. Now only the Yatan Church remains. At that moment, Pascal asks if his blessing will truly help the protagonist. He says it's an honor as leader of the Judar Church to help the champion of the goddess Rebecca. He's also curious to hear the story of how Grid defeated Malachus and Drevago the Corrupt. But MC finds this warm treatment suspicious. He was prepared for a fight because he came for one of the 7 sacred lights. Even so, he knows better than to lower his guard. He doesn't know what Pascal is planning. He is level 180 now, and thanks to all the stats gained through crafting, he's much stronger than his level suggests. Since defeating Drevago, he has gained 30 levels, so he's certain he can win if a fight breaks out. Pascal wonders if Tobin warned him about something. Noticing how cautious the protagonist is, he still says there's no reason to be hostile toward the goddess's champion. The 7 sacred lights are what Pascal needs to become pope. Since Rebecca's church has no candidate and the Dominion Church has no interest in the role, he's the best choice for the next pope. And that man's actions have made things much easier for him in more than one way. Still, Pascal tells MC that the Yatan Church is extremely secretive, and even now, the location of its sanctuary remains unknown. If MC wants Yatan's blessing, he'll have to wait until the future. He asks if Tobin might know anything, but Pascal says Tobin hears outside news faster than he does. Still, he doubts even Tobin would know that. Then Pascal asks if Tobin didn't come with him and where he is. The protagonist says he's outside, and Tobin really is out there, vomiting and saying he can't go in because the church leader will kill him. Meanwhile, at Winston Castle, people say the front gate is crowded and wonder what's happening. Everyone goes to investigate. They spot Irene, the Phoenix Guild, and Sedaka Guild from Baron, so people assume some kind of event must be happening. Trumpets begin sounding, and they assume it must be for the king. A ceremony like this could only be for someone that important. As the castle gates open, everyone wonders who's coming out. It's only Grid, confused about why so many people are there. The crowd is stunned. They thought it would be the king, not some man who looks like a beggar. Then Irene runs straight toward him and throws her arms around him. That leaves everyone shocked. She looks up at Grid and says she missed him. He asks how she's been. Then she welcomes him and says she's been waiting for him. MC says he barely recognized her and asks what happened because he's never seen her wearing those clothes before. The entire moment is recorded, and people say the player personally welcomed by Irene of Winston Castle and Jashuka, the new Lord of Bayran, is the hottest topic around. Players everywhere rush to discover the identity of the man welcomed by 2 famous beauties representing NPCs and players alike. Back home, Grid sees the news and says, "That player is him." His younger sister asks if he's really the man standing beside those women. He says yes, that's him. He returned after a long time, and they were truly happy to see him. She says she likes him, but those women are basically celebrities. The protagonist starts bragging that he's even more popular than she realizes and tells her to watch her words. Privately, he admits both of them are gorgeous now and have become much more confident. His younger sister starts getting upset that he's actually popular. Grid asks if there's any food, and she tells him to handle it himself. He notices she seems jealous and jokes that she simply can't wait to become an adult. Then he remembers that once he finishes his quest, he's supposed to marry Irene. That thought sends him into a silly fantasy. He becomes excited, thinking his big night is approaching. Later that night, his younger sister goes to his room and says everyone is going to bed, asking when he's coming. Grid smugly tells her not to worry and says they can all go ahead. That unsettles her. She tells their mother she thinks her brother is broken because he's actually studying. Their mother says maybe something is wrong with him and tells her to leave him alone. The book MC is reading is basically 100 Ways to Please a Woman. He says if he'd read this sooner, he would have gotten married already. Still, he decides the main event matters most and wonders if he should search for intimacy in Satisfy. He already knew the game allowed players to feel everything, but discovering that even that is possible in-game amazes him. Then he learns it can happen with NPCs or other players. At that point, real women like a young no longer matter to him. The only woman who can save him now is Irene. So he checks the rules. It says a player can do that once a month, but only if the partner is married to them and consents. Otherwise, the option remains locked. He figures those rules exist to prevent abuse in the game. Then he gets stuck on the once-a-month restriction. After waiting 27 years for this, he thinks the limit is insane. It feels unfair, but there's no way around it. If that's how the system works, he'll have to follow it. So he swears he'll fit 10 years' worth into one day, even if it kills him afterward. Back in the game, Vantner is burning with jealousy. He can't believe a man like Grid is about to marry his Irene and keeps asking why it wasn't him. Vantner complains that even as a top ranker, he barely got to speak with her. So how did Grid manage it? Pong tells him to give up. He already lost because he's bald. Vantner fires back and says again that he isn't bald in real life. Pong doesn't care and says he still looks like her father, asking if he still doesn't understand. Grid wonders what all the noise is about. He heard Irene became a lord, so doesn't she have more important things to do? She answers that this is his wedding, so of course she'll make time. After disappearing for 40 days, he suddenly returns and gets married. Everyone is stunned, especially because he's the first player to marry an NPC. Grid also notices that Vantner's nonsense barely bothers him now. He really has become more mature without even realizing it. Then he asks about Faker, saying he needs to speak with him. Jashuka says he's probably somewhere nearby, hiding as usual. Pong agrees that Faker is the best assassin there, then asks someone to find him. But Grid walks straight to Pong's side, sensing Faker there. He says he obtained an item after defeating an assassin and asks if Faker can teach him how to use it. Faker is shocked. He was using stealth, so how did Grid detect him immediately? Then it hits him. Grid truly has changed. A few months ago, he was hot-headed, but now he seems much calmer. That ability to read people, along with the composure supporting it, comes from Grid's composure stat, which has reached 600 now. Faker understands why his master said Grid had matured. He explains that the item is used for traps and poison and is extremely useful. Grid says it belonged to Shay. He defeated Shay and his group, and the item dropped. When Shay died, Faker is stunned. Shay ranks 5th among assassins, and if he had allies, that means Sniper and Curb were with him too. Grid defeated all of them alone. Just then, Jashuka calls for Grid and says it's about to begin, so he'd better hurry. Faker remembers her saying Grid might even surpass Pong and Regus. Now he thinks Grid may truly become someone worth fighting. Meanwhile, Grid takes Irene and heads to the wedding. At the ceremony, both of them say yes. While the ambassador gives a formal speech, the king says it wasn't an exaggeration to call Count Steim one of the strongest in the kingdom. Jashuka thinks that means her guild is becoming stronger too, and Grid is a huge gain for her in every way. Then the priest says it's time to show the symbol of their promise, and Grid asks what that means. Irene says her family already prepared it and hands him the rings, telling him they only need to place them on each other's fingers. With that exchange, they become each other's partners for life. He receives the wedding ring, and the system says its special effects activate if his partner wears the matching one. The more his wife loves him, the stronger the benefits and his influence become. But if her happiness drops too low, the worst outcome is divorce, so he'd better be careful. Then he receives another notice. He has become Count Steim's son-in-law, unlocked noble status, and all his stats rise by 20. He can now enter noble society, receives a monthly salary of 500 gold, and is officially bound to love Irene Winston forever as the husband of the Lady of Winston. Irene looks at Grid with pure love in her eyes. He tells her she's beautiful and jokes that he feels years younger. The priest declares them husband and wife in the name of the goddess Rebecca, and everyone celebrates. Khan sees that the boy has become her husband and wonders if this will ease his burden a little. Grid returned the forge to him, visited his son's grave as a friend, helped him enjoy life again, and gave him a reason to keep living. Khan had been so grateful to hear him hammering in the forge. Now that Grid is a noble, they may not meet as often, but he still hopes the boy won't lose heart. No matter what, he'll always support his son, Grid. Then Grid calls out to Khan. He says the forge is running low on coal, and he'll need to start making items as soon as he returns. So Khan should buy more. Khan simply stares at him in surprise. Then he remembers Grid's promise that he would take care of him, and Khan starts crying. The Lord of Winston walks over and says Khan must be a good friend of Grid's. Khan wonders why someone like him would care about an ordinary old man, but the Lord says that's nonsense. Who would dare look down on a great blacksmith? Khan is practically a master of his craft, so he should be proud. Then he says they can't stand around on such a happy day. Start the feast and give everyone meat. Grid tells Khan to put responsibility aside for today and simply enjoy himself. So the wedding of Lady Winston and Grid became the first major celebration in a long time after all the losses from the war against the Yatan Church. For 10 days, all goods in Winston are tax-free. Players who set Winston as their hometown receive 50% more experience and 30% better item drops for 15 days. Players living anywhere in Kesson also receive buffs for 15 days, with 30% more experience and 15% better drop rates. Once players heard about the experience buff in Kesson, the region's population rose quickly. Winston's allied village, Baron, also grew during that period. That also marked the beginning of a new era for Tzedakah Guild. Jashuka says she's so busy that she doesn't even have time to rest. Meanwhile, the newlyweds finally get some time alone, and the man who has waited forever for his first time is a nervous wreck. Irene speaks to Grid. She says they first met when he came to the castle to deliver the sword he made for her family, and since then, he has saved her many times. She's deeply grateful, and he made her truly happy. But she kept holding herself back because she hated that a lady meant to protect her territory couldn't even protect herself. Grid thinks it makes sense. She would feel that way after being kidnapped so many times, but that doesn't mean she's weak. Irene says she still isn't strong enough yet, but one day she'll protect him. Grid looks into her eyes and tells her that someone as kind as she is already strong. He says no one has ever given him such warm love before. Then he asks Irene to please take good care of him and kisses her deeply. After that, he starts undressing. Then he says he'll protect her too and lays her on the bed. After that, the only thing I can say is that the details are skipped. The next day, Count Steim tells him there's no reason to be surprised. After he passes away, Irene will become countess, and even now, she governs a large territory. He says he respects Grid's wish to focus on blacksmithing, but socially, it's inappropriate for a commoner to be married to a ruler. So Grid should accept the title he's offering, Viscount. That makes him a Viscount of the Eternal Kingdom. And as Count Steim's son-in-law, he also receives the family name Steim. He gains the right to govern territory and command soldiers, and can now hire them as well. Grid is stunned by all of it. Phoenix explains that under noble law, a count can grant the title of Viscount to 2 people, and Baron to 8, but the Steim family is highly respected. So through special privilege, 6 Viscounts have already been appointed, including Grid. It's a title that will serve him well in both power and authority. Grid also learns that on top of the 500 gold he already receives as the Count's son-in-law, his monthly salary is now 2,500. There's no way he'd refuse income worth 3,000,001 per month. Then Count Steim bluntly asks how their first night went. Irene quickly reacts to her father, while Grid says it went well thanks to her kindness. He almost says too much, but keeps the details private and thinks it's unfortunate that they can only do it once each month. With nearly 1,000 in dexterity, vitality, and strength, only doing it once a month is difficult for a man who loves the nightlife. Still, he decides it's fine. He has a new goal now. No matter what it takes, he's going to protect Irene and never let her face that kind of danger again. So he asks Irene to lend him some soldiers if she's willing. She wonders if he isn't, Returning to the forge, he says protecting Irene comes first, and he plans to lead an expedition to defend her territory. His target is the Forest Guardian, the monster that has been threatening the people of Bayran. It's time to complete failure. With the soldiers gathered, they wonder why they were told to remain after training, especially since only the 13th squad was kept behind. Some think it's punishment for all the trouble they've caused. Others point out that Winston has 2,000 soldiers right now because of the war with the Yatan Church, so they need every man they can get. That makes severe punishment unlikely. One of them asks Captain Jude why they were summoned, but he has no idea. That annoys them, and they say their captain really is nothing but muscle. Then everyone is ordered to be quiet. Viscount Grid has arrived. They recognize him as the hero who saved the young lady, and they already know he's a great blacksmith too. To them, he's incredible. He asks if this is the unit Irene prepared for him. They look stronger than Winston's average soldiers. Before the expedition, he decides to inspect their abilities and thinks about trying the sword Irene gave him. Then he starts examining them and gains a very high level of insight. He reviews the men under his command and notices the sword gives him the same type of information. 3 NPCs stand out for this expedition, and one figure catches his attention, Jude, whose stats are also quite good. He notes that this man's numbers are slightly lower than the others, but for his level, they're still high. More importantly, his maximum potential is incredible. If he reaches it, he could become at least twice as strong as Jude is now. His intelligence is terrible, but his rank is solid, and that stupidity might actually help. Grid decides to train him into a better knight. Then he tells everyone their mission. They're going to kill the Forest Guardian. Romeo is shocked. With only 100 men, he says even all of Winston's forces might not defeat the Guardian, and they need at least 2 great mages, which Winston doesn't have. So he asks if Grid plans to bring in Sedekah Guild from Barren Village. Grid says no. They'll handle it with these soldiers. To obtain the blue orichalcum needed for failure, he can't call the others. Besides, he believes he can defeat the Guardian alone. Later that afternoon, Vantner starts yelling at Jashuka. He says she has to talk some sense into Grid. He should be making his equipment, but since the wedding, he's been ignoring him. Jashuka says Grid isn't ignoring anyone. She heard he's going to kill the Forest Guardian, and Tobin immediately reacts to that. He says that when he first met Grid, Grid was already trying to join the Guardian raid, so Grid must be looking for something. Vantner complains that whatever it is, Grid still hasn't told him, and calls that cruel. Jashuka simply says that's how Grid is. He likes making his own choices. She tells them not to worry about equipment production because she was already considering reminding him about his guild duties. Even if she says nothing, he'll understand how important the guild is after this raid, especially at this time of year. 4 days later, in the Grey Forest, everyone is exhausted. It feels like torture. They've been fighting for 4 straight days without rest. They knew Bayran's monsters were strong, but there are far too many of them. No one has died, only because Grid keeps sending knights in whenever things become dangerous. Still, they can tell he has no intention of stopping. This isn't a commander, it's a demon. Romeo tells Grid they've come far, but he doesn't think they can go any farther. Grid asks why not. Romeo explains that poisonous fog begins 300 meters ahead. It's still some distance away, but a few soldiers are already feeling its effects. Grid remembers this fog comes from poisonous flowers and deals a fixed 350 damage per second. Crossing it alone would be difficult enough, and the soldiers only have around 3,000 HP, so he decides to go alone. But then Jude starts walking into the fog. He says he isn't afraid of the poisonous path that even the other knights fear. Grid realizes the forced march has made everyone stronger, and Jude grew quickly because he fought on the front line. Thanks to his potential, he's already reached level 110. That's enough to compensate for his stupidity. which is exactly why Grid noticed him. He tells Jude to keep growing because he plans to make good use of him as a knight. But halfway through, Jude collapses to the ground. Everyone wonders if he died and asks why he rushed in without thinking. Grid quickly reconsiders the situation. Jude's intelligence was only 11. Then poisonous plants start attacking him, and there are goblins too. The soldiers shout for everyone to save Captain Jude, but no one can get close because of the fog. They can't risk all the soldiers' lives, so they freeze, unsure what to do. Grid steps forward and uses Pagma's sword dance, unleashing wave and wiping out every monster. He's actually annoyed that they all died in one hit because it ruined their chance to train. Then he asks if Jude is okay. Now that the fog is gone, Jude stands up and says he's perfectly fine. Grid admits his toughness really is impressive, but tells him to drink a potion just in case. Courage is good, but next time, he needs to think before doing something foolish. He doesn't have 10 lives, and Grid refuses to lose him for nothing. Jude starts thanking Grid. Romeo is stunned. Killing all those monsters with one strike was amazing, but what shocks him even more is seeing a noble risk his life to save a commoner. Grid points out that many hobgoblins are nearby, so they should split into groups of 3 and protect one another. They still have to kill the Guardian. That fires everyone up. This is their commander, and they charge back into battle. Back at the guild, Vantner asks what Jashuka meant earlier about Grid realizing the guild's importance, especially at this time of year. Jashuka explains that they've fought the Guardian before, and the entire guild participated, but it was strong enough to injure every one of them. But now it's the season when the 2 moons overlap, and during that time, the blue orichalcum inside the Forest Guardian gains endless magic power. A fully awakened Guardian is stronger than a pope, and even Grid could die if he becomes careless. Meanwhile, in front of the Guardian's territory, Grid wonders if this is truly the place and asks where it is. He knows the Guardian's habits and figures this should be its respawn time, but he still can't find it. He needs to complete failure after paying off all his debts, and since blue orichalcum isn't sold in shops, the only way to obtain it is by killing the boss. He barely managed to bring the frightened soldiers this far thanks to his dignity stat, so he can't let this journey be for nothing. To create failure, he needs 15 blue orichalcum. He received 3 from selling the self-transcended sword, but he still needs 12 more. He says he bought boss information from the market, then wonders if he was scammed. So he throws a small stone at something nearby. That object suddenly moves and everyone panics. Grid can only ask if they're serious. Then he realizes that truly is the Forest Guardian. So the information wasn't false, and killing the boss himself is much better than waiting for the item to appear on the market. Immediately, everyone is ordered to prepare for battle. But Grid notices something strange. It almost looks human. He expected it to be 5 meters tall, but it's nearly his height. Still, the orichalcum in its body proves it's the Forest Guardian. Then the Guardian suddenly rushes forward and attacks one of his men before Grid can even react. Knight Deck dies instantly. A level 185 knight was killed with a single kick, and Grid realizes how absurd this creature's combat power is. That leaves him shaken. He can't even read its combat power, so he assumes it's beyond measurement. What the hell is this? The Guardian turns to look at Grid. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Vantner asks Khan if Grid still hasn't returned. Khan says no and tells him to leave. Vantner says he's only there because Jashuka claimed Grid would fail the raid. He adds that when Grid returns, Khan should remind him about his equipment. Khan fires back, saying he heard Vantner insulting Grid on the wedding day and asks if he has no shame. Vantner grumbles that the old man is annoying, which is exactly why he gets along with Grid. Then someone appears, thanks Khan for the tea, and says he's leaving. Khan asks why he's going so soon and tells him to stay a little longer. Vantner finds it strange. He's never seen this man before, so now he's wondering who he is, and since when Khan became this, friendly with strangers. The man gives a whistle. A wyvern appears. That shocks Vantner. It's a wyvern. The man says that now he knows where Grid went. He's going after him. Khan warns him not to be too surprised when he sees Grid. He's become much stronger, and lately, he's been maturing quickly. The visitor says the protagonist is the kind of person who grows together with those around him. And that changed him too. He's glad Khan is doing well, and says he'll see him later. Vantner starts thinking that a rancor with a wyvern pet could be another hidden monster player. Meanwhile, he feels like he has hit a wall because of his equipment and is still wondering where the hell MC is. At the same time, MC tells everyone to fall back. If his skill that Read the Pope's power isn't working now, then this creature has to be even stronger than the Pope. He realizes it's an awakened forest guardian. That's dangerous, but also great. A harder fight means better orichalcum drops. Then the monster charges directly at the protagonist. He grabs his sword, tries to deflect the attack, and lands a critical hit for 5,700 damage. Grid figures that only removed about 1% of its maximum HP. Still, the damage is decent. Since it became smaller, maybe its armor decreased too. He also realizes the Guardian only seemed slow before because of its massive armor. In this awakened form, it's much faster. Even so, MC keeps attacking, thinking this is the perfect enemy for him, strong enough to test his own power. The Guardian rushes him again, and he expects another frontal attack. He thinks the creature never learns, but the Guardian suddenly dodges. It slips past Grid's strike and kicks him directly in the face. The protagonist takes 13,090 damage from a brutal blow. One attack just erased a third of his HP. Then Doran's ring activates, instantly healing half the damage. On top of that, the Holy Light armor increases healing effects by 300%, so MC restores 635 HP. He curses the Guardian and activates Pagma's sword dance, Link, but once again the Guardian dodges and leaps at him. He realizes how unbelievably fast it is. As the Guardian attacks again, the durability of the replica Dainsleaf drops by 37 points. That means it damaged a weapon made from black iron, a top-grade ore. Grid thinks blue orichalcum truly is the second best mineral, weaker only than adamantium. Now he decides to crush the creature and take all its orichalcum, using Blacksmith's Rage again, this time with Pagma's Wave. The skill hits everything within 1 meter for 155% of his attack and slows them. The monster gets hit repeatedly, and the protagonist deals 10,300 damage. Its speed finally starts decreasing. He also uses Kill, but the Guardian stomps the ground, sending up a storm of rocks. Grid notices too late, and his attack begins to miss. The Guardian prepares to punch directly at him. MC can't believe it. Kill, the move that defeats so many monsters, barely worked. Then he gets struck for heavy damage. From far away, Jude wants to rush in and save Grid after Grid saved his life. But the man beside him says he'd only get in the way. Then the Guardian looks up toward the place where it attacked Grid and finds Pavranium in front of him, blocking the blow. The protagonist calls the Guardian dirty for using tricks to avoid his attack. It acts intelligent, but it's only a golem. No brain, no true cunning. Then he uses Bram's boots and activates Fly, summoning invisible magical wings that let him hover. His soldiers are amazed. They call the Viscount incredible, saying he's using high-level magic and can do anything. The Guardian lunges at Grid, but of course, it can't reach him in the air. MC even mocks it, asking what's wrong and whether it can't catch him. If he had to guess, it can probably jump around 4 meters. It has more attack power than the Pope and enough raw strength to damage black iron. He can think of only one thing. This creature is broken. Still, if he remains patient, he can win. And there's also something he's been wanting to test. He raises his sword and activates Pagma's sword dance, Transcend. His attack power doubles, and even normal attacks become ranged strikes. Then he uses Link, swinging downward with an enormous wave of power. The blast rushes toward the Guardian and hits directly. The impact is so powerful that everyone Nearby feels it. Grid lands a critical hit, dealing 183,900 damage. Down below, the Guardian is left badly damaged. The system announces a successful skill fusion. He gains the fused skill Transcended Link. Because of the fusion, his intelligence increases by 10, and he earns several more achievements. The skill costs 1,600 mana and has a 900-second cooldown. On top of that, Pagma's sword dance evolves to a higher level, reaching level 2. The protagonist asks if the golem saw that because this is his new finishing move. The golem remains below, groaning in pain until its color starts changing. Still flying, Grid thinks the fused skill is already incredible, but Pagma's evolution is just as good. Its passive effect feels almost like a level 240 skill. Then he tells himself to end this quickly so he can focus on creating failure. It's getting late, and he can't waste time here. The Guardian is already down by a third, and while MC remains airborne, its attacks can't reach him. This should be easy. He also remembers the game said he can use Transcend again immediately after using a fused skill. If he starts fusing the other Pagma dances too, this battle will end quickly. So he uses Transcend together with Wave, creating another fusion. The attack slams into the monster for 15,800 damage, followed by more hits, and its movement speed drops again. Grid starts wondering if there's some specific rule behind these fusions. The ore coating the Guardian seems to be protecting it from taking full damage. He also can't use Kill yet because it's still on cooldown. He'll have to save it for when the Guardian is nearly dead. So he keeps attacking the monster with Blacksmith's Rage while it crouches on the ground. Its HP steadily decreases, but that ore shield around its body is really starting to annoy him. Then Transcend begins wearing off, and Grid feels his stamina nearly reach its limit just from swinging his sword. Kill will be ready soon, so he needs to finish this quickly and conserve mana. Everyone watching thinks he's actually defeating the Forest Guardian. It's incredible, and if the Guardian falls, Baron can finally be peaceful. He sees that the monster has less than 25% HP remaining, so he prepares to collect the drops, then notices something strange. When did its color change? The moment the transformation finishes, the monster opens its eyes and releases a wave of power at the protagonist. It blasts him away, and he crashes back first into a rock. He has no idea what just happened, but the monster doesn't give him any time to think. It slams into Grid's stomach and nearly kills him. Now he's desperately trying to understand what changed. After changing color, it became even stronger. MC is furious. This happens right when he thought the fight was almost finished. The Guardian doesn't stop attacking. To save him from the beating, Pavranium starts attacking the Guardian. That gives Grid an opportunity to retreat. He tells Pavranium to hold it back while he creates some distance and buys time. He'll hide among the trees, but the monster fires a blast at Pavranium, sending it flying. He realizes it's a shockwave powerful enough to paralyze Pavranium. He guesses it might be as strong as Jashuka's Phoenix arrow. Then the monster starts chasing the protagonist again. It throws itself at him and he has to block with his sword. Dainsleif's durability drops by 46 points and MC realizes that's even worse than before. Did its strength increase again? But why? Then he remembers the blue orichalcum. He had only been thinking about using it for failure and forgot what it actually does. Blue orichalcum is created from the Forest Guardian's magic and moonlight-touched orichalcum. It can't gain additional magic power, but it has the highest mana density and durability of any ore. In darkness, it becomes stronger. Grid realizes how serious this is. An awakened Guardian was already dangerous. He tries to use Fly, but the monster grabs his leg and slams him back into the ground. He can't even escape anymore. Then Pavranium starts moving again, and Grid thinks that since the paralysis is gone, he can use it to get the Guardian off his back. But the Guardian fires that blast again and paralyzes Pavranium once more. Grid curses under his breath. That bastard can disable even Pavranium. So he can't rely on it now. The monster keeps piling attack after attack on him. His HP drops quickly. Grid realizes he can't use Kill Pavranium or the fused skill now, and at that moment, victory feels impossible. The creature is unbelievably strong and fast, easily the most dangerous monster he's ever faced. For a moment he sees it clearly. The raid has failed, and he's about to die. Then composure suddenly activates. That catches him off guard, but the effect calms his mind. Once he settles down, he sees how foolish he's been. His equipment carried him so many times that taking the easy path became a habit, even though he's never truly had it easy. Grid smiles and decides none of that matters. Skills, items, whatever. The one still standing wins. As the monster charges in with another punch, he throws his sword into it, landing a critical hit while taking damage himself. The forest guardian freezes in shock. It still manages to kick Grid away, but he throws the sword again and lands another hit on the guardian, leaving it stunned again. Grid says this is driving him insane, then dares it to keep going and see who dies first. So the two trade blows head on, neither trying to defend. Grid keeps losing HP, but he drinks high-grade potions and restores it immediately. The guardian can't do that. It simply keeps taking damage. Grid gets beaten so badly that he's even taking hits to the head, but the Holy Light Armor and Doran's Ring activate, restoring 400 health. Now even the guardian starts fearing how stubborn this boy is. Grid goes for another attack, but the guardian uses its speed to slip behind him. Grid snaps that if it's a monster, it should behave like one and stop trying to defend itself. Then he strikes the monster in the side of its ribs and sends it flying. He rushes in and hits it again, launching it into the air. Grid thinks he'll return every attack the monster gave him, and while it's still airborne, he activates Pagma's sword dance. If this fight has an ending, he's going to force it himself. But while the monster is still in the air, it fires that blast at Grid again, piercing his stomach. Even then, he thinks the last one standing wins. The monster thinks it finished him, but it's wrong. Grid says that expression is what you make when you meet a true monster. He's still alive thanks to his death resistance effect, which keeps him at minimum HP for 5 seconds. Then he uses Kill once more on the boss, strikes it, and finally brings it down. Grid says if the one who endures the longest wins, then victory is his. He's been enduring for 27 years. Outside, all the soldiers stare in shock at what they're seeing. Grid levels up 4 more times. He reaches level 200 and completes his second advancement. All his stats increase, and the awakened forest guardian beneath the twin full moons is finally defeated. Grid shouts in victory and receives 14 blue orichalcum, 3 purple orichalcum, and the amethyst shield. Then he realizes he should have scraped off every piece of that damn orichalcum before killing it, and can't believe he forgot. It angers him because he still needs more orichalcum to make failure. If he didn't already have the piece he received from Administrator Valdi, he'd be furious. He picks up the purple orichalcum and figures it's meant for accessories. Since he already has plenty of rings, he decides to make a necklace from it. What truly bothers him, though, is the shield, an epic ranked amethyst shield. He's certain it's a quest item, and that annoys him because the old man from Kesson Canyon once asked him to help kill Asmafel. He refused then, but now he's thinking about it. He heard Asmafel lives in the Saharan Empire, so if he goes there someday, he should continue Piaro's quest. People rush over to Grid and ask if he's all right. He says he's fine and tells them they can rest now. He also apologizes to Romeo for failing to protect Deck and says sorry to everyone who came here trusting him without question. That moves them all. They start thinking the rumors about his close connection to the blacksmith god were true after all. Then they notice something strange, and a wyvern lands nearby. The rider quickly apologizes for startling everyone. He says he came in a hurry because it's been a long time since he saw his lord and asks how Grid has been. Grid realizes it's Heroi. Grid says it's truly been a while and that Heroi has grown greatly. Heroi says that's all thanks to Grid's generosity. Grid inspects him and sees 10,000 combat power, 2,000 more than Romeo, so he figures Heroi must be around level 200. But Heroi isn't a combat class. He's an orator, so Grid wonders if this comes from his second class. Either way, it's an enormous improvement. Heroi says it's been 4 or 5 months since they last met, and much happened during that time. Then he asks if Grid knew that fewer than 100 players have tamed a wyvern. Grid says Heroi appeared at the perfect time. He tells him to kill the ice orcs and bring back 28 sylphid scales. Heroi is confused. They just reunited. But Grid tells him to repay the favor. The drop rate is low, but he should be able to gather everything. In about 10 days, Grid is already planning ahead. He wants to make a zip-up hoodie too and needs 20 scales for each one. With what Heroi gathers, he can make 2 and sell 1. He says Heroi can take those soldiers along because hunting will help them train. Romeo asks if they get to go too. Grid adds one more condition. Heroi can't ride that dragon-like mount. He has to walk with the others. Heroi agrees. Grid promises he'll make him a good item when he returns, then flies away. Heroi simply stares, shocked by how strong his lord has become. Still, Heroi thinks Grid is as unpredictable as ever. Just like before, he'll create a shining path for him, so he says to leave it to him. A descendant of the blue, Wolves never breaks a promise. Grid says he's counting on him and thinks that now he can finally create failure. When he returns to the village, he tells Jashuka that he defeated the forest guardian alone. The boss was level 180, and the fight pushed him all the way to level 200. He says it was extremely difficult because the guardian was awakened, but he still succeeded. Jashuka already knew Pagma's descendant was absurdly strong. But this doesn't merely feel unbalanced. It feels like a bug. Not even the entire guild could defeat the awakened guardian, and no one in Satisfy could do it alone. That would mean Grid is stronger than the entire guild combined. Still, that isn't a fair comparison because Braham's boots and Pavranium didn't truly decide the battle. Even so, with the Jotun Church likely seeking revenge after Malicus's defeat, Grid's power leaves Jashuka shaken. She starts wondering if it's truly safe to leave someone this strong with only the smithy. So she speaks to Grid and says she knows this is his base, then tries to charm him. She tells him they need his strength and have to win him over, even if that means seducing him. Then she asks whether he's ever considered moving to Baron. Grid rejects the idea immediately. No chance. He's busy, and he tells Jashuka to leave. She burns with embarrassment. Her attempt at seduction failed miserably. Outside, everyone sees her fuming and cursing Grid, yelling that now that he's become stronger, he's become even more of a jerk. People realize it's Jashuka and wonder who could have angered her so badly. One of them even guesses it might be heartbreak. The next day, rumors about Jashuka, one of Satisfy's 2 great beauties, spread throughout town, but Grid's mind is focused on something else. He tells himself he has only one chance to make failure with the orichalcum he has, and since it's meant to be the best weapon possible, it has to become legendary. To increase the odds of that happening, he needs the right hammer. He says this forest will become the place where a legend was born. Meanwhile, someone arrives there and thinks it's unbelievable. He waited 4 months for this opportunity, but the guardian is gone. He spots signs of battle and realizes the guardian was defeated before he arrived. That shouldn't be possible. Not even a strong guild should have been able to kill it. The man angrily asks how they dared waste his and Agnes's precious time. Meanwhile, Grid is completely at ease while that man rages that some insolent bastard appeared. 4 days later, Grid is gasping. He stayed awake for 4 nights without accepting a single customer and can barely keep his eyes open, but he succeeded. He created Farina's hammer, and it's legendary. His class bonus grants him more experience, and this is already his 4th legendary item. On top of that, his fame keeps rising, and crafting increases all his stats by 25 points. Still, the chance of creating another legendary item only rises by 1%. Then he thinks it through. Every legendary item he created before came from a 0.01% chance. So this is actually an enormous increase far beyond what he expected. Khan comes over and asks how long he's been there and whether he's all right. Grid explains that he had to create this hammer. Khan looks at the result and says it's an incredible hammer, but he can tell something is troubling him. Grid admits he doesn't know why. This hammer is clearly better than the previous one, but he's afraid he'll waste his only chance to create the great sword he wants. Even though things are better, now he's still worried. Khan is moved by that, but then someone calls for the old man. Customers came to place an order. Khan apologizes and says the forge is closed until tomorrow. The man is confused because other people are still waiting outside. Khan only says it's unfortunate and closes the door. Grid is surprised that Khan turned them away. Khan tells him none of that matters right now and asks him to sit down. Grid asks what he's doing, and Khan tells him to look at the hammers he made. Their colors are different, and each tip was shaped in its own way. Even though the same skilled blacksmith made them, no two are identical. Then Khan asks if Grid truly sees all of them as failures. Khan says that in important moments, the one thing you must never lose is love for what you create. The process and result aren't what matter most. He tells Grid to look proudly at everything his hands have made. If he does, he'll grow enough to even feel grateful for a hammer. That turned out poorly. Khan tells him to forget the customers and focus on crafting. That alone should make him happy. And regardless of the result, it will still have value. That cheers Grid up and gives him new motivation. Then the scene shifts to the chairman. Someone asks if he has seen the news, and he asks what happened. They tell him it's exciting news. Just now, every player received a shocking notice. The message says that a successor to Pagma's techniques and will has appeared and can create legendary items. They identify him as Grid Shin Youngwoo. He has created his 5th legendary item, officially announcing the rise of Pagma's ascendant to the entire world. In the office, they watch a recording of the moment Grid lands the final strike on failure with his legendary hammer, while Blacksmith's patience is active. They explain that this is the moment Grid, the first player with a legendary class, creates failure. At first, he could only make normal and rare equipment, but now his luck seems to be improving more and more. Maybe he's the type who develops slowly. Then they notice something emerging from his hand. They wonder if this is truly something to dismiss. A player with a legendary class now possesses the best weapon too. Wouldn't that destroy the game's balance? Meanwhile, Grid keeps working with intense concentration, polishing the weapon. One of the executives says she doubts it will end that way. Since balance will adjust naturally, Grid continues with greater focus than ever, and that concentration increases the item's effects. At last, the crafting is complete. Failure, a legendary ranked weapon with absurd durability and attack power. The sword receives a long list of effects. The small blade protruding from it helps with defense. It's light, so attack speed remains high, and the user must be above level 300, have more than 5,000 strength, and advanced sword mastery at level 8 or higher. Grid realizes he succeeded. He's created several legendary items now, but this one feels different. The earlier ones can't even compare to Albatino's one-of-a-kind sword, Dainsleaf, but failure is unquestionably the superior weapon. Now he thinks he has the best armor and the best weapon in the game. Feeling unstoppable, he starts calling out Yura, the Blood Witch, saying he's never even seen her and she can challenge him anytime. But then he notices something unusual. His name is being engraved into the sword. He wonders if it's part of a skill effect. And then a notice about the legendary blacksmith's skill appears. It says something special happens when the 5th legendary item is created. From now on, the blacksmith's initial G will be carved into every item he produces. His talent is blooming. He's no longer a nameless smith, and Grid is stunned to see that he now has his own mark. The penalty for failing to meet item requirements is reduced by 15%. The penalty related to using weapon effects disappears, and his understanding of items doubles. Grid quickly understands what that means. A 15% reduction in penalties allows him to use almost any item much more effectively than before. To him, that's unbelievably powerful. Then another notice says that because of his insight, his growth ability has weakened, and the stats gained through crafting are being reduced. That shocks him. He'll no longer receive bonus points for creating rare or epic items. Unique items now grant 4 points to all stats, and legendary items grant 10. He can't believe it and starts asking why his rewards were reduced. But the legendary blacksmith skill also upgrades into witness of the godly weapon. With legendary blacksmith already at level 3.87, Grid is told he can now create replicas of myth-rated items. He immediately becomes excited. Now he can finally reach something close to myth items. While the system continues, it also says he has 11,830 reputation across the continent. Once it exceeds 30,000, he'll gain access to the reputation shop, a special store any player can use. There, he can purchase items with reputation points, and the shop's location changes over time. That makes him happy again. But then another notice says all stats of crafted items have increased by 17. That should be good. Yet he becomes annoyed because the reputation points gained from items have started decreasing. Now he's openly complaining, wondering what kind of nonsense this is. He grumbles that they make changes like this and still expect him to use the reputation shop. To him, having a legendary class is starting to feel like a crime, and he curses the administrators for reducing his stats. On top of that, his class as Pagma's descendant has now been revealed publicly. The system asks if he wants to register in the rankings under that title, but after a nerf like this, he refuses to take part, so he doesn't register. And Khan asks what's happening since. Grid finally succeeded. Grid starts ranting in front of Khan. He says the mark is impressive and myth items sound amazing, but he's still angry. If a reputation shop existed, they should have told him earlier, and he still can't accept the crafting stat reduction. Khan asks if he's all right, and Grid answers that he is and isn't. Meanwhile, the developers think the nerf came too late. With the stats he already has, they aren't even sure it qualifies as balance anymore. One of them asks why they suddenly weakened him immediately after his class became public. She explains they would never change the system unless it was for new quests or events. This nerf had already been built into Satisfy's system. He asks if she's saying that absurd stat growth was planned from the beginning, and she says yes. There was never a bug. She adds that non-combat classes have limits, so they couldn't allow them to keep growing through stat gains forever. Still, she thinks the true reason this continued so long is that Grid wasn't someone Morpheus predicted. Even with a legendary class, most of the items he created were low rank, so it took him 3 extra months to create 5 legendary items. Ironically, that extended the stat growth effect because he was simply that poor at the game. Her coworker is stunned. In other words, his terrible luck became his greatest advantage. She says she isn't sure whether he has no luck at all or just unbelievably strange luck. But one thing is clear. He's terrible and incredible at the same time. Even with incompetence beyond Morpheus's expectations, the news that Pagma's descendant had appeared spread across the world. The legendary blacksmith, master craftsman, and first user of a legendary class became a major topic. Rumors about his identity and abilities spread quickly, and so did his fame. The top-ranked blacksmith announced that he wasn't Pagma's successor, and Katz also said a mere blacksmith could always be hired. Even with that arrogant comment, every ranker and guild was talking about Pagma's descendant. Concerned that things were becoming too intense, SA Group devised a solution. They decided to release the international competition quest to divide the world's attention. Around then, Jashuka goes to the others and asks if they've heard. She says there's a high chance of war with the Jotun church, then turns to Grid and asks him to create equipment for every guild member as a unified set. Joshua says the guild equipment must be completed within a month. Grid is stunned. There's no way he can finish that and still join the international competition, which begins in 2 months. That shocks her even more. If he participates, his identity as Pagma's successor could be exposed, and she wonders if he can handle that pressure. He becomes quiet. He asks if it would really be that bad, then mentions how distant she's been toward him lately. The tournament will be held in South Korea, with all kinds of events such as raids and invasions. Even simply participating gives special rewards. Hearing that, Grid becomes excited and says he'll hurry, guild equipment can wait. Vantner grabs him immediately and says no. Those items come first. He reminds the protagonist that he still owes him armor. Without it, he'll die in battle, so is the protagonist telling him to simply go die? MC gives in. Then Joshua decides to be honest with him. She wants him focused on creating equipment for the guild. The Jotun church has been acting strangely lately. Grid thinks there's nothing to worry about. He doesn't need to stand out. He can simply act like some hidden master and enjoy the time he has. In the end, he agrees that this really is the safer choice. Meanwhile, his younger sister thinks she's facing a difficult problem. Summer vacation is almost over, and she'll soon be a junior. She tells herself she needs to work harder. Until now, she has focused only on studying, so she could support her parents and help her brother too. Still, she remembers everything Grid has done for the family. She's happy that he can finally smile again after worrying about money for so long. What concerns her now is how much he spends. He barely goes outside, yet he bought a car worth 800 million won, and now there are beautiful women beside him on television, which looks like the perfect beginning of a downward spiral. She starts wondering if that game is dangerous and what it's doing to him. Then she makes decision. Just in case, she'll study to become a therapist. Immediately afterward, she notices a car passing by, a huge limousine in a small town. Like, this stands out immediately. Then someone she recognizes from television steps out. It's that extremely famous Satisfy player. Yura heads directly toward Grid's house, and his sister can't understand why someone like her would come looking for him. She quickly calls the protagonist and tells him to come home immediately. Outside, people start gathering and asking whether that woman is a celebrity. Others say yes, she's one of Satisfy's biggest stars. Then they wonder what someone like her is doing with the vegetable shop owner's daughter. They also heard the unemployed son bought a car, so now everyone is asking what kind of connection they have. And they're stunned to learn that the car belongs to the family. Some say Yura is rich, so perhaps it makes sense. Then the gossip changes again. Now they ask if this is Grid's sister, saying she's just as beautiful as the famous beauty. His sister demands to know why a celebrity like Yura came for her brother. What does she want with him? And how does she even know him? Yura explains that they met in Satisfy and became fairly close. At one point, they even pretended to date. Hearing the word date from Yura leaves the girl even more shocked. She can't believe someone like Yura would pretend to be her brother's girlfriend. It sounds like a drama, and she starts overthinking what that even means. Now she's genuinely worried about Grid, while Yura calmly asks if she can see him. Meanwhile, MC is still in the game. His original plan was to upgrade his sword and armor. After fighting the Forest Guardian, he realized that even legendary equipment needs improvement. But first, he can't delay Vantner's item, the wave armor. On top of that, those statues sell well, so they're worth keeping as one of his main products. Still, one thing bothers him, so he tells Vantner he'll call when it's finished, and orders him to leave until then. Vantner refuses. He wants to witness the birth of his armor, and even says praying might help. So he starts praying for legendary armor, while Grid thinks this pressure is ridiculous. It reminds him of Cassis during the shield job. That makes him think about the Vatican. He hasn't heard anything about a new pope being selected yet. It would be dangerous if Isabel's spear remained unsealed, but he decides that's not his problem. Then someone calls him. It's his younger sister. While Vantner is still praying, he suddenly sees Grid disappear and realizes the man ran away again. But then an urgent notice is sent to every guild member. Jashuka orders everyone to gather in their personal areas immediately, and Vantner is caught off guard. At the same time, Grid logs out. He wonders why his sister called so suddenly. Since his income became stable, she has never interrupted his game time, so if she's calling now, it must be serious. He even wonders if there's a thief in the house. Before, that would have frightened him, but not now. He's ready to deal with any jerk bothering his sister. Then he sees Yura and freezes. She says it's impressive how much he cares about his sister, and he asks what she's doing here. His sister tells Yura that, as she can see, her brother values family. If anyone tries to use him for something bad, God will punish them. She remains openly hostile, and Grid can only ask what kind of atmosphere this is. On top of that, he wants to know how Yura found his home. Ever since they met, she seemed to know far too much about him. Yura notices that he's changed. Before, he couldn't even look her in the eyes and always seemed nervous. Now he looks confident. She points out that even his body looks better. Grid thinks that since life became stable, he's been taking better care of himself and exercising more. Then he starts wondering if he has improved enough for someone like her to notice him. He dismisses it as a family trait, while his sister, still pleased with herself, goes to make tea and silently praises him. The protagonist gets straight to the point. He says he doesn't need her interest and tells the 2D woman to get to the point. Yura does exactly that. She wants him to join the international tournament as a representative of Korea. That leaves him stunned. She explains that the government officially asked them to form a team. With her at the center, Korea could achieve strong results in the 4-day tournament starting on May 1st. MC is surprised that rankers have ties to the government too. Yura says Korea's reputation as a gaming powerhouse is mostly an old legend now. The government wants to rebuild Korea's competitive strength through this tournament, but honestly, it won't be easy. Western countries dominate the scene in media, while Koreans have little presence. Shin says he understands the situation, but asks why she chose him. There are plenty of Korean players, so isn't she overestimating him? Yura says it's because she's certain he's an unrevealed, epic class player, which catches him off guard. He figures she thinks that because he recovered after being hit by the Yatan Church's ultimate attack, and it makes sense. Euphemina still hasn't revealed herself as the first person to obtain an epic class. Still, he points out there are only 9 events, and each person can enter at most 3. So even if they perform well, they can only win 3 gold medals per person. Just then, his sister brings tea. Since Yura doesn't seem to be trying to lure him into anything shady, she decides tea is allowed. Yura tells Shin that talking is easy. Besides the 9 tournament events, things like the raid, labyrinth run, crafting, and treasure hunt aren't her strengths. And in the pet marathon, players with wyverns will have the advantage, and no Korean player has one. She says she's confident about the siege event, but she doesn't have many people she can truly rely on there. Overall, the Korean team simply doesn't have enough power to aim for many medals. As Yura takes the tea, she notices a message from his sister telling her not to underestimate him. Her brother isn't an idiot. That makes Yura pause and think, while the girl stays close to her brother with the same guarded attitude. The protagonist, meanwhile, has no idea what she means. Yura continues, in the end, the only real option left is PvP. But even there, at least 7 people are stronger than she is, so it won't be easy. Shin questions that immediately. She's 5th in the overall rankings, so are there really 7 people stronger than her? And since she's Yatan's 8th servant, didn't she gain some special power too? Yura explains that the official rankings don't show everything. There are many hidden rankers in Satisfy, and counting them, there are at least 10 people like that. Among the public rankers, she believes Kraugel, Zeeble, Kruger, Agnes, Lowell, Bondra, and Herent are all stronger than her. Grid says it makes sense for Agnes, since he has an epic class, but asks if even the players below rank 8 are that strong. She says yes. Their levels are much lower than hers, but their raw combat power is still enormous. Even so, she believes none of them come close to Kraugel. She calls him a one-of-a-kind genius. He reads skills, patterns, weaknesses, the flow of battle, attack timing, and combat tactics better than anyone. In her eyes, his talent in the game is far beyond hers. Hearing that so many people are stronger than her, Grid blurts out that he must be completely useless. That hits her hard. Still, he thinks that no matter how strong the top-ranked player is, it won't matter once they see his failure. Then she says the government promised a huge reward if they win even one medal. It won't be easy, but since he has an epic class, she asks him to show what he can do. Grid thinks revealing his identity is required in the official tournament, and if people learn he has a legendary class, it could cause him serious trouble. But she's asking so sincerely that he wants to help. If there's any way to avoid being exposed, he should participate, so he says he'll enter the pet marathon. His pet isn't alive, but it has its own will, endless stamina, and obeys him. She lights up and asks if that means he's accepting the offer, but then stops at the part about a pet that isn't alive. She says she's never heard of anything like that, except a high-level golem made by a great mage. He says it's similar. In his mind, it's just a race to the finish line if that's all he can win. But he has one condition. He doesn't want to be exposed. She has to pretend the pet is hers. Of course, the reward money will go to him, but if she agrees, the gold medal can be hers. She accepts. It's hard to believe because she's never seen a pet like that, but if he says he'll do it, that's enough. While she still looks doubtful, he asks if everyone lied to her whole life, then tells her to go home and log in. He'll prove it. Instead, she tells him to log in later and asks if he remembers what she said at the meeting about repaying her debt. He remembers. She said that even if a battle with the Yatten Church was unavoidable, she didn't want to kill him. So he asks if she's bringing that up again. She says it's been 40 minutes since she logged out of Satisfy. What's happening will last at most 2 hours. Right now, Barren Village should already be in chaos. In the game, an overwhelming force is tearing the village apart. Vantner asks Jashuka what the hell that is. What kind of hole just opened inside? The castle's sanctuary? Then she starts feeling sick. 2 people come out of it while chanting. It's the 5th servant of the Yatten Church, along with Niberius, the 4th servant, and Yura. Grid realizes Bayran must be in chaos because of the 4th and 5th servants. Then it hits him. She came to see him right when the Yatten Church was planning its attack. She says her group has grown weaker, and right now, no one can stop the Yatten Church. This was the only way she could save him, her savior, from a defeat he couldn't avoid. She asks him to understand. Meanwhile, Jashuka tells everyone to prepare. They have to protect Bayran. Grid thinks Yura did something pointless. A blacksmith like him was never going to get involved in a guild war anyway. Still, he asks her one thing. Are the invaders really the 4th and 5th servants, and can they grant Yatten's blessing? She says advanced powers like that can only be used by the 1st servant. Even asking for an audience to receive the blessing is extremely difficult. She's the 8th servant and still can't get it. Then she asks why he even wants a blessing. From an enemy church. Grid snaps that she's useless and still too nosy, then tells her to leave. She shrinks back in embarrassment, and the story explains that Bayran had been thriving again. Thanks to its hunting grounds, the effects from Irene's wedding and engagement, and protection from Sadaka Guild, the village had grown to over 2,000 residents, including NPCs. But that was before the mass teleport inside Barren Castle. The Yatten Church invaded, and wounded people fled in panic. Others shout that anyone who fights back will die, so they should log out now. There are over 1,000 level 160 Yatten soldiers, stronger than the players there. Everywhere they use dark magic, hellfire, and poisonous fog spreads. The Yatan Church is slaughtering both players and NPCs caught in the teleport, more than 2,000 in all, and Baron suffers massive damage. The only place still standing is the castle at the top of the inner walls. Someone orders her to help with the evacuation, and she tells Zed, one of the few who knows the situation. But she thinks they're surrounded. The garden is packed with enemies, more than 100 over level 100, and Yatan believers are there too. She uses the red, Witch's Rage, to fight back. She thinks the dark magic orb from the last raid is powerful, but there are too many enemies. She isn't sure she can hold them off while protecting everyone. Below them, people run for their lives, chased by enemies. Then they notice children are about to be caught, and her skill is still on cooldown. Just then, Toon appears and demands to know what they're doing in his territory, but the servants of Yatan use magic chain to restrain him. He glares at them and asks how they dare try to bind him. Then he quickly uses Lord of the Skies, breaks free, and transforms into an eagle. Everyone is shocked. He's annoying, but he suddenly speeds up and transforms again into the King of Beasts, a giant lion that tears through the Yatan servants with its fangs. They admit Toon is unbelievably strong. He's hot-headed, but his skills are incredible, and they keep cutting enemies down now that Faker has joined in. Faker warns them not to relax or lower their guard. Then Zed realizes the main castle gate is under attack. Faker tells Zed to leave this area to him and go help the others in the village. Right then, Heroi arrives, asking if they really said there were 100 enemies here. He says his body has been itching for a fight ever since his punishment, and he's sure this many enemies will finally make for the training he missed. Meanwhile, Vantner stays with Jashuka, charging through the enemies in front of him and cutting them down. Jashuka fires an arrow and tells Vantner to duck, but he tells her to save her mana. It would be better to use that skill from the castle's central wall, where she can see everything. He says he'll open a path to the main gate now, and she tells him to hurry because his HP is already low and his defense is terrible since he put all his points into strength. Then she calls him an idiot guardian knight. He thinks he truly regrets putting so many points into the wrong stat. On top of that, his damage isn't even that high. Then he realizes they haven't even reached the inner wall. The Yatan Church was never this strong before, so there must be a leader nearby, increasing their stats. At that moment, he's nearly hit and gets thrown aside as Nibirius, the church's fourth servant, appears. Nibirius asks if they're the bastards who defeated Malachus and harmed the church. The flute's sound carries dark magic that destroys balance and concentration. Now his chance to dodge drops to 0. His accuracy falls to 60, and even spellcasting speed is cut in half. The effects will last until the flute stops playing. Nibirius says they'll pay for what they did. Vantner can tell this man's power is on a completely different level from Malachus. That means he's the leader. It took everything they had just to defeat Malachus before, so with only 2 of them here, they can't do much. But then Ibelin arrives, telling Vantner that Sedeka's number 2 is here to stop him. They realize Ibelin has joined the fight, but he gets caught by the magic and falls. Nibirius says he noticed Ibelin was trying to deal even the tiniest amount of damage and mocks him, saying it's as pathetic as his sword. Vantner calls out to Ibelin, but Nibirius tells him to blame his own stupidity for trying to stop someone far beyond him, then curses the boy. Suddenly, Faker appears, strikes Nibirius, and pulls Ibelin out of danger. Nibirius starts bleeding but remains calm. He says Faker's blade managed to scratch him, which is impressive. Faker is shocked that it was only a scratch. Ibelin explains that the flute stacks debuffs, including reduced accuracy. Vantner is glad Faker appeared. If he helps, the 4 of them might defeat Nibirius, but Faker says no. He tells them to move on. More guild members will arrive soon, and they can hold Nibirius here. Faker says there are more enemies than he can handle alone, and reminds Vantner that he has a mission. A guardian's duty is to protect his master, so he tells Jashuka to come with him. No matter what, they're getting through. Elsewhere, at one of the blacksmith's homes, the Jotun men say that if he hadn't sided with the cursed ones, he would have lived. Forging items for them will be paid for with his life. They call him Baron's blacksmith and tell him to reflect on his choices in the land of the dead, but he says he didn't even know what was happening. He must have been that focused. Even so, he has no regrets. He says that after a young man pushed him a few months ago, he poured everything into forging again and finally made the special Jaffa arrows. After 50 years as a low-rank blacksmith, he finally reached the point where fire and hammer felt like one, and he was no longer ashamed to face his master. But then arrows kill, both of them, and Grid says it has been a long time since he last shot someone with an arrow. He also says the arrow is pretty strong for an old man and jokes that he can meet his master a little later if he doesn't mind. Then he is shocked to see Grid and asks how he got there. Smith says he forged with all his heart while thinking of him and can't believe they met again. Then he asks about the arrow, and Grid tells him he did well. Grid says the special Jaffa arrow Smith made is amazing, definitely one of the best. Then he says that after reaching this level by always putting his life on the line, Smith, now a high-level blacksmith after spending his whole life at the bottom, truly understood how great Grid was. Then Smith says it's such a shame. He finally became the blacksmith he wanted to be, and he thought he would keep working for many more years. He starts crying, saying he still wants to work. That deeply moves Grid, and the system says he was greatly touched by the wish of an old blacksmith who surpassed his limits through perseverance and love for his craft. Then he receives the S-rank quest, Blacksmith's Affection, and inherits Pagma's belief that forging should help others. The quest says he wants to repay the old blacksmith for reminding him that a blacksmith's heart is hot like fire and strong like steel. The reward is Blacksmith's Affection. The goal is to protect Smith's forge. If his bond with a blacksmith NPC reaches the maximum, he can raise that blacksmith's skill by 1 to 5 levels. Any blacksmith who learns from him will remain loyal forever and share new production methods once they discover them. Grid thinks this feels just like when those bastards interfered with Khan and Winston, and he gained Blacksmith's rage. So he tells Smith his wounds aren't that deep and asks him to hold on. Does he still want to keep working? Then he says that to do so, he needs the forge. Smith asks where Grid is going, and Grid says being nice isn't really his style, but removing something blocking his path should be easy enough. He says this place is too loud and chaotic for Smith to work at his best, so he's going to wipe out the bastards causing trouble. At the north wall outside the castle, an explosion hits Tobin, and he wonders why the burners are dealing so much damage. Then he thinks Regus is trapped inside the castle. Pong is busy with the high-level followers at the west gate, and the other guild members can't help him right now. There's only so much he can handle alone, and Balak is right in front of him. Tobin realizes the man is far too strong, while Balak keeps attacking him and asks what the point is of blocking in that condition. Tobin says that even if he blocks the sword strikes, Balak's passive is too powerful. It deals 500 damage every second, and a level 250 player only has around 20,000 HP, so there's no point blocking if he keeps taking burn damage. Even fire resistance isn't helping, so he decides he has to leave the area and survive until the others arrive. Balak asks if he's trying to escape, saying his other choice makes no sense either. Then he slams Tobin and sends him flying. Balak says he was a little offended that only one person came stop him, but he's pleased to see that even a so-called holy knight can't endure the voice of demons. Tobin takes 3,900 damage, then another 7,980. He thinks he already used every buff he had, and the damage is still insane. He has to find some way out. So he uses the swamp shield and notices Balak gets stuck in the mud. The more he struggles, the deeper he sinks. Balak says it would be easier for both of them if Tobin accepted death and became a slave of the god Yatan. He mocks Tobin's desperate will to live. even with dirty tricks. Tobin is surprised, then says those dirty tricks will keep coming, so Balak had better deal with them. Then 3 more allies join in, telling Tobin to finish him, now with their ultimate skills. All of them attack Balak together. But then Tobin calls them idiots and says if that was their ultimate, they should have stayed back and used it on the mobs. He uses King's Blow on the monster and deals 350 physical damage. Balak says first a cursed one, and now a beast. Then he says he doesn't mind their dirty tricks or effort, but old Naberius's flute won't let them get far. He says he appreciates that they don't overestimate him or the old man, but they shouldn't look down on his followers either, because those followers sent them straight to hell. Then Balak unleashes Hellfire Festival with his sword. The flames of a demon rise like the breath of the god Yatan. The followers' stats increase by 50% from the blessing, and they cheer, saying their god has blessed them, and now they should kill the cursed ones. But then both Vantner and Jashuka throw themselves toward those flames, and Vantner says that will only happen over his dead body. He realizes the followers became much stronger because of those flames. He doesn't even have time to drink a health potion, and Naberius's flute is already weakening them. He says Jashuka is taking damage too. He knows her duty as a knight is to protect her master, and to him that's obvious. But then he throws Jashuka back, and she asks what he's doing. Vantner says it's shameful that he failed and had to be protected. She needs to run. If they want to change this battle, he has to get her to the castle wall. Then he says there's no hope, but he'll do anything for even a 1% chance, asking her to use him. He forcefully activates Protective Force, Train Destroyer, and it greatly increases his group's defense. That starts turning the fight around. Vantner charges in with everything he has, and the servants say they're almost there with that attack, telling them to die because this is their god's punishment. But Vantner yells for Jashuka to keep going, and she fires her attack at everyone. Afterward, she asks if he saw that, saying this is why she said it would help the guild more if Regus were the knight instead of a hothead like him. She says she knew this would happen because he kept insisting on being a tank, even though he spent all his LTS years as a damage dealer. She says his stats are a complete mess because he put everything into strength to compensate for weak attack power, and now, all beaten up, she tells him to learn how to distribute his points properly. Then Vantner asks what she's doing. He's supposed to protect her, so what is he meant to do if she's the one protecting him? He says she risked her life for that, but she says losing experience by dying is dangerous for everyone. They're rankers, and it would take months or even years to recover that experience. She'll die anyway if he's gone, especially with what looks like half of the Jotun Church's army right there. She says time spent building strength is part of the guild's power too. If death can't be avoided, she'll use the Phoenix Arrow to defeat as many as possible and at least make things easier for the others. But then Grid shouts at her, telling her to stop right there. She is stunned by that. She looks up, and Grid appears flying above them all, looking like a mage in that hat, asking why they're trying to die. Jashuka asks why he's so late, and starts cursing at him. Grid blushes and says he's sorry. Then Vantner calls out to him, saying Grid couldn't even finish his armor before rushing over like that. Because of him, he's a wreck and became a knight who can't protect anyone. But Grid tells him to stop whining and drink that because it might help. Vantner tells him to shut up because they're already doomed. But the moment he sees it, his eyes light up. Then all the servants rush at him. But a dome appears, and Vantner equips the relief armor, a legendary item, and is shocked by it. It's legendary, and he says the armor alone is amazing. But the Persistence skill is as good as Guardian's Strength, a knight's ultimate skill. It can even block an ultimate attack. He says timing it would be difficult, but it also instantly restores his health. He starts thanking Grid, saying they're going to crush everyone now, and calling the enemies losers. Then Grid says The reason they're having so much trouble with the minions is because the others went to the north and east gates. She says yes and asks how he figured that out. Grid says his insight stat increased, so he can see the entire battlefield more clearly. He says he has his reasons, but either way, things are fine now. He'll trust them and move out. Meanwhile, Balak says that at this rate, this pathetic land will turn to ash in less than a day, and the flames will be unbearable for close-range fighters. He adds that the explosions from Hellfire Festival are too much for long-range fighters. He was thinking of inviting them to the festival, but their weak little bodies aren't even good enough to be entertainment. Tobin realizes even Pong and Regus are being pushed back by the high-level believers, so no help is coming. Since Grid dragged him all over the place, he never got to level up, and now he's about to lose experience. He thinks only Toon could endure that huge skill and still fight back, since Toon is both their tank and main damage dealer. But Toon alone still doesn't have enough attack power. Toon figures that if someone could make up for that missing damage, he might be able to hold the line long enough to create an opening. Then a sword lands beside them. Toon recognizes it immediately. It's Grid's Dane's leaf. Then he sees Grid. Grid says the fire-obsessed man is a boss, then tells them 5 more guild members are here now, so they should be able to handle him with that sword. He adds that another boss needs attention at the west gate, so he's heading there. Tobin quickly calls out to him. Tobin warns him that the sword requires level 250, 1,800 strength, and advanced sword mastery. He doesn't meet the level, and nobody else should meet all 3 requirements either. But then he admits there is one person. He doesn't like him, but for now, he's the only one they can trust with it. Tobin realizes who he means. The man who pretended to be a weak blacksmith to hide his true strength. He doesn't like him either. Still, Toon notices it's the sword he's been searching for, and suddenly things become much more interesting. Then the news starts reporting live from Satisfy. Baron Castle is under attack by the Yatan Church, and Sadaka Guild, known as one of the best, is fighting back. But the situation is bad. Their 2 strongest members, Regus and Pong, are trapped inside the inner castle. At the west outer gate, several high-level servants have become a massive threat thanks to buffs from Hellfire. The defenders are surrounded, so they need a group in the center to break through. Right now, only Laella and Zednos are providing support from the inner wall. While Laella fights, Jashuka orders her not to move and shoots down an enemy beside her. Jashuka has crossed the city and reached the castle wall. As an archer, she can stop the enemy assault, and she apologizes for arriving late. Zednos is shocked that his master came personally and asks if they shouldn't deal with the servants of Yatan first. She says Niberius is already being handled, and Balak should be tied up by Toon. Balak rushes Toon and mocks him, asking who this brat thinks he is. He says a sword won't save him, and his only real chance is to accept death and be reborn as a servant of Yatan. Then Toon starts taking hits. The others realize it's dangerous, and one of them tells Sandra to escape while she still can. But Vantner suddenly arrives, says his mission is complete, and joins the fight, stopping the flames. Tobin notices he's wearing new armor. Vantner jokes that he's late too, but at least he arrived wearing that man's armor. Jashuka says it's time to clean them up. The servants try to retreat, calling it a magic sword, while blood keeps pouring out. Ibelin says he wouldn't call it a magic sword. It's more like a cursed one. They need to watch out for the thorns. He thinks the best way to help Faker now is by holding back the believers, but he still worries about leaving him alone. Meanwhile, Faker is fighting Niberius. Niberius's flute keeps ruining his attacks. Faker gets annoyed, saying it's already hard enough just to maintain his balance, and now his accuracy is terrible too. On top of that, his chance to dodge is basically gone, so he keeps getting hit. He realizes he can't defeat Niberius like this and falls to the ground. Niberius tells him he may be fast, but he's too weak. Calling it a shame, he summons magic into the sky and says things would be different if Faker had used black magic that stains everything and draws out all his power. He tells Faker to remember that if he's ever reborn, then drops a black firestorm on him. It hits Faker directly. Ibelin gets caught in it too. Then Grid appears right in the middle of the fire. He says they've all become stronger. Last time, it took everyone together just to barely defeat Malachus. So if an assassin like Faker still can't take down one old man, Grid says he's practically asking to be used as a punching bag. Faker is stunned to see him. Faker snaps back that this isn't the time for jokes. His skills are being suppressed by that flute's debuff. Ibelin is still staring when Grid tells him to grab Faker and leave. This place is about to become much more chaotic. Nibirius says Grid must be a flying mage and warns him that he's challenging a great wizard. Grid brushes it off. If this man can do all, that he must be powerful. And since he seems to have all kinds of tricks, Grid says he'll make the perfect test subject. He asks Nibirius one favor. Don't die too quickly. Then he pulls out Failure, a sword almost as large as he is, and says it would be disappointing if he went down in one hit. The others are shocked by Grid's new sword. It's enormous. Nibirius is surprised too. He thought Grid was a mage, yet he's using a giant sword like that. He calls it barbaric and says Grid must be overconfident after defeating Malachus if he thinks Nibirius is just as weak. Grid simply thanks him for the warning. Then he uses Pagma's sword, Dance Transcended Link. The attack flies directly at Nibirius, who instantly raises a shield packed with buffs. Nibirius realizes this isn't just some oversized sword. Facing the strike head-on, he uses Black Firestorm to stop it. But the attack tears straight through the storm. He's stunned by the raw physical power. Nibirius quickly raises a wall of black ice and barely manages to block Grid's attack. Then lightning gathers. It swirls around the boy and crashes down on Grid. Nibirius says he's not even entertaining. Grid says fine. If that was only the warm-up, then now they'll fight for real. He activates the Holy Light Armor's black magic immunity and charges Nibirius with Pagma's Sword Dance Kill. Nibirius can't believe it. Grid ignored Abyss Thunder, and now this new strike is even worse. He feels the attack's power and knows he can't endure it. This monster appeared out of nowhere, so he quickly casts Reverse Gravity. Grid is thrown upward, and Nibirius thinks kill is useless now. Immunity won't help if gravity itself changes. He can't believe Grid has so many skills. Nibirius rushes in, saying the tide has turned, and now it's Grid's turn to be attacked. He uses double casting Black Lightning and Black Water, and Grid is shocked. When Nibirius gets closer, he notices the armor has divine power. Grid isn't completely immune to black magic, but he's close. Grid only takes a little over 1,000 damage from each hit, which is absurdly low. He realizes the armor and Pavranium prevented the attacks from becoming critical hits. But if this continues, he'll simply become Nibirius's punching bag. Grid thinks that if gravity changed, then he needs another way to move. The ground is only a limitation, so he steps on the air, saying he's tired of this nonsense. He attacks again with Link, but Nibirius cancels Reverse Gravity. Grid drops as gravity returns to normal. He grumbles that this old man is annoying and asks if he has any idea how much effort went into Failure, only to waste 3 skills on nothing. Then an urgent update hits Satisfy News. There's another report about the masked player, claiming to be Pagma's descendant, and Baron Castle seems to be taking back control because of him. But even with the small hope he brought, people start criticizing the legendary class after he gets pushed back by Nibirius, saying it isn't that special. The broadcast asks Kraugel for a special comment. As the third-ranked player in the world, he says that judging by the sword grid through at the North Gate, Pagma's descendant and the Overgeared king are the same person. Then they ask him to be direct. With so many people doubting Grid's skill, how does he compare? Kraugel says that based on this situation alone, Grid would be better than him in raids. Grid may not have enough attack power to quickly defeat Nibirius, a hidden boss, but as a legendary class, his base stats should be higher too. Still, Kraugle says he'd be better in PvP. Grid's control is rough, and his techniques are simple. He isn't even sure how strong all of Grid's skills are, and that move, called Pagma's Sword Dance, has been dodged often. Nibirius mocks this strange so-called savior, saying he's all gear and no skill, and should be ashamed. Then he unleashes Black Tempest at Grid. Huroi realizes it's the same type of skill used at the Yatan Church, but this version is much stronger. The attack crashes into Grid, and Huroi thinks any normal skill would be useless here. Grid tells him to shut up. He says Nibirius can talk all the trash he wants after defeating all these items, then activates the full Holy Light Shield and charges straight at Nibirius. That's when he notices an orb. He remembers that a spell stored in an orb can be cast instantly, without chanting as long as mana continues feeding it. It's basically a backup spell. Chris says the top 20 players would agree with him. This goes beyond class or equipment. It all comes down to skill. And immediately after that, Grid gets blasted at point blank, range by Black Thunder. Meanwhile, at the West Gate, Pong uses True Illusion with his spear against the enemy. He says his accuracy is better now that the flute has stopped playing. It'll take time, but the battle is turning around. Pong still can't believe he's fighting several level 200 followers by himself. Even so, he can feel how much stronger he's become since the Malachus raid, partly because he's only focusing on one pair. Even then, this would be much harder without the Gale Spear. He says this new weapon gave the guild a huge boost, and everyone would agree. At the same time, Vantner charges at Balak. He thinks that bastard is far too tough, and those flames are seriously irritating. Tobin warns him not to get too close. The fire hits harder than it appears. Vantner fires back that Balak is underestimating his armor, and this is nothing. He finally obtained that item, added a feather to it, and charges Balak without holding back. Watching them fight, Tobin thinks their combat skills are incredible. What held back before was their equipment, but now better items have raised their level, morale, and more. That makes him think of Grid. His equipment matters more than raw stats or skills. Meanwhile, Nibirius thinks the 2 spells stored in his orb are his strongest. Built from 3 abilities, just one of them already crushed every cursed one before. So this brat who relies on toys should be easy. That's what he thought. But Grid pushes through the attack with Pavranium and his immortality skill, making Nibirius ask how he dares charge through his strongest magic. Nibirius starts doubting himself. Was it really just annoying armor? And that shield from earlier was the finest holy shield he had ever seen. Still, he tells himself those useless items have no true power. His magic and destructive skills are where real power comes from. So he fires Blackrock Storm at Grid. Surely the boy never expected a second spell inside the orb. He says he'll tear him apart along with those precious items. But when he looks ahead, he's stunned. Grid survived that too. He takes 14,300 damage, yet comes charging out with blood in his eyes. Nibirius can't understand it. Grid should have been torn to pieces. What is this boy, and who is he to possess? So many absurd artifacts? Grid tells him he talks too much for someone weaker than the Pope. Then he mocks him. What's wrong? Jealous? Now that his spells aren't working, Nibirius realizes his orb is empty. He's out of mana, can't cast any powerful magic, and that brat is driving him insane. He's lived 123 years under Yatan's blessing and gathered a mountain of knowledge, but he has never seen anything as ridiculous as an immortal being like this. He raises Diamond Shield in front of the boy, then adds Black Shield, calling it the defensive magic he's most proud of. Grid will never break through. He never thought he'd retreat because of one boy, but he tries to escape anyway. Grid notices the teleport needs a little time, and now Nibirius can't even keep using tricks to disrupt his attacks. Nibirius scoffs, asking if Grid even has the skill to use that sword properly. Does he really think swinging that useless blade around will break a double barrier? Grid says yes. Many of his skills are still on cooldown, like Link, Transcend, and Kill, but a basic attack is enough because his sword is legendary. Then the Holy Light gauntlets activate and strike the target 5 times. Grid keeps swinging with only his sword, and failure adds 5 more hits. Nibirius is completely confused. That wasn't a skill. Grid merely swung his sword and the shield shattered. Now Grid is directly in front of him, ready to bring that enormous blade down on Nibirius. He slashes across him with failure skill, Divide. It deals 800% of his attack power to one target, and if body parts are severed, it can inflict stacked status effects. Cooldown 300 seconds. Nibirius falls to the ground screaming, saying this can't be real. He thinks the others lasted longer than expected. But this brat is on another level, just like that pathetic woman Euphemina, who was chosen by the god Yatan. Nibirius says that holy power and blessing must come from Rebecca's church. He heard they had a secret temple that trained Rebecca's daughters and Templar assassins, so he asks if Grid is one of them. Grid says of course not. He simply has excellent items, and Nibirius underestimated him the entire time. Then Grid rushes in and pierces him with failure, killing Nibirius alone. Nibirius can't believe he's dying at the hands of a single cursed one. For the sake of the god Yatan, he thinks he must rethink hell itself. Then the system announces that Grid defeated Nibirius, the 4th servant of Yatan, who conducted biological experiments under the excuse of researching black magic. Grid gains 67 million experience, 4,000 reputation, and until a new great black mage appears, the Yatan church will produce black mages more slowly. He also levels up 3 times. On top of that, his hostility with the Yatan church reaches the maximum. Grid is happy that he won. He obtained Nibirius's flute and bracelet too, and he's glad the rewards are actually quite good. He wants to stop and inspect the items, but clearing the battlefield matters more right now, so he wonders if he should go all out and finish everyone quickly. Meanwhile, Balak is still fighting Tobin while Grid watches from a distance. He says he already finished things on the other side and came over, but they're still nowhere near done. Balak realizes Grid was the one who fought Nibirius alone, and Nibirius lost to that bastard. He doesn't look that strong, but then Pong attacks the distracted Balak, saying he's right here. Grid asks if Balak liked the sword and jokes about buying that trash for 4 million gold, which makes Tobin protest. How can he call that trash and ask for 4 million? He starts thinking Grid is insane for calling one of the best swords around garbage. Grid tells them to hurry and defeat Balak. If they can't do it before he finishes inspecting his new items, he'll take all the rewards himself. Vantner definitely doesn't want that. Tobin says he saw the notification and asks if Grid really defeated Nibirius. Grid says yes. The old man dropped many good items. The bracelet is unique ranked with no hidden effect, and Nibirius's flute is legendary, a treasure preserved by the Yatan church for many years. The flute affects the minds of those who hear it. Grid finds that interesting and wonders how Nibirius even played it. Buff and debuff classes are limited, but with this flute, that won't matter much. As soon as he plays it, everyone on his side feels something. The system explains that if a follower of Yatan plays the flute, enemy evasion drops by 50%, accuracy drops by 30%, and casting time increases by 1.5 seconds. If followers of the other 3 gods play it, allied evasion and accuracy increase by 20%, and casting time decreases by 1.5 seconds. But before anything else, Balak charges them. He hits both of them, and Tobin asks if Vantner is okay. Then the system adds that if a neutral person plays the flute, a random effect is applied. The flute must be played for at least 5 seconds. The effect lasts 30 seconds, has no requirements, a 10-minute cooldown, and a 20-meter range. What Grid triggered was a terrible flute sound that reduced all stats by 30%, so he ended up debuffing his own team. They all think it's that idiot's fault up there, and Balak laughs that someone even more foolish than these two really exists. Thanks to Grid, playing with that sword will be even more enjoyable, but Grid simply rushes him and cuts Balak's sword in half. Then he asks if that was Balak's favorite sword, says sorry, and adds that he has to fix the mess he created. So Balak shouldn't be too upset. Balak is shocked that his sword broke in one hit. Even setting that aside, the giant blade gives off an enormous aura, and now he understands why Niberius lost to him. Grid tells him not to be too surprised. He hasn't even used kill yet. He only needs Balak to survive one more attack, and Balak starts realizing how dangerous Grid truly is. Balak decides the battle is pointless now that Niberius is dead, so he quickly escapes through teleportation. Grid notices how quickly he fled and complains that he didn't even get to use his ultimate skill. But then he completes the quest. Blacksmith's affection and Smith's lifespan increases by 30 years because of him. Grid figures that alone is enough to say everything worked out. So the invasion of Baron Castle ends in victory for Tzedakah Guild. They spent enormous amounts of money and effort on Baron over the last 20 days, so the losses were heavy, but thanks to Grid, things still ended well. And of course, the media and entire community start talking about the masked man who defeated a servant of Yatan. People argued that Niberius had already been weakened by the guild. Even so, despite having low mana and everything else, Grid still stole the spotlight. Meanwhile, in Miami, USA, they realize Grid defeated the level 300 Niberius. On top of that, Sokka and Black Ted lost to him too. That makes them almost regret offering those two executive positions. But the man who fought Grid before says they still need Sokka's money, so they can't let her leave yet. Then Snake Guild's leader says they'll gather top players from every class and build a new nation. If they keep capturing castles and clearing hidden dungeons, obtaining legendary items will only become easier. Grid's rise naturally attracted a lot of attention. Zeeble, the number 2 player overall and Snake Guild's master, says he had been watching Grid because he was the only person capable of making legendary items, but doing all this over a blacksmith still seems excessive. Even so, the attention on Grid still isn't that serious yet. After that, the village starts being rebuilt. Jashuka says it took a month to build everything and only half a day for it all to be destroyed. It hurts to watch. Then someone arrives at Barren Village and says the notice is at least good news since they desperately need an administrator right now. The requirements are strict. She explains that the insight stat usually increases only if you're a commander or lead a guild for a long time. Hers is only 75, so this won't be easy. Even so, she decides to ask the one person whose insight is higher than hers. Grid is stunned and asks if she wants him to find some hidden talent. He points out that he's a blacksmith, but she tells Grid his insight is unusually high. That, she says, is why he read the entire battle so quickly. While looking at the ruler's sword, he thinks it looks like an upgraded version of the commander's sword, and that could cause trouble. She starts charming him again, asking for the favor and promising to reward him later. Then she sweetens it with a polite little please. Seeing her chest almost shakes his resolve. Grid starts wondering why she has to be so beautiful, why his heart is racing, and whether this is love. But he quickly rejects that thought. In his mind, every woman is dangerous except Irene. She wonders what kind of expression he's making, and he says he doesn't need a reward. He only wants her to help Vantner and Toon because they can't afford the armor and Dane's Leaf. She tells him the guild funds are empty right now, so he asks her to let them pay later and also hand over the materials the members collected that day. He receives 7 blue orichalcum, 21 orichalcum, and 55 black iron. Shocked, he says those ores are very valuable and asks if she's really giving them to him for free, since he already has the skills and production methods to use them. She says he's their only blacksmith, so he deserves them. More importantly, she hopes he'll think of the guild as home. Grid realizes he enjoys being in Tzedakah, not only because of support like this, but because they respect him and treat him well. He jokes that if she truly wants to be close to him, she should call him Oppa or something, since she's only 24. She thinks a guild master can't say something like that, and his insight rises past 600. His talent search skill reaches level 2, and he heads out to find candidates. There are still plenty of people around. He notices his insight has already increased by 5 points, and the ruler's sword is making it rise even faster. With around 500 NPCs in the village, he figures only an idiot would fail to find someone useful. If his insight keeps increasing, he might even find a knight candidate, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Then Yura sends him a call request. She says she watched the Baron battle stream and contacted him late because of it. She noticed that the masked Pagma's descendant was there and asks if that person is in his guild. Grid thinks the battle really was chaotic and feels glad he wore a mask, just in case. Still, he says yes and asks why she called. Yura says she mainly wanted to check the pet he mentioned, and she was also curious about Pagma's descendant. Grid then asks if she isn't a servant of Yatan, since her church would disapprove. She says she'll go in disguise, so as long as he keeps it secret, it will be fine. Then she adds that the 2 of them have a rather special relationship, and asks if he isn't going to attack her. She also says she'll come to Baron Village. Then she logs off, leaving Grid confused about what she meant by a special relationship. He wishes she wouldn't say things that could be misunderstood. A little later, Toon comes to him and says he found him. He asks to return the sword. He wanted to keep it, but he can't afford it, so he came to give it back. He says he isn't wealthy enough to pay 4 million gold. Grid is confused. Toon is ranked 40th overall and is famous in his country too. Didn't he earn a lot from the media? Yasuka even said guild members earn millions. But Toon says he doesn't know about the others. People don't really like him. Grid starts wondering what he means, and Toon repeats it. People don't like him, so offers like that never come. The only thing he earns is 10,000 gold a week from hunting. That shocks Grid. A ranker's equipment should be worth at least 40,000 or more. At this rate, Toon's ranking will fall because of equipment limitations. Grid had assumed rankers were wealthy, which is why he lent him the weapon. Toon says he only used swordsmanship of war before, so he became used to getting by like this, even so Grid is glad he returned it. Toon then asks something else. What was Grid thinking when he lent him the sword? Toon could have run away with it, and from their first meeting, they weren't exactly close enough to trust each other with something so valuable. Grid says none of that matters now. Toon returned it, and that's what counts. If he finds good materials or useful production methods while hunting, he should bring them over. If the price is right, Grid will make items for him too. That makes Toon remember his last desperate choice, joining the Italian mafia. It lasted only half a year, but during that time he committed every kind of crime except murder. He fought, stole, and destroyed everything around him like a storm, trapped in the same meaningless cycle. Then he happened to discover the world of Satisfy. It was larger than anything he had ever seen, and it became the light that gave him hope to begin again. To leave the mafia, he had to cut out his own left eye. He didn't care. One eye was enough to see what mattered, but even after being reborn there, it was still another society. Violence was the only language he knew, so he ended up in the back alleys again. Still, this time had to be different. He had to change something. He joined the guild, became head of security, and chose to take at least one step toward a better path. He swore he would live a new life, and if he could prove that, he'd do things differently. So he speaks to Grid about how badly he handled the job and the trouble he caused. Grid brushes it off and tells him not to do it again. First of all, he says, "Stop spitting on the ground. It makes you look like a jerk." To Toon, that simple kindness hits hard. He says he'll try to fix that, but Grid simply tells him to leave and stop making that strange face. Toon says he'll return to work. Grid wonders why Toon, Jashuka, Yura, and everyone else seems so strange today. Then he starts wondering if talent search made him more sensitive too. Thinking it over, he realizes that if the Baron battle was streamed so widely, then Pavranium must have been shown publicly. He had planned to hide it and use it in the marathon, so now he needs to do something. With that, he heads to Smith's forge, When he arrives, another oddball is waiting. The man tells Grid to try him, and Grid snaps back, telling him to be quiet. Then he activates Blacksmith's affection, and Smith's level rises by 4. Smith wonders what he just saw. Grid says it's nothing, then corrects himself. He's not merely a hero, he's practically a god. Calling Smith ridiculous, he says the old man is in his prime now, so he's about to become very busy. Then Grid asks if he can borrow the forge, and Smith says of course. Grid explains that Pavranium has low attack power because he designed it mainly for defense, using Balak's barrier as a base. There's very little of it too, so at most, he can forge 2 daggers. He knows none of his pets can truly use Pavranium well, but he still wants to surpass everyone else. So he decides to create a more offensive form of Pavranium. Sometime later, Yura arrives in disguise, although the disguise is still rather flashy. Grid says she's covered from head to toe and asks if enemy territory is really that frightening, even for someone as strong as Yura. She answers that if she were afraid of that, she wouldn't be out in the open. But if someone recognizes her, things could become complicated. Then she tells him to stop dragging it out and show her the pet already. Grid says she's cold. He wanted to tease her a little longer. Then he adds that he finished it a short while ago, and she'll get to see it come out of the furnace. She has no idea what he means, so he asks her to throw a stone or something at him. She says she still doesn't see any pet and asks if it's truly ready, then decides to trust him. She throws it, but the toss is weak, so he tells her to use all her strength or it won't appear. Right then, Pavranium jumps in and blocks it quickly. Grid grins and says he wants to see her shocked expression. As he orders it to move, in an instant, it shatters that force. Then it rushes directly at Yura, stunning her as it pierces through all the nearby trees. Afterward, it flies back to Grid, and he thinks this form was made because too many people already saw the other one. It probably won't be recognized as his pet. This version consists of 30 golden needles made from Pavranium, each with endless durability. Yura wonders if that truly counts as a pet, but she can also tell that its power is absurdly strong. Then something suddenly appears beside him. He blurts out, wondering what the hell that was, and why it exploded out of nowhere. But it's Phoenix. He asks if Grid is okay, and Grid is left wondering why Phoenix is here at all. Irene explains that she was returning to help her husband, who was having trouble restoring Bayran, and then noticed him speaking with someone outside the castle. Phoenix, however, recognizes her immediately as the 8th servant of Yatan. He wants her captured and demands to know what's happening. Grid is stunned that Irene appeared now of all times and realizes this is a complete disaster. When Irene asks why he was with that woman, he knows he's in serious trouble. Meanwhile, Yura is focused on one thing. Irene called him husband. That means Grid is the one who married the ruler of Winston. Phoenix calls Yura his sworn enemy and says she killed many of his men, then pressures Grid for an explanation. Grid wonders why this had to happen right now. Watching Irene grip her sword, he realizes she might think he's cheating, and her affection could drop. Too, he has to do something, so he quickly strikes the ground, shocking everyone. Then he starts cursing Yura, calling her trash and asking if she came after his wife as he moves closer. Yura has no idea what he's talking about and can barely believe he's saying this while insulting her. Still, she pieces some of it together. Those golden needles look very similar to the golden discs someone used during the invasion. So she says she's seen his pet and thinks she knows his secret identity. She'll leave now because it's obvious he's someone South Korea needs. A legendary class player descended from Pagma. With that, she simply uses fly and leaves. Irene calms down a little, and Grid turns to her with the most innocent expression he can make. He tells her everything is fine now. She must be confused, but he asks her to trust him. There's nothing to worry about while he's with her. A few days later, Jashuka tells Irene that thanks to their support, much of Bayran village has been restored. She says she won't forget this kindness and will repay it when needed. Irene answers that helping Grid's friends is also her duty, and she hopes they'll continue being good people Grid can rely on. Then she says she'll take her men back to Winston and asks Baroness Jashuka to keep taking care of Baron Village. In the back, Vantner is dying of jealousy. He says Grid looks happy, pointing out that he never left the inner castle while Lady Irene was there, then asks if the honeymoon was enjoyable. Grid mistakes Vantner for Tobin and snaps, asking if he knows anything at all and telling him to be quiet. He complains about going to bed excited and still not being able to enjoy the night, leaving Vantner asking what the hell he's talking about. The night before, in the room with Irene, Grid was nervous with her beside him. Then he learned they could only be together once a month if she agreed. There were still 10 days left. His poor friend was basically locked out. Once a month is difficult. Back in the present, he says if Vantner is jealous, then he should get married too. Vantner has no idea what's happening, but apologizes anyway. Irene tells Grid she has to leave now. She says he's amazing, so she knows he must be busy, but she hopes he returns as soon as possible. She's happy she got to see him again after so long, and she turns bright red, saying next time they'll have a much nicer night together. She's completely embarrassed. Grid starts apologizing, blaming those terrible system administrators. He says goodbye to her feeling disappointed, but knows he can't keep thinking about it forever. If he wants to return soon, he has to finish his work here quickly. That makes him wonder if he should complete the talent search. So he ends up searching in the Baran mine. He's already checked over 400 people and found no one with real potential. His discernment and persistence stats increased, so it wasn't a complete loss, but at this rate he'll never finish. Then he overhears the miners saying the wall repairs are almost complete, so everyone will probably return to their normal jobs soon. That reminds him of when he used to come here to mine at a low level. Simply climbing the mountain used to exhaust him, and now it feels like a story from long ago. Suddenly, a stone flies directly at his face. He catches it in time, and one of the miners quickly apologizes, saying he can't control those flying stones and asking for forgiveness. Grid tells him it's fine. Things like that happen at work. Then someone starts shouting, saying, "Again," and Grid thinks that boy never changes. A boy marches over and says they shouldn't treat it as unavoidable. He asks how many times he has to explain that this is easy to prevent if they read the ore's texture first. He keeps scolding the miner, saying he still can't even use a pickaxe properly at his age, and then complains that he crushed the entire ore chunk while mining. The protagonist thinks the boy looks about 15, but his control is incredible. Before, he wouldn't have even noticed a boy like this, but now his discernment stat is telling him this child is someone special. Later, back at the castle with Vantner, he asks if the population will really exceed 12,000 and whether this village can even hold that many people. Tobin says they'll have to expand the village and turn it into a city. He adds that their guild gained many fans after the battle livestream, and many people want to move in. They don't have enough money yet, but he thinks the players can help solve that. Vantner starts thinking that must be why women have been looking at him differently lately. But Pong tells him to keep dreaming. They only talk about him because he's the guild's average guard. Then Tobin says it was actually fortunate that Pong and Regus couldn't use their full strength. They might have held out longer, but if they had, the village would have been destroyed beyond repair. That thought hits him hard. Then Faker suddenly appears out of nowhere and frightens Tobin. He says that for some reason Smith, the village blacksmith, has become an advanced blacksmith, which means better weapons and stronger workers. He says it's all thanks to Grid. At first, he thought Grid was selfish, but something changed. He's becoming a true ally, and they need to catch up to him quickly. Ibelin asks if they saw the live stream. Even with the mask, Grid still stood out greatly. Lim says she watched it too and says it was amazing when he saved Jashuka. Then Vantner asks if that's why Jashuka started looking at Grid differently, and Tobin asks if she's serious. Did Jashuka finally notice men? They say the meeting is at the bookstore, so she should be there. Once they see her, they start wondering if they should ask. In the end, they take the risk. And Vantner approaches her, saying Grid is already married and asking if she's sure everything will be fine. Jashuka immediately turns red and lunges at him, ready to kill Vantner for that joke. Then Grid appears and notices everyone is there, but Tobin asks why he's wearing armor inside the castle and who that is beside him. Grid says this boy couldn't trust the dignity of the person he'll serve, so he brought him along for a while. Then he tells everyone to greet this rude brat. His name is Miner. The boy jumps up and says he's had enough. He works in the mine, so why does he, the future king of miners, have to read? Grid simply flicks his forehead and tells him to stop doubting, close his mouth, and study. From now on, it's at least 2 books a day. The boy calls it torture and asks why he has to read all day. Deep inside, he's already starting to think that one day he might kill Grid. Grid says of course the boy doesn't understand yet. Since he's holding a book now, instead of his usual pickaxe, Grid checks all of the boy's stats. One description says that even at his age, he can gather ore like a miner with 20 years of experience. The villagers believe he'll one day surpass Gis, the legendary miner. He also has excellent pickaxe technique at rank S and mineral master at rank S, plus budding talent at rank SS. Grid says the ruler's sword helped him greatly by allowing him to see people's abilities in detail. Normal people's stat growth usually caps at 100, but this boy's numbers are unbelievably high. Budding talent sounds a little strange, but every one of his skills is at least rank S. He's the perfect partner for a blacksmith like Grid, and Grid feels like his ore detector just found pure gold. Then someone rushes in to tell Grid that a visitor has arrived at Smith's forge, and the protagonist thinks it finally happened. Jashuka asks if it's a guest, and whether he's going to see who it is. He says he's been waiting for someone, and since his work here is almost finished, he'll go now and then return to Winston. He says he still needs this sword a little longer, just one more use. Then he heads to Smith's forge. There, Grid meets Heroi and asks how he's been. Grid praises his work. The soldiers gained about 8 to 10 levels, nobody died, and they all seem much more dependable now. What stands out most is Jude, whose stats increased greatly. He gained 17 levels and 280 stat points. That means at least 16 stats increased. His growth speed is unbelievable. Grid says he already checked the description of the ruler's sword skill, but what matters most now is the Sylphid scales. Heroi says they have 28, and everyone is waiting for Grid to praise him. Then he asks what Grid plans to do with them. Grid asks if Heroi didn't say he gained sword mastery after obtaining his 2nd class. Since all the materials are ready, they're returning to Winston. He says he'll make him a sword and a special equipment set too. On top of that, there's something he needs to collect as much as possible before the international competition begins. On another day, a giant screen in the city reports that the information center released some eye-catching statistics. The number of visitors entering the country was nearly 800,000. Since the Olympics usually attract around 200,000 to 500,000 visitors, and recent events had been struggling, people started calling this the birth of a new world-class event. Everything points to the Satisfy International competition becoming a huge success. 4 months after Grid and the Yatan Church attacked Bayran, the village recovered. Back in the real world, the news remained full of excitement about the international competition, but none of that interested Grid. Right now, his attention is on a small cave north of the Eternal Kingdom. Thick smoke pours out from inside. The boy mining there says this is the final location, so they should hurry and finish. Then he suddenly finds himself surrounded by a group of orcs. The orcs talk about capturing the boy. Maybe he can serve as emergency food. To them, that sounds excellent. Then Grid appears. He asks if they didn't hear the explosion and says they should leave. One orc becomes angry, asking how someone like him can remain so calm without fear, speaking in his own language. Then he says he'll kill him immediately. The orcs rush the boy, but before they can do anything, Grid steps in and cuts them all down. As they vanish, the boy wonders where such a huge sword even came from. Grid appears and says he avoided the golems, but Braham's traps still caught him. They noticed his presence, so all the effort he put into preparing his stealth was wasted. The little miner complains that if Grid was going to do everything alone, he could have helped. He says he was in danger while waiting outside, so Grid should have arrived sooner. Grid asks if he has any idea how difficult this was. He had to ensure the money he spent was worthwhile. Then he shows off the item. It's a zip-up hoodie, and not just any hoodie, but a unique rated one. The boy asks if he found the item, and Grid says yes. As long as he knows where the traps are, entering will be easy now. He says this is his 7th Pavranium, then laughs and tells the boy that this is all the Pavranium in the northern part of the Eternal Kingdom. Speaking to Miner, he says the boy's information is always correct. The training is clearly paying off, so he tells him to return. But Miner tells him to stop bringing that up. He keeps having flashbacks of being locked in the library for 4 months because of that strange situation. The protagonist tells him it's good to become smarter, but Miner says he already told him his destiny is to become the king of mining. Even Grid thinks he wants to leave the boy alone. But to collect all the Pavranium hidden across the continent by the great mage Braham, certain conditions must be met. Braham asks Grid to create a soul vessel, and if he succeeds, he'll hand over the remaining Pavranium. The problem is that creating the soul vessel with Pavranium requires the blessings of the 4 gods, which is impossible now that he's the sworn enemy of the Jotun Church. Grid admits finding Miner basically saved him. After increasing Miner's intelligence, his ore detection became even stronger, helping them locate the Pavranium. Miner hates all of this, but Grid is simply glad he no longer has to make lunchboxes to help that ghost revive or whatever. Now he can collect all the Pavranium himself, and honestly, this feels like it's going to end badly. Deceiving that man seems like a terrible idea. Sure enough, after some time, the spirit finds out and starts cursing Grid endlessly. He says Grid made a fool of him, broke his promise, and stole all the Pavranium while completely ignoring his soul fragment. He calls him insolent and wonders if Pagma's descendant has started doubting who he truly is. If he can't revive through him, he'll have to prepare Plan B. But he swears he'll never forgive Grid for this. Sometime later, they speak to the chairman and say they have something urgent to report. He asks what it is. Chief Yoon says the conditions for the new legendary class, Braham's successor, seem to have been fulfilled. That makes him think this is interesting. He asks if Grid finally realized Braham is a liar and the greatest villain in the world. But she says he should already know Grid isn't intelligent enough to figure that out alone. He agrees, yet points out that Grid still registered for the international competition, which should be entertaining to watch. Then she says that part also goes against their predictions. There's a high chance he still won't appear. And the one who registered him was Yura, backed by the Korean government. So he says they truly can't rely on that man. Then he suggests betting on whether he'll actually participate. Sometime later, Grid is talking with Tobin, asking if he seriously thinks the fire shield he wants can be made from only the production method without any of the main materials. Tobin begs Grid for help. He can't obtain the firestone, the key material, alone, and says Miner's ore magic should be able to help. Grid rejects that. Miner's skill isn't all-powerful. Without a clue, even Miner can't find it, and he says he's explained that 100 times over the past few months. Tobin says he needs a fire-resistant shield because the Phoenix raid is in 10 days. Grid asks if his current shield can't be used somehow. Then he thinks about the Firestone, an ore filled with fire energy that's used to create many fire-type items. It has an extremely low drop rate from a certain boss that still hasn't been named. Grid says he already asked Miner to search, so Tobin should stop complaining and leave. Right then, Tobin asks if he's serious, just as Miner arrives and says he found the Firestone's location and how to mine it. Tobin is left stunned. Miner says it's on Cork Island in the sea southeast of the Eternal Kingdom. Normally, it would take a week to get there, but with flight, they can arrive much faster. Tobin thinks about that island and realizes it might be the place he hoped it wasn't. Grid asks what he's doing, and Tobin says he only needs to confirm one thing with his colleagues. Then he notices it belongs to the Silver Knights Guild. He thanks Grid for investigating, but tells him to abandon it. That region is controlled by the Silver Knights Guild. On paper, they're weaker, but they're still powerful, with over 200 members, and their guildmaster is in the top 100. He says he wants that material desperately, but entering without permission could start a guild war. Because of the agreement between guilds, no one can enter another guild's territory without approval, so he'll request their cooperation properly another time. Besides, they're the only ones who even need those materials. Even so, he's grateful Grid searched for them. Grid thinks these people are blunt, but they always keep their promises. Then he tells Khan he'll be away from the forge for a few days and asks if that's all right. Khan says Grid doesn't need to explain himself. He knows Grid means well, so there's no need to worry. Gathering materials for a good cause is also part of what makes a great blacksmith. Then Grid tells Tobin this is his reward for being his servant all this time. With that hoodie, he can mine without anyone noticing. He only tells Tobin to make sure the payment is ready, because this is a business trip. That leaves Tobin deeply moved. 2 days later, in real-world South Korea, the first Satisfy International competition officially begins. For this first tournament, 17 nations with at least 10 major contributors and quest participants are taking part. Each nation has 13 members, so 221 players with an average level of 213 will compete. They also announce that 3% of the tournament's profits will be reinvested into the economy to help the people, and ask everyone to applaud the Korean government and SA group for making this tournament possible. The entire crowd becomes excited. Yoon says that with 800,000 tourists, the economic impact far exceeded the Korean government's expectations. Other nations are already lining up with requests to host next. They add that public approval is enormous, and their stock prices are rising quickly too. The chairman thinks all the wealthy businessmen who came to Korea made a fortune, while billions around the world are receiving the best entertainment they've had in years. He continues, saying the world he created has surpassed language and borders and is now giving people a kind of joy even God couldn't create. The chairman keeps boasting, saying he's reached a level where his name will be remembered in history. Meanwhile, Jishuka is acting strangely shy, already wearing Brazil's team shirt. Yes, she's Brazilian. People ask what's happening with Jishuka, but no one knows. All they can tell is that she's looking for someone on Korea's team. They think his name was Grid. Yes, that's the one, Grid. Far away, Grid finally arrives. The journey took about 46 hours, and the island is much larger than he expected. He still has time remaining. Miner told him he needs to arrive at the correct moment to obtain the Firestone, and then he plans to defeat Helgao slowly. If you remember the beginning of this video, that was a preview of what's happening now. While flying, Grid gets the feeling he forgot something. Maybe it's the world tournament for the game he's playing. Once he reaches a town, Grid heads to a shop and asks for the best food available. As the merchant prepares it, Grid remembers Lowell's advice. Buying more from merchant NPCs raises affinity and makes it easier to obtain information. He also notices this island town is highly developed, probably because of the Silver Knights Guild. Then he asks about a monster named Helgao and where to find it. The merchant is shocked and asks why he'd want to meet a man-eating demon, saying that's basically suicide. Still shaken, the merchant asks if Grid knows the legend of Sword St. Muller, who sealed that demon 300 years ago. He destroyed its body, but the soul couldn't be sealed, so it still returns from time to time. Grid thinks it over, a monster that even someone like Muller couldn't completely erase. Noticing a group nearby, Grid hears from the merchant that it's an expedition from the Silver Knights Guild. Rumor says the demon will appear again soon, and the merchant wonders if they're prepared for the flames. He warns Grid that if he truly wants to face that demon, he should coat his equipment with firestones first. Grid asks what he means. The merchant explains that firestones help resist the demon's black flames, which are even hotter than the green flames of the Jade Demon clan. Then he sends Grid to South Street to meet Ellen, saying his name will get Grid a discount. That only leaves Grid more confused, so he goes to Ellen and she explains it clearly. Mix firestones into her special formula, and they become paint. If that paint is applied to equipment, it increases fire resistance. Grid asks if even mithril armor can be painted. Ellen says firestones are symbols of harmony, so they blend with anything. Grid is amazed that such a small stone can do all that. Grid figures his immunity can block status effects like burns, but not actual fire damage. For that, he needs resistance. He says his armor and gauntlets are outside and hopes their fire resistance will be enough once they're treated. Ellen tells him to leave them with her, but then freezes. She's stunned by how beautiful and flawless the armor is. It looks better than dwarven work, and in her 56 years as a painter, she's never seen anything like it. Then she asks to handle it personally, promising to pour her whole soul into ensuring this masterpiece never burns. Some time passes. She works with extreme care, and Grid notices she doesn't let a single drop of paint touch the gold ornaments. She's clearly a true craftswoman. She's been working for hours, so Grid uses the opportunity to study her technique. His insight rises by 10, his dexterity by 20, and he learns more about painting, armor, and metal. After a while, she finishes and thanks Grid. Because of his armor, she says she was able to create one of her finest works, and it turned out so well that she wants to frame it. Grid is surprised when he sees it. The armor looks incredible now, different from before, but the red and gold match perfectly and give off a fierce aura. On top of that, the armor now has 19 fire resistance, and the gauntlets have 7. To Grid, that improvement is enormous. Now only one thing remains. Combine everything into one set. Then a glow starts appearing. A tail appears along with the armor, and now the full effect is revealed. Grid says the set looks almost like something a demon king would wear, but everything fits together perfectly. He sees there's only 1 hour left until Helgau appears, so he has to leave now. As the guild moves out, they discuss how Cork Island was officially granted to them by the Eternal Kingdom, even though the Sacred Guild wanted it as a reward for their contributions during the war. In the end, the Silver Knights Guild received it. They say this place will become the home that raises Korea's rankers, and their leader is Peak Sword, ranked 16th overall. He thinks Korea's standing in Satisfy is too low, and he already rejected Yura's request to join the government team for the international event. Korea's old reputation as the greatest gaming nation is his pride, and he refuses to let it fade into distant memory. So he declares that today they'll defeat Helgau and restore their reputation, then orders everyone to move. Back at the competition, they announce that, unfortunately, Kraugel, the #1 player in the overall rankings, officially won't participate. Even so, almost the entire top 100 will be there, including around 21 top-ranked players, so the excitement hasn't decreased at all. Right now, the U.S. representative is speaking, and the United States is one of the favorites because of its high average level and 6 players in the overall top 20. On the other side, even as the host nation, Korea is seen as one of the weakest teams because of its shallow player pool. Some even say the country that gets Pagma's descendant could change the entire tournament. They announce that the competition will begin the next day and tell everyone to look forward to it. Meanwhile, out in the crowded city, Pong is walking with Regis, pointing out all the attractive people around them. Regis tells him to watch where he's going, while Pong points at someone nearby and says that's Pon. He recognizes him from at least 3 years ago and can't believe he looks like that in real life. He says this must be what happens when someone leaves Satisfy and enters the real world, but admits the man looks good. Regis says the worst one is himself, walking around in martial arts clothing. Then he starts talking about this being the home of Taekwondo, becoming strangely excited. Pong then raises another topic. He says it's unfortunate Kraugel won't be competing. It would have been a great opportunity to fight him, though he's still happy with the rest of the lineup. Regis says Spain doesn't care much about conquest, unlike England, but Pong disagrees. In that sense, he says, they're nearly the same. For him, it's personal. Regis says he's also excited to be in the home of Taekwondo. He's practiced it for 10 years, and now at 26, he's finally here. Pong points out that the media is giving a great deal of attention to the United States, probably because they have so many high-ranked players. Then Jashuka suddenly snaps and demands to know where the hell Grid is. Pong asks if he still hasn't answered her. She says he hasn't even opened the message, and now she's furious. He didn't even attend the opening ceremony, so she starts wondering if he's really joining the tournament at all and what he's doing right now. At that exact moment, Grid is watching the guild get destroyed by the boss, whose flames wipe out half their members with one attack. Grid is shocked, thinking this might end in another failure. Then Grid suddenly speaks from among them. He says he was wondering why his stealth had deactivated, asks if Helgao noticed him, and decides there's no point hiding anymore as he removes his hoodie. He stores it, reveals his armor, and says he'll mine what he needs and leave. Meanwhile, people at the tournament are saying, Korea still isn't receiving any attention. Regis says that aside from Yura, most of Korea's players are weaker, so people probably don't even consider them real contenders. With so many rankers competing, that makes sense. For now, surviving the tournament is the first goal. Jashuka, still feeling a little down, says she's returning to the hotel. She plans to log into Satisfy and ask Grid for his address. Pong notices she's really interested in him, and Regis says it's probably more than that. Pong says a competition is still a competition. Facing top rankers is worthwhile, even if all you gain is experience. Then he asks if Regis truly thinks Grid will appear. Regis says if he does, everyone will be shocked. After all, they know South Korea is one of the strongest teams. For people only watching the United States, that would be a huge surprise. Pong admits he didn't care much when he first heard about the event, but now that it's close, he's becoming excited. Jashuka says they're all in the top 15 overall, so she knows they can perform well. No matter what happens, this tournament will help repair Tsedaka's reputation, especially with the equipment Grid created for them over the last 4 months. At the same time, Helgao keeps trying to kill Grid while Grid calmly mines. Jashuka thinks about how much stronger everyone became because of his items. Meanwhile, Grid keeps taking attack after attack from Helgao without panicking. That's because Pavranium, positioned behind him, blocks the attacks. The guildmaster can't understand how Grid is still unharmed. Jashuka thinks her guild possesses something no other guild has ever had. At that exact moment, both she and Grid think the same thing. They're simply overgeared. That's the name. In the middle of all that chaos, the guild leader realizes Helgao wiped out half the guild with one attack. Even 86% fire resistance meant nothing. He can't believe the flames do nothing to Grid. While Grid keeps mining, Pavranium handles everything, and Grid finally says, the boss is seriously annoying. He says he doesn't want to fight and tells the boss to leave, then swings Dainsleaf and knocks Helgao back with one hit. The guild master is stunned. Their strongest members couldn't even injure the monster, but Grid pushed it back with one blow. He figures that absurd attack and defense must come from a secret class. He also notices Grid's sword is enhanced beyond +8. Equipment like that is unbelievably rare and expensive. He almost never even sees +7 equipment. Since gear can be enhanced up to +10, he concludes Grid must have a high-level secret class, enormous wealth, and incredible luck. He starts thinking Grid must be some rich heir, but that part isn't true. Grid isn't merely lucky, and he wasn't born wealthy. The guildmaster asks if Grid is a Japanese spy from Sakura Guild and tells him not to ruin the raid. Grid simply asks what Sakura Guild is and says he's Korean. That shocks them. They ask if someone besides Yura and Faker in Korea could truly be this strong, then become excited. Thinking another genius has appeared in Korea, Grid asks how he's the one getting in the way when he's the only person actually damaging the monster while they're being useless. Then he uses Pagma's sword dance, kill, and the boss takes massive damage, a 10,500 critical hit. Even the boss winces. Grid says he doesn't care about the monster, and if he wanted to exploit them, he would have already done so. He's only here for the Firestones, so they should stay out of each other's way. Still, he knows these people will never defeat this creature. He can't even read the boss's full combat power, and even a critical hit with kill didn't remove 10% of its health. Even with his immortality passive, he's unsure whether he could win. Grid realizes this is a true hell monster. Since he only needs 3 Firestones to make Tobin's shield, he decides it's wiser to leave once he obtains them. Then Helgao speaks, saying those stones aren't meant for lowly humans to touch. While the boss speaks to Grid, the guildmaster uses draw, sword and rope to attack Helgao. He continues pressing the attack, with more sword skills, and now amplitude too. Since Grid says he's Korean, the guildmaster decides to trust him and treat this as repayment for what he owes. He shouts that this is their opportunity and tells everyone to focus their attacks on one spot. If they use everything they trained, they can succeed this time. So show the power of the Silver Knights Guild. Helgao mocks them, saying humans never fail to be foolish. They may all be human, but the gap between them is enormous. Then Grid suddenly notices the Firestones are glowing. He wonders if that's the source of Helgao's magic and quickly understands. The stones are connected to the boss's power. If he mines them out, Helgao will weaken. Helgao launches another wide area attack, sending flames everywhere. He says the power of hell is beyond their control and calls out that so-called immortal. He sneers at them, telling them to remember this as they die with their allies. Then the attack crashes down, and the guildmaster realizes that a full month of training still meant nothing against this monster. He says he misjudged Helgao's strength and apologizes to everyone. But then Helgao's attack suddenly loses most of its power. Helgao notices the flames have weakened and demands to know how Grid dared do that. Grid is already holding a Firestone, realizing he was correct. He throws them a pickaxe and says the glowing Firestones are the boss's weakness. When Helgao uses his power, they need to find one and mine it out to weaken him. They stare at the pickaxe in shock. It's a legendary ranked tool. Helgao turns toward Grid furious and prepares to attack him. Grid tells Pavranium to leave his side and attack Helgao, and it really moves in to protect him. Helgao asks if Grid is trying to distract him with those pieces of metal. Then he notices his staff can't break them and realizes the metal moves as though it has a mind of its own. While Grid fights, the guildmaster apologizes and says he has no mining skills, then suddenly freezes. He notices Grid is using a greatsword, but it's much larger than a normal one. Then he sees failure +9 and is stunned by that absurd enhancement. Grid thinks he can't even mine in peace. He says he already gave them the pickaxe, and even an idiot should be able to mine with it. He says he'll handle the large monster, so the guildmaster should put down that useless sword and start mining already. The guildmaster, ranked 16th overall in swordsmanship, can't believe Grid just said that to him. Then Grid uses Pagma's sword dance, Link, on Helgao. About 10% of its health is already gone, and after losing a Firestone, it's weaker. Grid has also grown greatly over the last 4 months. He's level 246 now, so he thinks he has a chance. Helgao can't understand why he's taking so much damage. Losing one firestone shouldn't have weakened him this much. And somehow, that bastard became stronger after drawing that sword. He looks back and sees the guild master mining like an NPC. Then he realizes they're after another firestone. This time he tries to stop them, but Grid cuts him off and tells him to look at him instead. Helgao has to block Grid's attack with his hands. Those golden blades and that sword make him wonder if the boy stole a god's treasure. He says he's never seen a human like this except Muller. Grid asks if he means that legendary man, the one who defeated him long ago. Then he uses Transcended Link and continues attacking. Grid swears Helgao is going to die again today. Helgao says Muller was a legend and asks how an insect like Grid dares compare himself to him. He gathers even more hellfire in his hand and hits Grid for 4,800 damage. The system warns that he's burning and will take 2,000 fire damage every second until he dies. Helgao laughs and says this is the flame of hell. It never disappears until the target turns to ash. It's basically a curse that continues burning until the victim dies. Helgao says Grid won't be able to extinguish it, no matter how much he boasts. But Grid resists it, and Helgao is shocked, asking what this even is. He realizes hellfire isn't affecting Grid like before and wonders what kind of human he is. Then Helgao understands. Grid truly is a legendary man like Muller, the strongest of legends, the one who sealed the great demons 150 years ago. He can remain alive only through the firestones and this demon body, but he's still the endless flame of hell, ready to burn everything again and again. Helgao thinks he can't allow the same disaster to happen twice, not when he's the 9th of the 33 great demons. Then the firestones light up again. A second later, Helgao's scythe lands cleanly on Grid. The hit sends him flying. He takes 7,930 damage and wonders why Helgao suddenly became so much stronger. Is it Pavranium? But it isn't only raw power. Helgao's entire appearance and even the atmosphere around him have changed. Grid keeps taking one heavy hit after another, many of them critical. He's being overwhelmed quickly, and even with all his armor enhanced to +6, the damage is still enormous. The critical rate is absurd too. His fire resistance blocks burns, but hellfire is still a serious problem. After mining only one firestone, Helgao is already this strong, so Grid wonders if this is the power of hell. Still, he counters with Pagma's sword dance, Wave, dealing 18,500 damage. Helgao admits Grid still has some tricks left. His effort even reminds him of Muller, while Grid keeps growing weaker. But Helgao makes one thing clear. Grid is no Muller. Grid checks his health and sees only 30% remains. Even so, if he can hold on a little longer, the advantage should shift back to him. He tells himself that if they mine just one more firestone, they can win. But the guild master still hasn't managed to obtain even one. Grid wonders if mining always takes this long. Either way, he only has to survive a little longer until the guild master understands how to do it. That only makes him even more irritated. He snaps, asking if that idiot wants to die with him, and telling him to die alone. Meanwhile, Satisfy News reports on day 1 of the first international tournament. Along with the crowd's excitement, the maze race results are finally revealed. The outcome wasn't very surprising. The United States, Canada, and France were the favorites, and those 3 nations took the medals, forming a clear top 3. For the raid event, Zeeble, second in the overall rankings and a member of Team USA, showed calm leadership, dealt the most damage, and tanked perfectly, earning the gold medal. In the maze event, Bondra, ranked 11th overall, brought gold to France. He analyzed the maze's structure with incredible speed and fooled the other rankers with his skill. Canada completed the top 3. Their strongest player, Chris, entered both events but lost to the United States and France each time, finishing with silver. Since each player can enter at least 3 events in the tournament, Chris's results feel somewhat disappointing. The broadcast continues showing the standings. The United States and France each have 1 gold, while Canada has 2 silvers. Now the next event is target shooting, and the hosts wonder if anyone has a winning strategy. One of them says strategies matter, but winning is actually quite simple. Back in the battle, Grid is busy cursing the guildmaster endlessly. He asks if the man seriously can't hit even a crystal that isn't moving, while the guildmaster turns red with embarrassment. Then the guildmaster points out something important. Near the root beneath the firestone, one section of the ground is weaker. If they strike there, it should break much faster. Helgao interrupts, telling Grid to worry about staying alive first and attacks again. Seeing the flames rush toward him, Grid raises his holy light shield to block them. Helgao stares and asks if these artifacts ever run out. How many more does this man have? Grid thinks there's no time to rest and calls for Pavranium to buy him a little time. It rushes toward Helgao's weapon to stop it, but the flames keep pouring toward Grid anyway. The monster nearly buries him beneath its assault. Grid is slammed into the ground and takes massive damage. Helgao's hand shoots directly toward his head, and Grid realizes this enemy is much faster than the forest guardian. They're on completely different levels. Helgao asks if Grid truly dared underestimate him, then tells him to die for that mistake. He says he'll leave Grid's head intact so he can reflect on his failure, while Grid's situation becomes completely hopeless. Helgao keeps raining fire down on him, while the useless guildmaster can do nothing but protect himself from the flying ash. Helgao declares that Grid has burned to ashes, but Grid is still down there healing. He tells Helgao he's sorry to disappoint him, but he isn't dying yet. Doran's ring restores 50% of the damage, taken with a 10-minute cooldown. Helgao is stunned and asks what just happened. How many of these activated items does Grid possess? Grid says Helgao has pushed his patience far enough. He uses failure with the divide effect, swings upward, and cuts off Helgao's hands, landing a critical hit for 940 damage. Helgao screams in panic. With both hands severed, his movement is restricted, and his power and number of attacks drop sharply. Grid realizes this combination is amazing against enemies with powerful attacks, especially with the armor effects stacked together. His health is full again, and that's how Doran's ring should be used. He says Helgao has already lost 30% of his HP, then mocks him by asking if he's doing all right. That enrages Helgao. He finally loses control and starts throwing flames everywhere. But then he notices something. The flames aren't working. He turns around and sees that the guildmaster finally managed to mine the firestone. Grid immediately becomes excited and says things are looking bad for Helgao now. It's time for round 2. The guildmaster starts thinking about how he never truly cared about mining before, or even considered it. But now that he's done it himself, he realizes that finally obtaining the ore brings a completely different kind of joy, something battle can't provide. He even thinks perhaps he should have invested in mining skills. Grid excitedly tells him he succeeded and praises him for the excellent work. The guildmaster asks if he truly did well, then notices he became far too happy and tries to calm himself. After all, he's the Silver Knights Guildmaster and ranked 16th overall. Why is he so pleased by praise from someone at least 10 years younger? Still, when he remembers who that young man is, it doesn't feel strange. This is the man who uses the Greatsword of the Abyss, and the famous Pagma's descendant. That makes him question the media's claim that Grid was merely a clumsy man carried by powerful items, because for a blacksmith, using your own creations is part of your true fighting style. Grid defeated the monster that wiped out 140 elite level 200 members of the Silver Knights. That's the level of Korea's legendary class player. The guildmaster decides he can't just stand by and watch South Korea's hope fail, so he starts clearing the way by mining. Elsewhere, at Byron Castle, Tobin can't believe what's happening. He says that guy is far too unstable. Someone asks why Tobin looks so nervous, and one of the girls says Grid went to mine the firestone after, saying trust your father. They ask again why Tobin is so worried, and she explains that he also asked Grid to make him an item. Over the last 4 months, Grid made around 140 items for the guild, but 8 out of 10 were only normal or rare. One of them says item grades are mostly luck anyway, and everyone got their hopes up like children. But then she says she heard they all went through the same thing. Everyone who received failed items heard Grid say, "Trust your father." Tobin immediately tells her not to say that. He admits he had doubts the moment Grid accepted the job, and that's exactly why the raid was delayed without the fire shield. But she says they're just words and asks, "The others don't think so too." Then the boy beside her starts panicking as well, asking if he's also going to get a normal item. She asks if that psycho told him the same thing. Back in the battle, Grid tells the guildmaster to trust him and keep mining. It's time for round 2. Then he charges the demon while the guildmaster keeps mining in the background. Helgao starts feeling the pressure and says he can't lose, face to a mere human again. His body starts turning green, and he realizes this vessel of the demon, Pietis, is reaching its limit. 4 of the firestones he used to enter this world have already been removed. If he can't kill this bastard, with the power he has left, he'll be mocked in hell all over again. So he fires a dark, red flame straight at Grid, hitting him in the chest for 1,850 and 1,790 damage. Grid is shocked that Helgao still had another attack like that. Helgao admits he never expected to meet another human on this level again, but since Hell will laugh at him for this, he says he'll at least take Grid's soul and make him a slave forever. Grid is amazed that Helgao can still deal damage despite being badly injured. He truly is a monster. Then Helgao tells him to show the second round he kept talking about and starts bombarding him with fireballs, forcing Grid to keep dodging. Grid thinks that even after losing 2 firestones, the monster is still this strong, and now he's attacking from long range too. It was easier when Helgao only swung his staff. At this rate, Grid can't even get close. He considers using Transcended to attack from a distance, but it only lasts 30 seconds, so he knows he has to save it for the end. Grid knows the only way to finish this is up close. Right then, a fireball flies in, and Pavranium jumps in front of him just in time. Then the ground suddenly starts cracking. A blast throws him into the air, and he feels hot wind rising from below. He realizes Hellfire's damage got weaker, but Helgao's fighting power is still insanely high. If he can do this while sealed, Grid can't even imagine his full magical power. Helgao says Grid is in the perfect spot to burn, then sends a barrage of fireballs into the air while he's still airborne. All of them rush toward Grid, and Helgao tells him to turn to ash. Grid knows he can't dodge from where he is, so he bets everything on one move. In the middle of that firestorm, with explosions going off everywhere, the guildmaster almost gets hit too. He says the blast was far too strong. No matter how good Grid's armor is, it shouldn't be able to save him. Helgao starts laughing, certain Grid finally burned to ash, but then he sees smoke rising from a blade and notices Kane's shuriken belt there too. His attack hit that instead. Then Grid is detected by Helgao, master of Hellfire, and his stealth is cancelled as he reappears. Grid says he got lucky. The flames exploded at just the right moment, and he used the blades to avoid the worst of it. He still took a brutal hit, but survived with only 15,890 damage. Since he took that much damage, he plans to return all of it. Now he says he's ending this with Blacksmith's fury. Helgao is shocked that Grid survived and still got this close. He also notices his detection slowed down because of the firestones they removed. Grid drives kill straight into the monster's stomach, landing a critical hit for 538 million damage. Helgao can't believe it. This bastard just erased half his health in one hit. Grid gets annoyed because the 5-hit combo effect was supposed to activate with the gauntlets and failure, but nothing happened, so he uses Link. While it's active, the skill rises to level 3. Its damage increases, and the number of hits rises by 5. Grid thinks the timing is perfect. This is what 5 months of training, after meeting the Pope, led to. He starts dealing 154, 600 damage over and over. Helgao feels the sword getting heavier, but says it still won't be enough to defeat him. Then magma erupts from the ground and rushes toward Grid. Grid responds with Wave and Restraint. Wave deals 155% of attack damage and slows enemies within 1 meter. Restraint prevents anyone from getting close to the user for 3 seconds. He blows apart the magma and keeps it held back. Helgao asks what Grid is planning now. Grid knows he won't last long against Helgao's magic in a drawn-out fight, and the outcome is obvious if this continues. Even with his immortality passive, the gap between them is huge. This isn't the kind of enemy he can defeat with tricks. He needs absurd damage. Then Grid remembers that the Transcended Link fusion worked after Link reached level 2. So now that it's level 3, he wonders if this is the perfect time to create a new skill. He decides it has to combine with Kill, his strongest move, and turn into a chain attack through Link. The moment he fuses the 2 skills, his intelligence rises by 10 points. His sword starts glowing in a new way, and Grid looks more fired up than ever. He creates the combined skill Chain of Death. It delivers a minimum of 3 and up to 7 strikes on one target, each dealing 1,500% attack damage. Kill's current damage is reduced by 300%, and the skill has its own cooldown. Helgao feels that wild, rough energy and realizes this attack is dangerous. He tries to stop the boy yelling at him not to underestimate Hell. Grid thinks this is a weaker version of Kill, but compared to a 5-hit combo, this is clearly a brand new ultimate. He uses Chain of Death on Helgao, and the first hit deals 215,000 damage. The second lands for 219,800, and Helgao starts wondering if Grid is even human. The damage keeps coming. 3rd, 4th, 5th, then even a 6th strike. Then Failure's effect activates too, hitting the target 5 more times for 1,057,300 damage. The Holy Light Gauntlets trigger as well, attacking 5 more times and adding 230,900 damage. Grid completely overwhelms him, and Helgao starts fading away. Inside Green Flames, Helgao admits defeat and says he'll have to delay his plan to regain his sealed body by feeding on human souls. Grid tells him to remember this even in Hell. He's on the same level as Muller. As Helgao fades away, he admits it and is sent back to Hell. Grid is told that he defeated Helgao, Master of Hellfire, who had been capturing human souls. He receives 118,411, 132 XP. His level rises 6 times, reaching level 253. The Guild Master can't believe it. Grid defeated Helgao all by himself. Then one of the nearby crystals starts disappearing and explodes close to him. The Guild Master is stunned. The crystal vanished along with Helgao, and Grid gets furious, but he can't do much because his stamina drops to 0. The Guildmaster walks over and asks if Grid is okay. Grid fires back, asking what he'll do if he isn't. Is he going to give him a firestone or something? The Guildmaster tells him not to worry and says he'll hand over the firestone he mined. But Grid says he doesn't need another one. He held Helgao off alone for half an hour, and the man only managed to mine one. Grid says he talks big but can barely swing a pickaxe, which is pathetic. The Guildmaster admits he has no excuse but says he's still happy. A legendary class player from his country accomplished this. Then he asks if the rewards were good, and Grid says not at all. He didn't get any money, only this thing. He shows it off, thinking it looks like a bean, but it's actually a Memphis egg. He says the description only calls it an egg. The Guildmaster figures it might not be a pet, since pet information is well known, and he's never heard that name before. Grid says there aren't even any hatching instructions, so maybe it's some rare cooking ingredient or something. He can't believe this is all he got for defeating Helgao. The Guildmaster says that if it helps, he wants to prepare a meal for him at the castle. But Grid says potions can't restore stamina, so he needs real rest. The guildmaster insists food will at least help a little, then suddenly receives a notification. It tells him to get out of there. He quickly tells Grid to log out, but Grid has no idea what he's talking about. Then someone arrives and says this was unexpected. If he's still alive, that means he really did defeat Helgao. Since he already had his fun, he says it's time to take that land back. This is Yoshimura, second in the archer rankings, 98th overall, and master of the Sakura Guild. Grid asks who they are, and Pixel Word explains that Sakura is one of Japan's 3 largest guilds. They've wanted this island for a long time. They're hated even in Japan, but they're still powerful and full of rankers. It looks like they came deliberately, while everyone was weakened after the raid. Pixel Word says protecting this island is their duty as a South Korean guild. He tells Grid to hold on a little longer. His teammates will revive and return soon, then urges him to log out. But Grid says he doesn't mean to interfere and asks what exactly he's trying to protect. This is obviously going to be a difficult fight, and Pixel Word keeps talking about his country as if that matters more than the XP he's about to lose. Pixel Word says this is the island where he met his guildmates. Whether it's an island or a country, everyone has a place they want to protect. He says there are people he cares about in his country, and he's sure Grid has a place like that too. Grid wonders if that's what calls him protecting something. He still doesn't fully understand what Pixel Word means. Pixel Word says that either way, the battle from here on is his responsibility. Then he charges in, using Draw Sword with Annihilate. He rushes straight at all of them. The Sakura Guildmaster says that's exactly what he expects from Pixel Word, attacking alone with the kind of arrogance that suits his skill. All this time, they couldn't even set foot on the island, but from now on, it won't belong to anyone else. Even the grass here will be theirs. Watching the two of them from a distance, Grid thinks that Japanese man is far too obsessed. His stamina is gone, so he decides it's best to slip away before he gets dragged into this. But he's told that the remaining magic power from Helgao is still spread through the air, so he can't log out. Grid is left wondering what's happening. Pixel Word says he already told him to leave and asks why he's still there. He appreciates the help, but says this is his responsibility. Grid cuts him off. What the hell is this? He literally can't log out. The Japanese players notice Grid talking with Pixel Word and realize the man in red is with him. They order their men not to let him retreat and to kill him too. Pixel Word says Grid is with him and won't let anyone get close. That confirms the worst for Grid. He's furious. He got dragged into this and still can't log out. He tries eating to restore his stamina, but it barely helps. At this point, he knows he can only attack a few times before dying, but then he hears a voice complaining about being hungry and looks at the egg in his hand. The egg keeps talking, saying it's starving and wants to eat. Grid freezes. That thing just spoke to him. Meanwhile, Pixel Word keeps charging straight into the enemy. He cuts down the Japanese players one after another. Grid figures they might retreat if their leader dies, but defeating him alone won't be easy. And in his current condition, he can't help much anyway. Still, the egg stays quiet for a moment, and Grid wonders if he imagined everything. He assumes his low stamina affected his mind and decides he should escape while Pixel Word has everyone's attention. Then the Sakura Guildmaster tells Pixel Word that land belongs to the strong. Hearing that, Grid thinks the man is greedy to the core. As Grid tries to remain unnoticed, the egg suddenly starts freaking out. It cries that it's hungry again, and Grid is stunned that this is actually happening. Then the egg jumps at the Japanese leader, bites into him, and starts devouring him. A message says the man lost part of his soul to Memphis, making him vulnerable to debuffs and reducing his main stats by 50% for 3 seconds. Shocked, he looks around, asking what suddenly came out of nowhere. Without understanding any of it, Grid suddenly receives the title, The One Who Touched Hell, and is left, wondering what just happened. The title gives him 3,000 more HP and unlocks demonic power. Memphis, the strongest demonic beast in hell, senses a human soul filled with greed and forms a bond with him, making Grid the first master of a hell demonic beast in Satisfy. The creature turns out to be a strangely cute cat with bat, wings and a unicorn horn. Grid is shocked that Memphis is actually a cat, and Memphis happily says that soul was delicious. The Japanese leader is strangely moved by how cute the cat looks, thinking it's only some stray pet. But while he's distracted, Grid strikes him in the back. The attack lands hard and the man is nearly killed. In disbelief, he realizes 70% of his HP disappeared from a single hit. Grid realizes his guess was right. The cat really did weaken him first. He figures that if this man came to steal the island while everyone was weakened, then he has no right to complain about being attacked in return. So Grid finishes him off without remorse. The rest panic as soon as they see their guild master fall. They realize they have no chance. The man who just fell had defeated Nuna, ranked 8th among archers, and now they're asking who Grid even is. Then they recognize the insane sword and remember he's the street psycho who wiped out the giant guild by himself. With a frightening look on his face, Grid asks if they still want to keep fighting now that their leader is dead. The enemies quickly assess the situation. With the Silver Knights likely to regroup soon, fighting both Pixel Word and this man at once is too much, so they call for a retreat. Even while fleeing in fear, they warn Pixel Word not to leave the island. Once it's over, Grid collapses from sheer exhaustion and says that was everything he had left. Pixel Word asks if he's okay and reminds him that he told him to log out. Then he notices the cat and says it belongs to Grid now. It's a strange little creature, and the beast starts acting, thrilled that its master is a killer. A notice says Grid's demonic power increased by 1 point. With demonic power, he can communicate with demonic beasts, and once it reaches a certain level, he'll be able to enter hell. Honestly, it's starting to feel like Grid is heading somewhere dangerous, but at least he keeps growing stronger. Grid wonders if this is the price for defeating those Japanese players, and he can already tell this might become a huge problem. More information appears. Among demonic beasts, Memphis is treated like a treasure of hell. The species is nearly extinct because they can barely reproduce. But when one is born, its combat ability can surpass even some high-level demons. That's why the 33 great demons treasure them. Grid can't believe this random cat is supposed to be a treasure of hell. Memphis explains that the moment he was born, he created a human soul with his own power. He says he has always been the strongest, just as his title claims. After that, Grid checks all of the creature's stats and skills. Grid notices the pet can't gain experience through PK, but its stats and skills are amazing, especially soul ingestion. He even thinks Sihi would love something like this and wonders if he should buy her a capsule. The cat suddenly asks Grid if he likes him, and Grid says he likes him very much. That makes the cat beam with pride. He says he's cute and strong, the strongest demonic beast in hell. But then he says Grid still looks worried. Memphis tells him not to stress because he won't leave him, even if his master is ugly, as long as Grid serves him with all his heart. Grid is baffled. At this rate, it doesn't even feel like he's the master. Still, he puts up with it because the skills are worth it. Then he decides to let that go and says the pet should have a name so they can get along better. The cat gets excited, ready to receive one. Grid names him Noe. He says it might sound a little like slave, but insists that's not why. According to him, it's the name of a mighty warrior from a noble legend. No immediately loves the name, and Grid's affinity with him rises by 5 points. Pixel Word watches this and realizes Grid somehow fooled a demonic beast. That alone tells him this man is anything but normal. He suggests they head to his castle so Grid can rest, but Grid refuses. He'd rather recover in his own place, since he doesn't feel comfortable there. Pixel Word then asks, out of curiosity, why Grid isn't joining the international tournament. Grid says that Crazy Girl put him on the list without asking, but he doesn't care. He doesn't want the spotlight and sees no benefit in it. Pixelword says that's a shame because fighting beside him for Korea will have to wait. Even so, he thanks Grid for the help and says this gave him new hope. He adds that he'll become stronger too and hopes they meet again. Then he finally introduces himself as Pixelword and asks for Grid's name. Grid introduces himself and says he had a lot of fun. He adds that if Pixelword ever wants an item, he can ask, but it won't be free. Sometime later, Tobin talks to Grid. Tobin says it looks like they still need one more piece, and he becomes discouraged, saying it'll be difficult to gather the materials before the raid begins. Grid says it may sound like an excuse, but Helga was far too strong for him to focus only on mining. Still, he admits part of the blame is his. He wrongly assumed mining was only a basic skill and apologizes to Tobin. That catches Tobin off guard because Grid truly means it. Most people only notice Grid's confidence because of that old impression of him. But Tobin knows Grid never says foolish things about blacksmithing. He can tell Grid was probably more desperate than the person who requested the item. So Tobin says there's nothing to apologize for. He's grateful for the help and suggests they try the Phoenix raid with Vantner now that his HP has increased during all this time. Grid agrees that if it's possible, they should make it work. He says he'll keep the Firestones until he finishes the shield and gather more next time. Tobin says that's fine, but asks if Grid really isn't joining the international competition. Grid says no. He's exhausted, barely made it back, and only wants to log out and sleep. Tobin replies that if he's this tired, then he probably didn't see Jashuka's messages either. She said she wanted to meet because everyone is in Korea now. Grid starts thinking that might actually be enjoyable and wonders if that whole event is still happening. Then, on the second day of the tournament, the target shooting event begins. That day, 2 countries receive even more attention than some of the expected medal contenders: South Korea and Brazil. Their biggest stars appear, Yura and Jashuka. Funny enough, both have romantic ties to our main character, but let's not get into that. Yura is ranked 5th overall, famous for her magic control, speed, range, and accuracy. Jashuka, who started 6 months later than the others, is the top archer and ranks 13th overall. The match takes place on an island called Tira. The first team to reach 150 points wins by hitting small flying discs worth 1 point each, moving at 144.4 kilometers per hour. There's also a golden disc worth 50 points, but it flies 10 times faster, making it much harder to hit. Players can also knock opponents out of the match, though that won't affect the score. 17 countries are competing in pairs, so one person will focus on shooting, while the other protects their teammate. That's the problem for Yura and Jashuka. They're so strong that the moment the event begins, they'll probably become the main targets, but only Yura appears for South Korea. People start wondering if someone withdrew and whether Yura is really going to fight alone. Then they notice an empty position and ask how Korea will fill it. Some say the team only got this far because of SA Group, and now it looks like they've basically given up, so they ask Yura if the rumors are true. Did she really get abandoned? Regus walks over and says he heard Grid never planned to join, even after being selected. They tried contacting him, too, but received no response. Yura realizes he's Regus from the UK and says she knows. She was the one who selected him without asking first. Regus figures she must have expected him to be there and assumes she chose him as her partner for this event. He says that must be difficult. Fighting alone won't be easy, but she should be able to hold on because his team won't attack her immediately. Then Jashuka walks over, speaks to Regus, and asks if that idiot Grid really didn't come. He confirms it. She becomes even more upset and says she was excited to see him, but even with everyone gathered in Korea, he still didn't appear. Still, Jashuka brushes it off and says she needs to focus on the match. If she keeps worrying about others, she'll regret it later. Yura agrees. She didn't come here merely to stand around. Everyone on this field is among their country's elite, and whether they fight alone or in pairs, only the best matters. Once the match begins, They start hitting targets. There are countless discs in the air, so everyone tries to score as many points as possible right from the start. Someone asks Jashuka if they shouldn't move to higher ground for a better view, but she says that would only make them easier to spot. With 17 countries here, someone is bound to start hunting players soon. Until then, they should focus on scoring. Beside her is Samuel, ranked 95th overall. Then they hear someone cast Black Tempest and a fifth of Green Island is wiped out. That single attack logs out the entire Italian team. Jashuka thinks the opening moments always belong to fools who don't know what they're doing, or to overwhelming predators, and Yura is one of them, crushing anyone in her path and following up with Black Lightning to eliminate even more players. The score rises quickly, and South Korea gets excited. The world ranker in second place says Yatan's 8th servant is on the level of a boss monster. He figures her plan is simple. Use wide-range attacks and score while she's still alone. For a top 5 player, it's a smart decision. Still, he looks down on her, thinking she'll only raise the pressure and lose like any so-called top 5 player would. He's proud of being ranked 2. On the second day of the target shooting event, 8 teams are already moving to eliminate Yura. Someone asks Matt if they shouldn't score more points first, but he says they can do that later. If they wait now, they'll fall behind. He adds that 8 more groups are closing in too, so with that kind of advantage, Yura should go down. Yura responds with spiderweb, spreading black flames over everyone. The players caught in them die instantly. Jashuka notices and tells Samuel to forget the fight for now and keep scoring. So they start shooting targets one by one, and their points rise quickly. Jashuka reminds him that this is still a competition. Even the right decision can go wrong here, especially with every country's best players on the field. Even after taking damage from a wave of attacks, Yura keeps enduring it and pushes forward. The announcers say the teams really have turned this into a witch hunt against Yura. Of the 16 enemies surrounding her, 6 are in the top 30 overall. Fighting without a partner is clearly hurting her. Elsewhere, Grid complains that he only said he'd join to get her off his back, and now he's the villain for not showing up. It's not like patriotism suddenly awakened in him, but people say Yura's determination to fight alone hasn't broken. What they really want to know is what's driving her. Maybe it's the duty of someone who's represented South Korea for years, and Yura lives up to those expectations. They think the hopes of the people watching are what keep her going. Grid remembers telling Khan that he would finish the smithing Khan couldn't and carry on his dream of becoming the best, speaking to his dead son. He also remembers Jashuka saying they needed Grid. Then Irene's words returned too. She said she still wasn't strong enough, but one day she would protect him. He remembers Pixel Word saying there are people who love him, and if that's true, then he must have a place in this country too. That starts stirring something inside Grid. Back in the game, Yura admits this isn't going as easily as she expected. If she doesn't move now, she won't have a chance to win. But while she hesitates, she gets surrounded and realizes that if this fight drags on, things will become ugly. Then an explosion goes off. Everyone near her is blasted away. Yura has no idea what's happening until someone steps in and says he can't just watch a crowd gang up on one player to decide who's strongest. It's Regus. He asks Yura if she still hasn't given up on becoming the strongest. One of the others snaps at him to mind his own business, asking if he's trying to hand Yura the gold medal just to satisfy his cheap sense of justice. Regus thinks about that and says, if they mean the principles he always follows, then sure, they're not completely wrong, but that's no reason to mock them. Then he turns serious and hits the man with a massive punch for 9,200 damage. He follows with Palm of Power, dealing 900 more and sending another enemy flying. The man crashes to the ground, badly injured, saying his bones feel shattered after only 2 hits. Regus truly is strong. The enemy uses Reverse Origin and Opportunistic Origin, fully restoring his health as his injured body regenerates. His redistributed stats temporarily shift, with intelligence, persistence, patience, and luck each dropping to 1 point, while his agility rises to 137. Then he rushes Regus. His attack lands cleanly and knocks Regus back. He can't believe Regus is still moving when his bone should have been completely broken. Regus replies that just as martial arts trained his techniques, life as a monk trained his body to its limit. He tells the man not to act as though his morals are something special. The only goal in this competition is victory. Then he keeps attacking Regus, saying the results prove it. That's when Yura steps in and unleashes power on the rest of the attackers. Bubit from Turkey gets caught in the flames. They explain that his overwhelming hidden class is one of the best support classes in Satisfy, designed for frontline players who create openings with many different skills. But even he admits he can't hold them off after that dash and says Yura's control is unbelievably precise. She changes attacks in the tiny half-second gap between combo links. He assumes her mana must be nearly depleted after dealing with all 15 of them, and tells everyone to attack now.